Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ as we try to get you closer to the weekend as quickly as possible. Sean, Sharif, RJ, Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Good morning, Ralph.
Yo, good morning.
You okay?
I'm fine. I could not be better.
Really?
Oh, couldn't be better.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, no, it's not the best day for me. Got a text message that ruined my afternoon. My son yesterday. I'm at the gym, just minding my own business. Leg day. Hate that day. My 13-year-old texted me, Peyton, I got a girlfriend.
Was that the exact text?
It was, I got a GF. That's it.
I think you just made Peyton's day worse than yours, that your
I
boy
know,
is
right, my 13-year-old.
got more game than Peyton.
Yeah.
Oh.
He,
It just said, I got a GF.
I got a GF. And
I love that he abbreviated it to you as well,
No.
because you love to abbreviate, and he just turned it right back around and hit send.
And I wrote back, what's that? And then I waited a few minutes. I said, by the way, I know what GF means. I mean, what? WUT. And then I had to be like, this is exciting. I'm happy for you. Tell me more. And he goes, huh? And I said, I mean, tell me more, buddy. What?
What's the deal? Who is she?
He said,
How would he write back, huh?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Because he's 13. This is how they text. They deal in nothing. And he said, I just said I like you. And I was like, okay. We got to teach him some things on that one.
That's all it takes. I like you.
Never
That's all
let
it
a
takes.
girl
I've
know
been
that
doing
you
it
like
wrong.
her, apparently.
Wow.
And then I was like, well, what's her name? And he says, they call her Lulu because she wears Lululemon.
Oh,
got money.
right down your alley, and she got money. Good,
Yeah,
good
I
observation, Peyton.
So
They call her Lulu.
they call her Lulu.
Whenever it starts off at 13 or any age, I guess they call her. That's so that sounds a little mysterious.
Yeah.
Sketchy.
So,
Madame
Madame Lulu. So I was like, okay.
But was the first call? I mean, how quickly till you called mom?
Well, I didn't know if she knew. I assumed she knew, so I had to talk to her anyway because I had the boys yesterday. And then she was like, "Yeah, it's been going on apparently." And
How long?
They've been talking to each other, they liked each other for a while, but they never made it they never told each other they liked each other or whatever. So I guess she found out over the weekend because I guess she went through his phone or something like that.
Nice.
And I was like, oh, well, thanks for telling me. Why is dad always the last one to know these things?
Right.
And then I finally talked to him yesterday. I said, hey, we got to have a talk.
And this is Luca the older.
This is Luca the older. I was like, we have a talk. I was like, I'm happy for you, bud. But, you could come to me with these things. I'm the dad. I know. Trust me when it comes to relationships. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, which one would be more or less likely to freak out or give him a hard time, make his life more difficult between the two of you?
Oh.
Maybe he avoided you for a reason.
Maybe. I don't think I would give him a hard time.
No.
I
don't think so.
Although
It'll only take about 2 minutes of you being stunned till you start making your dirty jokes and suggesting your lines, your pickup lines.
Very presumptuous balls on this kid, by the way, to not ask permission at the age of 13. I wasn't allowed to have a girlfriend at 13.
Permission. Oh, okay. Oh, from the parents.
Yeah,
from you guys.
I wasn't allowed to have a girlfriend at 13.
Can you
do that
legislate
nowadays?
that? Can you legislate that? Can you put the kibosh on?
I mean, they walk down the hall basically together. That's it. They don't, She doesn't have a phone. They don't talk outside of school. They don't have a Snapchat or anything like that.
You found out all that. Does she have a cell phone? You already went to Snapchat to type in.
I didn't go.
They call her Lulu, Madame Lulu.
I didn't go to Snapchat. But apparently he said she doesn't have a Snapchat.
That's good. That's great.
She doesn't have any social medias.
Fantastic. Have you met her?
No, I have no idea who she is.
Okay.
I have no idea who she is. Apparently she plays sports. So cool, whatever.
And you thought he was emotional before.
Yeah, this is gonna be bad.
Yeah.
This is gonna be bad.
Right in time for pool season, baby.
Yep.
Right in time.
My God.
Right in time to have Lulu. Oh, I love that her name is Lulu.
If he brings her over to
If.
the pool.
When? Her and Sarah could get along.
Oh,
and
yeah,
talk
they're just
about
having drinks at the pool.
Mother-in-law.
My ties.
Don't you give that kid alcohol.
Yeah, I don't think. Don't worry.
Don't be that parent.
Yeah, don't worry about that CPS. So okay.
Yeah, when are you allowed to give your kid alcohol at the house?
Man, I ain't talking. I'm not responding to that. You can ask Roberto when he comes in.
I think I was 16 when my parents said you can have a drink, but like under our supervision.
I mean, I know
Really?
I know parents now that, you know, the girls are having a wine night or they're all staying in. It's that whole argument that you have about turning in the keys. Give me your keys. You're not going anywhere. But, you know, you play your pranks like, here, take this sip of beer. You want to try it so bad, here you go. And then you scar them for the next 10 years of their life not wanting to drink anything because your first sip of beer is always hideous and nasty. I don't know, but I'm sure you're going to get feedback on the text line.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I will. Hasn't come in yet, but I'm sure they will have an idea of when.
Is this the one that he drug you to like that play for? Where you knew he liked someone?
That was like 2 years ago, a year ago. That was over a year ago. I think it's a completely different girl. But yeah, he dragged me to a play under the guise that he wanted to go see one of his baseball teammates, you know, singing a recital.
Right.
And I'm like, no, man, just let's be real here, dude. Like, I know why you're here. And
now you know what's going to happen next in the family. When little brother sees this, he's got to copy. He's got to emulate.
Yeah, he says.
Now, Julian's going to be on the prowl.
He says there's a lot of girls that are after me, but I'm not interested.
Okay.
That's what he always says.
So what are their ages?
10 and 13.
10 and 13. Okay.
Like, now.
Yeah, it is interesting, though. My buddy Jake, he made sure his kids did not have social media. And I think he was strict enough to decide whether, you know, his boy could have a girlfriend or not.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. It's like, you know, I get to school yesterday to pick him up from. Apparently, he's in track and field now. And
I thought he was
slow?
not the fleet of foot.
He's not. But
There's a power guy.
So I guess when you're in athletics in middle school, if you play one sport, you got to try out for all of them. Otherwise, you got to do some other kind of academic stuff. I don't know.
All right.
So I'm in the pickup line, and one of his baseball teammates yells at me, "Yo, your boy's got a girlfriend." And I'm like, God,
this is after you already found out.
It's after I already found out. It's just coming at me from all angles now.
You better hope the 49er fans don't find out about this. They'll be stalking that poor girl.
Poor girl. So I you know, it's just everywhere now. Like, apparently, like all of his buddies have a girl. So, you know,
I thought you would possibly be proud of this.
I am proud. I'm happy for him. I'm proud of him. But it's just like, I wasn't ready for this. Like, he's 13. I thought I had like 3 years. Me as the idiot, because when I was involved, I was like, all I did was play sports as a kid. It's all I cared about. I didn't care about girls like 16. And apparently he's just 3 years ahead of me on that. I wasn't prepared for this. I was like, oh, this kid's I got nothing to worry about.
Did you go to all boys high school?
No.
Okay.
I mean, some of the girls you would think that, but
in these days, in
Cancel.
Cancel. Exactly.
Cancel.
All right. If you got any fatherly relationship advice for RJ, hit us up 877-881-1053. I can see this one having a meltdown too when he finds out
Robert
that one of his girls has a boyfriend. I can see a meltdown and a stalker psycho investigation with the way he looks up some of the fan texts.
You know, I could see Bobby having a problem with that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, look, I don't care. I'm happy for him. I just was like, wanted to know. I want to be the first to know. I was selfish.
Yeah.
A little jealous. And then the main thing is just like, you know, just be careful, man. Like, you're on social media and don't do anything stupid.
Well, she's not, so that's good.
She's not.
Let's welcome Lulu to the fan family here with the Thursday edition. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, Peyton, and Ryan in the back. What is going on with the Dallas Stars? They are in an absolute free fall, plummeting with this losing streak. But is Patrick Kane on the way to help out? Glad you're waking up with us. A lot more to get to. Sean, RJ, Peyton, and Ryan. Roberto coming up soon right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a double guest Thursday. You have ESPN.
just a tad too late, and that appears to be the case here on the shot by Sagan.
And it would not count. That was Kenny Albert last night on TNT as the Dallas Stars lose 4-3 to another last-place team. Their second straight loss to a last-place team. Their fifth straight loss overall. Choppy, they were up 3-0 in this game. A devastating loss. They now have 2 wins in their last 10 for the Stars. And
tailspin.
Tailspin.
Yeah, Patrick Kane would look good in green, by the way.
There are rumors.
Yeah, I know. There are. This is a team that is in a very tough spot right now. Their goaltending isn't as good as it was early on in the season. The amount of 3-2 games they've had, obviously they didn't have this last night, but the amount of 3-2 games they've had, their offense isn't as crisp as it used to be. Something's going on, and it's a bad stretch. I think part of the other problem is that they're just not playing hockey anymore. I mean, they had like a 7-day break not too long ago. Then they had the All-Star game, and now they had a couple. I mean, they hadn't played since the weekend, so it's like they're getting maybe a little bit rusty. Who knows? But yeah, this is a tough stretch for them.
So Patrick Kane is a name before the NHL trade deadline. The 34-year-old stud who has been part of this team is now available. Apparently, you think it would make sense given where Chicago is.
Yeah.
And the Stars have been mentioned along with the Rangers and other squads.
Yeah, now look, I mean, he's been in Chicago his whole career, so it's like, they would have to basically move on from the face of the franchise, if you will.
They had a dynasty.
Oh, yeah. Or as close to a dynasty as you're going to get.
Right. We asked about the San Francisco Giants the other day, whether we consider them a dynasty. I did. Maybe you could ask the same thing about the Blackhawks, but I put them in that category.
Yeah. I mean, so like, he's projected to play around 78 games, so it's not like he's missed time this year. It's not like he's been hurt a lot this year. We'll see what they wind up doing if they wind up moving on from him. But if they do, he would look, you could do worse. He's a little bit older, but you could do worse if you're the Stars.
2010, 2013, 2015 Stanley Cups in Chicago. That's a dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, you like to have a back-to-back somewhere in there, but, when you win 3 and with the same core, I think that kind of puts you in the discussion of maybe this is one.
Mavs return to action tonight after the All-Star break. They're going to take on the San Antonio Spurs at 7:30, and Peyton working on a probable guest for the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, we might have Joshua Green join the program. I asked for Kyrie and Luka, and apparently they're too busy to talk to Dallas media.
You call him Joshua? Is it Joshua?
I call him Joshua. Josh is just a basic name.
Yeah, tomorrow Buster Olney, Bobby first asked for A-Rod and Jeter. I think that was kind of the equivalent of Peyton asking for Luka or Kyrie. Can you imagine we just got Kyrie first in the Metroplex? Kyrie just did a regular radio
interview, and then we got A-Rod or Jeter. Yeah, that'd have been a cool 2 days.
All right, if you could rank who you would want between the three, between A-Rod, Jeter, and Kyrie, who would you take?
Oh man,
I mean, it's very easy for me. Not even hesitation.
It'd be Kyrie for me.
Yeah, I mean, you're uncultured, so yeah, I could see that.
He's the most cultured of the three, we think.
Yeah, he is, but there's no doubt about it. Kyrie would be the one that would say something that would make news.
Well, it just never happens. It's the rarity of it, and, yes, A-Rod would be very interesting. Jeter's the biggest legend, but he's probably not going to say anything.
He would probably say the least.
Yeah.
Although I've never heard him do a radio interview like ever.
Right.
Like that might be like, I'm sure Kyrie's done them. Like I out of the three of them, I'd never hear any of them on the radio.
You'd pick Jeter probably.
I probably would, just from the rarity of it. Like that is probably the most rare of the three. But Kyrie would clearly be, I think, the best interview.
Yeah, because Kyrie, I can't remember the last time he's done like a one-on-one. And Jeter's just going to be guarded. I hope he breaks out in this new role for Fox. Oh, yeah. Wait, was it for Fox?
I think it's fine.
Yeah,
it's
so
for
that
Fox.
would have made no sense for Bobby to ask ESPN for Jeter. That probably caused a quick no.
Thanks, Bobby.
Yeah, it is Fox because they announced it during their Super Bowl pregame coverage, and I think I suggested it to him. So I take the E on that. That's E me. So that's where we stand with the Dallas Stars right now. Not good and losing the last place teams, but NHL trade deadline rumors. You can check out the Spits and Suds podcast at 105.3 The Fan for more. 105.3thefan.com. What is going on with Alabama basketball?
Well, last night they got a 78-76 victory over South Carolina in overtime. They avoided a big-time upset. South Carolina's not very good, and Bama is going for a number 1 seed, maybe the number 1 overall seed. But one of their star freshman, Brandon Miller, who put up 41 last night, who's going to be a lottery pick, who's one of the best players in the country, is their leading scorer. His teammate, Darius Miles, not that one,
This is the kid who got let out of the apartment. He was whimpering and crying after it was found that we think, committed murder.
He was involved. He's one of 2 that have been involved in a suspect and charged with allegedly killing Jamea Harris, who is a 23-year-old. This is on the Tuscaloosa Strip, like their sort of college strip bar area. And, she's got a 5-year-old. That 5-year-old now has no mom. And it comes to, we kind of find out yesterday, the day before, that Brandon Miller brought him the gun. Like the kid calls him up, texts him, whatever.
Texts.
12:30 at night. Hey, I need your gun. Okay. Like my first question is like, what do you need a gun for at 12:30 at night? Like
right.
if you need a gun at 2 in the afternoon because you want to go to the shooting range, okay, you can borrow my gun. If you call me up at 12:30 at night and ask for my gun, like that's what are we doing with this thing here? What are we doing? So the whole speculation was, is Brandon Miller going to be able to play? Should he play? Does he have any business being out there?
Right.
Should he be removed from the program immediately? Whatever. He was out there last night. They announced yesterday during the afternoon that he is going to play. And boy, play he did. I mean, he had a great game. I could not believe they let him out there. Could not believe it.
And the head coach is getting roasted.
Nate Oates.
Nate Oates, fumbling, apparently, through his explanation after being asked by the media, what do you have to say about the Brandon Miller aspect of this murder case?
We knew about that. I mean, can't control everything anybody does outside of practice. Nobody knew that was going to happen.
Oh.
College kids are out. Brandon hasn't been in any type of trouble, nor is he in any type of trouble on this case. Like, in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Oh,
So like
cringy.
when he said wrong spot at the wrong time, I was like, oh, Nate.
I mean, we can't control everything everyone does. We can't control everything. He's just very nonchalant with the explanation.
nonchalant.
Greg McElroy apparently
I was disgusted.
on Bama Radio went crazy over this on WJOX, and his blood was boiling with the explanation there from Nate Oates. I think the athletic director came out later and said, Coach didn't have all the information. They're trying to cover this up because this is now a PR disaster.
Yeah, I mean, Nate said I used a poor choice of words. Unfortunate remarks were made earlier in the day. I'm not here to make excuses. He said I didn't have the details from the hearing this morning that was coming straight from practice. I used a poor choice of words. Making it appear like I wasn't taking the situation seriously.
Yeah. Not going to make excuses. Didn't have all the details.
Yeah. Like
whenever someone says not going to make excuses, you always get the excuse right after.
Yeah. I understand what he was saying in terms of like, we can't control what these kids do all the time. I get it. But you can't say wrong place, wrong time.
No, but
my goodness.
No, you can't say we can't control everything that they do nonchalant as if they were like rolling a joint off campus. That's the way it came across. Now, the big question here that the country is arguing about over Twitter, did Brandon Miller do anything wrong legally? All right. So this is where we need all the attorneys. This is where I expected you, RJ Choppy, to defend him. The Clay Travises of the world calling for Brandon Miller to be kicked off the team, for Nate Oates never to coach again, covering up a murder. If I text you tonight at 1 a.m. and say, I need your gun, and you drop it off in my mailbox, are you guilty of a crime? Now, some people, that's why I wanted to see what else the text said. Was there a follow-up?
Yeah.
Was there, a notion or a suggestion in there that Darius Miles was going to kill this poor girl? Because if that's the case, is that accessory to a crime? Is that assisting a murder? Or if I just respond off your text of saying, I need your gun, and I drop it off at your house, am I truly guilty of something that I should get punished over? That is the fascinating legal question.
I don't know the answer to that. Like,
Choppy, I need to borrow your biggest, sharpest knife. I don't tell you what it's for. You assume maybe I'm trimming a brisket.
If you're my neighbor,
yeah,
come on over, man. Yeah, come on over. I think a knife is a little bit different than a gun.
Yeah, gun is worse.
You asked me to
but both are legal. In the eyes of the law, both are legal. If Brandon Miller had his legally, they're both legal. I can drop my gun off to you.
I have no idea if you can.
I would think.
I don't know the rules. I have no idea the rules.
And maybe you have to be licensed and all that stuff. I don't know, but that is the big debate that's happening right now on social media. Woo! Alabama basketball with him playing last night. Yeah, for him to play last night, though, before getting this all ironed out. Or they're just like, yo, we know the law. He has not been charged. Local authorities have said, we haven't charged him. There's nothing to charge him for. So under the RJ Choppy rule of law, go out there and play.
Look, if he's not charged, to me, he's a free man. Until he's charged, let the situation play out. I just know how the world works, and I'm stunned that they let him play.
Yep. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. A former Cowboy does not understand why everybody wants Zeke gone, and we're getting some promotions at the Star in Frisco. Will it actually help out number 4? Inside the Star, Bobby Belt joins us next.
You can wait 24 hours. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning to the 6 a.m. club. Got the entire squad with you for the Thursday edition. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, where yesterday, Bobby, we got some news in the building with some promotions taking place. What's going on?
Scott Tolzien is now your quarterback's coach.
Wow.
The old Wisconsin quarterback.
All right.
He is the quarterback coach, and this has been...
And the old Green Bay, Wisconsin quarterback.
Yes, right? A Mike McCarthy favorite, and this has been 3-4 years in the making, him having this job. I honestly don't think Mike McCarthy intended Doug Nussmeier to have the job as long as he did. That this was going to be something that when he brought Tolzien in, it was, hey, learn for a little bit, and then eventually this is going to be your job. So when that one came open, that's a name we've talked about here on the show. We've talked about on G-Bag. Brian and I have talked about it on Love of the Star. That was the easiest coaching filling that we could project, was Scott Tolzien was going to be the quarterback's coach. So that's where that one stands. Jeff Blasco as running backs coach is a little interesting. He had been the assistant offensive line coach for the last several years. And that's other than tight end, offensive line is the only position he's ever coached. So is he a good running backs coach? I have no clue.
Yeah.
And I could even ask some people, and they would probably tell us, I have no clue if he's a good running backs coach.
All right, Choppy, you are Scott Tolzien, and you're sitting down for the first time with Dak Prescott with your new title and your new label. The first thing that you were saying to Rain Dakota is what in terms of coaching advice?
Ignore the tight ends. Go downfield.
Unless you get a tight end that can go downfield.
Unless you get Travis Kelce or a tight end go downfield. I'm sick of just. How about this? Stop throwing to receivers who are looking at you.
Curl routes. Stop routes.
Yeah. Dak loves to throw to guys who are looking at him.
Wasn't that the problem? Wasn't that what everybody was complaining about? Was that he wasn't throwing to receivers that were looking at him? CeeDee Lamb would be looking this way and running this way, and Dak was reading this.
That was miscommunication, too. But, in general, Dak loves to throw to stationary targets.
I think that's just the scheme.
Yeah.
I think he loves the option routes. I think he's talked about it in the locker room with us that he does love he thinks that the option routes are a huge advantage because you can get on the same page, read the same thing, and take advantage of what's going to give you the most benefit. The stop routes, I think, are just, that's what's built in there, and so that's what he's throwing to.
I think the biggest criticism of Dak is probably hitting receivers in stride on the run. I would think if we had to vote on one criticism, that would probably be number one for me, and that is going to be stressed in the West Coast offense, right? What would you say is the number one throwing criticism of him? Or yours versus what the noise is? Because you've always defended him as a deep ball thrower.
He's not always consistent with his desire and to throw deep over the middle. Which is the most. That's the sign of the elite quarterback. The elite quarterbacks go deep downfield over the middle.
We know he's perfect, Bobby, in your mind, but try to come up with one criticism.
Okay, thank you. Again, I am the one who's balanced as F or whatever your shirt says.
No, you're not.
That's me.
No, you're not. I am.
Post-snap coverage recognition, probably.
Okay.
If somebody disguises something and then they drop, there are too many times where he doesn't recognize it. And there are too many times where he does not see a defender underneath. It's almost like he's looking... He's a little too laser focused at times when he's pushing the ball downfield, and he won't necessarily gets a little tunnel vision, won't necessarily see the safety coming, won't see the linebacker dropping. That's probably the most inconsistent part of his game that hurts them the most.
What were the biggest differences that John Kitna brought to him that you love so much?
His footwork was more consistent. That's what they really worked on. Because if you watch, and it's even occurred since Kitna left, if you watch before Kitna was here and after Kitna left, you'll notice that his back leg has a tendency to kind of like whip out and come off the ground. Whereas when Kitna was here, it was that Chop, you're probably familiar with this with baseball, the squash the bug, where they have you put your foot down and then when you're rotating to swing, you you turn that toe. That's what he had Dak doing, was turning that toe, stronger base, steadier base. And since he left, that's been a little more consistent. Dak's talked about, I know specifically last year, he talked about in the second half when he looked back at the film, he was like, my footwork mechanics, I need to go back to the basics because they were sloppy.
I mean, like, do most quarterbacks not change quarterback coaches? Like why is his footwork decreasing or diminishing after Kitna left? Like, shouldn't that be something that he can work on himself?
It maintained in 2020, 2021. It started to, first half of the year, it was fine. Second half, it was not. Some people wondered, did his footwork become sloppy because of the calf?
Sure.
That may have done something to just put some bad habits in there again. And I think this year overall, it was a little sloppier.
Dak spoke with Yahoo and talked about the changes offensively on the staff, like with Mike McCarthy taking over the play calling. And Dak said, right now, Mike told me about 20 to 30% change. I think, if anything, they are things that needed to be changed. Todd Archer was on Cowboys Insider with the G-Bag Nation talking about what could be changing.
The automatic thought is you go back to his last couple of years in Green Bay where it wasn't very good, but you forget the first decade that he had when it was very good.
Right.
So for as a kid who grew up in Boston, I remember Larry Bird in the beginning being able to run. Everybody else remembers Larry Bird sitting at the end of the bench protecting his back, and he couldn't move anymore. So it depends on what you want to fixate on as to what this offense will be. I think the decade of Favre to Rodgers and a Super Bowl is probably closer to what it will be than it was at the end of his time with Aaron, where they were butting heads, they weren't getting along, and the offense got kind of stagnant. I think this could be a good thing for Dak. I think this could be a good thing for CD and a good thing for the offensive line, just to have new voices and new ways of going about it, because this has been all that they've all really ever known. This is Mike McCarthy getting his wish as to something that Jason Garrett never got at the end of his time. If this is going to be on me, put it on me. And Mike has told us 1,000 times he misses play calling. He misses the element of going head to head against somebody and proving that you're better than the guy across the field from you. I'll go with what it looked like early in Green Bay as opposed to what it looked like at the end of Green Bay.
All right, that's an optimistic outlook. Jory Epstein, by the way, got this exclusive with Dak. He said, it's great to dial in, fix some things, get sharper and crisper. Efficiency, this is not Dak's quote, this is Jory. Efficiency and communication began to dip last season. Inconsistencies between Prescott and his receivers, diagnosing the defense, led to the league-high 15 interceptions. And then she wrote, should an offense attack opponents with deep, extended routes to stretch defenders vertically, RJ, or would quick, shorter, and immediate passes increase the success rate? So that is a nice little tidbit from Jory Epstein talking to Dak. 20 to 30% of the offense changing.
Well, and I know you started reading that from Jory, and you said, this is Jory saying this, not Dak. I will say, if Jory's saying that, there's a good chance Dak thinks that. Jory, there's a few people on different beats where you'll say, well, when this reporter talks about this person, you should listen, because there's a good relationship that I just say when Jory talks about Dak, you should listen, because that's very relevant to probably what his mindset is.
I mean, the answer is both. I mean, you want to be able to have short, intermediate, quick passes to get the ball out and avoid the pass rush. Then you want to be able to take shots downfield and keep the defense honest. I mean, you've got to be able to do both. You really want that. And when they were clicking in the Tampa Bay game, they were doing both.
Yeah, but that emphasis on that short, intermediate, quick, get the ball, that's West Coast to the core. So, I mean, if you guys are feeling like, okay, well, Mike McCarthy coming in here, maybe we'll take some more shots downfield. This will be a little bit more of an explosive offense. No, it may be a more efficient offense. That's what they'll hope. It may or may not. You'll just have to see the way it plays out. But in terms of being a more explosive offense, I don't think so.
By the way, real quick, it's remarkable that 15 interceptions led the league in interceptions.
I was just thinking that.
John Elway did that 5 times. He threw more than 15.
Interceptions are not as easy to come by as they once were. That's why it is impressive when you see somebody like Diggs do 11.
Des Bryant is not understanding. He's still one of the old dinosaurs left, hanging on to Zeke Elliott. As he said, how can scouts and analysts agree that Zeke has very little left in his legs? and only a chance at making league minimum to stay in Dallas. Zeke ain't got to tell me for me to know he was sacrificing his unhealed body to give the Cowboys the best chance to win games, playing whatever role. But if you're going to talk about his game declining, make sure you talk about, and then a bunch of other texts, which I don't click because Twitter now allows much more. I hate that now. We've increased the characters, so we have to go and click on the paragraphs. But basically, he was saying, hey, Zeke, keep your mental game tight. I know that you were playing hurt. So that's Dez, one of the last Zeke defenders.
Zeke sacrificed his unhealed body so he wouldn't lose his starting job. I mean, to be completely frank, he didn't want to give up the job to Pollard. That was an under-discussed, tense issue in 2021 for that locker room. Was Zeke was feeling a little, this isn't a great word for it, but Zeke was probably feeling a little insecure about the hard-charging Tony Pollard and didn't want to come off the field. He's a competitor. I think people like that about him. But
it's the same thing every year. He's playing banged up. He's a warrior.
But not for the, I know people say for the team. For the team would have been get this fixed and get off the field. So he was out there for essentially self-preservation.
Final Tony Pollard poll results that Bobby put out, 6,500 votes at Bobby Belt TX. Would you franchise tag Tony Pollard for $10 million? RJ, how do you think the final result showed?
Oh, man. People are just incapable of seeing the light. So I would say the majority said franchise tag and pretend. I'll say 56%.
58% said yes. 58 to 42. Franchise tag Tony Pollard. The final decision from the Tolos.
Does it surprise you at all that 58% said to franchise Tony Pollard, and the last poll we did, 58% said Dak Prescott was better than Jalen Hurts? Do you think that's the same 58%? Is the Venn diagram
they're both wrong.
Is the Venn diagram, you think, just like the wheel of misfortune over there is just a big circle?
It's amazing. Fan bases know the right sports decision, but they can't make the right team decision. It's too hard to let go of Tony Pollard off the Cowboys. But if it was another running back, everyone would say, oh, we know not to pay the running back. All the data is out there to prove it.
Absolutely. Like they would ditch somebody else's quarterback first because he's not any good, or because he just can't. He's not good enough.
It's like the Mavs fans with Kyrie. All of a sudden, you flip-floppers. Oh, y'all got Kyrie jerseys now. When before he was a racist nut job who you would never want near your team. And now, no. MFFL, man.
He's never said anything controversial.
Flip-flop.
He's never said anything controversial.
You can root and not be a total flip-flopper. But that's the Mav homer for you. 877-881-1053, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo as Bobby's blowing you a kiss on the Fan Cam. You know, I always want legends to stick around. I don't know about this one after the latest Aaron Rodgers report. I really don't know why Derek Carr may not want to go to New York, and should the Cowboys be interested in any of these Tennessee Titans that got cut yesterday? That's next on The Fan. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you on DFW Sports Station, live on the Fan Cam with the new graphics, Twitch, and YouTube. Any interest in some former Tennessee Titans? As yesterday, Taylor Lewan and Robert Woods both gone from Tennessee. They needed to save like $30 million off the cap, and Lewan gone. Robert Woods, one of Troy Aikman's favorite receivers, also gone.
Yes. 53 catches for Robert Woods. Couple of touchdowns with no quarterback play. Absolutely no quarterback play. You know, would I consider him as a third receiver somewhere here?
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty, decent get, but he probably would be a little bit expensive for that third role.
I don't know. I mean, he's not like he's not a prolific receiver. He's a steady receiver. He hasn't dropped off much, but he's not like this prolific receiver, and he's 31. And so if you brought him in here as a, hey, come be the third or second, I'll tell you what, the value on Robert Woods, I bet, is better than the value on Odell Beckham.
Oh, easily.
And so I would much rather, if you're telling me Odell Beckham or Robert Woods, go pursue Robert Woods. He'd be a nice, steady receiver for them. He's thrilled to get out of Tennessee. Mm-hmm. He tweeted yesterday, free, and then he followed up and said, where should I go, with a big smiley face.
Those receivers that are 6 feet tall that are like good route runners, they age fairly well.
If you're a good technician, yeah, it helps. Now, I mean, like, Odell Beckham's always been a good route runner, but he's also, part of what made him a good route runner was his quickness, like his foot quickness and his explosiveness, and that's going to just not be the same.
What if you throw Keenan Allen into the mix?
Man.
Robert Woods going to be the cheapest. Odell's going to be the most expensivest, as 2 Chainz would say.
Well done.
And then Keenan Allen in the middle. Throw him in.
I don't know that Keenan Allen's in the middle. Somebody might pay Keenan Allen still. Keenan Allen still has a really good reputation across the league. He just gets banged up. But if you're talking about, these short, intermediate throws that we were just talking about last segment with the West Coast offense, and we talked about with Michael where the leading up to free agency, where he said, look, they need a big, basically described himself, they need a big physical receiver, like a prototypical X out there. Then that's Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen will get open quick.
Yes.
Keenan Allen is a contested ball catcher. Like he's the perfect type of receiver for West Coast schemes. And so I'd be interested in him depending on the price, but they're probably going to do like, hey, 1 year, $1.5 million. Keenan, you want to come over here?
Interesting that you guys went to the receiver first. I went to Lewan first. He's the bigger name, and I was like, is he that old? Is he just going to go do his Bussin' with the Boys podcast? He's 31, 3-time Pro Bowler, number 11 pick in the 2014 draft. He was entering the final season of his contract. The problem with him, 2 ACL surgeries in 3 years. He's played in only 20 games over the past 3 seasons. So that's the problem with him, because I was thinking like, oh, can we get a tackle upgrade here? We got a Tyron Smith replacement. You move around Terrence Steele. I don't know. Taylor Lewan, big name, still young, but all the ACL issues.
Yeah, I would not. I wouldn't go after Lewan, just because I also don't think you're in a bad spot with your tackles. Like, Terrence Steele's going to be back, and I think he's one of the better right tackles in the NFL. And Tyler Smith, being basically barely old enough to drink last year, showed really good promise at left tackle. I think another year, growing and learning, he'll be even better next year. I think Tyler Smith is a prime candidate for like breakout Pro Bowl type season year next year for the Cowboys.
All right, I always want legends to stick around as long as possible, but yesterday I was like, I'm starting to wonder if I'm 50-50 on this one. Jeff Darlington, ESPN, on why Aaron Rodgers is going back to Green Bay.
I've learned 2 things in the past 24 hours that make me kind of believe that the Jets, it's time for them to simply sign Derek Carr. The first of which is a conversation I had with a very important Green Bay Packers source, who quite honestly believes that Aaron Rodgers will be back with the Packers and that all of this is being overhyped. He looks at the contract that Aaron Rodgers signed last year, the commitment that he gave to the team, and believes that at the end of the day, Aaron Rodgers will be back with the Packers. There's another bit of information, and that is the impeccably sourced report from Diana Rossini talking about that the Jets told Derek Carr in his meeting that they believe that with the Jets, he will be a Hall of Famer. If that's not just total BS, if they're just not trying to inflate him, which maybe that is the case, go sign Derek Carr right now. You're potentially waiting on a guy in Aaron Rodgers who might or might not be available when you have a guy who was just in your building who you believe will be a Hall of Fame quarterback as a New York Jets player. What are you waiting on?
That was Jeff Darlington. And then you add in Tom Pelissero, very respected over at the NFL Network, believes the marriage between the Packers and Aaron Rodgers could continue. If he wants to return, as long as he's fully bought in, the Packers want him back. They had good conversations after the season. So this would counter Bob McGinn, the longtime Packers reporter, who said, he was one of many who said, this is a divorce. They both want to part ways. This is over. And then McGinn reported they're done with him. That's the way it is right now. They're disgusted with him. They've turned the page. They don't see Rodgers as a guy who's really working hard anymore. They see a guy who, when he reported this year, his body wasn't so-called tight and strong as it was. They see a guy who blew off the offseason last year. So now we're back to Green Bay.
He showed up in the Cameron Poe getup.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's a Con Air, the movie, the Nick Cage movie. You've seen that movie.
Yeah.
He showed up in that getup, looking all Poe there.
And then he was John Wick a couple weeks later.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, look, if Aaron Rodgers wants to come back to Green Bay, I bet you they let him back. Are they really ready for the Jordan Love era? Are they dying to start the Jordan Love era? I would doubt it. Now, if they say they get 2 first-round picks for him, they're like, okay, fine. Let's do that. But yeah, look, if you're the Jets and you hear this about Rodgers, just go get Carr. Just go get Carr. Compete for the division. I mean, you probably won't win the division, but you'll compete for a wild card spot. You were 7-10 with one of the worst quarterback situations you've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel, because this is 3 off seasons in a row. If he goes back to Green Bay, this is 3 off seasons in a row we've had this happen. Mm-hmm. And I feel like collectively us watching this as football fans, watching the Aaron Rodgers drama, doesn't it feel a little bit like the old Brock Osweiler meme where he's like going to put on his helmet and jogging? He's like, yes, Peyton's finally coming off the field in a blowout. And then he looks up and Peyton's jogged on the field and he throws his arms up like, okay, back to the bet. Like, it does feel like, yes, finally, okay, the Aaron Rodgers drama is over. I'm guessing, are these reports changing because he's come out of his darkness retreat? Did he find something in his darkness retreat? Isn't it was supposed to be 4 days? Isn't he out now?
It was a 4-day
so he's got to be out. So, I mean, I'm guessing he came out of that and was like, clarity, Green Bay, of course.
When's the last time we've been as exhausted by a player's back and forth? Was it Favre?
Favre and Clemens.
Floyd, Clemens, Favre. I mean, I'm sure there's others. I'm sure there's been NBA guys.
I mean, Jordan came back and forth, but nobody was exhausted by it. Everybody was happy when he would come back. Because
we were a different world too then.
Why are they saying Carr may not want to go to the Jets? What's the hesitation?
Zach Wilson is the hesitation.
The hezi?
Yeah. Or the tation, if you want to call it that. But Zach Wilson is the hesitation. Because nobody wants to be around this kid. And they do not want to get rid of him yet. They do not want to give up on him. But the presence of Zach Wilson apparently is concerning to Derek Carr. No, Boomer Esiason had said this. He has no idea what the Jets are going to do. But he has been told that has a point of contention within Derek Carr. It's a sticking point for Derek Carr. I don't know why Zach Wilson would matter to Derek Carr at all. Yeah. Unless that the Jets are so invested financially in him that they're going to force him into the game. But they wouldn't sign Derek Carr if they're going to be trying to force Zach Wilson into a game. They wouldn't do that.
Unless is he Josh Rosen?
Or is just a punk?
Zach Wilson, Josh Rosen, and Derek Carr is not worried about, I know my job's secure. I don't want the toxicity in the locker room of coming somewhere where that guy's going to be upset. That could be what it is. That it's not that he's got that issue. Because Derek Carr, we've talked about this. Like, Sean's made this point a few times that, like, there's nobody more Mr. Raider than Carr. There's nobody who's a bigger cheerleader for their franchise than Carr. So Carr's, like, all-world teammate. Everybody loves the guy. Everybody just, would follow him into, certain death type of guy. And if he is coming out of this going, and this is obviously just a report from Boomer, which Boomer also tried to trade Aaron Rodgers to the Cowboys like 2 weeks ago. If he feels that way, then that must be a toxic situation.
More drama from Derek, the drama queen. Oh my gosh, let me shed my tears and write my letters. Let everyone know how much I care.
Is he a drama queen?
Yeah, he's a drama queen. He's just so emotional, and he's just I bleed it. And I just have to leave the team because my feelings are hurt. I don't want to be a distraction. I'm much harder on Derek Carr, as you can tell, with all his emotions that everyone else loves. Good Lord. Just go in there, keep Zach Wilson's ass on the bench, and freaking get your money and become your New York legend. He's probably too soft for
What if he's not worried about that, though? What if it's
what's the hesitation?
Because what if it's, I don't think we can succeed as a locker room if we've got this first-round pick sulking and
no one cares about Zach Wilson. He's a pariah. Everyone has already jettisoned him.
David Irving was a pariah. They had to get him out of the locker room. He was toxic, and that was not even a first-round pick.
It doesn't stop you from going and getting $45 million or $40 million with your next team in a good situation. You don't let Zach Wilson be a road bump and a hurdle for you to go side.
I think when you've been with the Raiders, which have been like a kind of a train wreck organization, you want to make sure that everything is buttoned up the next place you go.
Yeah, I think that's
They're
fair.
going to get rid of Zach Wilson. I mean, you can't have it perfect everywhere. They're eventually going to draft a quarterback. He's going to whine and cry over that, too. Like, this should not even be on the list of factors. They hate Zach Wilson. The whole organization hates him. They got rid of him for 2 words in a press conference. They started Mike White over him.
Yeah,
like,
the problem is they're not getting rid of him.
You're not important enough to, clear the way for everybody. Fine. What else are you going to pick? You want to go to D.C.? You want that as an organization? You got those problems there? Or you got Zach Wilson with the Jets? That's my opinion.
Yesterday you talked about Hendon Hooker, and you were like, would that be...
We got another quarterback today the Cowboys are drafting.
I mean, what I'm saying is that if you're talking about if it's buy low enough on Zach Wilson, I think this team would be interested.
Cowboys?
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
I think they'd be very interested in, depending on what the price would be, I think they'd be very interested in that as a lottery ticket.
I mean, why not? If I was any team, you should do that.
They loved him just 2 years ago. Dallas did. They were never going to take him, but they thought he was incredible.
I love the upside, man, but that dude, he seems like he could just destroy a room, just destroy a locker, and
You're the one who wants to just take all the talent, the pedigree.
I'm not taking a backup quarterback who's going to be a problem.
Backup based on,
he would back up Dak.
Yeah, he would for probably 8 games until Dak threw all his picks.
Do you want to fight me, Sean? Is that what you want? You want to fight?
If you want to fight, we can fight.
First of all, it'd be 5 games before he got hurt. Okay.
877
or 3 quarters.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The NBA numbers are in. All-time bad.
Uh-oh.
All-time bad for the NBA, and at least the Rangers don't have this owner in Major League Baseball. Maybe an explanation for why Jerry Jones wants the turf in Arlington, the surface. It's coming out of Baltimore. Yeah. Baltimore explains why Jerry may want his NFL turf next.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is a Stephen Gilchrist.
Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Thanks for being a Tolo, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Ugh. The NBA All-Star Game ratings have come in with record low numbers, RJ Choppy. Not good. I know you have the DFW numbers, but they averaged a combined 2.2 rating, 4.5 million viewers.
That's a lot of people.
4.5 across two different networks, TNT and TBS. Easily the lowest rated and least watched edition of the game. The previous lows, 21 and 22, had around 6 million viewers. So the NBA, don't know if they'll care. Adam Silver, who I really liked to start off his 10 years commissioner, probably putting his head in the ground. A 29% decline from last year for the NBA All-Star Game, the steepest year-over-year dip in over 2 decades. Wow. On 105throughthefan.com with the info.
Yeah, and that number, and you said it was 4.59 million?
Yeah. 4.5 million people in the country watched the All-Star Game.
So like you said, the Pro Bowl had 6.28 million watch it a couple weeks ago.
Better.
And then baseball's All-Star Game had 7.51 million, which I was surprised that beat the Pro Bowl, but it is the only watchable All-Star Game of the bunch.
Yeah, it's the most similar to their sport.
It's the most similar to their sport.
It's a game. It's an actual real game.
Yeah, and
you can't half-ass it unless you start throwing underhand, and that would be really, really entertaining. Yeah. Or guys started swinging from the opposite side of the plate, and that would be entertaining. That's what the All-Star Game is. It's like if Mike Trout took every at bat at the All-Star Game left-handed. Everyone went. That's the seriousness that these guys show during the layup line.
Right. It's all it is. It's terrible. It's really an unwatchable event. And I mean, let's be fair. It's also, did it used to be on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? And now it's on at 6:30?
I'm not sure.
I thought we were kids. It was on middle of the afternoon.
I don't remember that.
I always remember Daytona 500 and then the NBA All-Star Game. I remember that at least 15 years ago.
And, the
Daytona 500 beat it, right?
It beat it here. Yes, it did.
Yeah, Broadus. Way to represent.
So so they don't really do number ratings anymore locally. So they're not doing that. They're doing total impressions. That's how they're trying to figure out the new rating system. So the numbers I have are total households watching it. 154,000 DFW households tuned in the Daytona 500. 105,000 households tuned in to the NBA All-Star Game. 99,000 households turned into the All-Star Draft, Sean. Almost as many people watched the draft.
Yep. I cared more about the draft to watch LeBron start planting his Kyrie seeds as Luka looked on in the background.
Yeah.
Cared way more about the draft than the game.
The PGA Genesis Invitational had 63,000, and that's you continue to go down the list. That's basically it. All-Star Saturday Night did well, had 79,000 households. Well, I guess it didn't do well, but that was the highest for Saturday. This is an event that people just aren't tuning into.
So this article, Sports Media Watch, said TNT is currently pacing at its highest regular season average in 4 years. Highest regular season average in 4 years, which I did find surprising. NBA games overall were averaging a 0.9 and a 1.6 entering the All-Star break, even with last year. So those are the numbers. NBA All-Star Game, a complete and total disaster. How much does it really matter? We talk about it on a Monday, and then we all move on.
What if... So I've thought about this before. The Field of Dreams game was such a popular thing. What if that's how some of these leagues tried to tap back into all-star stuff?
Rucker Park?
Honestly, play the game at Rucker.
Well, I think that
chain nets and wind.
Honestly, yeah, play the game. It's an exhibition game. Doesn't matter. Play it at Rucker. Make it 3-on-3.
For me, that's a one-time thing, though. Like the Field of Dreams, going back to the second time, I didn't really care. I don't even know if they went back a second time. I think they did.
They did.
You go there for the first time.
2 last place teams.
I was all in, and I'd seen it. Right? It's like how do we feel about the outdoor hockey when they do that?
The Winter Classic.
Yeah,
that does great numbers.
Yeah,
for hockey, it does tremendous.
So I don't know why. Maybe.
What if it was traveling? What if it was like traveling? Like they're just playing street ball courts in different cities. Like if they came to Dallas and played street ball, people would want to go down there and do that.
No doubt.
And so, I mean, it would at least create buzz, I think, in that sense. It's just something different.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a problem, though. I mean, this is fantastic. Of the 100 most viewed TV shows of 2022, I think 82 were NFL, and there were more soccer than NBA games. Of the 100,
because of the World Cup?
No.
Say that again?
Of the 100 most viewed sporting events of 2022, yeah, I mean, I bet you some would be World Cup. Over 80 were NFL games, and there were more more soccer than NBA games on the list. So even World Cup, I mean, you would count NBA Finals.
Yeah, I think they have to figure out a way. So what the Pro Bowl did in making a flag football, they increased the players want to. Somehow, some way they did it. When these guys took off their helmets, and it felt more one-on-one, which made them try harder playing that flag football format. But you could see they were trying. You could tell there was a little bit of pride. And them going for the flags like required more effort than the tackling, where it's like, all right, let me touch you with 2 hands and you're going to go down. They have to figure out a way to put these guys' pride in the firing line here to make them try a little bit more.
Well,
I think
football, by doing the flag thing, they admitted to the public, we don't care. And
they knew that, though.
No, they knew that, but they finally admitted it. And that kind of relief. Okay, get it. No, you're honest with us for once. If the NBA were to go to like 3-on-3, the big 3, do that big 3 thing, and just do like a 3-on-3 hoop it up kind of tournament, I'd be much more interested in that than I am in an NBA All-Star game. Do a bunch of games to 11 NBA hoop it up style, and let's go.
What if you what if you were to literally, this may be a terrible idea, but what if you were to take, really popular current street ball players? Like you take 1 or 2 of them and they're represented on each side, and then you're on the court with these street ball players who then you're getting embarrassed by some like Rafer Alston skip to my Lou.
Yes.
Like that might be something that gets them like their pride kicks in.
Yes, something like that. But I think they should also, overall focus on, we got a bigger problem with the NBA regular season and this load management stuff. This is a one-time thing. We have some topics about it for a week, and then no one cares until this time next year and the dunk contest where another Mac McClung hopefully shows up.
Maybe Matt McClung shows up again.
Maybe he shows up again.
To defend his crown.
What did the Baltimore Orioles say yesterday that set off their fan base?
Oh, they stepped in it, man.
Woo!
They stepped in it.
Easy to do that in Baltimore.
Yes. Do you know John
It's
Angelo?
not easy to step in it. It's easy to get hit by it.
Is it dangerous? Is it dangerous there still?
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't been back. Won't go back. Yeah. Not going back. Game at Camden Yards. Okay, fine. Before they tear the place down and get a new one.
All right, so do you know who John Angelos is?
I don't, but
Peter Angelos' son.
I know the last name.
There's the assumption. He is the CEO of the Baltimore Orioles, Sean, and he was asked about the team's low payroll. He said the 2022 team overachieved, and he also said, it's not my job to predict payroll. Okay, fair. It's not your job to predict the payroll. Well, what is your job, John? Well, he says, I cannot believe this came out of his mouth, Sean. I cannot believe it. He says his priorities for the organization.
This is amazing.
In order. Bringing, number 1.
Secure the bag.
Bringing concerts to Camden Yards. CEO.
Oh, man.
Number 2, the partnership with the city of Baltimore.
Oh, no. Get us a new stadium. Forget about the AL East.
Number 3, the team. This is the CEO.
Concerts won.
It's the CEO of the Baltimore Orioles, which I checked my notes. They're still a baseball team.
A team with more exciting young talent than a lot of other teams.
I mean, the Rangers would trade places with the Baltimore Orioles today. Not only the Orioles.
You think so?
Oh,
with like the win now that we have, the big 3.
Well,
Seeker
I
Simeon.
trade stadiums with them.
The Orioles already had.
Ooh, hot take.
The Orioles already had a better team last year that fought for a playoff spot, and they also have the number 1 prospect, and they have the number 10 prospect.
Yeah.
So it's not even close. Like I would be willing to bet that even teams like, I don't know, like the Astros wouldn't trade places with the Orioles.
No.
And the Dodgers wouldn't, and the Yankees wouldn't, but like that, the rest of them would consider it. The rest of the teams in baseball would consider it. They would trade places with them today.
I was trying to think of the last executive to do something this stupid, and I immediately thought of that Cardinals executive who basically told the team, like, keep on running your mouth. I'll move us out of here. Remember that guy?
Wait, was this the
guy who looked like a mafia boss? I'm trying to remember what his name was.
With the Arizona Cardinals?
St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, St. Louis.
The St. Louis Cardinals exec who was like, keep on talking. I think it was St. Louis Cardinals.
St. Louis? I'm trying to think.
It was a baseball exec who was like,
no, it was Cincinnati. It was the Reds.
I'm sorry, Peyton. My bad. Cincinnati Reds, if you can find it in the system.
Marge Schott. Yeah.
It was not Marge Schott, but he did say, he goes, yeah, I'll keep going.
We haven't heard from him anymore.
Yeah, we'll move to Nashville. We'll be in Vegas tomorrow. Keep coming. Keep talking. Bless you.
Imagine if the Rangers owners said this. And by the way, this tells you why Jerry never wants to change the surface, because the concert money, the other event money that comes in when these games are not being played. Right?
I mean, he wouldn't be able to have concerts during the season if he had grass. I mean, maybe they would, but it would be tough. Like, you'd have to roll it out and then use the cement underneath.
But we have a team CEO admitting concerts won.
I know.
How much money do they make off those?
Well,
like, what's the overhead on that?
All right, so is it Luke Combs that's going to be at AT&T?
Hopefully. Hopefully I'll be there, Joe Trahan, if you're listening.
So, I mean, let's just say a place seats 100,000 people.
Like Beyonce's coming.
Okay, so Beyonce's coming.
Beyonce's
probably. Let's just say Beyonce's charging $500 a ticket, which probably isn't, but who knows today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Eagles were charging $350 a ticket to go see him.
Yeah, love Glenn Fry.
Well, I don't think he's here anymore.
Oh, damn.
So let's just say Beyonce's charging $500 a ticket, which she's not, but let's just say she is.
Yep.
At 80,000 people in the stadium, at $500 a ticket, do your math on that one there. She pays, or Live Nation pays for the stadium for the week or for the day, and then they charge the ticket money, and that's how they recoup their money. So Jerry's making tons of cash.
Mavs are back in action. Dak has a new quarterback coach, and is Patrick Kane about to join the struggling Stars? Headlines for this Thursday morning. Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Look out here. He's passing it with Kane. Don't be moving in. He scores! 4-3 Blackhawks.
My Lord, what a bad loss again for the Dallas Stars. This is Headlines with Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. They were up 3-0 on the last place Chicago Blackhawks, and they end up losing their 5th straight game. They have 2 wins in their last 10, and the last 2 losses are against last place squads as the Stars lose 4-3 to Chicago.
Yeah,
Choppy.
I mean, they got caught up defensively in some bad breaks on the odd man, and they didn't handle them well. It was not the best game for them. When you're up 3-0 against that team, you have to win. You simply have to win that game, and they didn't do it, and they've hit themselves in quite the tailspin, and they did it in a stretch where, you know, they had like a very, very long homestand. They hit a really, really rough patch. They're having many days off in between some of these games. I mean, they had like a 6-day break earlier this month, and then they hadn't played since the weekend. It was just the very odd way the schedule has been worked out for them.
It's the most pathetic franchise in Dallas, I would say. Just there. I'm not going to cheerlead for this team anymore. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and just sugarcoat it. You're a pathetic franchise, Dallas Stars. You go back to Minnesota.
Is that good enough for you, Tom Ghilardi?
Does that help, Tom? You feel better?
What happened there?
Is that good enough after the Stars owner called the media soft? You want to call out? So there you go. I want to interview this guy one-on-one. I want to put in a request for Ghilardi because he sounds like he'd be an amazing interview. He'd be like, who's another owner who wants the media to come after their team, who welcomes it? Who's the Mets owner?
Steve Cohen. I mean, look, Steve Cohen just wants to take some news away from the Yankees. That's his job.
Yeah.
That's hard enough to do on its own.
Meanwhile, NHL trade deadline rumors, Patrick Kane is being floated out there for the Dallas Stars.
I mean, he'd sure look good in green, but...
I mean, how good is he still? 34.
He's still a good player. He's still a good player. Look.
What's the hockey PER numbers like?
I don't know what the hockey PER numbers are. The Hockey Hawk texted us and said...
Oh, he's up?
Yes, he is.
Shocking.
They don't have a first-round pick this year, the Stars. So you'd have to give up your 2024 first, a second, and a big prospect. Like, do you really want to do that for what amounts to a rental? I mean, you know, you go
You're
for
in a win-now situation.
You're in a win-now spot. Look, I mean, I have to look at their contracts, see who they have coming up the books, what kind of money they have. But, I mean, if you're in a really good spot to have the 1 seed. I mean, isn't that something you would go for? If not now, then when? Like, if not now, then when?
Yeah. Although you're set up for the future.
Yeah, they are.
No doubt about it. You're set up for the future. But the Dallas Stars right now in a free fall. Thanks for texting, boss. I was busting your balls about yesterday. Not coming in studio with us. We did see him in the elevator, though, with his very nice grocery bag.
Yeah.
Spits and Suds podcast. If you want to get all the NHL trade deadline talk as the Stars lose 4-3 to Chicago. Bobby, we got some new job titles in Frisco for the Cowboys.
You do. You got Scott Tolzien, who was just an offensive assistant the last few years working with the quarterbacks. He is now your quarterbacks coach. That's unsurprising. That's, I think, where everybody projected this one to go. The one that was surprising was Jeff Blasco, their assistant offensive line coach, has now been named the running backs coach, which he's never coached that position before. Doesn't mean he can't. Like, when you look through the background of certain coaches over their careers, some of them are, they started with one position, like, corners, and then they moved over to receivers at some other point in their career. So it's not totally unusual. But Jeff Blasco's never done it before. He's been an assistant offensive line coach the 3 years that Mike McCarthy's been here. But now he'll be moving to running backs coach, and I'll say this. He is, in my opinion, watching practice, he is the most intense coach on the staff. He is the one you most consistently hear. I bet if we went back to training camp and you were thinking about The shorter, like, buzz cut guy with the sunglasses who was yelling on the field, that was Jeff Blasco. And Blasco's just, he's very intense, and running back room probably likes that. Guys on the team really like Blasco.
So Scott Tolzien, next guy to hopefully help out Dak Prescott, take him to the next level.
Yep, just keep recycling through quarterback coaches, hoping that one of them's going to hit. That's what you should do.
Just pray it's those who can't do teach.
That's right. There you go.
He was not good, Sean.
No, he was not good. Okay, couple of NFL insiders now think Aaron Rodgers is going to go back to Green Bay. Now, there were some people that I trusted who follow the team who said he's not leaving $60 million. All this stuff is just going to be off-season drama. I became convinced in the past week or two from Packer insiders who report on the team that said both sides want this over with. Aaron wants to leave, and the Packers are tired of all his drama. Just move on to Jordan Love and the next chapter. But the big number in the room, the elephant in the room, is 6-0.
Yes.
$60 million.
I mean, I got to be honest with you.
And Aaron has said he would have to change that up or rework some things, but 60.
60.
Yeah.
$60 million. Nobody's saying no to that.
You sounded very Jerry Seinfeld there. 60 million.
Like, even he wouldn't say no to $60 million, and he's got all the money he wants. Who's saying no to $60 million? Nobody.
The Mavericks are going to be back in action tonight against the Spurs, 7:30 at the AAC. Jason Kidd said that Maxey is out, but he could return during this 6-game homestand. So I've been waiting to see Luka and Kyrie. My anticipation level for Mavericks basketball is at a 9.5 out of 10. Mavericks are favored tonight by 13.5 points. And I've been waiting to save a lot of these Mavs topics for today when they return, just to kind of hit a Mavs reset. So while I was out, I'm sure you guys covered it. And Bobby, you may have been the one who heard this first and pulled the audio. Woj expecting right now Kyrie to stay with us. More likely that Kyrie stays in Dallas, according to Woj late last week. Just because of what they invested in him, chance of getting the kind of contract that he wants. So that made me feel pretty good.
I mean, yeah, especially if Luka and Kyrie figure things out together. You know, if they hate playing with each other. Did you see the little love tap that Luka gave him on the side of the bench at the All-Star game? Just tap him on the shoulder.
Cute.
So cute. I love those little childish games.
Better than the Luka Porzingis body language. We'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, that was more like a death stare. But look, if they re-sign him, I mean, that's good news I think for Luka, in terms of his prospects of staying here long term.
How about the Anthony Davis trade rumors that developed late last week? Colin Cowherd saying someone he trusts in the league for a long time said keep an eye on the Mavericks for Anthony Davis.
I mean, that would have been fun. I still worry. I still worry with Kyrie and LeBron. Still worry about the LA factor. But I mean, look, if you could sign Kyrie and somehow find a way to get Anthony Davis, holy cow.
What did you think about the Anthony Davis rumor?
I mean, I'd love to see him play 12 games a year. That'd be a thrill.
I mean, him and Kyrie combined should get to 60.
You imagine bringing.
You would hope.
You want to keep Luka here through Kyrie and Anthony Davis, but as I keep saying, you got to shop in the expired meat section, and Anthony Davis's expired meat, in the eyes of LeBron James, according to Colin Cowherd, he's sick of Anthony Davis not being available, and he's sick of him not being his Robin, and even the Batman who was supposed to take over there. What would it take? 105throughthefan.com with great articles. As always, take on the contracts of Tim Hardaway, Davis Bertans, who's still out. That would be about $36 million, along with future draft picks. So we could be LeBron trying to steal Kyrie. We're stealing LeBron's dream of Kyrie, and we try to make Anthony Davis work here. That was just a rumor that Cowherd floated out.
Man, we've come a long way from the James and Davis family shared Taco Tuesdays that they used to have on social media, where it's like, Anthony's here for Taco Tuesday, and
Can't
they
say
were
that.
loving each other. And
Don't do that.
I can't say what LeBron said?
Nope.
Why not?
LeBron doesn't repeat it anymore.
Yeah,
Some people
say
found
anymore.
it offensive. So say it if you want.
Did he read that in one of his books?
No, he never makes it past the first page.
Good
okay.
Lord. 877.
That is, by the way, that is the greatest.
He's King Cap.
That is the greatest
That's what
thing
Lucius
he
calls
does.
him. Lucius calls him King Cap.
That is the greatest thing he does. If you ever see him with a book, and he has a book in his hand a lot, he's always on the first page.
What's King Cap?
He's always capping. He's always lying about a book, or he's lying about watching a movie. And then
watches The Godfather
when somebody
every day
asks
during
him a
the
question,
playoffs.
then he's like, and he can't give you any information about it.
What's going on with Liv?
Well, they've got a sponsor now, Sean. Their
Wow.
first official sponsor.
2 years in.
Well, first of all, they can also, I know, right?
Because they said last year they didn't make any money.
Yeah, they did not make any money.
Cash neutral.
Yeah, so they have a sponsor. Here's the problem, and Darren Ravel is kind of crapping on this. Their first sponsor, he says, is not a real sponsor. He says they're connected to the UAE. This is a company called Easy Post. Now, Easy Post is apparently connected to the UAE, and that's why it's not a real sponsor. But Darren Ravel kind of poo-pooing on that one. But the other news is that they have been told that they can compete in the Open Championship. Live golfers can participate in it. The PGA of America is saying that they could participate in the PGA Championship as well. So all is right. Common sense rule in the day. If these guys are qualified for the tournament, they absolutely should be able to compete in the tournament.
By the way, Netflix is introducing a quarterback show, kind of like Formula One.
On Drive to Survive and then the full swing.
And then the
Tour.
full swing. This followed around Kirk Cousins, and I got to get the other quarterback. So
Marcus Mariota and Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, Mahomes was part of it?
That's what I saw in the release.
Okay.
Which, it's a little... Like, Mahomes maybe is kind of interesting, but like...
kind of interesting.
Am I that interested in Cousins and Mariota?
I'm interested in Cousins. I think there's
I know why.
Why?
Because you want to see how he grills.
Does he grill?
Remember he had that photo of the awful steak up there?
Oh.
Everybody made fun of it?
That Patrick Mahomes put ketchup on?
No, Kirk Cousins is I think he's interesting. I want to see like how he is behind the scenes. He's a very, I think, religious guy. Mm-hmm. He had very strong COVID takes. He never publicly allows anything to get to him. Mike Zimmer wanted to murder him. Then he rips his shirt off with the chain. I'd be interested to see how Cousins really is. Maybe he's very boring. Mariota, I have no interest. And then Mahomes is, the star of the league.
Yeah, he is. I would rather Burrow than Mahomes. I think Burrow has more personality.
He doesn't talk.
Burrow?
Yeah.
Well, there's Mahomes.
Mahomes talks a lot more than Burrow.
Burrow's got that cool to him.
Mahomes has a good personality, I think.
I'm interested in Cousins just to the extent of I hope that it does. I hope that it helps boost Cousins' reputation a little bit, because I think he is probably the most undeservedly disrespected player in the NFL over the last decade.
Woo! Okay. Headlines here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Brand new addition to the morning show. You decide if he stays or goes during the Expressway. Next on The Fan.
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
This is the Expressway. Commercial free up until 8 o'clock, where Pat Doney, NBC5, will be joining us from Surprise, Arizona, on the home of the Rangers. Man, as soon as I woke up and saw this, I was immediately jealous. Pat Doney getting the sit-down interview with the Maddux brothers, and there was Greg. I don't know why Greg Maddux has like such a... Hagelin and I have the same exact feeling. You probably hated Maddux because he had to beat you with brains more so than just the right arm.
Well, he didn't beat you in the playoffs, Sean. He didn't do that because he couldn't miss bats.
Neither did Bonds and A-Rod.
Right.
And neither did Bonds or A-Rod in the playoffs. The playoffs don't matter, RJ, as you would say.
They don't. I'm just saying.
Maddux, the Clayton Kershaw, is that his?
No, Clayton Kershaw was forced to throw the ball over the plate. He had real umpires. Greg Maddux, I don't know who I would compare him to today.
Are you not a Maddux fan?
No, I think Greg Maddux is. I mean, look, he pitched in all four quadrants of the plate. I mean, he was tremendous, but nobody was helped out more by the umpires than Greg Maddux. It was an absolute crock of BS.
All the Braves,
all of them really. But I mean, Maddux, I thought was the one that got the most benefit of the doubt. Again, I mean, he was great, but I just hated the fact that he didn't need a bigger strike zone. He was so pinpoint as it was. But dude, I mean, there's nobody today that knows how to remotely pitch like him. He just pitched at a different level.
Yeah, his career ERA is pretty close to his postseason ERA.
What is it?
It's 3.16 career ERA, and then in the postseason it's 3.27. And in the World Series it's 2.09.
That's surprising.
Yeah,
very surprised.
He lost. He got beaten quite a bit of postseason.
He got rocked in the NLCS a couple times.
Let's play this clip. This is Pat Doney asking Greg Maddux how pitching has changed in baseball with increased velocity.
We learned movement, location, change of speeds, velocity. Okay, we learned importance in that order. Velocity is great. The harder you throw, the better chance you got. I understand that, but if you can locate and change speeds, that's where you have your success. You have to be able to execute pitches, and the guys that locate and change speeds the best is the guy that's going to win today. It's not a speed contest. It's a pitching contest. Otherwise, Nolan Ryan would have been undefeated. Randy Johnson would have been undefeated. They threw harder than anybody. But it's not a speed contest. Luckily, it's a pitching contest. So whoever pitches the best is going to win.
So there's Greg Maddux talking with Pat Doney. Patrick Doney will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. But let's talk about sports and some other things. We're going to introduce a new individual to the morning show. He may not know it, but his name is TJ. Who wants to describe TJ downstairs? Sweetheart.
He is one of the nicest individuals that you never want to run into. All right. So there's an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's one of the first ones where Larry and Jeff are walking down the sidewalk, and he sees somebody, and he immediately turns around, and Jeff says, "Larry, why'd you do it?" He goes, "I don't want to do a stop and chat. I'd be stuck." So. Nothing against the person, but there are some people that you come across to that when you get caught in a conversation with them, the conversation...
It's over.
It could end in 90 seconds. It could end in 9 seconds. It could end tomorrow. And you just don't know.
Yeah.
So he's one of the nicest individuals that you never want to run
Downstairs security guard. Right here in the building.
I have considered going out the other way. I'm just kidding.
I'm like, what other way?
He is, I would say he's the nicest person I probably bump into on a daily basis. And it's one of those things where obviously you don't know him other than your quick interactions and stuff like that. Because he's not there when we get in. He's there when we're leaving. I can't envision that this man's blood pressure has ever gotten above 90 over 60. Like, he just seems so, just okay with everything. I can't envision this guy has ever been mad.
Yeah. So every day, he's not there when we walk in at 5. He's there when we walk out. And
hang on. Is it dichotomy where it's
dichotomy split? Yeah, there's like a
of walking in and walking out.
Yeah.
We walk in.
Yeah,
there was a lady walking down there.
Nope.
You could not pry words out of her.
Nope. She don't even look up when I walk by.
She says good morning to me every morning.
She does not look up. I always say.
I think you're thinking of a different one.
Yeah, I always say good morning, and she goes morning, and she doesn't look. She doesn't move.
Yeah,
doesn't look up.
that's what I get.
Doesn't look nothing. But she never says it first. If I just walked by,
oh yeah,
she doesn't say a word.
Yeah,
she could not be bothered. But this guy on the way out, the complete polar opposite.
When you step foot out of the elevator, you get the weather report.
It's a great day for a great day, guys.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's make that money.
Keep on talking them sports.
These Rangers, this is their year.
He can talk about any side, and he's walking. Okay, so I walk right by the desk, and how many more feet when you walk by the desk to the door would you get out?
I would say there's about 18 paces.
Yeah. He's talking to you with your back turned, walk into that door until
you hit the door.
Until you hit the door, walk outside.
All right, man.
He's continuing that conversation. Yeah. So I said, what the hell? Let's just see. Peyton, hit record, walk downstairs, and let's introduce Life with TJ. And let's just see if TJ can fill up some airtime here during the expressway and see if you have this person in your life if you're a Tolo on the truckwreck.com. Text it. Now, does he know that you're recording, or did you hide it?
No, I asked him, which, I mean, rookie mistake on me. I should have at first hit it at first because I was asking him, I was like, do you want to go upstairs and do this? Do you have time to because he's always walking around and stuff. I was like, do you want to go upstairs?
Yeah.
Or do you just want me to phone interview you right here? And he's like, I can't go upstairs because I got to watch downstairs. I got to let people in the doors and stuff. It was classic TJ, the best security guard out there.
All right,
he was doing his job.
So we're going to start off with sports here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Here's sports with TJ.
All right, guys, I'm here with TJ, the security guard on the first floor here at Odyssey. TJ, now you strike me as a baseball fan. Are you a baseball fan?
I'm a everything fan. I love all sports. I love all baseball, football, everything having to do with sports. I love the outdoors. I love kayaking. I love the boating. I love skiing. I love everything there is to do outside.
The boating.
So at 105.3 The Fan, we're the home of the Texas Rangers. Now, do you have a prediction of the Rangers this season? Good, bad?
Finish second this year.
Second in their division.
To the Houston Astros.
Oh.
Now, RJ Choppy, a host on Sean and RJ Morning Show 105.3 The Fan, he thinks it was a bad decision to sign DeGrom to a long-term contract because of his injury history. Do you agree with that, or do you not agree with the DeGrom signing?
I believe in giving a person another chance, such as a second chance. For the reason being, he is probably right on his end, but it don't hurt to give a man a chance. Since when you give him a chance, I think they try harder to come back.
Stop it. All right, I think TJ may be thinking about Trevor Bauer.
That's poetry.
I think he thinks poetry. I think he thinks that we signed Trevor Bauer.
It don't hurt to give a man a chance. I'm going to start saying that.
It don't hurt to give a man a chance.
I'm going to start saying that all the time.
Like
Some people in life, though, that they could just fill these 4.5 hours by themselves. Like, if Bassick was in the mood for it, he could just talk. Right now, he talks probably like 3 hours, 45 minutes on KNC. He could just take the full time. TJ, the cadence, the knowledge, the quickness. I think he could fill 5:30 to 10.
How long would a podcast go if you gave no limit? You just said, hey, sit in here. You guys talk to your own things. How long would a podcast go between TJ and Chris Arnold?
I mean, how many lists do I have?
How many gigabytes of storage do you have left on the computer?
All right, so far we have boating, kayaking, and I think he thinks DeGrom could be Trevor Bauer. Let's continue with giving this Rangers pitcher his final chance.
Since when you give him a chance, I think they try harder to come back as the original, even better person that they were before.
Gotcha. Now, TJ, we're also the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Now, every Monday when I walked out of here, Monday morning, you would be talking Cowboys to me, whether good or bad.
Good or bad.
The Cowboys are in the offseason now. They have a tough decision to make with Ezekiel Elliott at running back. Do you think they should keep Zeke or cut him?
I think they should cut Zeke because he has a situation going on with his knees. I believe that he hasn't told a lot of people. So I think there's a more serious situation with that knee than everybody is led on to know. So I would say cut the man and get a better back such as a newer college man coming out of college, or a better professional in the running back in the NFL better than him. And there's not very many of those.
Well, he was doing so well to the last line. They're plenty better than Zeke.
How's he so up to date? Is he listening to us in the morning, you think?
I mean, why wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he?
That's sports with TJ.
Man, he is, he's on it with Zeke and the knee, and those are some good takes there.
I would like to,
People are saying that on the truckart.com text line that he is a lifelike version of a Jerry Jones burner account. It's very positive.
There's some Jerry cadence.
Well, Jerry won't even cut Zeke. Yet. Jerry won't even. TJ's more cutthroat than Jerry is. Okay.
Give a man a chance. Give a man a chance. But Zeke, nope, got to be done.
Yeah, got to be done. Final clip. And this is the most interesting TJ content always. Life.
Yeah.
Life with TJ.
What makes a good security guard?
A good security guard is a guy that's very observant, very pleasurable to talk to, a person that knows the hospitality etiquettes of such as being at a Sheraton or a Hilton or a 5-star Legacy hotel. But you have to treat people special, just like you would want to be treated, as the Bible says. Treat others like you would want to be treated.
100%. Totally agree. Now,
TJ.
last one here was a debate on the show we had. Just a quick debate. Is there life outside of Earth? Your thoughts? Whether it's other humans, aliens, anything.
I believe that there's a possibility, but you'd have to show me in person in order for me to understand.
Mm-hmm.
I have to see it to believe it. Once I see it, then I do believe it. But such as the spirit of the Holy Spirit, you got to believe in that, because that's part of God and Jesus Christ. Both of them are the two best guys you'll ever meet. They'll never change from the way they started. They'll always treat you like you'd want to be treated. And that's the way I believe in is the Ten Commandments.
And Sean, this ties into, because you're Mr. Bible guy now.
Yes, I agree with him. I love this man. We're going to have to
That's
get
some
him
wisdom. That's some good stuff.
I'm not a big fan of the doubting of life outside of Earth.
Oh, I'm a huge doubter. Nothing but doubt.
We've had
Zero
enough
doubt.
weird things happen in the last couple of weeks with people. We've shot.
Well, the
down,
aliens pushed the trains over?
No, the aliens did not. But we've shot down 4 things, and we only know what one of them are.
I know. Where's the reporting on this?
There's not, because the mainstream media is not going to report on this show.
Here we go. Here we go.
It's all fake news. Did anybody report on me bringing all that water to those people?
all the Big Macs you bought yesterday?
All the Big Macs I bought for. But so many Big Macs.
I think that you
Some of
are
the best Big Macs in the world.
I think that you've just turned the steering wheel so far right that so your mother hooks you up with. I can't get that inheritance discussion out of my mind. I think you have driven it right to Mama Choppy's wheelhouse, and that's why you've all of a sudden taken the route. So
not going right, just going great again.
So there it is. Life with TJ. Next time, I don't know whether we try to secretly record it.
Texas is a one-party consent state to recordings, Sean.
Is
it? Yeah, it is. So, if Peyton consented to the recording.
He doesn't have to tell, you don't have to get someone else's permission?
Nope.
Oh, interesting.
At least in Texas. Other states, it's different. Like California, both people in the conversation have to consent.
Love you, Tej, if you're listening. Okay, now the audio controversy. This is from the Sports Hub in Boston. All right? This is Tony Maserati. Tony Maserati is a co-host on his show. He's doing his show, very, very popular sports station show. They've been dominating the ratings for a long time. This is the station that has Scott Zolak, the meathead, on it. All right?
Yoga pants, protein bars.
So Tony Maserati's doing his part of the show in studio. The other guy, Felger, is on location. There are 2 guys in the background. Pretend like Felger is on a Zoom cam.
This was the weirdest thing, by the way. Where was he?
I don't know.
I thought he was doing this from a doctor's office.
It's like if KNC was doing this from a card show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's 2 guys. There's one guy I just saw.
I only see the one guy. Then
sitting in a chair in the back.
Just hanging out.
He's a black guy sitting in the chair in the back. And this Boston radio host has been suspended for the week without pay for this.
Yeah, I want to know now who the two guys behind you are. That's what I want. Okay. Because if I were you,
I'll be off in 2 minutes. I'm just doing. If I'm too loud, just let me know. Honestly,
they can't.
2 more minutes.
They can't hear us, right?
No, not you.
Okay, no. So I would be careful if I were you, because the last time you were on a couple of guys like that, they stole your car.
Here's Chris in Boston. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, play it again. The Felger guy who did not make the comment sounds like he's trying to move past it. And he's like, go ahead, Chris. He's going to a phone call on the hotline. All right, play it one more time. This guy thinks he's being funny making this joke.
Yeah, I want to know now who the two guys behind you are. That's what I want. Okay. Because if I were you,
I'll be off in 2 minutes. I'm just doing. If I'm too loud, just let me know. Honestly,
they can't.
2 more minutes.
They can't hear us, right?
No, not you.
Okay, no. So I would be careful if I were you, because the last time you were on a couple of guys like that, they stole your car.
Here's Chris in Boston. Go ahead, Chris.
See ya. Suspended for the week without pay.
Michael K. voice. See ya.
When I first read, because I didn't see the audio first, you sent somebody, one of you guys sent the story, and then the audio came like 2 minutes later. When I first saw the story, I was like, no, he didn't say that.
There's no way.
There's no way.
So
he wouldn't.
The company suspended him for a racist comment. He had his tearful apology. He was basically trying to say, look, I've been doing this 30 years. If you know me, you know I'm not like this. I understand how it came across, and you have a right to be upset. People dealing with racial issues and racism have enough crap to deal with, and this just adds to it. What he was trying to say in his words is, the last time you had like two guys lingering around you, he had his car stolen. I think it was in New Orleans. There was a past incident. The guy who was doing the show on the road had his car jacked and stolen in New Orleans. And I don't know whether the previous show had two guys just walking around in the background. But wrong comment, deserve to be suspended. And many people are saying it's not long enough. It's just for a week without pay, as this show is also simulcast on television.
Yeah.
It's also simulcast on their local NBC. Ugh.
Yeah, like this is a terrible spot for the company to be in. For his co-host like that to be in too. I get like people try to make jokes, but there are some things that are just like, okay, that's.
He could have maybe said, last time you had two guys lingering, two guys behind you,
yeah,
not two guys like that.
Yeah, there's ways he could have said it.
That was dumb.
Yeah, it was dumb.
No, that's what my point was going to be, was just that the fact that if that's his defense now is that he's saying, I just meant like the last time there were these two guys, then it's like, okay, well then why did you say, can they hear me? And then why did you say like that? Like that's where it's a little bit harder to just brush it off as, oh, he meant, just any two gentlemen.
All right, so there's the audio vault here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. So finally, I'm glad it took LaShawn McCoy for all these Eric Bieniemy supporters to come out and explain why he should be a head coach and why he's so great. So Tyreek Hill, LaShawn McCoy, FS1, said, Eric Bieniemy don't call the plays. This is not a racial issue. Eric Bieniemy is not in control of anything in Kansas City. I was there for a short time, and it's Andy Reid's show. Add to that, Eric Bieniemy yells at the players, yells at star players. Tyreek Hill, former Chief, came out and tweeted, LaShawn just mad that EB told him stop carrying that loaf of bread. One of the traits, there's two traits of LaShawn McCoy. Maybe the second nastiest moves I've ever seen from a running back ever. Barry Sanders 1, LaShawn McCoy cuts on a dime 2, but he also did carry the ball like a loaf of bread.
Oh, yes, he did.
So Eric Bieniemy is saying, oh, LaShawn, and this is the end of LaShawn's career, right? So as we know, McCoy is very opinionated, and KG texted me and said they had beef in Kansas City, so let's hesitate before totally believing LaShawn McCoy's assessment of Eric Bieniemy. And there were also other people who came out and defended Bieniemy with some former players in KC. And I'm like, where have y'all been?
Yeah.
Where have y'all been on social media? This man has been probably the number one. He's been the. Is it fair to say? Fair analogy. He's been like the coaching version of Kaepernick. He's been blackballed from these head coaching positions. even if that analogy is not a great one, he's been the number one minority victim in many people's minds when it comes to not getting a job. Where's been all this support? Where have been all these tweets? It took the Sean McCoy's criticism for everyone to defend Eric Bieniemy. So a lot of that support came out yesterday. But then Atolo sent me a clip, and this made me love Eric Bieniemy.
Okay.
This is Eric Bieniemy as the running back coach in Minnesota, interacting with Adrian Peterson. Listen to how hard he coaches Adrian Peterson, which many people think could be a problem and an impediment to Bieniemy being a head coach now.
I've always been taught professionals are the ones who go out and do the little things and do them great on the days that they don't feel like doing it.
No detail escapes Bieniemy's eye, and he's never shy about demanding the best to work tirelessly at becoming even better.
Yesterday, we ran a man route, in the zone route, versus man. Today, I ran man route in the zone. I thought we went back to last play. That's what I was thinking. Why? That play. I thought we went back to last play.
Nah, bro, we ain't go back to the last play.
Okay, what I thought. That's what I thought.
Well, they said in the huddle, did they?
What I thought. Since we've been together, it's like a marriage. The bottom line, we got to make it work.
I'm just telling you what was going through my mind, because the last play was clearly a bust. What do you call in the huddle?
I'm going to tell you what I was thinking, okay?
What do you call in the huddle? What do you call in the huddle? That's all I ask. What did he call in the huddle?
All right, whatever.
What did he call in the huddle?
All right, I'm telling you what I was thinking, man, okay?
I don't care what you were thinking. What did he call it?
All right.
What did he call?
I don't know.
He can cuss me out. I swear I have to say, and maybe 5-10 seconds later, we sitting there talking back, to talking, communicating like nothing, ever happened.
Get past it, refocus, regroup. Come here.
I'm good.
No, come here. Fake 97 power, naked right fullback slide. You want to sell that thing with outside.
Whenever we have an argument, we always make sure that, hey, by the end of the day, we're going to resolve it. And we're going to move on and move forward.
I love that. He's talking to the great Adrian Peterson like that. He's arguing with Adrian Peterson, not just allowing Adrian to say, I thought it was something else. I shrug it off. I'm good. No, he's riding him and giving it to him. And that doesn't happen in today's sports. All these coaches have to cater to these guys and not get hard coaching. That was part of my hope with Jason Kidd taking over here with Luka. That Jason Kidd is going to tell Luka, yo, play defense. Yo, get others involved. When Phil Jackson had that power going to L.A. to check Shaq. Yo, man, get in shape. You're too fat. You're logging up the court. You decided to take off the first 20 or 30 games every year, play yourself into shape, be ready for the playoffs. No. You're all Superman. You're the MVP. You're the most dominant force ever. You got to be ready game one. He was able to do that early on with Shaq. And then Shaq kind of got lazy at points in times towards the end of their run. But the message was new. And I just love when you have coaches come in and not take it too far, because if you lose the star, you've lost your job.
And Adrian was this was very, very early in Adrian's career. Like, Bieniemy was there before Adrian Peterson got drafted. Adrian had no clout in the league yet. Shaq had clout when he got to the Lakers.
Yeah.
So he wasn't a star yet. He was drafted high, and everybody knew who his name was, and he was AD already.
Yep.
But
we've seen Bieniemy, get into it with Mahomes on the sideline. You've seen it with Josh McDaniels had that relationship with Brady where he could rip him up and down. So that was a little clip I thought that showed Bieniemy's interaction with players that some people said is a little bit too harsh. LaShawn McCoy said that as well.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how you fall down. I understand fans generally, when they see that, love it. That's why fans love when they saw what Chris Richard would do and things like that. They love it because they want, I want tough. Hold these pampered babies accountable.
Right.
And I get that. But here's just the thing to consider and understand. Whether the player is right or wrong, a veteran player a lot of times will not take that. They will not take being talked down to when Bieniemy.
I thought they wanted to be coached.
The thing that stood out to me there, they want to be coached. The thing that stood out to me that I went, all right, I was trying to listen and go, what is something that just from talking to NFL veterans, I feel like they would not like? It was the repeated, is that what he said in the huddle? Is that what he said in the huddle?
Yeah.
That's where a veteran would go, dude, I'm trying to tell you what I did. I'm letting you know what I did. And you repeating that, what was said in the huddle. So just let's try and actually talk through this. That's where they would get a little like, don't treat me like I'm a rookie. Don't treat me like I'm a kid.
Yeah.
Veterans would push back against that, which is also why Shady probably didn't like it, is because Shady had been in the league for,
10
8 years or whatever it was.
I get that.
Tyrann Mathieu tweeted to LaShawn McCoy, man, you effed up with this criticism. Jamal Charles, the great Longhorn, I have to disagree with you, LaShawn. Bieniemy coached me for 4 years. I learned so many things. Great husband and father. He deserves to be a head coach. Former Chiefs guard Jeff Allen retweeted. The Honey Badger, Ron Parker, former safety, took issue with McCoy. And then Tyreek Hill saying, Shady, mad, EB told him to tuck that ball. So some Eric Bieniemy fallout as he's the new coordinator of the Commanders. I got a new nickname. No one else has done this.
For who?
Danger. Mr. Unlimited.
Danger.
I got a new nickname. Russet Wilson.
Oh, the potato thing?
Yeah.
I like it.
Huh?
I like it.
Huh?
I like it. I
Sure.
like it.
It's good. It's good.
You guys.
It's very good. I like it.
You guys.
What? I just said I liked it.
What do you want us to...
Didn't have great enthusiasm.
Hold on. Say it again, please.
No.
Please say it again.
No, I'm not going to.
Chop, say it again for him.
Well, Russet Wilson. No, that's fake. That's obviously
No, that was
fake.
real.
I knew it was going to be
I
fake.
thought my reaction
Only
was a
Bobby
good
wants
reaction.
everyone else to react to his jokes, but he don't want to react to no one
I
else.
thought my reaction was a solid reaction. It was very good. I
said it was
appreciate the
good.
joke. You don't have to laugh at the joke to appreciate it. I guess tell it to a comedian.
You're appreciated, Sean.
Comedians love when you just sit there in silence and go, "Oh yeah, that was a good joke."
Tariq Woolen, cornerback for the Seattle Seahawks.
Go Birds or Birds Up, UTSA.
2 Up, 2 Down podcast. As Tariq Woolen was asked,
Hang on.
what?
They're the road runners. They don't fly.
But they're birds up. That's what they say. That's their thing. They do this and they go birds up.
Chop, you may have to check yourself.
Do road runners fly? I gotta look this up. I don't think road runners fly.
See if that's See if that's their motto first. I'm sure it is. Bobby said that without hesitation. You gotta have to check yourself, college insider. Tariq Woolen.
I guess it is.
On Russell Wilson and his thoughts on the former Seahawk QB.
Seeing him in person, it was pretty funny because, like, on TV and stuff, you see him, like from college stuff, you like, okay, he look in shape on TV. But you see him in person, it's like weird. He like a sack of potatoes.
Bro, he might be out of shape.
Hey, yo.
He just might be out of shape.
Yeah,
Because, I mean,
he's crazy and he athletic. But he athletic and he a good player. But, like, literally, when I seen him, I'm like, dang, I ain't know he was built like that. And he was short. You know, I'm tall anyway, but I was like, damn, he that
What's
short.
he like, 5'8", 5'9"?
He like 5'9", 5'9".
I thought he was like 5'11" or something.
No, he's a short boy.
I'm tripping. Now he 5'10". He 5'10", 5'11". I'm bullshit. I'm bullshit.
A short stalk.
No, he 5'10", 5'11".
He called Russell Wilson a sack of potatoes.
Whoa.
Russet Wilson.
Russet Wilson.
It's good. It's funny. I like it.
This is something I've always thought. I said this about Romo way back in the day. I was like, y'all think Romo's that in shape? I should have said this because I could have been the leader. I could have had my nickname earlier. I've always thought Russell Wilson looked a little bit pudgy. And I was like, I wonder if Sean Payton goes in there and tells him, lose 20 pounds. I know that you needed the extra padding at times for the hits that you took in Seattle, but you can't run anymore. And a lot of people have pointed to Russ's legs as a major reason why he's fallen off the cliff. Lose 15, 20. I've always thought he looked like a little too stout. And I'm like, is Russell Wilson pudgy? I don't know. He's got the model looks and the model face. But I agree with Tariq Woolen.
He's not pudgy. He's muscular. Like, he just doesn't, he's not, cut, which is fine. You don't have to be. Quarterbacks don't need to be ripped. Tom Brady and Peyton Manning.
Not ripped, but he looks like he could lose 15 pounds. Just like I thought Romo could.
Yeah, but what benefit would it do? Like Ben Roethlisberger, right? It wouldn't have helped Ben to lose weight. He needed that. I mean, part of his ability to stay in the pocket. And he was very hard to bring down. He was very, very hard to bring down. I think there are certain positions in sports that, being shredded isn't necessary.
No, I choose to generally believe that you should be in the best physical shape possible. That's my general assumption for sports. I didn't think Romo was. At times Roethlisberger was not. At times, CeCe Sabathia was not. And I'm wondering that a little bit about Russell Wilson towards the end of his career.
I think the other thing is that
I know Luka Doncic is not.
We're equating body fat percentage with being in shape. When that's, like, there are people who are shredded who can't run a marathon. There are people who are fat that can.
Yep.
Who's more in shape? What is your definition of shape? Is it strictly body fat and appearance and aesthetics? Or is it lung capacity? Like who's in better shape? That's something I would affair with Russ. Like, is he pudgy? Maybe. Like James Harden. Nobody doubts James Harden
was in shape. Cardiovascularly,
he's in great shape. He may not have a six-pack. He may have some, a thick layer. But is he in shape? Is he in cardiovascular shape?
You have an opinion? You want to talk?
No.
Okay. You're the one living in training facilities.
The Russ, no, no, not really. I don't have anything on this one.
Okay. What are you doing over there?
I was looking up something for Josh Green.
Oh, Adderall kicked in.
Adderall.
So we have
Finally.
two delayed times for Bobby. One is 6 a.m. coming in
6 a.m.
when we start at 5:30. And the second one, at least this morning, is when the Adderall kicks in. So we're going to have Josh Green in the 9 o'clock hour. And I was like, okay, what Josh Green questions? So Bobby drives me crazy. I'm getting rid of this putter in studio.
Why?
Every commercial break, this goes back to when Broadus was on with us. Broadus was like making fun of me what I do in the commercial breaks. Every commercial break you see on the fan cam, Bobby gets up and just putts. And then he sits.
But he doesn't even putt anything. He just practices his stroke.
Well, he's practicing his stroke. And then he sits down right when we come back on air. So I was like, Josh Green's on. We need some questions. Wait a commercial break. Wait two. I'm like, what do we got for Josh Green? Bobby's just putting. So that annoys me. That annoyed me. I'm like, I'm getting rid of this putter so he can focus like on something. He goes, I'll focus when my Adderall kicks in. I was like, oh, when will that be? Around what time will that be? 7:30?
No.
7:15? We can get your prep work?
I said 6:55. No, we all, in fact, I believe what it was 6:19. You said we need to come up for questions with Josh Green. It's like, okay. And then we did the 6:20 segment. And then I think it's 6:36. You said, we come up for questions with Josh Green? No, not in the middle of the segment. I didn't, Sean.
It's the nonchalance putting in the commercial breaks. He said, fine, get rid of the putter. I'll just swing a baseball bat. I'll just practice my baseball swing.
So he takes some dry hacks.
Let's go out to someone who's always focused. And he's covering baseball on the home of the Rangers, our TV partner, Patrick Doney. Who has jumped out early on. His sit down with the Maddux boys. Pat Doney with an early Ranger outlook from Surprise, Arizona. Next. But first, what is the
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Bobby Belt. Fist pump time on the fan cam when it's supposed to happen 1 hour from now.
This is mine.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto on the home of the Rangers. The station is heading out over the weekend to surprise Arizona, but this man is already there, and I woke up with FOMO and jealousy as Pat Doney posted part of his sit-down whale alert with the Maddux brothers, particularly Greg. And Pat's joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline from Arizona on 105.3.
Positive Pat.
The Fan. Good morning, Patrick. How you been?
What's up, boys? I'm doing great, man. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing very well. How long you been out there?
This is day number 4.
Okay.
And it's been awesome, man. I mean, this team, the vibe in the clubhouse is just so different with the names they've added to the group. When you see like Jacob deGrom walking in, the other guys are kind of like, oh yeah, okay, we have that guy on our team. I mean, a lot of the dudes like Marcus Semien and Corey Seager, you could tell that they know things are drastically different feeling. And then Bochy just brings such a calming presence every day when he comes and does his media availability, and just so much credibility there, obviously, with what he's done in the past. So it's been fun kind of getting to know some of the new guys, but also seeing some of the guys who have been here for a little while, seeing how different they feel with the expectations and with the new people brought in the group, man. And you guys know, coming out to the desert is just, it's awesome being here every year. It's like a refreshing feel every time you come out to surprise each spring.
You tweeted about Bochy's confidence. I mean, Derek Holland was in here yesterday saying he expects them to make the playoffs. A lot of people are talking like that. Is Bochy talking like that as well out of the gate?
100%. I mean, like every single time he's asked about this team, he doesn't he cuts the reporter's question off and jumps in and says something along the lines of like, no, yeah, I want these guys to expect to be really good right now. He said, we have the pitching to be good right now. We have the guys on this team to be good right now. They know the division is good. Clearly, the AL West is, if not the toughest division in baseball, it's one of them for sure. But you start looking at some of the pitching that they have in the rotation, the way Bochy has been really good with bullpen use and getting the most out of bullpens from the past. And then just some of the other guys that are coming up. I mean, they're really fired up about Josh Young, being an everyday third baseman. And I was talking with Josh the other day about his first game last year. He had a home run in his first Major League Baseball at bat, which I can't imagine what that feeling was like.
Yeah.
After all he's been through with the injuries. But there are just multiple players on this team that feel like they're ready. It's kind of coming to a head all at the same time for this team to be significantly better than it was before. Whether it's the playoffs or not, I don't know. All I know is they should be competitive deep into the season and be in the mix to potentially be in the postseason if everything doesn't go wrong at some point, which I think Rangers fans have to be excited about. And I want you to ask me about Greg Maddux. Ask me about that, please.
Okay. What about Greg Maddux?
That was one of the coolest things I've ever done in my career, boys. I mean, just sitting down, baseball nerd, like 10-year-old version of me can't believe that just happened. Sitting down with Greg and with Mike and just talking pitching with them for like 15 minutes. There's the two of them sitting on a couch, me sitting in there, and we were actually in Ray Davis's office, because the other rooms were taken at the facility there. So we're sitting there in the
About
office.
time someone's in there.
Yeah.
Calm down now. Calm down. All right. So I mean, just to hear his perspective on pitching in general, and just to see, the way he talks about it. And I mean, I flat out asked him, I said, because I had spoken with Marcus Semien the day before, just by the cages, and he was talking about how, everybody wonders with the live batting practice coming with these pitchers coming in. He was like, somebody asked me, what does this guy have? He's like, I have no idea, but I know he throws 96, because everybody throws 96, 98 today in Major League Baseball, if not higher. And I asked Greg, I said, well, I mean, does your approach still work? And he was like, 100%. He was listing off the things that they care about, and velocity was fourth on the list. It's like it was location, movement, something else that I can't remember what he said, and then fourth it was velocity after that. And just to see him working with somebody like Jack Leiter, pulling him aside, I mean, come on, man. Like, and then talking to Jack about what that was like, meeting Greg Maddux and getting to know him and learning from the professor. It was just a really memorable, cool conversation. And I'm actually going to have that story on NBC5 on Sunday night at 10 p.m. if people are interested in seeing the extended conversation. But it was one of those fanboy moments. And in fact, the Rangers pitcher, a young guy, told me, I'm not going to tell you who it was. He goes, I'm having a hard time learning from Greg Maddux because I keep fanboying over it.
Yes.
The fact that it's Greg freaking Maddux. But at the same time, like, man, the knowledge has just been off the charts for these young guys. I think it's been really cool.
Where he always sets off an argument with the other all-time greats. So where was Maddux on the Pat Doney hierarchy growing up? For me and Kevin Hagelin, he was one.
Yeah, I think he was one as
well. I'm not talking greatness. I'm talking your favorite.
Oh, I mean, yeah, no, he was definitely. I mean, I loved watching Randy Johnson pitch as well, just because he was so filthy, and then Nolan Ryan obviously was amazing too. But I mean, the thing that you had to love about Maddux was just that he felt like the everyday man.
Yeah,
he did.
Going out and still dominating, which to me is the reason that like Steph Curry is so appealing in the NBA.
Yes.
Because it's like he's like the 6'1" dude who's out there and can't be stopped.
Yeah.
So I think all of us who are not 6'7" are like, hey, look, I could have potentially done this. Obviously we couldn't have. But when you watch somebody like Greg Maddux go out there and dominate the way he did, it makes it feel like, like you have wait a second. These are these just unbelievably amazing hitters, and they can't hit this guy, and he's throwing 87? Like, what is going on? Maybe I had a shot, Dad. It's like, because he was just so good, man. So, yeah, no, really fun to talk baseball with him for sure.
Pat Doney here. Join us here at 105 through the Fan. It's also easy not to have a hit when you never have to throw the ball over the plate.
I knew that was coming.
Because the umpires are in your back pocket the entire time. I mean, he should be talking to Jack, because neither one of them throw a strike.
All right. There's a lot of Jack Leiter worry, but I saw you tweeting about Kumar Rocker the other day. So what have you learned, or what have you taken away? What have you taken away about the young guns?
I have zero worry about Jack Leiter. Let me just first start that, okay? You have to understand, last year, the transition to professional baseball, everything, there is a lot that goes into that. I think there were things that they were working on with him to try and get him ready for the major leagues. All you need to know is that in his first pitching appearance here in spring training, and it's day one, a couple days ago, I get that, Bruce Bochy described it as, I'm not sure anybody can throw the baseball any better than what I just saw. Okay, so he started off red hot. He looks the part. He is clearly comfortable, put in a lot of work in the offseason. You asked about Kumar Rocker, his former teammate at Vanderbilt. I really like this kid too. And he came out, and it was funny seeing him pitch against Semien and Seager and some of the veteran guys as they were kind of getting in there and getting their legs under them for the first couple of times. But it's always funny to see the reaction of the veteran guys who have been good at the major league level. And I always kind of watch to see what they say. And they walked away from going against Kumar Rocker, and one of them was like, yeah, he might have a future. I mean, like the sarcastic quips about like, this dude is really, really good. I think that those two guys, I mean, the hype is justified. I think that they have real chances to be really good, and it's been fun too to get to know them a little bit. And what I think kind of helps them not be as like awestruck about everything. I didn't put two and two together, getting it until this point here. But both of them have that pedigree from their dads. I mean, everybody knows that Jack Leiter's dad is Al Leiter, the former longtime pitcher, MLB Network, and has clearly shaped him, and talking to Jack about that was cool. But then Kumar's dad, Tracy, the former Auburn star, and then he's been a longtime coach. He's the Eagles' defensive line coach. And so he's been around professional athletes and been at huge sporting events and in locker rooms and clubhouses his whole life as well, too. So neither of them seem overwhelmed by the moment. And I think that's a good sign when you're talking about early 20s guys who have insane expectations thrust upon their shoulders, and yet they're kind of going out there and they just seem like, ho-hum, they're ready for this. They've been groomed for this moment. I think there's very real – the expectations should be real, and I think that these guys have a chance to be good. Is it this year? Probably not. Is it next year? Maybe so. All I know is that I would bet on both of them. I think that both of them are people who are going to be good people in the major leagues and people who have success with the Rangers in the future.
Pat, it sounds like DeGrom is going to have his first bullpen session today. Your other impressions of him and your coverage of the DeGrom scare that we had early on, which the Rangers and everyone else has said is now nothing.
I mean, based on what I've seen, I think that that's legitimate, that it's really not been anything. Just because I see him go out there and light toss throw, and it's pretty obvious that he wants to do probably a little more than what they're letting him do from the beginning, but they're just being super cautious with him. My overall feeling with Jacob has been the conversations I've had. First of all, he's a really likable guy. I mean, and I think that he seems to be somebody who is happy about having a fresh start. He doesn't seem like he loves having huge groups of reporters and media in his face all the time.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if the move from New York City to DFW is going to be really good from him from that standpoint. But I mean, just personally, man, we were talking to him yesterday. He seems to just be a really good father. You know, he's got 2 young kids and another kid on the way. And one of his sons just started playing baseball, and he was talking about making the transition to coach pitch and stuff. I mean, just seems to be a good dude overall who seems to be happy to be here. And then, like you mentioned, he's going to be throwing today. So I can't wait to be out there today to go and watch him finally get off a mound, finally pitch, because I think he's excited to show that he can be the guy who he was before all of the injury stuff. He was pretty good at the end of last season. He points that out often whenever people ask him about being healthy. Well, I came back at the end of last year and I was feeling pretty good. And, oh, yeah, he's the favorite to win the American League Cy Young right now. So clearly there are some people who are pretty smart who are also potentially saying he does have a chance to be great again as well. So I'm fired up to watch him off the mound later today for sure.
Pat, everything seems pretty stabilized in terms of what they want to do with the batting order, what they want to do with the positional players. The only real question it feels like heading into this camp is going to be left field. How do you handicap the left field race? And assuming all these pitchers stay healthy, are the bats going to be good enough?
That's going to be the question for sure. I mean, the bats are definitely going to be interesting, and I'm curious to see how the offensive game in Major League Baseball in general changes, with the new rules, the no shift. I don't know if this is getting enough attention. The no shift, the bigger bases, things, the limited pitch, pickoff attempts, the pitch clock, all this kind of stuff. I think it has a chance to really impact offenses across the league in a lot more ways than what we're giving it credit right now. But back to this team, left field is going to be very interesting. I've worked on a little bit of, some stories with Bubba Thompson and with Brad Miller, 2 guys who have chances to win that job out there. Thompson's athleticism is just insane. I mean, he is so fast. He was Jalen Tolbert's quarterback in high school, and so it was fun kind of talking to him about playing football and baseball back in the day. Big fisherman guy. I like him a lot. Brad Miller is one of those like glue guys, like he's got the famous stories back with the Phillies where they were on a losing streak and he bought a bamboo plant and brought it and called it the Lucky Bamboo Plant, and they started winning, and they won like 9 out of 10 games immediately. And so, the bamboo plant became a thing. He said he's also willing to consider bringing a bamboo plant to the Rangers if it's needed, at some point. I mean, just one of those everybody likes him type guys. But I mean, the offense, we'll see. Like Seager had a pretty good offensive year for the most part. Nathaniel Lowe's a guy who I think, could continue to get better, considering that they've had the other pieces, that are there to take a little bit of pressure off him, even though he had a nice season. And then Simeon came on pretty strong at the end of last year as well. But it's going to be a pitch first team, in my opinion. And then the question is whether or not the offense can be good enough for them to be really good. But regardless, they're going to be better than they were a year ago. And I mean, in Vegas, they have them with a winning record. The over-under, I think, is 83. And I think that's justified. There's reason to believe that. And this group is buying that. There's a definite different feel in the clubhouse right now than there was a year ago.
Is there a young position player that you're keeping an eye on?
Josh Young, the third baseman for sure. I mean, I think he has a chance to be a really good player. I mean, there's a reason they took him in the first round a couple years ago. And the injuries thing have been, unfortunate. And the question is always, is he injury plagued, or is it something that was just a couple of fluke things that happened? But he seems to fit right in. And I think that he has a chance to be a guy who, when he doesn't have to be the feature player on the team, I think he could be somebody who is sneaky good in 2023, as batting seventh or something like sixth in the lineup at that point. I think that I like him a lot personally. And I also think that he has a lot of skills. And I think that he could be that kind of really nice corner piece at third base that is it's a really nice addition to this team as an everyday player who has the injuries, hopefully, for his case, in the rearview mirror at this point.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for waking up with us, and have a great trip back home. We appreciate it, Pat.
Anytime, boys. Have a great day. Good talking with you.
Pat Doney, our TV partner, NBC5 on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. The biggest story in sports right now, the scandal at Alabama. Should the player and coach be gone after what happened yesterday? We'll get into it next.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
We'll go below the belt at 8:40, and Josh Green, the breakout player from your Dallas Mavericks, in the final hour of the show as the Mavs are back in action tonight against the Spurs at the AAC. Report coming out from ESPN that all of Lamar Jackson's counter offers to the Ravens last year, because first we heard that the Ravens disrespected him with lower than market offers. And everyone's like, well, no wonder. Are you kidding me? That's why Lamar would say no. Well, now I'm sure the Ravens side is talking. Someone told Jeremy Fowler and Jamison Hensley, ESPN, all of Lamar's counter offers were for fully guaranteed contracts. Each counter exceeded Deshaun Watson's $230 million guaranteed.
Get your bag. Go get it.
This is, I continue to be fascinated by this.
I am too.
In terms of not knowing the right answer. I think the right answer is to pay him, but man, the Cleveland Browns screwed the Baltimore Ravens.
They did, and from Lamar to the Ravens standpoint, they're going to be looking at me like, hey, look, that's the Browns. The Browns did like this. That's not the new norm. And the player's like, well, no, it is the new norm.
Right.
And I'll be very, Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow are going to determine whether that's the new norm or not.
Yep.
Joe Burrow's getting fully guaranteed, guys. Justin Herbert's getting fully.
I mean, you think the rest of the league will win with the pushback that was a one-off in Cleveland?
Kirk Cousins got fully guaranteed. Yeah, that was supposed to be the one that broke the mold when he went to Minnesota, and it didn't.
True.
Yeah, but that was only 3 years, right? Still.
Yeah, but it was still fully guaranteed. I'll tell you what, and this is something that I know we've noted before, but you look at that negotiation, you go, my word, how could Cleveland get raked over the coals by that? Just know that's the same guy who's going to be negotiating Micah's contract in 12 months. That's the same guy that's going to be sitting across from the Joneses on Micah. So that's David Mulugeta. He's the agent. He is what Rosenhaus was back in the day in terms of he's a shark and he'll get everything that he wants in these negotiations. He's a great guy. Hook 'em. Longhorns alum, David Mulugeta. But I wouldn't want to be sitting across from him if I'm the Joneses here in 12 months. And yeah, you see that happen with Deshaun Watson, and then Lamar Jackson starts going, well, that's what I want. And I mean, we're going to hear Jalen Hurts once fully guaranteed. I'm sure there are going to be some guys that recognize, well, if it's about getting paid or just not taking fully guaranteed, I think they'll break. So that's just how I would look at it.
All right, the Alabama basketball scandal. Where are we with it after last night, or how do we even get up to this point, Choppy?
Well, how we got to this point is a point of contention among investigators right now. So, brief backstory: Darius Miles is a player on the Alabama Crimson Tide. He was believed to be involved in the shooting of Jamea Harris. She's a 23-year-old mom of a 5-year-old. She has died. Darius Miles is one of 2 individuals who are in connection with this crime. So he has been removed from the basketball team. Nate Oates.
Yeah, Darius Miles going to jail.
All signs point to yes.
Right?
That one, yeah. Nate Oates is the head coach of Alabama. Now, until 48 hours ago, Nate Oates hasn't really been in any trouble. And neither has Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller is the leading scorer on the Bama basketball team and a future lottery pick. It came out that Brandon Miller brought the gun to Darius Miles that was used in this shooting. Via text message, Miles was like, hey, I need this gun. Brandon Miller brought him to the gun at 12:30 in the morning. Not like...
By the way, Darius Miles had his bond denied.
Yeah.
So...
Not 12:30 in the afternoon, like, hey, I'm going to a shooting range. 12:30 in the morning. I don't think generally good things don't happen after 12:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
With guns being involved. So now it's like, what do you do with Brandon Miller? I think a lot of people are calling for Brandon Miller to sit while this is going on. Investigators right now say he is in no trouble at the moment.
He played last night.
He played last night. And let me tell you, if you ever had to worry about somebody playing a good game with a lot on their mind, Brandon Miller told you that is not a... He had 41 in a college basketball game.
And the go-ahead layup.
Yeah,
final second.
It went to overtime. He had 41 of their 78 points.
Wow.
In overtime. They won 78-76 against a pretty pedestrian South Carolina team. It would have been a bad loss for Bama, even though it was on the road. But, credit to him. But...
they were chanting, lock him up and guilty several times in the crowd.
Yeah.
This is an impressive and also scary performance.
Yeah, you want to talk about a guy who compartmentalized tragedy, it's Brandon Miller right now. So from a purely basketball standpoint, that guy played. But there's the obvious, which is what's going to happen with him and what should happen with him. This guy brought the gun to the crime. Whether he knew about that or not, we don't know at this moment, but he brought the gun to the crime. The other issue is that the head coach, Nate Oates, might be the most tone-deaf individual that there is in sports right now. That's saying a lot.
We knew about that. I mean, can't control everything anybody does outside of practice. Nobody knew that was going to happen. College kids are out. Brandon hasn't been in any type of trouble, nor has he in any type of trouble in this case. In the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Oh God, Nate. Wrong spot at the wrong time.
Just try to sound a little bit more remorseful. Try to sound like it's not just someone getting in trouble for smoking a joint. Someone's dead.
College players will tell you that, or college coaches, I should say, would tell you that one of the things when they go into these living rooms is they say, listen, I'll be your parent. I'll parent your kid from afar for you. If your kid brought a gun to a crime that was used in a murder, are you going to let your kid play basketball that night? You're probably not. You'd be like, okay, bud, just hang back here.
The text that Miles allegedly sent to Miller, according to testimony, was, I need my joint. So I don't know whether that was Darius's gun. I don't know whether it was Miller's gun. It's coming out of the court testimony that Miller was already on his way to Miles. Miles had been asking him to come over for about an hour when the text arrived. But the argument here is, there's a lot of arguments. Number one, should Brandon Miller be in trouble legally? 2, should he have even played last night while this is being investigated? But I think the number one question for attorneys, I've texted a couple trying to figure out what the law is. The Alabama officials say, look, he didn't do anything wrong legally right now that we found. Bobby, what do you think? Brandon Miller delivering the gun to Darius Miles?
Yeah, the actual legal question, that is, I have no idea what the law would say on that. And I guess it would also come down to what did you know and when did you know it?
Right.
What did you know Darius Miles was intending to do? Those sorts of things would play into it as well. But in terms of just right or wrong and just evaluating it from that perspective and taking the law out of it, no, he shouldn't be playing. But the difference is, I mean, obviously there's the difference of one committed murder or is alleged to have committed murder, and the other one may have just been a party to delivering the weapon. But part of this difference too for Nate Oates is probably Darius Miles was recruit number 159 and he was number 14.
Is this worse than Kelvin Joseph?
From Brandon Miller's standpoint?
Yes.
What we can prove, probably. If you can, I mean, it doesn't seem to be any question. He gave him the gun.
Yeah.
Kelvin Joseph's story the whole time, and the only thing that could be proved was that Kelvin Joseph was in the vehicle and may not have been any party to it. Kelvin Joseph's issue was not reporting it.
Yes.
Right.
Until we found, after we found out he didn't pull the trigger.
If Fox 4 never brings that story up, and if Twitter doesn't find it out, Kelvin Joseph is never assisting the police in getting justice for that guy's family.
True. I agree.
Look, it's a tough spot to be in because Brandon Miller, did he do anything wrong according to the law? No, apparently, according to what you're saying.
What's accessory to a crime?
Look, I don't know. I mean, but also there's the innocent till proven guilty aspect of it, which I fully stand by, and I think he's an available player until the courts say he's not an available player. The optics of it are quite poor. Obviously, just moving aside, we're talking strictly from a basketball standpoint. They've got, the SEC tournament coming up in 3 weeks, and they got the NCAA tournament. They're going to be a 1 seed, maybe the overall 1 seed. He's the best player and the leading scorer on the team. He's going to be drafted in the top 10.
Yeah. What do you do as the team that's looking at him?
His whole life is in the balance right now.
Here's an attorney on the truckwreck.com text line. There's a lot of variables. Did Miller provide the gun? Did he know the intent? Did he assist Miles after the shooting while knowing that the crime had been committed? Best case scenario, the kid gets off without being charged. If he can prove he didn't provide the gun and he had no knowledge of the crime, that's unlikely. Worst case, this is from an attorney, he's charged with felony accessory to murder because he illegally provided the gun and aided and abetted in the commission of the crime. So there is a legal explanation from Atolo.
I just wondered, did he know that a crime was being committed? I think you could deduce at 12:30 in the morning that something's going to be happening. How much, if he doesn't know, what is he supposed to interpret? I guess a good enough attorney could talk him, talk you out of that.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. We have any other lawyers that are chiming in?
People say a lot more to the Brandon Miller story than are being relayed. There's video and witness testimony confirmed he was not a participant or facilitator. He can't know how the gun would be used. I agree with that.
Unless he did, unless he had discussions.
Yeah, unless he knew.
And that's what this would come down to.
So he's saying all he did was deliver protection. Accessory would be he knew what the intent of his actions were. Miller texted Miles, let him know the gun was loaded, so he knew something. Yes. All right, a lot of stuff.
At what point does the money become too much to retain Cooper Rush, the Dak Prescott threat? And should the Cowboys stretch to keep Donovan Wilson? Cowboys free agent tiers as we go below the belt. Next on The Fan. But
beginning Monday on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Oh, hello, gentlemen. We're going to talk Dallas Cowboys free agents. 19. There are 19 unrestricted free agents for the Dallas Cowboys this year.
I thought I saw that same number for the Eagles yesterday. 19. So while we're sitting there rubbing our hands together, waiting for them to fall apart, we have a high number.
I think it matters though. Which one is? These are a lot of depth guys. And whereas with the Eagles, I know 8 of them from when we read the Shield Kapadia story. 8 of them are either starters on defense or consistent contributors. And so they've got a lot of questions there. Miles Sanders. So they've definitely got more starters.
You know what Jalen Hurts is going to do, right?
Run the ball 19 times again.
You know he's going to take $30 million.
Yeah.
You know he's gonna make us root for him and compare him and Dak even more. That would be one of the nails in Dak's coffin right here. Jalen Hurts went and took the team sacrifice. What if he did that? $30 or $35 million. Oh, that would be awful for us.
I mean, it would.
Could you see him possibly doing it? Is he the saint that he is? Could you see him possibly being, I'll take 35, forget 45, 35, keep the team around me. Wow. I can see it.
You think he'd go full Dirk?
Well, Dirk did get his at
times. But yeah, remember Forbes had that article that they estimated he probably left $150 million on the table over the course of his career.
That's my Jalen Hurts crazy prediction.
Jalen Hurts. Here are the 19 free agents. We'll run through them very quickly for the Cowboys. Dalton Schultz, Anthony Barr, T.Y. Hilton, Jason Peters, Brett Maher, Tony Pollard, Anthony Brown, Jonathan Hankins, Matt Overton, the long snapper, Cooper Rush, Carlos Watkins, Connor McGovern, Luke Gifford, Donovan Wilson, Leighton Vander Esch, C.J. Goodwin, Noah Brown, and Dante Fowler Jr. So I liked this article that Todd Archer wrote for ESPN that typically when we ask these questions about Cowboys free agents, we kind of say, all right, who should you keep? Who should you cut? This projecting this guy will be back. This guy will get franchised, do things like that. Archer took it a different direction. And so he's looking at the 19 unrestricted free agents, and he's saying this is where the Cowboys should be willing to retain all 19, essentially. So just trying to say
budgeting.
Not as easy as just saying buy Cooper Rush, but saying buy to Cooper Rush if it gets past this point. So he's broken them down into tiers, and of the 19 free agents, he has 2 players that he says you should stretch the budget to keep.
Okay.
Hey, if you've got to make some tough decisions to make sure this person's back, do it. The first one, safety Donovan Wilson. The Cowboys' base defense essentially features 3 safeties. Wilson led the Cowboys in tackles and had the most sacks, 5, by a defensive back in the NFL in 2022. He was a tone setter on defense that led the league in takeaways each of the past 2 seasons. He's the type of player the Cowboys want. Drafted in the 6th round, developed into a starter. Now it's time to sign him to a second contract. I absolutely agree. I would do, within reason, obviously.
How is he defending the pass?
So he's better if things are in front of him. He can make plays on the ball if things are in front of him. If you're asking him to play center field, he's not very good. But that's not his role. He's a thumper. He's a downhill player.
Look, I love Donovan Wilson. I have to double check his age.
Believe he is 27 next year.
But I feel like him, Curse, and Micah, and I don't even know if there's a third, represent 26.
He's almost 26.
They represent the attitude on the defense. I love Donovan Wilson's nastiness. I feel like he's a true safety.
He just turned 28 is what it is, actually, Chop.
Donovan Wilson?
Yeah.
Spotrac says he's 25 in 352 days.
Cowboys says right here, 28.
I'm believing Spotrac over the Cowboys.
Okay.
Well, 28.
It's a safety, though, and he's a now the question with him has always been he's broken down at times. He's gotten hurt a lot. But in general, I think, especially, Sean, if you want to move on from Malik Hooker and save that $3.5 million, and then Israel Mukuamu might be playing some corner next year instead of safety.
Yep.
That's tough to do basically a full reset other than curse.
Okay, I had much more excitement in my voice 1 minute ago when I thought we were talking 26 versus 28. But okay, we can stretch it a little bit.
Surprising name here, I think. The second name in his stretch the budget to keep, Leighton Vander Esch.
Oh man.
Leighton Vander Esch played really well and stayed healthy for the most part, but I mean, you had that question again at the end of the season. It was another neck thing. And is anybody going to pay him what it would then lead to you having to stretch the budget to keep? I do agree that until they have better linebackers in place, they probably need to bring Leighton Vander Esch back. But what does stretching the budget mean?
Yeah, what does stretching the budget mean? I will say this. When he got hurt, there was a panic felt around here that I never could have foreseen. We were terrified of going up against Philadelphia with all their zigging and zagging and misreading and putting Micah in the turnstile or whatever they call it. We freaked out when Leighton Vander Esch got hurt. So I'm not stretching too much, but it felt safer and more stable when he was on the field.
I hope he's back. Sarah got a jersey last year, his at TJ Maxx for like $12, and she wants to be able to wear it again next year if she can. She don't have to get a new one. So I hope he's back.
Next section is don't overpay. So these are guys that if it's reasonable, do it, but do not overpay these guys.
Okay.
If it makes sense, do it. Wide receiver Noah Brown.
No doubt, man, Michael Irvin. The curse of Michael Irvin on Noah Brown. When Mike came on here and was mad that they were throwing that very important play that ended up in the
Jacksonville,
he said, "Why are we throwing to Noah Brown?" I'm like, "Why are you?
He's open.
Why are you criticizing Noah Brown? He was Cooper Rush's favorite, but then Noah Brown from that point on felt like it was downhill with the way he ended the season. So of course, do not overpay Noah Brown. No,
I just would move on from Noah Brown. Like there reaches a point even where if you're
a block,
even if you're a decent player, which Noah Brown is, he's decent. Even if you're a decent player, I think there reaches a point where it's like, let's just refresh here because the dude's he's already been brought back on a third contract. This would be contract 4.
Yep.
Like that's enough. Defensive end Dante Fowler Jr. 6 sacks and 343 snaps. Not bad.
That's some nice flashes. Nice flashes.
If he wants to come back on I'll come back 1 year, $2 million. Sure, it's good. I can live with that.
Yeah. Definitely don't overpay. He produced a little bit more than I thought he would. But yeah, you can't overpay.
And then the final name in his don't overpay, cornerback CJ Goodwin, the Cowboys' best special teamer, 33. Seems to be year to year at this point for CJ Goodwin. I think Nashawn Wright can do what CJ Goodwin does. I know CJ Goodwin's been a special teams ace, but Nashawn Wright gets a lot of credit for the team for doing that. He's younger, get him some reps. I would just move on from CJ Goodwin.
Yeah, bye.
Yep.
Fine.
Sure.
33. Sure he's not 31 according to the Cowboys.
Yeah. How are the ages that's pretty different.
Spotrax had some old info on there before.
Okay.
Take a chance. So these are more, go ahead and gamble on these guys. 3 of them. Running back Tony Pollard. The franchise tag looms for Pollard. That would make sense for the Cowboys if they don't have a long-term deal in place by March 7th. When the franchise tag window closes, but signing Pollard to a multi-year deal would make even more sense, RJ Choppy.
Wow.
Who said this, Archer?
Yeah.
This is Archer,
right,
which, no, you're not out on Archer. If Archer's saying that, that may mean you're out on the Cowboys front office because Archer's a very well-informed reporter.
Yeah, but you know what he needs to do? He has an obligation to speak it into existence what he really wants to happen there. And that is for him not to be signed. If they sign...
Look, there's 2 options on the table. You can tag him for 1 year or you can let him go. Anything past 1 year with a multi-year deal is not an option, should not be an option.
I have 2 options on the table as well.
Unless you're getting 2 years at less than the $10 million total it would cost, which is never going to happen.
I have 2 options on the table here.
Okay.
For option 1, draft 1 in the 6th. Option 2, draft 1 in the 7th. Those are my 2 options on the table.
I'll agree with you.
He's about to win you back. His second player. Take a chance.
Are you going to disagree with Archer on this?
I've said I don't mind the franchise tag for him. I would not sign him to a long-term deal.
No.
Anthony Brown.
Oh, a choppy special.
Cowboys never really replaced him after the torn left Achilles in early December. Signing back on a 1-year deal makes the most sense for both sides.
I mean, look, you can get Brown and Lewis. Like, who are you going to replace? Let's say it's $6 million. Now, obviously, the Achilles is a major sticking point for me because he's getting a little bit older and he's coming off a major injury. So if you want to move on from him, I'm okay with that. But assuming he was healthy and he was going to get $6 million a year, who are you going to find that's better than him for $6 million?
I am fine bringing him back on a one-year deal. If it's not the type of one-year deal, that means, well, he's our automatic starter. If you're going to sign him to one of those and then you're going to keep guys behind him as a progress stopper, no. If he wants to come back on a one-year deal and he's a contributor, fine. But otherwise, no. The third name, defensive tackle Jonathan Hankins. I thought the run defense looked a whole lot better with him in there.
Yes.
He's an older player who some people thought was on the downside of his career. So
31 in March.
He would be taking a chance on the Cowboys in that sense. Cowboys would be taking a chance in terms of we're going to stick with the veteran instead of letting some of these younger players go. Pay market price. 4 names for you here. And I'm just going to list them down. You guys tell me which one you want to talk about. But this is let the market set the value and then you pay it. Cooper Rush, Carlos Watkins, Connor McGovern, and linebacker Luke Gifford. Special teams ace.
What's the market price for Cooper Rush?
According to analysts, according to many people here, he's going to get paid big time money. I'm going to go get those receipts too.
Without looking, I would bet if he's going to be a backup with a chance to start or something like that, I think Cooper Rush, just without researching heavily, it strikes me $6 to $7 million. I mean, that's what guys like
6 to 7. I thought people were talking much higher than that.
I mean, if you're going to give him a chance to start, maybe.
Yeah.
But I think $6 to $7 million. Would you pay that?
I'd rather pay Tony Pollard 10 than a backup quarterback 6 to 7 million.
Cooper Rush, no. Carlos Watkins, no. Connor McGovern.
I'm in on McGovern.
Fine. Luke Gifford, no. Those are my answers for that. Go ahead, explain McGovern.
McGovern,
and your Rush answer as well.
I just think McGovern is solid. He's not great, and that's kind of what Archer says here. He said he's solid, nothing spectacular, but he's solid, which is okay. You don't need spectacular as long as Biadasz continues to improve. Martin plays like Zach Martin. The tackles are improving. You can have a guy who's just solid. You don't need to have Pro Bowlers at every spot. So I'm fine paying Connor McGovern and saying let's keep the continuity.
And Rush,
I would not pay Cooper Rush. No, I would not pay anything more than a minimum type of contract. And then really quickly,
the next Mike White.
He's got the either ors. We won't spend time on these really. Matt Overton, Jake McQuaid, the 2 long snappers, Jason Peters, and T.Y. Hilton. Take them or leave them, basically. And then the move-on names, he's got 3. Linebacker Anthony Barr, who he says did a fine job after signing training camp, but they drafted Damone Clark. His eye on the future. It's his time now. Tight end Dalton Schultz, who's going to be out of their price range. Played on the tag last year. And then finally, kicker Brett Maher, who they seem to kind of just kick him out the door after the season anyway.
Yeah.
And they just signed Tristan Vizcaino yesterday to, I believe, a futures deal. So they're already working on kicker.
We've been a little cold-blooded towards Maher.
Yes, he was great last year.
He was tremendous. He had a bad day.
Yeah, I think that's stupid.
Like, we haven't talked about that enough.
Yeah.
And Jerry said, period, point blank, with reporters, we're moving on. Not we'll see. We're moving on.
Yeah.
Done. Out of here. All right, final hour of the show. Josh Green, the breakout player from your Dallas Mavericks, is going to join us, but the Rangers are already making a huge mistake. Humongous mistake before the season has even started. Who made the bigger Ranger mistake? The team or Peyton Russell? Next.
But let's get you over to QC.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time, and what a start to the 9 o'clock with the Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby, as Mavs breakout player Josh Green is set to join us here on the Diamond Factory hotline, and then we'll crosstalk with KMC to end the show at 9:40. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, as the Mavs are back in action tonight against the San Antonio Spurs at the AAC 7:30 with the tip time. And this guy just broke out.
Yeah, absolutely broke out.
Game log by month-to-month scoring went from 5 to 7 to 10 to 15. And now he's this team's defensive stopper after the Kyrie trade.
And he's fast, athletic.
Athleticism just really jumps out, doesn't it?
It's fun. Well, it's fun to watch a homegrown, non-Luka player kind of start to shine.
Well, when you see this team and how Josh Green and Hardy look athletically, you're like, oh, well, the rest of this team, they don't appear that athletic when these two guys are just jumping out of your screen, watching them play with how they get up and down the floor.
And I think with Kyrie in there, it allows the athleticism to show more on these players because, we've talked about like they were one of the slowest teams in the league in terms of pace. And, Kyrie gets in there and all of a sudden, bam, this team is flying up and down the floor. You can show the athleticism a little bit more when you're not playing just in a half court.
All right, I believe we are ready to go as the Mavs and the Spurs play tonight, and the breakout player from your Dallas Mavericks, Josh Green, is joining us now live on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Josh. How are you, man?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
We're doing very well, thanks to you. What do you attribute this breakout to? All of a sudden now, we're relying on you as the defensive stopper. Your scoring average has gone from 5 to 15 real fast. What do you attribute it to, man, with the great play as of late?
I think just the work I put in the summertime. I don't think I'd be in a situation I would be in without, the summer that I had last off season, as well as the opportunity that the coaches have been able to give me here at the Mavs.
Do you consider yourself now this team's defensive stopper?
I think I always kind of considered myself as a defensive stopper. I've always taken my defense pretty serious, so whatever the team needs, I'm all for it.
What were your first impressions of Kyrie Irving when you met him? Was that the first time you really ever spoke with him after the Mavs traded for him?
Yes, it was. I think he's a great guy. I think the first thing I noticed was how competitive he was on the court. That series against Sacramento when we played them back to back. He was diving for loose balls and, getting offensive rebounds and defensive rebounds. And, you don't really get that a lot from, superstars and whatnot. So it was cool to see how competitive he was.
What's the biggest difference that you've noticed in the offense since he got here?
I think faster pace. We played at a lot of faster pace. It was a very fast-paced offense when he's got here. So now it's good. He's a very unselfish player. He gives himself up for other teammates, and I think it's worked really well.
Like, how long does it take to really kind of gel with another player? I know everyone's, I'm sure, differently, but mid-season like this, it's probably a little bit more difficult than when you have an off-season. How long does that process take?
Yeah, it's not gonna, it's obviously not gonna just take, one game movie and it'll be fully together. It's something that will obviously take place over an amount of games, but I think we've done a good job of starting it off, and I don't think it will take too long. I think we'll really push into stride.
Josh, when, a lot of the discussion, obviously, from analysts and things like that after the Kyrie trade is, well, look, Kyrie and Luka, they've got to really mesh, and they've got to learn to have their play styles work together and things like that. What do you view, I guess, your role and some of your other teammates' roles in helping to facilitate that's a connection that really flourishes?
I think just doing what we usually do. You know, there's no reason to change our game just because we got a new player on our team. You know, I think that the biggest thing we needed to, you know, look into is just making sure that we don't overthink the situation and just, you know, we've been playing basketball now our whole life. So just keeping it simple and, you know, great basketball players will always find a way to make it work.
Does it feel early on? Are you getting the impression that Luka's all in to make this work? It's been his team, it's been his city, and he's been the man. Have you gotten the feeling that Luka is willing to make those sacrifices to make Kyrie feel comfortable and make this thing work for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not. Luka's always been, you know, willing to, you know, win. I don't think it's ever been a question or anything. So, I mean, he's been great. He's been great with Kyrie, as is everybody else. So I think, you know, everybody wants to win a championship here. So that's our goal.
Josh Green from your Dallas Mavericks joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Did you have a non-basketball question planned for Kyrie? Did you have something you were just wondering about? Did you have a lifestyle question, something that you talked to him about that you're always wondering, or was it just strictly hoops?
No, I had no lifestyle, just strictly basketball.
What's your major hobby? What's your non-basketball love?
Probably FIFA.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
can you actually play at all yourself?
Like, am I good at the game?
No, like soccer, in
Oh,
real
yeah.
life.
Yeah, I like soccer a lot. Lewis is a big soccer player too.
Hacky sack competition on the team.
Hacky sack.
Who finishes in first? I know 77 thinks he's the man. Who's winning the hacky sack competition?
I don't know if I can do a hacky sack. I've never actually tried that, but actually I tried it a couple times. But I wouldn't put all my money on that. A regular soccer ball is fine for me.
Oh, okay.
Do people still do the hacky sack?
Isn't that juggling like the little?
Yeah, the little the ball with beads in it, the bead ball,
exactly,
tiny little hacky sack.
Yeah, no, that's it. Josh, you know, one of the things that everybody's taken notice of with you this offseason is just how much more improved your 3-point shooting is. How it's something that you've become a legitimate threat for the team as a guy beyond the arc. What was that process like this offseason in terms of trying to improve your long range shooting, and how did you approach that aspect of your game?
I think just repetition. I think, you know, being able to stay consistent. You know, it wasn't about making, you know, 25 shots. It was making sure that I could make, you know, 25 shots without missing like 2 in a row and stuff like that. So I think it was just more of being, you know, consistent about it, and I think that's what helped me out the most.
Can you still go around the city without being recognized?
I mean, I don't really go out too much, you know. So I couldn't really tell you that, but I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm just like anybody else. I go on with my day. I go shopping, whatever.
So if you're staying at home, I'm guessing, like you said, there's a lot of FIFA in there. Is it gaming in general, or are you just like mainly a FIFA guy? Are you one of these guys who's like on Call of Duty? Like, what are your other vices there?
I mean, I try Call of Duty, but I'm pretty bad at it, to be honest with you. I'm good at like sports games. I like sports games, and so Call of Duty and Fortnite, all that stuff. It was just pissed me off, so I ended up like breaking the remote or something.
Oh, still breaking the remote.
Rage quitting.
Is Madden as bad as what everyone says? Is it just become absolute trash to where they're thinking about? They said it's a make or break year. Has Madden really gotten that bad?
I don't play it as much, but I mean it's not terrible. I don't mind. I couldn't tell you what the old Maddens were like, so. It's decent. You know, I play a couple of my teammates for, you know, on the plane and whatnot. So it's a decent game.
Now that JB's gone, who is your new Wii Sports doubles tennis partner?
It's still up in the air. I've held tryouts a couple times. It's a long process. I'm waiting to see.
Josh, did you stay in and watch the All-Star Game festivities, or did you just take a full basketball break?
I took a full basketball break.
So you're like the rest of America that didn't watch the game.
So, RJ,
Stop it, Choppy.
Get
What?
out of here. Did you see the Mac McClung highlights, the dunk contest?
I did.
Did that shock you? And do you think that's where this thing is going? Everyone's trying to save the dunk contest. Did you have any idea in your mind to help things out and make people watch more? And do you think like the Mac McClung participants are the new wave?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very cool to see him win. His last week must have been hectic with signing with 76ers and doing that. But I don't know. I mean, I think it's just a matter of fact of who's willing to participate in the dunk competition. So I mean, it starts with the players. Players need to be more willing to be able to do it. So we'll see.
Your top dunker of all time is?
My top dunker of all time. I'll go with Vince Carter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's an easy answer. I mean, it's not an easy answer, but it's one of like three.
Yeah, I think Vince is probably the number one seed. Best dunk contest guy for sure. If you were going to enter into one of the contests, what would it be? Would it be the skills, the three, or the dunk?
Probably the dunk competition. I've never really done a dunk competition though.
Who would win the dunk competition right now on the team?
I don't know. I'll let the fans answer that. I couldn't tell you.
You don't think Maxey would have a good chance there?
To win the dunk competition? He can dunk.
Hey, man, thank you for the time. We know you got a meeting with J-Kid to get to. Congratulations on the absolute breakout. Keep it going, and we can't wait to watch you guys tonight in the second half of the season.
Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you having me.
Thank you, sir. Josh Green from your Dallas Mavericks on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Who would win the dunk? Who would win the three-point contest? On this team,
Kyrie would win the three-point competition. Probably Josh Green would. I would think Josh Green would win the dunk.
And I think Kyrie would win the skills.
Oh, yeah. It's not even a question.
Yeah. All right, so I'm trying to think who else could give a run in the three-point shooting. Bertans would win.
Bertans,
I didn't even think about him.
If you're just talking practice threes, Bertans would be up there.
Three-point contest.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, clearly he's like people get annoyed with him as an in-game three-point shooter, but yeah, if it's just a practice one, then he could probably compete there. Luka, I mean, if Luka's just getting ultra competitive and it's practice threes, I bet he'd be some stiff competition, but Kyrie overall, I think, is the best, most consistent three-point shooter on the team.
All right, so Mavs Spurs tonight. Thank you, Peyton, for getting on Josh Green, and thanks to the Mavs for hooking us up right before Josh's meeting with Jason Kidd here on DFW Sports Station. The Rangers have already screwed things up. Rangers or Peyton Russell with the bigger screw-up to start the baseball season? We'll tell you about it next. on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Thanks to the Tolo for sending this. I just wonder if Adam Schefter, if he feels like this is beneath him. And Aaron Rodgers is going to cuss him out again. This is Adam Schefter's tweet 11 minutes ago. The room in which Aaron Rodgers spent his time in is a partially underground, hobbit-like structure with...
What was that, Bobby?
Who gave him that adjective?
It's someone named, I don't want to butcher her name. Juan Tai is the Twitter handle. Go ahead, RJ.
I was going to look at it.
XUAN, last name Tai, literally Tai. She is an investigative and enterprise reporter for ESPN. Is it Juan?
Isn't X usually Schwan?
Schwan? Maybe it's like my name pronunciation.
Yeah, it's Sean.
Sean Tai.
Sean Tai.
Anyway, Schefter is trying to recap her article, and it says, the room in which Rodgers spent his time in is a partially underground hobbit-like structure with 300 square feet of space, devoid of light, with a queen bed, a bathroom, and a meditation-like mat on the floor.
Just get some blackout curtains, bro.
God, I would sleep so well. 4 days in complete darkness.
We have...
I think you start going crazy.
You probably do.
You can't even be in your house for a day.
No.
You're going to be locked into a New York apartment, 300 square feet of space, no light, queen bed.
No, I need a king.
Need a king.
I need, like just in general, especially on the weekends, if I want to sleep in at all before the sun starts coming into our bedroom, we've got a black comforter that I have now nailed over the window. Because I don't care. I don't care.
God.
I will take a picture of it when I get home and I'll send it to you. It blacks it out.
Why don't you get curtains?
Because it's an apartment. I don't want to put anything up like permanent like that.
So nailing holes.
There are nails all in the walls of apartments. That's not unusual. I don't want to like put up.
Does your
curtains,
wife
though.
have a sense of like
decor
style?
Yeah. How does she allow that?
No, so we had this happen. I live tweeted it when it occurred. She had
tweeted putting up the curtain.
No, me discovering that my wife had like color schemed our apartment, and I realized it 4 years into us living there. Like she'd said something about like, well, because that teal or whatever the color is, I don't even know, cyan. I think it's cyan. She's like that. That's kind of like that's our theme. I was like, what do you mean that's our theme? She's like everything in the house. And I was like, no, it's not. And I started like They
start looking around and
it was the usual suspects realization, like,
Good
oh my
reference.
gosh, the plates are this. And then I found it everywhere. And then I found a pair of shoes she bought me, and they were that color on the heel.
That still doesn't.
She tied that to your decor.
I don't know that was on purpose, but I think it's just she likes that color. But she's like, yeah, if you look around, you'll see it. And I was like, wow. I was like, you can never get mad at me again for not noticing your haircut. I didn't notice we had a theme in our apartment.
For 4 years. I need a new bed, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Broke
I got
it?
a guy.
Too much action?
I got a guy.
Do you?
Way to go, Sean.
What about sleep numbers?
I mean, you could, or you could just go to the bed farm.
I mean, you saw Dak's interception numbers.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Let me write these down. Yeah, okay. The bed farm.
Go say hi to Scooter.
Nice. Okay, so that is Adam Schefter recapping the Darkness Retreat. Let's recap the Texas Rangers and their first day of school.
Okay.
After we talk about the color crime that took place.
So, baseball.
This is color crime.
In their infinite wisdom, Major League Baseball, along with Nike, now Nike makes the uniforms. Nike was like, hey, guys, we're only allowing each team to have 4 uniform styles this year.
Yeah. Reasonable.
So remember the Rangers had that photo like last year, the year before, they had like 8 different uniform styles.
Mm-hmm.
They're cutting it down. You get 4 of them. So the Rangers had to bid adieu to 1. Now they're not doing away with the red hats. Okay, they're still going to work in the red cap with the white tee. But if you thought you were going to see a red jersey this year, you were mistaken. They are doing away with the red. Now they're going to do the 4+1. So 4 uniforms plus a City Connect uniform. Okay, they're going to do that City Connect uniform.
Like the Mavs one, the green.
Yeah.
Is that their city edition?
It's the one. Yeah, it's like the funky colored.
Yeah.
So a year ago, the Rangers had white tops, blue tops, gray tops, powder blue tops, and red tops. The powder blue were worn on Sundays, and the reds only on home on Fridays. I think it's a mistake. Only wear them at home on Fridays.
We are very strongly opinionated about uniforms.
Yes.
I think every fan base is. I'm going to say something you're going to get very upset over, RJ.
Okay.
I think you're going to. I hate, maybe except for one team in baseball, I hate all gray uniforms. I love the white at home, and I love the strong red. I love the Ranger blue tops. I hate gray road uniforms. Maybe for the Yankees, it's fine. But everyone else, they're boring gray. It's just so boring. Now, I don't want you to be the Technicolor Dream Coat, okay? I don't want you to look all crazy nonstop. But my favorite color is red. So that's my favorite type of red. This stings that they're getting rid of the red Ranger tops. I love the blue Ranger tops. I love the white Ranger uniforms. But I knew they weren't going to get rid of the gray.
Look, I'm kind of with you on the grays in general. It's just very classic, you know.
Yeah.
So most teams have it. I think the Yankees gray uniform. That's my favorite uniform in the sport. I like the Yankees road grays better than the home pinstripes. I think the Tigers home uniforms are so clean though, man. This hurts. I hate losing the red. I'd rather lose the baby blue than the red.
Oh,
I'd rather lose the baby blue. Baby blue's a
Me
copycat.
too.
Baby blue's a copycat of the Phillies, of the Cardinals, of the Reds, of the Blue Jays, of every team that was like kind of one of these quirky, cute teams in the 70s had to get themselves some baby blues.
The Chargers don't wear the baby blues enough.
No, they don't wear the baby blues enough. But I get it, and I know fans love the baby blues, so keep them. They should have gotten rid of another.
Okay, so what do we have? We have baby blues, white.
So what they're going to do now, they're going to have the white. They're going to have
blue?
the white top, the blue top, the gray top,
and the baby blue.
Or they call it powder blue.
I mean, the mid to late 90s Rangers, red and white and gray and red, those were the best uniforms that they've had as primary uniforms. So those are the best. By the way, gray uniforms that are good, the Pirates gray roads I used to like quite a bit with the black and and yellow caps. But the best uniform of all time, it was the alternate they wore, was this one in 05. That's their best uniform of all time.
Okay, with like the blue sleeve.
With the blue sleeves.
The tank top?
Yeah.
No,
that
it's only
so
good if you go
slick.
sleeveless. It's only
Oh
good
my
if you go
gosh.
sleeveless.
Don't you miss that infield? Hank Blaylock, Michael Young, Mark Teixeira, Alfonso Soriano. What a team.
I like those uniforms. So that's what they're doing in terms of what they're wearing. Now, we get to the first day of school recaps.
Yeah, so we had talked about Jake DeGrom's first day so the Rangers did this photo day thing, right?
What are these? Are these called storyboards, poster boards?
Yeah, I mean storyboards, like, it's the first day of school chalkboard thing that you hold up.
Which to give them credit, I know we criticize like favorite color and stuff like that. Those are the types of questions that are on these kids' boards when they do first day of school. So
they're not kids.
Yeah, like
no one cares about. Yeah, that's fine, but you can change out color. Like no one gives a crap about anyone's favorite color. That's an adult.
Right, the Rangers could have done a better job.
Except for us talking about team uniforms.
Right, they could have done a better job, I thought, of giving these guys chances to show their personality. But it's baseball.
TV show, Netflix show, something.
It's baseball, and they don't want to give a chance to have any personality.
No personality.
So like, Nathaniel Lowe, the favorite color green, favorite food mom's lasagna.
Okay. Mom's spaghetti.
Yeah. Childhood hero Chipper Jones.
Great answer.
Good answer.
Chipper.
Great answer. Yeah.
Chipper.
Larry.
His friends are Marcus and Adolis. He loves home runs.
Okay. And DeGrom did not have a hero.
Neither did Adolis.
And neither did Adolis.
They both wrote none.
They wrote none. You get to Martin Perez, and all of his are written in Spanish, and I can't read Spanish.
Okay.
You get to Adolis, and his favorite food.
Do we want to touch on this with Peyton here?
This broke out on our group text.
Favorite food is rice and beans.
Great choice.
He loves his family. His favorite color is black. His friends are his teammates, and he has no childhood hero, which I find to be very, very sad.
All right, so we're talking about DeGrom on the group text, and we're like, what the heck? How did this happen? This is so sad. How can you not throw out your dad or any baseball figure? And then Peyton goes and finds Adolis' board, and he goes, what the heck? favorite food is rice and beans. And
yeah, up more, man.
I think, and Choppy, I said, Jesus, Peyton. And then RJ said, you got to get out more. And I was thinking that Peyton was thinking, like, literally, it was like a pile of white rice and, like, Bush's baked bean. Like,
roll that beautiful bean.
And I was like, does Peyton know, like, the cultural connection here to rice and beans and why that may be the favorite food of many, many people? And many, many people living in the great state of Texas.
I'll tell you who crushed it with most of their answers.
No, hang on. I want RJ's reaction to this first. The rice and beans. That's what we were dying over laughing at, because I felt like that was such an innocent.
So innocent.
Such an innocent.
I just thought there were so many better options out there.
Look, but did you know they were talking about like rice and beans, like what he's like referring to tonight? Not baked beans, right? Like
the Hispanic culture and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
The culture. Yeah.
So, like, I'll be like, when I was Peyton's age, I probably didn't know rice and beans.
Have you lived in any other state?
No, Texas is it.
And you were how old?
26.
Okay, there's no excuse. Not when you're 26, you grow up
He's
here.
never left the Rockwall compound. Like, I mean, it's just a drive here.
You know what I
St.
mean? Like,
Molly.
maybe me coming from Maryland, maybe Choppy not getting it. You born and raised here until the age of 26, and you're not understanding how rice and beans could be what that was. I don't know. That's inexcusable. That's no pass.
So I have a buddy who worked in baseball, and he would go to the Dominican to work. Like he'd be charged with getting the food prepared for the players, and so he would do like the Dominican Winter League or whatever.
Yeah,
and he was like every day they wanted like two things. They either wanted rice and beans or chicken and rice. Like that was it. That was their meal.
Right.
Every single day.
It'd be like if Peyton grew up in Louisiana and someone said rice and beans, and he's like, basic.
red beans.
Yeah, right. What do you red beans and rice? What a dumb selection.
What a terrible thing that is.
What a terrible thing. All right.
So Jake DeGrom, he also has no childhood hero. His favorite food's a burger. Very bland, very boring. That's fine.
Yeah.
I think the best answer, Jonah Heim had the best answer in who his friends are. Pitchers that throw strikes are his best friends.
Okay.
It's a good one.
It's a good one. If you want to, you have some.
Yeah, I got some answers that I like. I thought John Gray's was strong. Favorite food, waffles. He hearts animals. His friends are catchers and bullpen. And his childhood hero is Goku from Dragon Ball Z.
I didn't understand who that
Dragon
was.
Ball Z.
I had to look that up.
So people are gonna like that. The best answer though, the best board to me from top to bottom is probably Taylor Hearn. He's got
best personality on the team.
Favorite food, Whataburger. He said he hearts his dog, and then went out of his way to put in parentheses the dog's name, so you could know what his dog's name is. Rex. Favorite color, blue. Solid choice. Childhood hero, Denzel Washington. Fantastic actor.
Yes.
His friend on the team is Ezekiel Duran.
Dane Dunning's oddly specific favorite color.
Are we gonna have a problem with this?
Forest green.
Forest green? What is forest green?
That's like the car that's the color of the car you get that probably raises your insurance because it blends in with the trees.
Forrest Whitaker green. Yeah.
Forest green. Okay.
How do you think he feels about he put his friend as Taylor Hearn and Taylor Hearn did not put him as his friend?
Oh man, I bet you.
Does that cause an issue?
Oh, really?
I bet you one of them lost a bet.
When's the last time you guys have made like a life decision based upon your favorite color?
A life decision
where you're like, that's my favorite color. That's the one I want.
You
know, like if it's candy when you're young, you're like, all right, I want yellow, I want blue.
A couple of weeks ago.
T-shirt, something like that.
No, I have these like chairs, these wooden chairs for outside.
Yeah.
And they were getting kind of ratty.
Yep.
So we wanted to put a fire pit out there. So I wanted to put them around the fire pit. Right. So I sanded them down and painted them orange and white. Go Vols.
Okay.
If we're talking big life decision, I think the most common one adults do that with still is cars.
You think?
That's what I did.
Yeah.
With my Camaro, I got a blue Camaro.
Yeah.
Oh, my Camaro.
31 miles to the gallon.
A Camaro?
You don't pay for it.
He didn't get the Hemi.
Yes, I did.
No, I think that
on a Camaro.
For instance, that was what I don't care as much about the color of the car. Like there's just a few of them that I'm okay with. There's colors I don't want because they look bad. But like Kristen, when we were shopping for the Altima last year, she was very particular about what color she wanted. And so,
what did she pick?
It's like this. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like this metallic gray type thing. She likes that.
And where would you be shopping now for your car?
Rockwell Ford, which I did this past weekend. Got a beautiful black Ford Explorer. Thank you, Jeff.
Cross Talk with the KNC Masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan. But as we come out of the winter hibernation and roll into spring, it's even more important to make sure Now time for Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece with Kevin Hagelin, Mikey Bassick, and Corey Majors. Corey, good morning. What's coming up?
I have a theory about the Mavs reverse engineering their season at 12:20 today. Bold predictions for the rest of the NBA season at 10:20. And then at 11:20 today, gentlemen, I saw a T-shirt that had a bear playing an electric guitar. And I was like, this is badass.
Oh, it's a bear guitar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so
like
then I started thinking, what other animal do I want to see play what instrument? And I can't. We'll have to decide that at 11:20. If you could choose to watch one animal in the world play what instrument, what would it be?
I think a kangaroo with the drums is cool with the short little arms.
Badass. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Do you have an interest in watching the Cocaine Bear movie?
Hell yeah!
He does. I am already
We've been talking about this movie for
How
like
can you be
3
beaten
months.
down? You're dreaming up a rock band.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Of animals, and you don't want to see a bear on a cocaine
Yeah,
binge.
that sounds more acid than cocaine, though, what he's talking about.
It definitely does.
And you're interested.
Oh my god, I've been interested in this movie for 3 months.
Is it a horror movie?
Yes,
But
because
you
the bear
watched-
is gonna run amok and kill people.
You watched a movie about a tire chasing people down, though, didn't you?
No, it was about the killer pair of pants. It's called Slacks with 2 X's. It's a quality movie.
Ooh.
Don't dismiss it until you've watched it. You probably won't watch it. It's pretty good.
You don't watch horror films?
No, I'm out on that.
All right, Sean, I have something for you.
All right, thank you.
We were at Knife in Plano
wanted to
last
talk
night.
more about
We had
Cocaine
a
Bear.
great dinner with Rachel
Ray?
Ring?
Rachel Ray.
Rachel Ray, 30-minute meals. We are in the private
Did you get
room
the dry age and the private room?
where we could see all the dry age stuff. Here was my question when I was looking at all that meat.
Sean thought he was getting a sports topic from Mike here.
I don't care. As long
I
as
could
it's
also
any
tell you
topic.
that Cocaine Bear is at 100% on Rotten Tomatoes right
Everybody
now.
has to try something at some point. And you see this piece of meat, and I'm going to guess it's hanging up because it has to be a long time ago. We don't have refrigerators back then.
Did they walk
And
in the
it's-
freezer?
No, but it starts going bad. So think about this, whether it's
Oh,
the
yeah.
1500s or 1600s, and you start looking at that meat, and for some reason you didn't eat it in time.
Yeah.
And you're like, you know what? Give that MF for another 40 days and let's try it out. Who did that?
It's gonna be fantastic.
And then after 45 days, they're like, man, this is good. I can't believe I let this meat rot,
Yep.
it looks like,
Yep.
turn horrible looking, and it actually tastes better. You know what? Let's try 90 days next time.
Right.
I can't imagine the person who
Yeah.
kept looking at that meat go that bad
I wonder
and go,
that,
it's going to be even better that it's that bad.
I wonder that for a lot of different foods, like blue cheese. Who decided, let's let this rot?
I'm a big fan of chicken and blue cheese.
Is that a reference?
Yeah, it is.
Like a cordon bleu?
No.
I would never eat blue cheese.
Oh no, do I have to look that up now?
No, you're fine.
Probably has something to do
I
with
love
this.
blue cheese.
But
now.
let's
Now I love
just
it.
let this cheese rot.
Yeah.
And then I love blue cheese.
Yeah.
Who thought of that? Who's like, all right, we're gonna catch this fish, but we're gonna skin it and open it up and eat it raw. I'm gonna do that. And then if you made the mistake, you get, you could die.
Oh,
We're
like
just going to
worms or whatever.
throw it in a big vat of salt for a while, and then we'll eat it dry later on.
People who discover that stuff, man. In studying the Bible right now, Mike, I think of this stuff all the time as I'm binging the Bible.
Are you waiting for the chapter where they talk about blue cheese?
No, I'm
Okay.
not.
Where-
You have terrible news for you.
Salting and curing things, and
Yeah.
they haven't done that either. But it made me think of those times. I'm connecting everything.
I appreciate that.
It is
Bible right
amazing though, and you can't really store food. You can store food back then, but you can't store much. I mean, you're really working on kind of like a 3-day
Yes.
to maybe
Yeah.
5-day storage of food.
Yeah, oysters. You're gonna open that thing up and be like, "Oh, this is
yeah,
gonna be
that-
amazing."
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I'm gonna eat this snot rocket. I'm just gonna take it straight down, just like that.
It might have a pearl in it.
Yeah,
Please, save that for me, Peyton.
Bobby now has the Kevin. You've elevated. You're above Bobby for
I have a better palate.
crosstalk palate. Not even close.
I don't know. I think there's probably.
You just ate shrimp 3 months ago.
Oh, shrimp is good.
For the
It was
first
not.
time?
It was not. Yeah, no, it was gross.
What?
If it my general rule is if it comes out of the water, I don't eat it.
Even my kid likes shrimp, and they don't like anything but dino nuggets.
See,
Those
but I'm
are
not but that's the thing. I'm not so picky that I will eat There are veggies I'll eat. Like, you guys apparently think it's weird that I'll eat raw onions, but I won't eat other things like pickles and tomatoes. Like, I won't touch those.
Like, you eat it like raw onion, like an apple?
No, like, I'll eat raw onions on like a burger or whatever. I like the taste of raw onions.
Okay, that's fine. It's like you just biting into onions.
No, that's
pulls one out of his pocket and starts chopping on it.
No, that would be a psychopath tendency, I feel like, to just eat an onion like an apple.
Or see somebody do it with a tomato. My mom did it with a tomato. Just eat it like
That's
an
fine.
apple.
Juice.
Yeah,
older
my
people
daughter
do
did that when she was
It's
younger.
like putting salt on it and then just taking a bite of it or whatever.
So, did you eat a dry aged steak? Or
Yeah, I
regular?
did. I had a dry aged New York strip. It was great.
Did the smell like throw you off? Did you go?
Yeah.
What did you
was-
eat?
I'm part of the
It's a
show.
Sandlot,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
I didn't know if it was a personal family matter.
Hold on. Oh, okay.
It was a show outing.
Yeah, it was a show
Okay.
outing.
I thought you just took the
Listen,
fan.
I ain't driving to Plano for many things. I'll tell you that much.
Wow.
So,
But you will for
He
night.
came
from
out for my
Plano.
birthday, so that was one
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
there's a,
Was that last night?
No.
it was
This is like years ago.
it was for the Jared Sandler charity.
Oh, okay.
But
I'm dying to know what you ate.
I had a steak. It was freaking delicious.
We had
Medium
a bacon.
well?
I like mine medium, but it was delicious.
We had a bacon sampling, like 2 different bacon platters. We did that. We had the yellowtail with the grapefruit on top. That was
I did
phenomenal.
not eat that.
Yeah. What sides did you eat?
mac and cheese.
Mashed
right?
Mac and cheese.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's what I miss right now with soda. I miss mac and cheese.
You wouldn't eat the
I miss-
mushrooms.
No.
Those mushrooms
Or the
are
cream
amazing.
spinach.
Cream spinach?
No.
Milk and spinach in the same deal. I can't
Look,
believe
we've
you didn't try it.
established I do not have an advanced palate, so I passed on all
we'll
of
eat
that.
shrimp.
Speaking of
No.
mac and cheese, I saw this on Instagram yesterday. I'm going to absolutely try this. Ramen mac and cheese.
No.
No. You get just pick your favorite kind of ramen, like chicken or meat, whatever ramen it is. Like you do is it Maruchan, whatever the hell it is?
Marushan?
Marushan.
Ramen.
Cook it up.
The orange
cherry?
packet.
Cook it up.
Cherries.
Mix it up.
Drain
and
it.
then take the noodles from the mac and cheese, pour it in there. So now you got your ramen noodles and your mac and cheese noodles, and then you put the mac cheese on top, mix it in, and you got ramen mac and cheese. And I am absolutely trying that.
This sounds like one of those like A&E like locked up prisoner dinner concoctions. This doesn't sound like something you should just eat if you have a house.
You literally have a window.
If you have a house.
You approve that, Mike? Fist pump?
Yeah, I thought that was a good joke.
If you live in prison, go for it.
Did you guys hear the debut of TJ?
TJ, our security guard?
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
He was in the expressway.
Life with TJ, 7:20 this morning.
Wow.
All right, explain to people who didn't hear it why it would be a wow or why you would, or maybe intrigued.
First, TJ's a great guy.
Sweetheart.
He says hi to everybody who enters the building.
Make that money.
And he knows our names. At least he knows our names. You guys come in so early, he might not be here when you guys get here at 4:45 or whatever.
You don't know about us.
But he always wants to discuss sports. This morning, he asked me about the Rangers and when they're starting. And I said, well, they kind of already have, but their first game's tomorrow, I believe, for spring training. And he's like, who are they playing? And I said, I don't know, because I have no care at all about who they're playing in spring training.
He does like to chat a lot.
Yes, and then he'll say, hey, Cowboys, what do you think of Tony Pollard? And, he just keeps going and
Do
going.
you stop? Who stops and talks and who just keeps
No,
going?
you keep talking to him. There's a conversation that you have with TJ until the elevator opens, and then it closes, and you're not sure if the conversation has stopped. But there's no way that I know if it stopped, because I am now in an elevator that the door is closed and I'm going up.
He's totally the guy that where you like walk in, and then if you were to take a right, Sean, and go to the bathroom while he's talking to you, that when you come out, he's still talking.
Yeah.
He hasn't stopped.
But he's super nice, so you don't want to hurt his feelings or be mean or anything.
And the fan text just kept saying it was nothing but praise for, oh my gosh, this sounds like the most positive person I've ever met in my life. Can he be my best friend? Now, the one thing he was negative about, he said, Ezekiel Elliott's got to get the hell out of here. We got to cut Zeke. And he was very specific. He said, Zeke's got to go. He's like, I just don't know about that knee. He's like, that knee, he's like, I don't think that's going to hold up. I think we can find a better running back.
He is every man. He really is.
You talk to him?
Every day, yeah. And Mike's right. Like, a lot of times what'll happen is I'm getting on the elevator. He'll give me the have a great day, and the next conversation starts as somebody else walks through the door.
Yeah.
And that's always my favorite part. And there are some people that love it and some people that are just like, I don't want to talk. But He's there to
Yankees.
talk, and he'll tell you about the weather. Oh my gosh, if it's 95 degrees outside, you boys get ready. It's a hot
It's
one.
chilly
If it's
out
gorgeous,
there.
he's like, I can't wait to get home and get out there.
Make
And
sure you take your hoses off or whatever, because it's going to be freezing tonight or whatever. Like, he's the guy that helps you out with that stuff.
He always asks questions about the baby and stuff. He's really nice.
Do you think he knows that he's a radio star for when we walk down there in 10 minutes?
No.
Will he be
I don't
aware?
think he knows
No
yet.
one's told him?
I wouldn't guess
We
so.
don't have that type of reach? He's
I mean,
not listening
our
to us?
crosstalk didn't even know we had done it, so I don't know if TJ would.
Oh.
We're in a show meeting.
Good point.
I turned you guys on YouTube for a second, but then I had to get ready for, the day,
Show prepping?
No. I had to.
Come on, Mike. I was trying to make this easier.
I had to get on the Peloton. Listen, I am really close to not meeting my goal. I have 37 months in a row of
You got
150 miles or more.
What are you at right now?
I am at, right now, I need about approximately 28 more miles in this month.
You can
to
do
get
that
it
today.
done.
Oh my gosh, no.
I just rode 10 miles. I'm going to go play
Wow.
golf as soon as this show gets to a close.
Did you work out harder as a player or now?
As a player, I mean, I don't really do much weights. I mean, back then you had to do a lot of weights, and the cardio, it's more. I wish now they take guys off their feet a lot for cardio. Back then, it was put on your spikes and run for 45 minutes. It was.
Now just get on a bike?
Now, yes,
How
it's-
else would you do cardio and not with your legs or off your feet? Bike?
And during professional ball?
I was trying to think of cardio in
Like a
general.
current major leaguer.
I bet they get off their feet most of the time. They're wanting them on the bike or somewhat pool stuff or elliptical or whatever. But
trampolines.
Like when I was playing,
That's
the
become
day
a
after
thing.
you
Uses a
pitched,
bike.
you're on a 45-minute jog. You're on a 45-minute jog and you have an hour and 20-minute weightlifting session, and then the next day you're doing gassers and your bullpen session. So
Whose golf club is that? Does anyone know?
Bobby's now.
The putter?
Yeah, the putter. Whose is that?
Look at me. I am the captain now.
I can't wait to see it.
I'm just asking if anyone knows.
It was in that studio. I think it's Carter's.
Carter has claimed it.
Okay. Today's its last day. I
It
just
is
wanted
not.
to make sure before I got rid of it.
Well, then I'm going to bring a hockey stick in here or
Well,
a baseball
we can
bat.
keep going, and you can keep your Bo Jackson poster coming.
Yeah, that's where
And
I am.
it's all just going to continue
Hopefully you're
to
more
disappear.
successful.
Yeah, I mean,
Stop it.
I've got durability.
Stop
Wait,
it.
did you just take a Bo Jackson shot?
Every time he
What did you
can.
say?
Every
He said,
chance he
hopefully you're
can.
more successful. Ooh, I like it, Kevin.
Injuries derailed his
There was
career.
no more successful marketing
He's a
plan
failure
than
as the number one
Bono's.
NFL draft pick.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's the what?
He's a failure as the number one overall.
Right,
draft pick.
877-881-1053.
Oh, I don't
Start
wanna do
texting
that.
in right now.
People
so
don't
we can
agree
talk
with
about
me.
Kevin's
He's
terrible
right.
opinion.
He's right.
The KMC Masterpiece is
Who's the second worst picking?
next.
Keep the volume turned up all our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where it's about to be an influx of sports. You got the Mavericks returning tonight. The Stars got back on the ice last night.
What happened? How'd it go? Joey, did you see what was going on?
It depends. If you turn the game off early, it was going great. If you watch the whole thing, it was infuriating.
Kind of like Game 6.
Oh, come on, dude.
Mike turned it off the other day. He was like, "This is awesome."
You're bringing to the table today Game 6 energy?
I can bring that or I can mail it in. Your choice.
He's talking Utah Jazz, Dallas Mavericks 2022 Game 6.
Okay.
Nice.
Where Bogdanovich had the wide open shot to send it to Game 7.
He missed that.
And he missed it.
Okay.
Yeah. If you'd have turned that off, you'd have been like, "Oh crap, we're in trouble."
All right.
But
If you would have paused it right when he was shooting the ball, you're like, "Oh crap, we might lose this series." We didn't.
I wonder if the timing of all the Gallardi stuff, he was like, I knew this was going to happen. He's like, now I need you to rip my team. We've lost 5 in a row. We suck in close games.
Who's the worst? Who's the worst on the team that we really need to go after right now?
Well, this is why we
Klinger.
don't talk about them now.
Number 3,
just out of
Klingberg.
spite.
That is a good point, Kevin. Like, we have had this situation where if we do talk about them when they're good, they turn bad on us. This is the KNC curse that we've had to deal with for quite some time.
So are you telling me we should be like, I knew it? We have talked at length about their struggles in close games and shootouts and overtime. I know last night last night was not one of those games, but it was still a close game, even though it wasn't a shootout or overtime. They have been spinning. I'll be interested to see if they do anything before the trade deadline. The first several votes I see, Corey, are instead of Game 6 energy, they want mail-it-in energy from you.
Oh, man. I can definitely do that. I slept very bad last night.
I don't know if
so
that's what
I didn't
want.
fall asleep until
Why
like
not?
2. I don't know. I'm just in my own head right now for some reason.
What were you thinking about?
Weight, debt, other things. I'm kind of the kids.
From betting with Bassick.
Well, that's part of it. Yeah, that's huge debt that I'm dealing with right now.
Yeah, okay, I would just say, I know it's not, but if that was your only, debt concern, I feel like you would be
Here's
okay.
the real problem, Kevin.
Oh, my gosh.
In order to pay that debt, I decided I'm going to go take other gambling bets on with other people outside of the station so I can make that money back to pay Mike.
It's a terrible. And we're
lost all those bets. So now
are we supposed to get paid already?
Now I'm screwed right now on all that.
Man.
So let's just move on beyond that. I'm in a lot of trouble here.
Okay, well, now I'm concerned, and we're going to need to talk about this further. Should I pivot to baseball, or do you want to hash
baseball.
some of this out?
I
right
love
now?
baseball, man.
All right, countdown to spring training series continues. The Diamond Standard. How will the Rangers' middle infield perform this season? By the way, we're leaving for spring training on Sunday. Our show's all next week. Us, G-Bag Nation, will be broadcasting from Arizona. I'm super excited about it.
I'm going to go fishing with Broadus in the desert, and I'm excited about this. You want to go? You want to go fishing with us?
In the desert?
Yeah. How does
desert ends with a T, Mike? But yeah, it's we're going to the desert to fish. You want to go?
No, I hate fishing. I think it's the most boringest thing you can do.
I love fishing. I love it.
But are there places to fish in the desert? I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm really asking that question.
This isn't Star Wars where fish are under the sand.
We have a pond right out in front of our hotel.
Are there fish in the hotel pond? And should you be fishing in the hotel pond?
If there is one person that I trust to catch fish anywhere, it's Broadus. Broadus can catch a fish in a puddle right out here in East Dallas, bro. Yeah, I trust Broadus will find some fish with me.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess maybe.
You want to go? All right. Kevin's in for fishing. Let's do this.
I guess is all right.
I'm out for fishing 100% of the time, every time.
Okay. Good to know going forward. All right. So Simeon and Seager, your marquee acquisitions from not this past offseason, but the offseason before that, is both of them have been saying kind of similar things heading into spring training. Seager, for example, said it's a world of difference. He goes, last year, it's a new clubhouse. Everybody's eyeballs are on you right when you walk in. It was never like an uncomfortability, just more of being the new guy. And then Marcus Simeon said, year 2, He's far more at ease. And these are players that, are expected to be marquee primary players. What are reasonable expectations? I guess I want to start with Marcus Semien because I went back and checked to make sure it jived with what I remember. He had a horrid start to the season last year.
I think May 18th was his first home run.
Yeah, he was awful and believe it or not, Mike, it was actually May 28th.
Was his first home run of the year?
First home run of the year. And
I was way off.
His OPS in April, 443. In May, 619. Like, he was bad for those first 2 months of the season. So I guess that's a logical place to start. Surely we are all hopeful and optimistic that Marcus Semien will get off to a significantly better start.
Broadus just texted me. He's excited. I just want to let you know that.
Okay, great.
With Semien, Mike, for me, I do wonder sometimes when you're not performing like you expect to, do you feel like you can be that right leader in the clubhouse whenever you're struggling through some things? And I hope that's my big thing is that's what the expectation of him is he's supposed to be that voice in the clubhouse. Because I don't know where Seager is on leadership. Ian Kinsler didn't want to. He just was like, I just want to play baseball. Elvis didn't realize that it was his turn to do those things, and he wasn't prepared for it. Michael Young, though, the standard from what Ron Washington always told us was he represented everything about working through the grind, working through what the longest sporting season there is. It feels like is baseball. There might be another one. Soccer seems like it's year-round. But like
I vote baseball.
It is a constant, and you kind of have to just show up, do the work, and I heard Kyrie say this the other day, chop wood, carry water. And that's what I expect from Semien.
Okay.
Chop wood, carry water, set that standard first. But I feel like he didn't think he could be that guy last year the way he wanted to be without being the guy that was doing everything he was supposed to at the plate, like having those struggles. So I think that's what I want him to do first so that these younger players can see that and be part of it. And then I guess I'm looking for, 65 home runs, bat 380, something like that.
Okay, would you...
That doesn't seem unreasonable.
Would you settle for 30 home runs and hit 300?
I would love that.
Okay.
That would be
Has he ever
phenomenal.
batted 300?
I think he's like more of a 280 guy.
I think that would be a pretty, I'm not going to say impossible, but that would be a high standard in today's game where 5 guys in the American League maybe batted above 300.
Well, what do you think? Insane. What do you think about that idea? And I know we were kicking around a little bit before the crosstalk as well, that batting averages will go up and perhaps go up a lot with the elimination of the shift.
Well, you're not going to see much different defense against right-handers.
Sure.
There's not really a shift against right-handers because you can't shift all the way over there because they will beat out so many ground balls if you play the game the way you play against left-handers. I do think left-handed batting averages will go up. So for a guy like Semien, he's a 255 career hitter. He's a 248 hitter last year. So I think 255, I think is very doable. Now, that's not much of a change, but his other numbers – going up 30 points here on his OPS, I think very doable. I think kind of 30 home runs instead of 26. I think, 25 stolen bases, that was by far the most he's ever had. Is Bochy going to continue that aggressiveness that Woody wanted to have on the bases? I don't know. We'll get to see after about a month of baseball on how aggressive the Rangers will be on trying to steal bags. For Seager, I do think his batting average will go up 2 ways.
Because it went way down.
I think he's going to be more confident as a Texas Ranger. He's not going to be a leader. He's going to be a guy that plays hopefully hard all the time.
Yeah.
But I do think his batting average can go up a good 20 points from low 240s to high to mid 260s. So I think he can get up there.
Quick question about that. The 2 years before, and I know obviously shortened in 2020, and then he got hurt the year before, he was at about 300, which is where he broke into the big leagues. Do you think that ship has probably sailed since he got amped up the power factor?
That's the point. I think it's a good point. I don't know because if you want 30-plus home runs
Yeah.
from him, like first time ever, he got, I think, it was 24? You have his stats pulled up.
Yes.
Like 24 was his most ever in his career. 26.
26.
Okay,
he
so
had
I just pulled
26 and 22, and those were the only times he ever hit 20 home runs.
Yeah, so I think if he's going to be more of a power threat, I think you're looking at more like a 265 to 270 hitter, which
Okay.
I think will be above average. And then also he will get more hits because the shift does affect him.
Yeah.
So I think that he will easily be a 260 hitter, and I think can get up to like 280.
Okay.
And so that's where I see him around that. And then I think his OPS will be a lot better because think about how bad his OPS was. Even though he had the most home runs ever, 851 is a career OPS, and he was 772. So I do think they're both going to improve offensively, but I also don't think that's the most important thing for this team.
Because they're not, or at least Seager is not
Seager
a great
has
defender.
to get better at shortstop.
Defensively,
I'm going to be
yeah.
honest here. If he plays shortstop the way that he played last year at shortstop, if that's the defensive shortstop you get in his second year, I do think you go into the offseason going, he can't be our shortstop anymore. Yes, he's on the team, and let's just say he bats 280 with 30 home runs and has an OPS of 850. And you're like, man, that is great. But if you're going to possibly give up runs at shortstop, I have to move you to first base, or maybe I move you to third. Now, it matters how Josh Young plays. Maybe I move you to, I don't think he'll be a designated hitter, but I have to start considering if I want to play championship baseball, name me the team, and I know it's tough to do, but the team that has a bad up-the-middle defense usually doesn't win. Like, it is so important that your catcher, shortstop, center fielder, second baseman all are solid to good defensive players. If you have bad defense up the middle, you usually will lose, at least in the playoffs. If you make the playoffs, you'll usually get the ball hit too much up the middle for you guys to survive.
And he turned 91 double plays last year. That's good. I'm trying to figure out, Mike. I could watch every game and obviously have an idea of what he does bad defensively. What's a statistic that you know of that's like this is a good defensive player? Is it fielding percentage, errors?
That helps.
Uh-huh.
But really, you have to watch the game and see the jumps he's getting on the ball, to see his pre-reads, to have an idea on what the count is, how he's ready to cheat towards a certain area because he knows the scouting report so well. If you watch Corey Seager, he looks at his hat a lot. That's his scouting report on the hitters and where they could be hitting the ball and where he's supposed to be positioning. I think the best shortstops in the game
do that now.
If you watch Francisco Lindor, if you watch Dansby Swanson, I'm just naming a couple of guys that I think are tremendous defensive players. Trey Turner, they're not looking at their hat after every pitch.
They kind of know already.
Because they are so engaged with being a great defensive player that it's in their brain. Now, they'll look at it every once in a while. I'm not saying they won't. A young guy comes up that they don't know, but do I need to look at my hat when Aaron Judge comes up? Literally, do I need to know where I need to be when Aaron Judge comes up? If a guy like Mike Trout comes up, Mike Trout's been in the league for over a decade. Am I not sure where to play when Mike Trout comes up? Do I not know his tendencies? So to me, I know they're reminders in their hat because somebody say, look, Mike, they're just reminders. I don't need to be reminded that much if I'm really engaged on that side of the field.
And I know there are defensive analytics out there, but a lot of people have a lot of issues with the different defensive analytics.
Well, when it comes to errors, he's in the bottom rung.
Yeah.
That is a standout. That was popping for him there.
And his range isn't the best.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking of. 469 and 214 asked this back-to-back. Any possibility about swapping Simeon and Seager defensively?
No, Simeon was never considered a good defensive shortstop. He can do it. In a pinch, he can do it, and you're fine. But I think Simeon stays at second. I think Seager, I will say this. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Seager will be shortstop for the next 2 years for the Texas Rangers. I can commit to 2 more years of Seager being the shortstop. And I know he's under a much longer contract. So what are you saying, Mike? I do think after the 2024 season, he will get moved to another position on the Texas Rangers.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, bold predictions for the rest of the NBA season. And will this really happen to the Mavs? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag Nation starting at 2 o'clock.
Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, we will have another baseball ticket giveaway in the noon o'clock hour. But right now, let's talk a little bit of basketball. Mavericks get back after it tonight, and I have some bold, perhaps not bold predictions for the rest of the NBA season. These are not just Mavericks. This is general NBA.
By the way, I did see Maxey Maxey will not be available tonight. Maybe not for the rest of the homestand. Tim Hardaway Jr. will be maybe tonight.
Oh.
So, yay, we get 3 pointers.
Maxey overshot on Bally Sports pregame show when he was going to be ready. He was like, you're done for the year. And he's like, no, I'm going to play before the All-Star break. Now we've gotten past the All-Star break. And they're like, yeah, at least another 2 weeks before maybe.
I'm very excited about this stretch here, though. Like, I'm as excited about the Mavericks as I've been in a long time.
Okay. Mike, do you share that same enthusiasm?
I'm excited, but no, not as excited as that.
Okay.
But I'm very interested to see Kyrie and Luka possibly grow. It's just this weird thing that I've heard from so many people that are connected to the NBA that the chemistry they create might not be a chemistry that lasts more than this regular season in the playoffs.
Don't worry about that, Mike.
You have to worry about it. What if I told you, like, hey, we're starting a new show together. I'm going to do 22 shows with you. We've never worked together. And then I'm a free agent and there's a 50-50 chance. Like, you're going to be like, man, like, how much do I put in? I'm not saying that they're not going to put in their best, but you'd be like, well, how much am I going to put into this if I know after 22 shows that I'm going to have to move on to another person?
And that's the great unknown about it. Like, that is part of the unknown factor, is that it can be that way. But if you can just watch this stretch here of 22 games, maybe they pick up something hot and they do something special together in the playoffs. I mean, they did something special last year in the playoffs. Can Luka do something special again with a new player?
Absolutely. I hope so. All right. Now, we talked about this a lot off air. The new look Lakers will make the real playoffs.
I just don't think so. I was looking at their schedule, and people are just putting this like, because it's the Lakers, right? It's the Cowboys of the NBA.
Sure.
And so they are the topic. They are the team. They are everything. But when you look at their schedule opening up here, and they're 5 games under 500, they're not. They say they're 3.5 games back of the Mavs on national TV, which, yes, that's a factual statement. The problem is, they're back of the 6 seed, the 7 seed, the 8 seed, the 9 seed, the 10 seed, and I believe the 11 seed.
And the 12 seed.
They need all those teams to get cold.
Yeah.
That not only do they have to get hot, but they have to hope that Minnesota, New Orleans, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Golden State, Utah, all of them have to get somewhat cold and not play good basketball. That's a lot to ask. I do think they're going to make the play in. I do think they will be
in the top 10.
Yes, and I think they'll be 8, 9, or 10. So that's where I think they will be at the end of this season, but I don't think they're going to get out of the play-in situation. For them, I think their hope would be if we can get to the 8 spot or 7, but if we can get to the 8 spot, we just have to win one play-in game. We win that, we're the 7 seed. If you're 9 or 10, you have to win that do-or-die game and then go on the road and win another do-or-die game. That makes it, and then after doing that, all right, now you get to play most likely the Denver Nuggets.
Right.
Like, good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck with that. This will be Damian Lillard's last season in Portland.
No, I think he's a lifer.
No, for better or worse. I mean, he's shown a lot of loyalty to them.
Yeah, I think he'll be there until his career's pretty much over. Maybe, you extend it like Karl Malone did.
Yeah.
And you go other places, because he'd say like Gary Payton, but then he won a championship.
And that's why I stopped. Yeah.
But
do you root for him then? Like, since he's shown loyalty, I mean, obviously we root for the Mavericks, but let's say the Mavericks were just not a factor. Would you find yourself rooting for Portland because of Dame?
Yeah.
I think I would too.
I do. I already do. And I would feel very weird if he was like at the end of his career did the Karl Malone, Gary Payton thing.
Yeah.
Like, I would just be like, damn, that stinks.
He might have to. Like, Portland might go, look, we just drafted, I know it won't be this year, but if you draft Scoot Henderson 5 years from now and Damian Lillard's 35 years old, you might go, dude, we need him to play 33 minutes a night. Like, we love you, and maybe you get to go to the team that wants to win a championship type of deal.
This one, Mike, I think you'll like this one especially. James Wiseman will show star potential with the Pistons. Star potential.
No. Like, will he show potential that he might be a rotational player? Yes. If they're like, James Wiseman will turn his career around and show that he can play in the NBA. I'd be like, hey, man, this is a great opportunity for him to show that he can play in the NBA. He hasn't even shown he can be an NBA basketball player.
I mean, did you not see how amazing he was in that 11-point, 5-rebound game with the Pistons? He's ready.
Yeah, I know. There's another guy they picked. The Pistons have picked up a whole bunch of bad draft picks. Marvin Bagley.
Yeah.
I know he would have been, if Rick Carlisle wouldn't have coached him for a year and a half, he would have been the next Isaiah Thomas. But, Dennis Smith Jr. went there to try to resurrect his career, and it didn't work out. So, it's tough. I do think that he can be an NBA basketball player, but I think at this point, I think you're looking at a guy who's just trying to figure out, do I fit in the NBA, not star.
The New York Knicks will make an impact in the Eastern Conference playoffs.
Without a doubt, Corey, they will not.
Oh!
Why not?
They might win in the first round.
If they can match up with Cleveland, I think they got a shot. Otherwise,
and I still think Cleveland wins that. But to me, I think that if they make it out of the first round, which I don't know, this is where it's always great to never define a real
I say
question.
impact, they win at least one real round in the playoffs.
I give them a 40% chance because I do think it'll be Cleveland versus New York. I lean towards Cleveland in that playoff series. But I think if they make it to the next round, they're facing Boston or Milwaukee, most likely Boston. I think they get swept or losing 5 to them.
What's an impact then?
Win one round of the playoffs, of the real playoffs.
All right. I think they can do that. One round.
You do not seem very confident.
I think they try hard, man.
They do try hard.
I mean, you have kind of after Cleveland, there's not really going to be much movement in the East. If you look at it, it's your top 4 seeds look like it's going to be the top 4 teams. New York might sneak to 4, but it'll just push Cleveland to 5, which would still be their matchup. But if you look at Brooklyn's not going to start winning a whole bunch of games with what they just did.
Do you think Miami will be able to do much?
I think that it's Boston, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia who make it to the second round, and so there's one other team who makes it to the second round.
Pistons.
I would
do they
say
not even
no.
say no? They can't.
They could.
What?
They're still mathematically alive with
way.
star potential James Wiseman, but I don't think that's going to happen. The Mavericks will not be in the real playoffs.
I will say there's a 40% chance of that happening.
I think it's too high.
I can see them playing in the play-in situation and just not
getting bounced.
Yeah, getting bounced out. But I think that they have a 60% chance of making the real playoffs.
It's wild, too, because I'm looking at it, and if you tell me the Mavericks finish between 3 and 11 as the seed, that feels possible. Like, some feel more likely than others, but... All right, you say Mavericks do not miss the real playoff?
Yeah, I think they're in the real playoffs. There's those 2 players right there are too talented and especially the schedule they have remaining here. It's in favor of the Mavericks here. Now, if they play down to the opponent, that's going to be a bit of a problem.
You guys were celebrating presidents tremendously on Monday.
Love presidents.
Right? True. And you guys
that is true.
We got to celebrate Biden and Trump and Obama and Bush and all the presidents.
Washington, Taft.
Yeah.
I wanted to see how many presidents he
Grover
could list
Cleveland.
Out
in reverse
of
order.
this is your 6-game homestand real quick.
Yep.
Tell me their record. San Antonio, Lakers, Pacers, 76ers, Suns, Jazz.
I think they go 4-2.
Sounds good. 6-0.
I'm thinking if they go 3-3, this is what I said on Monday, they're in trouble. If you get through this homestand and you only played 500 basketball, you're in trouble to make the real. I know that you still have plenty of games left, but then you start going on the road to at New Orleans, at Memphis, home against Memphis, at San Antonio, easy, but then at the Lakers, at Memphis, Golden State. You start going, crap, if we don't come out of the stretch here 4-2 or 5-1, and you end up going 3-3 and God forbid worse, if they go 2-4, I would say they're not I will give it now an 80% chance they're not making the real playoffs.
And we think KD is going to be back for that Suns
I believe
the
so.
home game.
That's
Yeah.
March 5th.
Yeah. I think 4-2 is definitely achievable.
Yes.
I do not think like that's a pie in the sky idea either.
They better be better than, if you think about it, if you like the Mavericks, if you think they're a good team, they better be better than San Antonio, the Lakers, the Pacers, and the Utah Jazz. If you're not better at home than them, I get Philadelphia and Phoenix they're probably better than you. On a piece of paper, their record, they're better than you. But you have 4 teams that you're better than, and it doesn't mean you're going to lose to the teams better than you, but you better give great effort and energy for those other 4 games.
And it's unfortunate because the win total prediction is dropped on them. At the beginning of the season, it was 48.5 over under for the Mavs. Now it's dropped to 44.5. And bold prediction, for the first time in 37 years, there will be a back-to-back MVP, and Jokic will get it done yet again. Here's one of the things that I factored into this is I was reading something off of...
He has a real chance.
He does. I was reading something off of Sports Illustrated. They pulled 25 media members. Now, I don't know, to be fair, if these media members are people who vote for MVP or not. Yeah. I want to point that out. 25. 1 vote for Luka, 3 for Embiid, 4 for Giannis, and 17 for Jokic. I thought it was way closer than that, but... that was pretty astonishing. He would be the first person in 37 years to get that done.
And I know this isn't fair to him at all, but Michael Jordan should have like 11 MVPs,
For
and
sure.
LeBron should probably have like 8 or 10.
Yeah.
So I lean towards, because I don't want to give it to him 3 years in a row if there's great. I would vote for Tatum right now.
Okay.
So that would be my vote, and it's unfair because I'm holding Jokic to, you've already won 2 in a row, and
Yeah.
I don't feel like you're dominating that much. He's great.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like he's dominating that much to just keep giving it to him.
Well, and if you look at, like, Magic Johnson won 3 out of 4 years. And
did he win any championships in that time?
Yes, he did. Okay. And then LeBron won.
I think he played 11 years and went to 9 NBA finals.
That is amazing. And then LeBron
taking out his like fat years after HIV.
Oh my gosh. LeBron won 4 out of 5 years.
Did he win any championships in that time?
One?
Okay.
Maybe 2.
All right.
Maybe 2.
One's
no,
good enough.
I think 2. And so there has been those players who have been close that haven't won 3 in a row. And so if he were to win, I think the pressure is mounting on him to, like, do you win MVPs or are you going to win a title?
Yeah, is he kind of like, is he that Josh Allen?
Where
he's got everything that's really good around him, or like for him, he's this guy, but something happens where it's just that weird situation in the playoffs where he just doesn't have enough.
And they need to at least make the NBA Finals. Like, I know the Suns pulled the trigger and got KD, and a lot of people think that makes them the favorite, but the Nuggets do still have far and away the best record in the West. And so
Denver will have home court against Phoenix.
Yes.
Like, there's no way to catch them.
If they don't make the finals, Corey, I think that's going to be problematic. Like, you're going to be like, hey, you won 3 NBA MVPs back to back, and you did what in the postseason? I know they've had injuries, but that's why he's won the MVPs.
Right.
Is because they've had those injuries.
Yeah, because he's had to be the guy that carries it all. I wanted to revisit this one second.
Sure.
It took me a minute to find it. Mike, at the moment, 538 has the Mavericks with a 93% chance of making the playoffs.
But
is it the play-in?
That might be the top 10
It just says the
seeds.
playoffs.
I think that's the top 10.
That's the top 10
Okay.
seeds. I agree with that. I think there's almost 100% chance that they don't fall to 11.
It has a 6% chance of winning the finals, though.
Oh, okay.
And a 15% chance of making the finals.
Oh, my gosh.
That's fifth.
Wow. A 15% chance to make the finals? I'll take my chances with that.
Pretty decent number.
That is absolutely top notch.
But I also don't know how far I can trust 538. I don't know what they do.
Politics? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
Don't make any sense.
On 105.3 The Fan.
What does 538 mean?
That is the number of electoral votes in the presidential election.
So why are they covering basketball?
They branched out beyond politics.
My wife's driving by right now. I'm going to go wave at her real quick.
Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Let's talk about the top 20 players in the game. We have an idea now.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Just want to gauge something real quick. Android or iPhone? 877-881-1053. Tolos want your feedback as well. Let us know in the Twitch. Now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, hopefully you guys find this list intriguing. I do. I love the MLB top 100 players right now. They did the list of every position. We went over it a little bit yesterday at the kind of the top 2 at every position.
Yes.
So now we're down to, they released yesterday, your 11 through 20 players in Major League Baseball now. Now, the Rangers are out. I know you've been a sick kid, Kevin, so I don't know if you know. The Rangers do have 5 people on this list, which is great.
Yeah.
I think when you have 5 players / pitchers on this list, you have a chance to be a competitive team. Recently, in Rangers history, when you have 1 to 2 guys on this list, whether it's Joey Gallo's your only guy on this list, or last year you had Simeon and Seager on the list and nobody else, I think you run into major problems really saying we can win a lot of games when you don't have what people consider top 100 players in the game today. So here are your top 20 through or 11 through 20 players in Major League Baseball. Austin Riley, third baseman for the Braves, is number 20. Rafael Devers, third baseman for the Red Sox, 19. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. Now he's 18. He fell from number 8. He's the first guy to list here in 11 through 20 that fell out of the top 10.
Okay.
Number 17, Bryce Harper. He was number 5 last year, so he won the MVP. Last year dealt with injuries. This year he's going to miss half the season. He fell from 5 to 17. Not ranked last year in the top 100 and number 16 overall.
Number 16?
Would you like to take a guess? Now, the reason he wasn't ranked, do you want me to give you a hint? Or
I'll take a hint.
Okay, the hint is he wasn't in Major League Baseball last year. Julio Rodriguez.
He's 16.
They have 16. I'll tell you what. I know that Mariners tickets don't sell in DFW. When you go to a Mariners game,
he's really good.
There's 20,000 empty seats at least.
Yeah.
It feels like. I'm just telling you, you do get to see right now one of the up and coming stars in the game. If you only kind of follow the Rangers and aren't following a lot of Major League Baseball, people ask me this all the time. Hey, who should I get tickets to go see? And to start the year, the Rangers play Baltimore and Kansas City early in the year. Right now, the leading candidate to win AL Rookie of the Year before the season starts is Gunnar Henderson of the Baltimore Orioles. And last year, Adley Rutschman, I think he's going to be the best catcher in baseball this year. So, I mean, you have 2 young guys in Baltimore to see. And then Kansas City comes in, I believe, like April 9th through the 11th or something like that. And you get to see Bobby Witt Jr. if you didn't get to see him last year. He's, I believe, was like 92 on this list, by the way, to give you an idea. I do think Julio Rodriguez might be a little bit overranked, by the way.
I mean, he's very, very good. That's just really high.
I think that is very high for Julio Rodriguez, but there is a lot of expectation for Julio Rodriguez. Next, number 15, we finally get into pitchers here, and we have a run of pitchers. Number 15 is Max Scherzer.
Is Corbin Burns in there?
Corbin Burns was number 27. On the list. So he's already been on the list. By the way, Jacob deGrom was 28. So to give you an idea on where they were ranked. And deGrom fell from number 7. So he did fall out because of injuries.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys that were top 10, honestly, most of them fell out because of injury.
Okay.
Because Tatis fell out of top. He was a top 10 guy. He fell out. Acuna. Like a lot of guys with injuries fell out of your top 10 list. Number 14 is Justin Verlander. So the Mets have number 15 and number 14. Now, he moved up tremendously, too, because Verlander was out all of the season before.
He
was number 92.
And it was awesome,
Yeah, so he went from 92 to 14, winning the Cy Young. The other Cy Young winner, number 13, Sandy Alcantara, is number 13. Now, those are both the Cy Young winners. Yeah. I don't think there's going to be any other pitchers ranked on this list. So Juan Soto is number 12. He falls from number 4 to number 12. We talked about him yesterday. He's the favorite to win the MVP in the National League. But he does fall out of the top 10 for right now. And Trey Turner is number 11.
Okay.
So those are 11
Good to
through
figure out the
20.
top.
These are always fun for me too, just kind of collecting cards. There's about to be another Dallas card show coming up in a couple weeks.
Yep.
And you kind of start looking at who do people think are going to be your MVP candidates, your top 10 players in the game right now. So we just eliminated those 10 guys because they fell 11 through 20. I do have 7 names written down that I know have not been named that I know are in the top 10.
Okay.
Has Freed been named yet?
I believe
Freed?
so. Because if you're looking at it, I'm not going to look down all the list right now, but if Sandy Alcantara and Justin Verlander were named number 13 and 14, they just won the Cy Youngs. I don't know how anybody's going to be ahead of them pitching-wise. So here are your 7 guys who aren't named that I've written down.
Okay.
Not in any order. Paul Goldschmidt, MVP. Aaron Judge, MVP. The 2 MVPs haven't been named, so I'm pretty sure that they are going to be on your top 10 list. You have the Angels, Trout and Ohtani. They have not been named yet, so that gets you 3 and 4. Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman of the Dodgers have not been named yet.
Okay.
So that gets you, by the way, 4 guys in LA, not on the same team, but
that is amazing.
But in that city, you have 4 of the top 10 players in the game. Manny Machado has not been named yet, and he's the best third baseman in the game. So I know that gives me 7 out of the 10, but help me out here. I'm drawing a blank on who else am I missing?
Did you say Yordan?
Yordan, you're right. Yordan Alvarez. He hasn't been on the list yet, so Alvarez will be there.
Has Arenado been named yet?
That's a good call. I'm going to look here as you guys talk about it.
I don't think he has.
And Arenado has not been named, so 2 Cardinals are going to be on the list.
Jose Ramirez? Too high?
I do not see Jose Ramirez in the top 40.
Oh, dear.
So you
either
are
terrible guess or...
No, he's going to be on this list. So you said Ramirez, Alvarez, and who else did you name? Arenado? Nolan Arenado? Yep.
Yeah.
So that gives me...
Because I had Ohtani,
8,
Trout,
9, 10.
Judge, Alvarez, Machado, Arenado, and Goldschmidt, and I didn't know who the other 2 that you said.
So that's our
we
10.
did it!
So tonight...
In your face, MLB Network!
So I want you
What about
guys
Mahomes?
now. I'm glad we did this. So we just gave you 11 through 20. We know who the top 10 right now are, but we don't know their ranking. Corey, who will be ranked number 1 in Major League Baseball for top 10 right now?
Ohtani.
That's what I have too.
I think so.
I do too. Now the guy who keeps, I don't think he's ever fallen out of the top spot. He might have last year. I think
Trout.
You think Trout will be number 2?
I wonder about Judge, though, right?
Because after 62 homers.
Yeah, and he had an incredible season. He almost won the Triple Crown, and yeah.
Okay, so we all agreed on Ohtani. You're going to say you're going to say Judge at number 2.
They might put Judge second.
Corey, who do you think will be number 2 right now?
I can see Judge going in. I can see Judge going in there.
You
I
know
think
what?
Alvarez doesn't get the credit he deserves. He's in my top 5.
I wonder this. I'm going to agree with you guys on Judge. I think he's going to move up to number 2 because he plays good defense also.
Yeah.
I think that's what hurts Alvarez is he's looked at as a designated hitter. So I know he plays left field every once in a while, but I wonder if when you're doing the top 10 right now, because if you look at just Mookie Betts' offensive stats, just offense, you're like, is he a top 10 player? But then when you're like, dude, he is arguably the best outfielder. We know he's the best right fielder by far. I think that's what always pushes Mookie Betts, and he's just such a winning player. He makes a lot of winning plays for you in games. So I agree with you guys. Ohtani 1, Judge 2. I am going to give you my number 3 and tell me if you disagree. I'm going to go with Mike Trout 3. I just am not going to knock him that far down the list.
I think that's fair. Then where does Goldschmidt factor in, or Betts, Machado?
You know what? I think the first 3 are pretty easy in Ohtani, Trout, and Judge. I think this is where we're going to mess it up. And I'm not saying mess it up, that we're just going to have a different order than what comes on tonight. So tonight, if you are bored, if right before the Maverick game, I think you could look at MLB Network and you can see when they announce these top 10 right now. It's just fun to kind of watch the highlights. I guess I will
let's hear the rest of your top 10 from
right.
there.
I will lean towards, and it won't be right. I'm going to tell you this is going to be wrong. I love Mookie Betts. I just think that he is an undervalued player in the game. So I would have him at 4. I don't expect him to be at 4.
Okay.
I think you guys naming Goldschmidt is a great guess at number 4 because he is the MVP. I just put so much on Mookie Betts' defense overall. Number 5, I'll go with you guys, and I'll go with Goldschmidt here.
I'm going Alvarez at 5.
I hear you.
I had Betts and then Alvarez.
And I mean, think
and
about
Goldschmidt
how clutch
6.
Alvarez was in the playoffs.
Yeah. He's that dude can just hit.
I mean, not that he won the World Series, but that home run ended up clinching the World Series. So after Goldschmidt at 5, I really like Yordan Alvarez. He can just destroy you. So I'm not far off with you there. I will say this, he probably doesn't get enough respect because I'm not a fan of him, is Manny Machado. And I get, like, from what I understand, it's the players really like Manny Machado in San Diego a lot more than they like Fernando Tatis Jr.
Right.
But Manny Machado, what he did with the Dodgers and kind of just half-assing it in the playoffs just drove me insane. That in the playoffs, you're not going to try to beat out a ground ball in the hole to short. Like, this is the playoffs, dude. Like, you lose this game, your pitcher has an off night tomorrow night, and you're done. Your season is over. And he seemed to, like, not care about that. But I will go with Machado at 7. I will go with, I'm down to Nolan Arenado, Jose Ramirez, and Freddie Freeman. I'm going to go with Freddie Freeman 10. I know I'm going a little bit in different order here.
Okay.
And then I will go with, man, I should respect probably. This is really tough when you get to the top 10. I'll go with Nolan Arenado 8 and Jose Ramirez at 9. They play the same position. So that's the thing. 3 third basemen are on this list.
That's pretty impressive.
Where
we have 0 third basemen here in Texas.
No shorts. As great as that shortstop position is, I know I'm done with my time here, but shortstops is such a great position, but yet Trey Turner was considered the number 1 shortstop on top 10 right now, and he is number 11 overall. So no shortstops made the list of top 10 right now.
So Mike's going Ohtani, Judge, Trout, Betts, Goldschmidt, Alvarez, Machado, Arenado, Ramirez, and Freeman. And by the way, the votes are in. Closer than I thought.
Okay.
But iPhone wins. Although it was very close. Although multiple people, I said although too many times, that voted for iPhone said they hate the green bubble for the Android
so
people.
when I text most people,
it's blue
because most people are iPhone users. When I text most people, it's blue for the iMessage. When I text you, it's green. Yes. And that means that I don't know if the message will actually get to you or not because Android doesn't have the right protocol.
Hey, all I know is my phone works just fine.
I can text every iPhone user.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Yeah, conspiracy. Coming up next, the dollars and cents of moving on from these 4 Cowboys. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You can wait. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I have 4 specific people in mind, but if you guys want to expand this out and you have questions about other Cowboys players,
me, Mike,
I'm here
Joey,
for
and
it.
Kevin. That's 4.
This is about Cowboys players.
Left Carter out. He's pissed.
The dead money on Carter would be higher than Joey for sure. We could get rid of Joey in a heartbeat. It wouldn't cost our cap at all. Just know that, Joey.
It's definitely true.
Stay on our side though. You'll be all right.
That was a very controversial moment at the newspaper. I can't remember if you were still there, Corey.
I quit.
That is true. Is the morale and like jackassery there was the morale was too low and there just wasn't stuff getting done. And we had
paper.
We did a whole bunch of
the Plano Times.
Yeah, the Plano Star Courier, Allen American. We had like a group of 15 local papers. We had South Lake, Flower Mound, and
McKinney.
I went ahead and threw it out there because I thought people were too comfortable. I was like, hey, if you think you're not replaceable, just know I have a replacement lined up for every single one of you. I don't think that went over super
And they were
well.
like, I'm making $8 an hour. Okay, I'll go to Sonic and make 12.
I got him up to 10. All right, so same idea here is I focused in on
You should run the NFLPA.
Oh my God, I could do way better running the NFLPA than DeMaurice Smith. That's a fact. I guess there's only one way to prove that. All right. So the people I focus in are Zeke, Tyron, Jordan Lewis, and Neville Gallimore. Because people are always like, oh, you got to cut this person, you got to cut this person. If you have other players that you're curious about, we can dive into them, but these are the 4 that make the most logical sense. All right. You good with moving on from Neville Gallimore?
Yeah.
I think he's very replaceable.
Yeah.
Like your $8 an hour reporter.
Hankins.
He's not too far off.
Hankins is gone, right? He's a free agent.
He is a free agent. I'd much rather have him.
And you drafted John Ridgeway, and he had a really good year.
Well, Mike,
we moved on for him.
I feel like you're being sarcastic here.
Well, he did have a really good year.
He did.
He did. So
Washington.
I see what Mike's saying here. You can just draft another. Like that's where Will McClay found that guy in the 5th round.
Yeah,
you can just find another Ridgeway, dude.
At least we released him for good reason, so Dak could be in a meeting. That's the reason. That is 100% the reason. I know I said that sarcastically, but that is definitely the reason.
Don't let anybody fool you. Jerry really thought that son of a gun with 7 screws in his thumb was going to sit out 1 game.
What if one of those screws went loose in the middle of the game?
He had a plate and 7 screws, and he's like,
screwdrivers.
He'll miss a week.
He'll be back.
So, and then he's like, I never thought that.
I know. I don't know who said that. All right, you move on from Neville Gallimore. Your dead cap hit is almost nothing. You save $2.7 million on your cap. And so this is a team that's $7 million in the hole on the cap. And I know people are like, oh, you can make $50 million like that. Well, guess what? You can make $50 million by keeping a lot of players that you probably don't want to keep too much longer. All right, so $2.7 million. We agree. Gotta go, Neville Gallimore. Yes?
I concur.
Okay. Jordan Lewis. Are you prepared to move on from Jordan Lewis?
Not.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's fine.
Because I'm trying to decide what I'm doing with Anthony Brown. If I can bring him back for $6 million, that was something I was listening to Bobby talk about this morning, specifically with Anthony Brown. And I think Choppy was like all about it for $6 million. Like, I think that's where that was. But I don't know what I'm doing at cornerback, man. I feel pretty good with Bland out there. And now my slot is what? I think Jordan Lewis is a pretty decent slot cornerback.
Okay.
So that's where I'm just not there yet. How much would it save me if I did, Kevin?
$4.7 million. So your dead cap hit would only be about 1.1. He costs 5.8.
Now I've made that $7 million that I need. So now I'm even.
And I'm about to make you way more money. All right. Jordan Lewis, is he worth keeping for $4.7 million? That's essentially what it comes down to, right? When people are like, oh, you got to get rid of this person, you got to get rid of that person. Is he worth keeping for $4.7 million?
Yeah, I'll keep him around.
All right.
I get scared of what Kevin just said. I can save you a lot more money. I feel like if Kevin was running a cap, I just want him to run the NFLPA, but if he's running a cap, I'd be like, you know we have $50 more million to spend. He's like, don't need to.
Watch this. Watch this. We're going to whittle this down.
This is how I do things here.
Plus,
I can spend 50% of what other teams spend.
No. See,
plus, I have a coupon.
See, that's a great point. I would love that. But Corey also knows I'm a front runner, so I want to build a dominant team.
Yeah,
all right, I don't want to build
true.
the best team.
With
I want to build the
coupon.
best team that you're like, well, who are they going to play in the Super Bowl? All right, we go right to the most logical one, and this is why this whole discussion is utter nonsense, is Ezekiel Elliott. All right, Ezekiel Elliott, you could save a good amount of money on him, $10.8 million. So here's how it works, because whenever you throw around those numbers, you always like, well, what exactly does that mean? Zeke has essentially a $12 million cap hit. Right? Mm-hmm. So you release him post June 1st, then you break that in half. So it's $11.8 million, so $5.9 million per year. His count against the cap is $16.7 million. So you get rid of Zeke, you save $10.8 million.
And then you sign him for $3 million.
Well, if that was the case, I would hope you could just renegotiate the contract so you don't have to eat all that dead money.
You mean renegotiate it so you have more years?
I do not want to follow that line of
You're gonna
logic.
have to spread that over the next 6 or 7 years so that he can play with Dak for the rest of his career.
Okay, well.
So are you spreading that? He's going to need $3 million a year to hang around with Dak.
No,
are you okay with that?
I don't even.
And then you're paying Tony Pollard $10 probably, and so now you're back up to $13 million.
And this is where it's problematic. I don't think Zeke is worth $3 million. I think I can. I think I can draft somebody in the 5th round.
You're going to get rid of your quarterback's best friend.
Yep, best friend.
Well, guess what? This ain't a clubhouse. All right, we're building. That's baseball. We're building a team that can win. All right.
Listen, I don't have time for a bad time. Let's just all have fun.
All right, let's get rid of Zeke, even though he's the ambassador of fun.
That actually is.
Honestly, he is the ambassador of fun. That's why his career has stunk. For his talent, he drank away and did other things to his career. Let's be honest here. The reason that Zeke is who he is because he did not take his career as seriously as he should have. And that, if you want to know why, how did he deteriorate so much? I don't know. Partying as hard as he did is very tough to be a quality running back for a long amount of time. But he decided partying is better than doing everything possible to have as long a career as possible. And the Jones family helped out by after 3 years going, here's all the money in the world.
Rookie Zeke was amazing. And
he was.
Like that stretch of 322 carries, 304, 301, like that many carries every year. And I know he had the 1 year break where he had 6 games off, which still is weird. But like there was a stretch where that dude was the most dominant, and then it just went.
From the 832, and y'all whack as F. Jordan Lewis is not worth it. Hey, don't include us all in there. I was trying to save us money. All right, so Zeke's out. Tyron Smith. You ready to move on from Tyron Smith?
How much money does he make? Because we have to divide it by, he plays 8 games. So how much do we pay him for 8 games?
His cap hit is $17.6 million.
So approximately you're paying $2 million per game.
Or $35 million for a season. But here's the most important part, Corey. If you do this is what the Cowboys always do. They post June 1st it, split it in half. You will save $13.6 million if you move off of Tyron Smith.
All right. Who's playing tackle?
I drafted the tackle. Tyler Smith.
Who's playing guard? Bring Connor McGovern back.
Surely Farniok's ready, right?
Nope.
Nah, okay. Well, as long as we're talking about the Dorrance Armstrong hype train, I feel like we're on the Farniok hype train.
Are you prepared to draft another guard in the first round this year?
No, not in the first round.
Not in the first round.
We got our tackle in the first round. Zach Martin was a first-round pick.
You're right, but I don't need to take all of them in the first round.
What if the next second round? What if the next Zach Martin's sitting right there at 26?
Okay, look.
Are you ready for that boring-ass pick?
If you know that's going to be the case, then I would be in on that. I would be curious what kind of conversations they've had with McGovern.
So now I have $24 million to work with.
Yes, you do.
And I can go sign Odell for all that.
Well, hell no, first of all. And second of all, if you do, and this is where it's going to drive people crazy, if you did want to flatten out the Dak number and give him an extension, I could drop that number by like $25 million.
God, he's like a salesman. He's a car salesman right now, isn't he? He is trying to line, hey, look, we do this and this. I can get you to this number.
I think he's not going to work for us anymore. He's going to be working for the Cap.
Yeah. You're the new Cap boy.
I don't understand when I look at, that's why I get so mad at the way we negotiate. I'm like, what? That doesn't even make logistical sense why you would do that.
Would you call into the Get Right if Kevin Gray called you Cap Boy and kept going after you for how you spent your money?
He would be. I wonder if you'd stop doing interviews or do more interviews.
No, you know the answer to that. I would 100%. I'd be like, let me convince you why you're wrong. And it wouldn't go well. I know it wouldn't go well, but.
So I am looking at Jordan Lewis money, Kevin, and at $4 million, that is up there with the Patrick Surtains, who's still on his rookie deal.
Sure, which is unfair because he's obviously amazing.
I mean, it's in the top 30 of cornerbacks for a slot cornerback.
Okay,
I think he's worth keeping around just because I got to figure out. I still don't know if Kelvin Joseph can play. I don't know if he can play slot. I don't think he can play. I know Jordan Lewis can play slot.
And that's one of the things. I'm not against what you're saying about Jordan Lewis. That's why I just wanted to ask the question. So my question for you in the upcoming year, is Neville Gallimore worth $2.7 million to you? If the answer is no, you move. Is Jordan Lewis worth $4.7 million to you? If no, you move. Is Zeke worth $10.8 million? If no, you got it by now. And is Tyron Smith worth $13.6 million? If no, you know what to do. And when
I have $20 million to work with is what I have because I'm keeping Jordan.
Okay, so you have $20 million to work with, and then you have other options, but the options aren't as many as you might think. You're going to focus on players like Zach Martin and Dak Prescott in terms of finagling more cap space because you don't want to mess with DeMarcus Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence is already on your books for at minimum 1 more year, very well 2 more years. So you don't want to mess with that contract anymore. I just want to point this out real quick. Whenever somebody says they flipped a switch in a contract or whatever, that almost always means they're going to be here longer. Like, why is Ezekiel Elliott still here? Why wasn't he gone last year? Well, because you flipped the switch on that contract to get that money. So if you flip a switch on the DeMarcus Lawrence contract, I want to make sure that you want him here for 2 or 3 more years. Because if you don't, then that's a mistake. That's where that money comes from.
And this is where I can't focus my money now on Dalton Schultz because that I can't spend half of that I just made on this player. This is where I'm looking at like the Leighton Vander Esch's and going, I had you on $2 million last year. Like that was a reasonable contract. Did I find a replacement for you? Did I feel comfortable with you playing last year, even though the neck kind of thing popped back up? So this is like, Kevin, there aren't a lot of free agents on this thing that I'm like, I have to have back, that they have back, but I got to fill out a roster now. And for the most part, the free agents you lost maybe were about $20 million. Like that's kind of the free agents you're losing are about $20 million worth of that. And so now I got to go replace those bodies somehow. Do I have other guys in my practice squad that are ready to be elevated and move into that? Do I also have options in the draft that can really help us out here? Yes, absolutely.
And the question obviously comes up time and again. I don't know if this is from Kevin Gray, but what's the point? Because Catboy won't spend it. That's why sometimes I wish I could be in that room when they're like, we're going to flip the switch on these 3 players. I'm like, no, you don't want that person here for the next 3 years. I know it's going to save you $6 million now, but what are you going to do with that albatross of a contract going into that season? That's why we keep getting into trouble. And I think the Cowboys do spend money, but they only spend it on their own people, and then they continually flip these switches, and they're like, well, we don't have any money left. Because you might be thinking, well, we got rid of Amari Cooper. How are we negative $7 million? Because of dumb crap like this that we do all of the time.
And that's why whenever the free agency like moments come up, you're spending $3 million on Dante Fowler.
Yes.
You know, you're like, you're fingers crossed Dan Quinn can do something. Anthony Barr was a $2 million spend. And so you're like, did I get everything I wanted out of Anthony Barr? Not really. But he had some moments. He had some flashes, but there were other moments that you were like, okay. So I see where you're going with this, man. They don't have a lot to spend on the big names. that could really be a boom or bust contract for him.
Unless
hopefully a boom.
You bite the bullet.
There's Siri talking to me right
and
now.
just that's why you have to make I think you have to make the decision on Dak this offseason is if you're going to extend him or if you decide, I appreciate your service these last 2 years and that's it.
From the 817, we have Bland. We don't need Lewis. This is a 3 cornerback league, if not 4.
Yeah.
You need a third corner. What are you doing there? You trust Kelvin Joseph? Are you drafting? Tell me that you're playing if you're going to say we don't
work.
Otherwise, yeah, I'm not trusting that. I do trust Jordan Lewis in the slot. I don't trust any of the other players yet.
I think that's the most reasonable one. At $4.7 million to keep Jordan Lewis, that might be the most reasonable of the bunch. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And this is how we're going to switch gears from hardcore cap economics to, based on a badass t-shirt, what animal do you want to see play what specific instrument? 877-881-1053. They can't do what we can do. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out.
Is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Based on a badass t-shirt, what animal do you want to see play what instrument? But Corey has been instructed me it's probably wise to start this segment with a sports note. Here's your sports note.
That way the sports person will be like, oh, I got my sports. Thanks.
Yeah, that is the dumbest text in the world. Is this a sports station? Yes. Have you ever heard contemporary radio? Sorry if that's bumming you out.
Oh my gosh, Kevin.
All right, sorry.
Kevin.
I'm sorry if you don't understand.
I thought you went to the talking doctor this week. You're taking shots at everybody.
I love to do that. The Broncos are hiring Vance Joseph as their defensive coordinator. You will, of course, recall that he used to be their head coach.
Mm-hmm.
He was having the time of his life. And then he got fired, so now he's back. So there's your sports nugget. Now let's get to what really matters.
Do you remember the name of that
reporter?
It's Sergio Dip, by the way. I just wanted to point that out.
How are we going to make Kevin happy? I feel like Kevin came into the segment really irritated.
I'm not.
It's about to happen right now.
That's just the way I sound. I am very. Maybe you're onto something. All right. Tell us what the shirt was, because the second you told me about this, I go, oh my God, I'm in.
I'll be very honest. I saw it on Instagram as I was scrolling through. It was a bear standing up. I don't know what kind of bear, dude. It was a gray
there's
shirt.
There's only a few bears.
Yeah. Cocaine bear?
It may have been a cocaine bear. Yeah, it may have been a black bear standing up playing a guitar. And it was a red electric guitar. And I was like, that would be... because me and my band, I think we're going by Electric Shrimp right now. I don't know. We're still trying to work out our name.
I feel like you're going to be, what's the Parks and Recs dude who, Pratt?
Chris Pratt?
Yeah, like he had 73 different.
Pratt Mouse and
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be your band.
Yeah, but I was starting to think, like, how cool would that be to be up on stage and there's that bear just shredding and melting guitar. And every fan is sitting there going, will he attack us? I have no clue. But they're all out there we got to go see this bear play the guitar.
He's going to attack us with an amazing solo, bro.
Yeah, and so that's what I was thinking is what other animals could I get up on that stage?
By the way, as long as we're talking about animals, update. Cocaine Bear currently has 8 reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. Its score, 100% from the critics. This is not from people. The critics have it at 100%. I like it.
Critics never get it right, though.
Somebody has gone in there and been able to manipulate this thing.
Best movies with 100% Rotten Tomatoes scores. 12 Angry Men.
Oh, that is an awesome movie.
Cool Hand Luke.
Okay.
Grave of the Fireflies.
I do not know that movie.
The Kid.
Karate Kid?
The Philadelphia Story.
That movie rules.
Toy Story. 7 Samurai. And Singing in the Rain.
Ooh, yeah, that is a very good movie. I don't know if I've seen Cool Hand Luke, and I've never even heard of that.
The Last Picture Show, The Terminator,
good movie.
And Pinocchio. By the way, Pinocchio is the number one, they say.
But it's probably not that weird Guillermo
the
del
1940s
Toro.
animated one.
All right. I gave this a lot of thought, Corey. I really did. I want to see an octopus play the piano or an accordion. Those are the things that I would like to see. And I know we had a brief discussion.
But they have suckers. They're not going to be able to move.
Oh, they can move. They can move. You trust me on that. Also, should they be out of water that long? I'm not entirely sure.
I guess an accordion, octopus could.
Yeah.
But a piano, their suckers
you think
are going to get stuck
to the keys?
Yeah.
We could build a new kind of piano.
My thought on this, Mike, is that an octopus has 8 tentacles. All right. Humans have 10 fingers.
Yeah.
All right. Here's the flaw with that.
You're in trouble.
No.
And they need some of their tentacles to sit, I think.
No. They'll just sit on that big open spot where the ink comes out or something. I'm not sure. You know what I'm talking about. It's like that. I don't know what it is. I'm not a marine biologist. That big open spot where you see the legs and there's like open spot. Then it goes into its head. I don't know what it is. It can sit on that.
It's where the water goes through that they can move.
Okay, well, I'll put a hose on the octopus while it's doing the piano. And if it goes well, then the octopus can get its own hose. And so then, here's the thing. Your fingers can't move that far apart from each other, all right? You hold them out. Those octopus tentacles can be falling all over the place. You can have that octopus playing 3 pianos at one time. You can't have a human playing 3 pianos.
You got a point, dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
octopus could do that.
It's gonna sound like chopsticks.
They only have 8 legs, so they can only hit 8 things at one time.
Yeah, so I can put at least 3 pianos out there.
I don't think so.
I know where he's trying to go with this. Kevin,
You're hitting as a pianist. You're hitting different.
Listen,
on one
Mike,
piano, you're using all, let's say, 10 fingers. I know you have 2 thumbs and 8
No, but
fingers.
that's for a human. That's what I'm saying. An octopus, however, is not constrained by the size of its fingers. Those tentacles can move way far further out.
Yeah, but only one tentacle can hit one note.
Okay, so that's why I said 3. So you give like a couple tentacles to the one piano.
I can hit 10 notes.
You have the 3. Okay, but on the one piano. Unless the pianos are like stacked on
you
top
can
of
hit 5
each other.
on 2 pianos.
Okay,
Yeah, but those
still,
tentacles
you're
on
limited
3
at 2. The tentacles can
All right.
move further around.
Am I making 3 different songs at one time?
That's up to the octopus.
Let's not kill Kevin's dream. All right, this is
Are
Kevin's
people
dream
against
here.
me on this?
Nobody's against you.
I'm against it because he's saying an octopus can play more notes than a human can.
Because the octopus has 3 hearts too, Mike.
The heart doesn't help
So
you
it's
play
gonna-
a piano.
it's gonna pour more.
My God. Have you ever heard music before? The heart helps you play an
Tell that
instrument.
to Stevie Wonder right
Yeah.
now.
Well, eyes obviously don't help.
Good night.
All right, fine.
Oh, Ray Charles,
Oh,
Stevie
oh,
Wonder,
yeah.
they were great at piano. They couldn't see. So I don't
Allegedly.
worry about the octopus's eyes. Obviously, seeing doesn't help you in that situation. It helps some, but
It will make the most beautiful song because it can feel the most.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
It's like the Grinch.
Yeah. Kinda.
So hold on. So you said you wanted to see it play that or what else?
The accordion.
Accordion's an awesome instrument.
That'd be pretty boss.
I would love to see any animal play an accordion. Like that would be amazing. Because I don't love the sound of the accordion, but I'm captivated by how it's done. Like it's just what. Hold on. So you're squeezing this thing together and pushing notes on each side of it? Doesn't make any sense to me at all. I'm going with.
So you are killing my dream.
No, I said accordion. Go for it. That's awesome. I want to see a whale play a piccolo. And here's the reason why.
like the Chicago Bear.
That's Brian Piccolo he's talking about. What an obscure
Look at you,
Brian
man.
song reference.
You had to reach deep for that one. I'm proud of it. I do see people saying
We didn't even talk about this before the show.
We didn't, and that's what makes me sad about my life.
somebody's saying a lot of people are saying octopus on the drums makes a lot of sense because
That'd
there's
be
a lot of
awesome.
different ways that they can do that.
You could double bass that thing so hard. Oh my God, triple bass?
Like Neil Peart, would he have anything on an octopus? He'd probably still, yeah. But
if anybody I could root for or like think would have a shot in a drumming competition with an octopus, it probably would be Neil Peart.
I have always dreamt that an octopus is a DJ and he's just sitting there pulling records out the whole time because he can reach them all over the place.
Yeah.
Bob Schneider has a line in one of his songs where he says, "I want a DJ with 1,000 arms," and I visualize that all the time. I think it's amazing. But like, can you imagine seeing a gigantic sperm whale just sitting there with a tiny little piccolo? How's he going to get his fins up there to play that piccolo? So if it could happen, this thing, and where are you going to put him? How are you getting him on the stage? You know, like you're going to have to play lots of venues that are near oceans. And
it's a good question.
In my world, he's the best piccolo player. So you're getting the best sound. You have this giant spectacle that you're looking at, and you have an ocean scene. This is what I'm looking for here.
All right, I did not realize that the octopus thing would be so controversial.
It is. It is really dividing.
They're with me.
I don't know about that. For the 817, that wouldn't work, Kevin. The suctions would get stuck. However, from the 972, the tentacles don't stick to ivory, Mike. Geez, certainly biology wasn't a standout for you. I do not know that to be the case at all.
I don't know much about that either. Like, and obviously, like, I'm not dealing in reality a lot on this one. So
Whoa. Is that Rachel texting in that she knows that octopus and ivory don't go together? Like,
look, Here, if you want to...
In biology, I don't remember everything in biology, but at no point in my biology class or in your biology class did they start talking about octopuses and ivory and the stickiness to them.
Just to let you know what the level of discourse is in the fan text, one person said that opening for the octopus was the anus, and they looked it up on Google, and then another person said that's its mouth. So I don't know if we're all on the same page.
I think it's both. Yeah, I think they do.
That would be a horrible thing to have.
From the 469, get him, Mike. Mouthwash from Big Lou.
No.
How anybody put that today on there is amazing.
That person is a fan of this show. All right, Mike, do you have an animal you want to see playing an instrument? Because you don't seem super pumped about this idea.
Well, I feel like you ruined it for me because mine was also a piano too. So
what did you pick?
What do you want to see playing a piano though?
I think a gorilla.
Yeah.
Mine's realistic. They have fingers.
And toes. They get now. Oh wow, they have 20 different appendages
just
to work
imagine
with.
as a kid walking into Oak Cliff Country Club with my grandparents,
Whoa!
and instead of a human on the piano, there was a gorilla on the piano.
Yes,
that would be amazing. And I think I
Is he
saw
wearing
that at
a bow tie?
Showbiz Pizza too. I'm not
that
sure.
was an animatronic gorilla.
I'm not sure if it was real or not, but I think when I went to Showbiz as a kid, they had a gorilla on the piano.
That's why they went out of business. That gorilla wasn't good enough on the piano.
I didn't have any octopus there.
Somebody said they have 21 appendages, Corey.
Oh,
who does?
Not all of them.
The gorilla.
And the gorilla can play with
Well,
his
I guess
feet.
all of them. Yeah, that's 20 appendages. Or
From the 214.
phalanges and metatarsus.
I don't know if all your feet and your hands can be on the piano at one time.
Dude, they can. Yeah, why not? Now you're hitting what? Is there 6 or 8 chords that you're hitting at the same time? That's awesome.
From the 214, I appreciate the octopus pianist conversation is as robust of a debate as who to get rid of on the Cowboys contract. Thank you. If we do a topic, we're going all in on it, right?
Yes. But I feel like if you take some sort of ape, you have a decent chance of this working out.
I love how Mike's trying to make it based in reality.
Because I don't think I can get a bear to play the guitar, and I don't think I can get an octopus to play on a piano.
Right.
But I think I could I couldn't. A real person who teaches animals.
All right, Dallas Zoo.
I think that you could teach some sort of ape the ability to play an instrument. I think.
From the 817, and Joe, if you have one, let us know. A giraffe on the stand-up bass.
A panda playing the bagpipes. I like bagpipes. I don't even know how the instrument is played, honestly. You blow into it, and then you just kind of squeeze this sack. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Would you want to see a blowfish do that then?
For sure. Oh, yes.
And then it would push the air back in the blowfish?
Yeah.
They have fins. They don't even have hands to push the thing. To push the bag.
Okay.
So what if they were the bag?
I want you to make this realistic.
What if they were the bag, Mike, instead? Now the blowfish is the bag.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, see? Kevin?
But I've never heard music out of a blowfish before.
Okay. Well, how many times have you heard the gorilla playing music? I want to hear a panda bear do. I want to see the panda do cymbals. It'll scare itself. You're gonna look up gorilla playing music right now. I know that's what Mike is doing.
Why would the panda scare itself?
Because remember that one panda sneezed and scared the crap out of its dad or whatever.
Yeah. That's a great video.
Panda will hit the cymbals and scare the crap out of itself and then drop the cymbals.
A boa constrictor playing the bagpipes makes more sense. From the 302. And I saw one honey badger playing the cowbell, Kevin, because the honey badger don't give
care.
a mess. Yes.
Orangutan on the steel drum. Here's Mike.
Mike did find it.
Mike is showing us a video.
This is Coco the gorilla
sitting at
there it is. It's on the camera right there for you.
I found a real one. I'm right. I win.
To be fair,
I win.
In your face,
You got me there, Mike. I do not have a video of an octopus playing any musical instrument, so I will.
I wonder if the
concede.
person teaching Coco the gorilla is a pianist, like a teacher, or if she takes care of the gorilla.
So these are the questions we need more answers to. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I think we did. Coming up
doing
next.
sign language. Gorillas know sign language.
Do you think that converts easily to the piano?
It obviously has in this video.
Okay, coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. If I were Marshawn Lynch, I'd be having nightmares about this too. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming out tonight.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Deep into that knife in Plano.
Oh, man. That
was a
place
great meal.
was so freaking good.
Thank you to all the people that worked at Knife. They made it a great special night. I forget
really
their names.
And thanks to Jared for setting that up, man.
Yeah.
Like that's part of the Swinging for a Cause Sandlot Charities, and we're happy to be part of it. And every year we get to do something special with them, man. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Now, I know you'll be glad to know you've been asking me about this every single day. Aaron Rodgers' darkness retreat is in fact over. So I thought it was important that you know that.
All right.
Mike, do you want to give commentary?
Yeah, here's the deal. I didn't hear a word you said because as you were talking, Corey looked right at your face and then stuffed his mouth with raw spinach like he is an ape. Like he's just like if you went to the Dallas Zoo right now and they put whatever Harambe, I know he's dead, but if they just put like when they put the food around and the gorilla has to go kind of search for food and find it and put it in his mouth, that's what you just look like to start this segment off.
Got to get through those vegetables, huh? Any way you can.
Like there's not a human being alive, and I understand like the soda situation, but there's not a human being alive that likes putting raw spinach in their mouth.
Except for me.
I don't think you like it. I think you know you have to do
Yeah.
it. I think you know that it's part of like a good diet. I don't think you're like, man, I cannot wait to throw this raw spinach in me.
It's easy to throw it in a baggie, put it in the fridge, and then just eat it.
I just not expect you to put every piece of spinach seemingly in your mouth. So
tomorrow, can you bring that spinach, but stop doing it like that and see if you can put all the spinach in your mouth? Because when you cook down spinach, you can have a bucket of spinach.
Yeah.
You can have 75 pounds of spinach, a human being's worth of spinach, and it cooks down to
What,
3
human
ounces.
being?
Yeah, he's not wrong, man. It's so wild.
Like, what happened to all the spinach? Like, I just bought a whole bag. It is like feeding 2 now.
So Aaron Rodgers' darkness retreat is over. Was
That's
the
awesome.
point? Let's go from that.
What did he learn? Have we learned what he
got
learned?
to find out yet.
All right.
Let's go to Marshawn Lynch. This
I
cut
learned how
number
to do
6
drugs.
right here. He is still having nightmares about the play calls at the end of Super Bowl 49.
We interviewed the guy.
When it comes to the play call, and that was this type of situation, I'm boiling. And the only thing I could do was think that I need to get in his face. Because, Pete. So then what happened is, you in that mindset of like, should have gave me the ball, this, that, and the third. But then what it let me do was, it really got me the opportunity to see how people really felt about him. So when I walk in that building, you feel me though, that was a level of respect for me. That was like the highest level of respect to the point where we at the peak of our careers, you feel me though, with the opportunity to go ahead and start a dynasty, and then we fumbled the bag on the 2-yard line.
In fumble, he threw an
Yeah, it was
interception.
an interception.
And when he
got
said
that
fumbled the
completely right.
bag, I think he meant as the concept, not as literally fumbling. And
He thought there could be a dynasty there, man.
But we wouldn't have got to interview
Malcolm Butler.
Yeah, Malcolm Butler, who definitely understood all my questions.
What a glorious line, though, that he had where he was like, no, Russ made the exact right decision. Like, that was the best decision he could have made.
Then he goes, I mean, I wouldn't have thrown it. And I do think we need that audio of him answering and then just stopping in the middle and being like, I'm sorry, I don't remember where I was going. That was an amazing moment. All right, let's go from that to Tariq Woolen. Did you hear his thoughts about Russell Wilson?
No. Did he say that we fumbled the bag, too? On the 2-yard line?
No, his is far more entertaining. He said, when you see Russell Wilson in person, it's like weird. He's like a sack of potatoes. Literally, when I see him, I'm like, dang, I didn't know he was built like that. And he was short. I'm tall anyway, but I was like, damn, he's that short? He says Russell Wilson is built like a sack of potatoes. Thoughts?
Man, I don't know.
I've seen him in spring training. He was
Oh,
with
I
the
remember
Rangers.
that.
He was there,
Yeah.
and we were there. I didn't think he looked like a sack of potatoes then, but that was a good 7-8 years ago.
Tariq Woolen's also 6'4", So, like, that does have a factor in when he looks at that like most quarterbacks he looks at. Even Geno is a relatively tall quarterback. Russell Wilson probably looks very tiny to him. I wouldn't say, when I think sack of potatoes, I think dumpy. Like, like that. But so I feel like he's got I would use a different fruit. Or a different, something different. Maybe he looks like one potato, And
do you think a potato is a fruit?
Does it have
definitely
seeds
not.
inside?
It's definitely not a fruit.
I know, but that's what he said, a different fruit.
No, it's what is it? It's a ground thing. It's like a turnip.
I like calling it a carbohydrate.
It's a bulb or something. What is it called?
Vegetable?
Sure.
Is that not?
Grows in the ground. What are those called?
Is there anything you can do more to than a potato? Cooking wise.
You can mash it, fry it as a French fry. You can make smashed potatoes.
Bake it.
Baked potato.
I don't want to get off on potatoes.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
It's a good question.
Like, let's get back to football nuggets here.
All right. New show you're going to want to watch, especially you're liking the golf show, right?
Mike,
I watched episode 3 last night. My wife stayed awake for the whole thing.
This is the one you need to know.
So this is the show called Quarterback. It's going to be on Netflix this summer. Now, I'm going to give you the first 2, and you're not going to care, and then I'm going to win you over about watching this show. They had all 3 of these quarterbacks mic'd up for every single game this past season. It's produced by the Peyton Manning Omaha Productions. They will feature Marcus Mariota.
Oh, I saw this. I heard this.
Kirk Cousins and Patrick Mahomes.
That's a very interesting selection.
Somehow I just did the Arsenio Hall thing where I put up the one finger and started doing this. Like I was
trying
in
to
the
get us to
dog
whoop?
pound.
It is because you have the guy that was the MVP and won the Super Bowl. Then you have a guy that was having an MVP type season, but nobody really believed it, and nobody really believes in him.
Good.
And then you have a guy that's not good, and but he had one more shot to try and make it good. Like, this is a good array. This might tell us that the NFL is actually scripted because they picked these guys, and all 3 of these guys fit these categories perfectly.
Well, and Mariota just quit playing for his team.
Yeah.
He just left.
This is
I want to know
fascinating.
if they're going to dive into that, but it's smart for Netflix to go further in on, because that's been a space that I felt like they've still kind of neglected, is more, sports content. I know they've started some of their original series to try to compete with 30 for 30, but it seems like, is it swing or full swing?
And
that seems pretty popular for them so far.
For golf, it's huge. I think it's big. Like, you're talking about the NFL being good for Netflix.
Yeah.
I think for golf, it's bigger that Netflix went in on them, because now it puts personality to the players that you just kind of see on this course. You get to see who they are. Like, this is a great series, though, Kevin, if you're going to continue adding these things. And I wonder if you get this one, it's going to be wildly popular. There's no doubt about it. The NFL just is what it is.
And especially with Patrick Mahomes. If you take Patrick Mahomes out and you put, no offense to the Saints quarterback, Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be like, oh, wait, so it's Winston. Like, I'm watching 3 guys that one guy had a decent year in Kirk Cousins, but when you put the number 1 guy in the sport on this, I can't wait.
For sure.
I'd be fascinated, Kevin. I think now, if they're going to say we're going to do this every year, it would be fascinating every year for us to sit down and say, who do we want to hear from this year? Who do we think should be the guys?
Yeah, a couple more things for you is Michael Bidwell said that he believes Kyler Murray's return will be earlier than mid-season, because remember, he tore the ligament in mid-December, and there was thought that he could miss a ton of time. And so the Cardinals owner is saying he thinks that Kyler Murray will miss weeks of the season as opposed to months of the season. I mean, that could still be 6 or 7 weeks, 6 or 7 games. And so that could still be hugely problematic for the Cardinals and for Kyler Murray's career development.
Jared Sandler just posted a video of Jacob deGrom throwing in the bullpen.
Oh,
Mike, we need to go analyze it.
Okay.
He's throwing in the bullpen.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like maybe Mike does not want us to go analyze that.
I love spring training camp, but it's like let him kind of face hitters. Hopefully,
No.
just get through healthy.
I wanna see
Here's
the
what we need
first
to know:
pitch.
that he throws great today, that everything went well, and he's playing his normal catch tomorrow and doing all the things he's supposed to do.
And then the NFL.com has been running through the divisions, ranking each team going back for the entire draft class. And for the NFC East, Washington Commanders, they get a C. Philadelphia Eagles, they get a C. The Giants, they get a C+.
Nice.
The only team to do better than that, your Dallas Cowboys, who got a B-.
Because they're going to the Super Bowl.
I mean, I am well aware of your prediction. I have it marked down. I won't forget that you said they're going to go to the Super Bowl. So good job for the Cowboys right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our countdown to spring training continues. Expectations with the Rangers. Can they meet this win total? 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Countdown to spring training. We will be leaving for Arizona on Sunday. Us and the G-Bag Nation will be partying out there at spring training all week long. Because we actually give a damn, and we're going to show up to spring training.
Damn right. We'd want to deliver the news about sports and baseball to you and watch every single Jacob deGrom pitch thrown off of any mound.
But don't you have alarming Jacob deGrom news?
Mike?
Yeah.
Why are you making this so stressful already,
Mike,
y'all?
The update from Evan Grant.
Okay, Evan Grant. Here we go.
According to his math, so I don't know if you can trust that or not.
I'll trust his math.
Jacob deGrom threw 22 pitches.
Oh no!
And what do you mean? Oh no, Mike!
I don't know, you just said 22 pitches.
Yeah, what is that? And then he left the mound.
Oh God!
With Mike Maddux.
Oh no!
And they were both smiling. Is that a good thing?
To Dr. Meister?
Mm-hmm. Lots of fist bumps at the end.
Come on, Mike.
Expert in that. Lots of fist bumps at the end from Levi Weaver, by the way. So there you go. Everything's good. He's back,
saying
baby.
there were fist bumps, or Levi Weaver was fist bumping everybody?
I think what happened, guys, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong here, is that Jacob deGrom threw 22 pitches, and Maddux was like, and now we bring the closer in to finish the game out because all you needed was these 22 to get us to the ninth inning.
Is this what it's going to be like all spring training? Every time he does anything, you're going to kind of hold your breath a little bit?
You can get 24 outs in 22 pitches now. You just need the hitter to stop getting in the batter's box. And you're like, strike one, didn't throw a pitch. He's like, I can't believe it. He starts arguing with the umpire. Strike two, and then strike three because he's really mad. And you didn't even have to throw a pitch, and you got the guy out.
So there it is. Look, man, when we go to Cowboys camp, what you have Dave Hellman, you have Machota, you have Bobby, all those people are out there putting every single video of Noah Brown and Simi Fehoko catching passes, right? Like that's happening out there. And right now you have Jared Sandler, Evan Grant, Levi, you got Kennedy Landry. They're all posting videos of Jacob deGrom's first bullpen. So this is the coverage, man. Now Rangers are just as big as the Cowboys.
So do you think we need to have like Mike on the phone at some point calling to let us know how things are going for
Mike,
Jacob deGrom?
you're going to go watch a full, I don't know, Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker game and deGrom. We're going to send you out all the time. Yes, Owen White.
Well, look, the great news is, if people don't know this, we are in the press box for the main field, but nothing happens on the main field except the main 1 p.m. game. But on the back fields, just, I don't know, 200 yards away, there's eight fields back there, really 9 fields. One's a half field for the Rangers to practice on. And on those 4 of those fields, the major leaguers are working on. On the other 4 fields, the minor leaguers are working on. And you can see a whole, and it's all free. I always tell people that's all free. You don't have to pay a dime to go to all those backfields and see all the games and all the workouts. There's going to be what they call a B game, which is a major league game happening back there. And then there's going to be a AAA, AA, high A, low A, and rookie ball game happening back there almost every day that you can go watch and see.
And Mike will be back there during the show covering every drop, every hit, every foul ball for us, Kevin. By the way, Mike, we may want to look at this. When he throws this last pitch, I want to see if you think he comes up a little.
Come on, what are you doing?
He's going to be perfect.
All right.
For at least 20 starts.
Okay. That's
maybe even 33.
If he pitches 30 games, I think we're going to be awesome. Now, we've talked about this a lot. Expectations for this Rangers team. And I wanted to throw something out. I was looking at the prediction for MLB win totals by Vegas. And I know it'll alter a little bit from casino to casino or organization to organization. But the way we talk about the Rangers, the feedback we get, it kind of reminds me of last year. Last year, it felt like if the Rangers don't win at least 81 games, like if they don't go at least 500, it felt like the season to a lot of people was going to be a failure. This year, and obviously they did not. They won 68 games. They came up well short of that. And this year, it feels like people are thinking if this team doesn't make the playoffs, it's a failure. And when you look down at the betting odds, they're predicted to win 82.5 games. And even that is up with all of the spending they've done in the last several weeks. 82.5 games, that doesn't get you into the playoffs. So I'm wondering, what are people's expectations, and are they not realistic?
I'm worried about that. My expectation is this: 84 wins and not making the playoffs.
Okay. Which that would be a 16-game improvement.
Right. And I know they've added a lot of pitching, and they're hoping that guys like Josh Young, have a major impact. He's right now, according to MLB, they just put out, it's random rankings. There might be Vegas rankings on this, but they say that Josh Young has the 5th best chance to win American League Rookie of the Year.
Okay.
And you really need him, honestly, to finish in the top 5 for sure. You'd love for it to be top 3. You'd love for it to be 1, but if he's a top 3 candidate for AL Rookie of the Year, that's a heck of a year for Josh Young this year. I just look at it and go, from 68 wins to that many wins, you need what I think will be a stronger bullpen. So here's what you really need if you want 90 wins. You need the Rangers to play so well early on in the year that Chris Young goes, all right, let's go get 2 relief pitchers.
Yeah.
Let's go get, I always forget, I know Mike Adams. Was it Koji Uhara in the same?
Yes.
And he ended up not working out. Uhara just really struggled with the Rangers, went on to win, as a closer, the World Series with the Boston Red Sox. But I could see where Chris Young gives this thing 2 months. He sees what April and May look like. And if this team's 10 games over 500, I think you could see him add 2 pieces to his bullpen to really bolster that up, because come August and September, I do think the Rangers are going to need a better bullpen than what they're taking to spring training to win 90-plus games. And 86 gives you a chance to make the playoffs. 90, you'll make the playoffs the way that the playoff format has changed now. But I think I'm hearing a lot of people going, no, this is a playoff team. And in the history of baseball, this is what the scary part is. In the history of baseball, this has tried to be done before by a whole bunch of different organizations, and it has really struggled to work out on the field. As the piece of paper says, when we spend all this money, a lot of times teams find themselves a year and a half into it trying to dump a lot of salaries because the team didn't come together the way they thought it would.
And because I know people know, like, the examples is obviously the Marlins come to mind, but those are the rarities. Yeah. Those are the outliers.
They're starting second baseman, developed. They're starting catcher, developed. They're starting shortstop, developed.
At least
they're
one
starting
of their pitchers.
Left fielder, developed. Right. I'm going to 97 because you go to 2003. If I have this right, obviously Pudge takes over at catcher. Charles Johnson isn't there anymore. But when you look at the 97 team, you're still looking at a team that was Edgar Renteria, 19-year-old, developed by them. Luis Castillo, second baseman, developed by them. Charles Johnson, catcher, developed by them. Jeff Conine, outfielder, all-star, developed by them. So that's the thing that we forget. Yes, they went and got Kevin Brown and Gary Sheffield and Al Leiter and a whole bunch of other pieces that worked out great. But we forget. We love to forget because we say, they bought it. Man, you talk about buying it. The Rangers are trying to buy it because they still haven't developed, even with the Mets, and they are trying to buy it too. Do not get me wrong. The Mets with Scherzer and Verlander and Francisco Lindor, they're trying to buy it too. But they did develop Pete Alonso, who's kind of a all-star first baseman. They've developed a few things, and the Rangers need some of these developments. Josh Young has to develop.
Yeah.
One of your center fielders, whether it's Tavares or Bubba Thompson, they need to develop. If those guys don't develop, it's really tough to buy a championship team.
Yeah, I'm very with Mike on the whole expectations of this team this year. Playoffs might be this far away. It could be, somebody did text that, it could be the moment mid-season where Chris Young says, let's go make this the winner that it needs to be. But Kevin, I did want to look at Bruce Bochy's history.
Okay.
Real quick, just to kind of see how this goes. 1994, the San Diego Padres were 47-70. That's strike season, correct? The next year, 70-74.
Wow, that is a huge improvement.
In 2006, the Giants were 76-85 under Alou.
Okay.
The next year, 71-91. The next year, 72-90. And then from there on, 88, 92, 86, 94 wins.
So it's not necessarily guaranteed to just flip straight away with that first
and some
season.
Yeah, but I mean he grows into it like as they acquire the talent necessary, young pitching and those things. And then for the rest of his career with San Francisco, they're getting into some playoffs with 88 wins. Like they're in that range. So I would say 84 is a great number to try to attain this year. And if you can do that, it's a really good thing for this club. As you just saw, they added some things. Pitching, I think a lot of people are like, well, we finally got pitching. We should just be winning all the games. You're the rest of the development in left field and third base has to catch up with some of those things. And the fingers crossed on the pitching health is a massive factor there too. So I think being 500 or just above 500 this year is huge. And last year, Kevin, we just wanted to be close to 500.
Right. No, you're right about that. So there's a few things, and this name comes up a lot, and I hope I'm not hurting this person's feelings from the 469. What about Matt Moore? Matt Moore signed with the Angels last week.
Yeah.
And so he is not a viable option. And then the other one that comes up is, what about how bad they were in one-run games? So I decided to play that out a little bit. Last year, they were historically terrible in one-run games. They were 15 and 35. All right. So outside of that, they would have been 53 and 59.
Okay.
Outside of those games. All right. So let's just say you won those one-run games at the same rate you just won your games in general. That would put you at about plus 8 wins. I wonder how many people are factoring that in, because now, Mike, I know this is not how it works, but just stay with me. Instead of springboarding from 68, you're like, well, if the numbers just go back to normal, you would have been springboarding off of 76 wins.
Right.
That feels like a more achievable goal to the playoffs. But for people saying 500, I think 500 is 1,000,000% reasonable. In fact, I think if you don't get maybe a game or two above 500, some folks are going to be disappointed. But the one-run game is what I've seen a lot pop up on the fan text.
I agree with that. I think they'll be better at that. I think they'll be 500 in that. Once again, I go back to the bullpen.
Yeah.
To really be great in one-run games, you have to have guys where you're handing the ball over and you feel like you have 3 guys that are going to dominate the last 9 outs of the game. And the Rangers don't have that. And so I'm not saying they're going to be bad in one-run games. They're going to be better. I expect them to be around 500. But this team doesn't look like, to me, a great one-run team right now. I hope I'm wrong on a piece of paper. But if you look at it, they're going to improve. They're going to get better. But, man, if they improve by 20 games, like how many teams improve by 20 games in an off season?
Yeah.
That's tough to do.
I will go look into that, but I feel like not a lot. And somebody asked this interesting thought experiment from the 806. Would you rather have DeGrom start 20 games and be awesome or start 35 games and be average? I think I might pick 35 because of the bullpen issues that you talked about, because at least you're getting average starting pitching, whereas the replacements, I don't know if they'll be average.
It's going to be awesome. So there's a chance I might see 1-2 perfect games.
I mean, with Jacob deGrom, I'm not going to rule anything
So
out.
I'll take the entertainment value this season.
I'll
and then
take a
next
whole
year,
point higher ERA just to give you an idea.
For the whole
Let's say he has 20 starts at a 2 ERA or 30 starts at a 3 ERA. I'd rather have 30 starts at a 3 ERA because I'm assuming those other 10 starts are going to go to Otto or Dane Dunning, and nothing against those guys.
Or Odorizzi.
Or maybe Odo,
Yeah.
but they're going to put up a 4.5 ERA, probably. And I'm hoping for 4.5 there. So I would rather have all. And the other thing, too, is how much better do you feel about Jacob deGrom going into 2024 and beyond, that he had a healthy first year with the Rangers. So to me, I would rather have an ERA, let's just say, in the low three. Once you get to high threes, then I worry, oh, my God, did we sign a guy that's past his prime?
Yeah.
So I need it to be in the low threes for 30 starts. Hey, I'd love it to be in the low twos, but I'd rather it be in the threes making every start this year.
With the 817, my expectations are 75-plus wins and being competitive, meaning don't be eliminated by August. From the 214, maybe I'm biased. I believe the Rangers can win 90 games.
Mike, I had a question on your prediction for around 84.
Yeah.
Are they in it at the end of the season, like in a hunt, and there's exciting baseball.
87 or 88 wins is going to get the last playoff spot. Most likely. It could be, last year it was 86. I looked at this the other day. The year before, it would have been 90. So just to give you an idea, because the Mariners didn't make the playoffs in 2021, winning 90 games. They've added the extra wild card spot, so they would have made it in 21. So the last 2 years in the American League, 86 got the last spot last year. 90 got the last spot the year before, even if you add the extra spot. So you're looking at approximately 88 wins. If you win 84, unless you win the last 10 games of the year, like if you're right around that number, you're going to have a chance. At the end of the year, we'll be talking about with September baseball, hey, they need to get a little bit hot. They need to play better than they've played, but they have a chance. So that will be fun. Like I think they're going to be in it. I think all year long, and there'll be ups and downs. The tough thing about baseball is, and Jared can talk about this doing the post-game show, is no matter what, because we love football so much, people see every sport as football. Yes. And they can't get over that the Rangers didn't intentionally lose, but after the 5th inning, they weren't trying to win. They were not going to pitch pitchers to try to win because they have to save pitchers for the rest of the week. And that frustrates fans that you're down 4-2 and you start pitching a couple guys that you don't like. And you're like, but we ended up scoring 2 more runs, but we gave up 3 more and we lost 7-4. It's like, hey, this is 162 games. I can't play this like it's a do or die situation. The last 3 weeks of the year, you start playing a lot more do or die situations because you're like, look, if we wear them out now, so what? We're only 15 games left. We got to try to make this push here.
Yeah, and that, Kevin, for me, that's the part that gets really exciting is whenever you know, all right, July's on its way, and we have an albatross where we're not going to be talking about anything fun. Like, I want to be talking about fun baseball in August.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Corey's theory about the Mavs reverse engineering their season. Plus, Mike likes it. Plus, our giveaway. All part of the Expressway. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Parental and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Parental and Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Pick by McGee. Low pass to Green. Wide open. Josh Green, bullseye on the three-point try.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's dive into Corey's theory about the Mavs reverse engineering their season. And then perhaps before we get to Mike Likes It, is the XFL already dead? So we've got a lot to get into. But, Corey, I'm going to cede my time to you. Look, I just saw the ratings. They're pretty terrible.
Oh, no. Who would have thought?
Worse than the All-Star game?
Yes, and then worse than the XFL from a couple of years ago.
Now, Mike, you are the most passionate. You are as passionate about the Mavericks as I am about the Cowboys, I think.
Yeah, they're my team. As much as maybe Mark Cuban gets upset with me, I care about them the way that most people care about the Cowboys. So it's always interesting to me that people can get upset with me at an organization because I'm critical, because it's the team I want to win the most. It's like you can't have it both ways. You can't have, we want the coverage of the Cowboys, but we want no critical thinkers on our team.
Yeah. When it comes to the Mavericks,
are not on the team, but following.
I'm stealing this directly from Donnie Nelson, I believe. And I think I first heard him discuss this during the Avery Johnson era. And they said something along the lines of, we look at our schedule, and Mike, I don't know if managers ever talked to you about this with baseball season, but we look at our schedule from the end back, and that's how we plan our schedule. Is we know
NBA does?
Yeah,
we don't do that in baseball.
Okay, well, I heard Donnie Nelson say this, and he kind of elaborated. This is a long time ago. He elaborated a little more to try and explain, your team's going to change at some point in the season, whether it's injury, whether it's a trade. At some point in the season, you're not going to have the team you started your season with. And I think that's where I know some people will be like, dude, basketball doesn't start until the football season's over. That's not the way I look at it. You have to play the schedule. You have to play the Novembers. You have to play the Decembers. You got to get through that. Sure. And that's going to put you in a fine position. That's where, Mike, you may want the try-hard team early on in the season to really put you in a good position at trade deadline to add something even better to it so that you have something to go challenge in the playoffs whenever the playoffs come around.
I think you could really take advantage of October through December if you tried hard, because most teams now don't try. It's the thing about what the NBA fan, I should say the non-NBA fan says about the NBA, somehow the players and the organizations have decided to follow that route of don't try hard for 3 months, sit out a lot of games. Mm-hmm. Who cares if you win or lose? These are practice games anyways. And if you did the opposite, if you're like, we're going to come into the season ready to go, these games mean as much as April games do. They all count the same. I don't get more for a win in April as I did. Like, you can really take advantage of the way the NBA is done, but I don't think anybody wants to try that.
Yeah, it'll put you in a really good position, whenever you're looking at the end of the schedule. Are you having a fight down the stretch, or did you do all that work in November and October? Did you do that then? So, but whenever I saw Jason Kidd said this, Mike, and you might be able to work with me on this. When talking about kind of Christian Wood and kind of what they're doing, he said, look, here soon we're going to have we're going to get our rotation set. And that made me think, like, again, this is nothing against you being excited about opening night of basketball, but it made me think again that this is where this whole team has been practicing up to this point. Like Luka and all this, like this team looks different now with Kyrie for sure because of some of the things that they're hoping to implement in the next 20 games or so, but they look different than they did by far a couple of weeks ago even. And so my idea, Mike, is that throughout this season, you were going nuts with every single play. Your heart and passion is all in this thing. And so and I'm almost like, was it wasted? Because now this is like a whole new thing. They're not even in their playoff rotation yet. And so when does that point really start? And I think that now Jason Kidd's looking at it going, we're getting ready for the playoffs for the next 22 games. and into the playoffs, we're going to be a different kind of team. I don't know if they're going to say, hey, you know what? We're starting Christian Wood from here on, and he's going to roll out there. We're all offense. Try and catch our offense for the next 20 games and into the playoffs. And I also don't know if he's like, hey, I always loved this Jason Terry comes off the bench, and he's the greatest six man, and I just got to convince this Christian Wood character to become that kind of guy, and become a Jason Terry, selfless, everything about him. I'm going to do what I can to make sure I'm that dude whenever I step on the court. I don't know what that part is, but I do see that Jason Kidd's at a point now where he's like, okay, now's the time where we start kicking everything into high gear. And I do wonder, Kevin, if the early part of the season is, I can't get that dramatic about it. I don't get that concerned about it that early because, y'all heard me all season long. Wait until the other side of the new year. Wait till the new year comes along, and then I'm going to be, not because I hate basketball up to that point. It's just because I don't believe that most of the NBA, and I didn't believe that the Mavericks were the team they were going to be in the playoffs. Hell, we didn't know that Jalen Brunson was going to be Jalen Brunson in the playoffs at the beginning of last year.
How convinced are you that the Mavericks can do that work in such a quick amount of time with such a major new addition?
Well, because it's Kyrie and the dude's a smart basketball player.
Sure,
because Jason Kidd
that.
is a high IQ guy. Because Luka is a high IQ basketball player. The only thing that really matters to me now is trying to figure, and Mike's been all over this, trying to figure out their rebounding and defense. And, Jason Kidd will tell you the defense is really part of the details and part of, committing yourself to it and everything. But that's the only concern for me right now. I think Luka can win you playoff games. He can single-handedly do it. And now he's got a superstar that can do the same thing for you as well. So I am convinced that they can do something interesting. But if somebody, the matchups are going to be a key too. If somebody has a mismatch and they're like, all right, Dwight Powell, good luck for 15 minutes tonight in the playoffs, we're screwed on that respect for sure. And that's a problem I think Mike's been detailing is we got to figure out how to add that or find something to replace that. And that kind of became a lost cause because nobody wants Dwight Powell or that contract. But I think because you have two very smart offensive players and two very, smart superstars, that they can get this together really quickly.
So then starting, obviously, tonight, because, Lord, I'm going to tell you this. If they lose this game, then I'm going to be so depressed because the Spurs are like, no, we're actively trying to end all of this. Are you going to be, outside of just the wins and losses, I get that.
Yeah.
Are you looking for the rotational patterns, or are you more specifically focusing on the final 5 minutes? Are you looking to see how the defense looks, or is it just how Kyrie and Luka merge? Or
Tonight,
is it all of that?
Tonight I'm looking for not rotations at all, because here's the deal. Dwight Powell's going to play 24 minutes a night in a regular season
and then
game. And he's not going to play in the playoffs. He's pathetic in the playoffs.
And we don't have Maxey back yet,
right,
so there's still a lot there.
So I'm going to look for Luka and Kyrie just playing off of each other. I do think it's very important to get a win because the stupid national media, which Skip Bayless gets paid whatever, $10 million a year. The dude is a moron, but he gets paid that money, and they put the clips out there on national media that he thinks Kyrie and Luka, they played 2 games together, dude. They're averaging 124.5 points in those 2 games. I get they've lost, but I want to just see their chemistry more and more. Also, how the pace of play is when they're both on the court.
Yes.
Because come playoff time, they're never going to play their playoff rotation in the regular season unless the last 5 games are like, oh my God, we screwed up so bad the first 50 games of the year D'ing around, and I'm not talking about defense, is that we found ourselves in a horrible position. Because that's the thing, Corey, what you're talking about is they've put themselves in a horse-ass position because they didn't care about 50 games. Now, they cared probably about 35 of these 50 games. But there's 15 games where, Corey or Kevin, you can back me up on this. It was like, do you guys even care to play basketball tonight?
No, I'm with you. And
all you had to do was care, and you'd win.
I absolutely believe that.
Is Talk Franco, I follow him on Twitter. He works for D Magazine, and he said they play the Spurs tonight, the worst team in the NBA. The last time they played them, Luka scored 51 and had to perfectly execute a missed free throw to win the game. That's to what you're saying there. Yes, they put themselves in a bad position. I wonder though if Kidd was griping about everything in December, he's been sarcastic. If he was out there just calling the team out in December, Does it mean as much if he does it again here in the next couple weeks whenever they need that, oh, hold on, that's a wake-up call, or even like
if they need a wake-up call on this homestand, you might as well just pack up your bags.
They should have
You're
energy.
not going anywhere.
They should have
Yeah.
massive energy coming back from a break that was needed. Luka needed a break, dude. Like,
Sure.
his body was
He
just...
took a break in the All-Star
He
game.
absolutely did. So, like, they needed that break, but to get back into, hey, we need a practice to get these guys on the same page, and we need some opportunities to do that here at home. I think that's important as well for Kyrie and Luka to get on the same page, because that's where this team's going to be.
What'll be interesting real quick is around the NBA is will we see teams actually try the last 22, 23 games of the year? Because this has been the least try I've ever seen in NBA history for a season.
Because I think you will with some of them. Like, for
Like the
example,
Bucks?
I wonder about the Bucks, Celtics, and 76ers in terms of jockeying for home court position. Like, do the 76ers view it as, hey, we could still bump into that and hold home court over Milwaukee or Boston in the second round? Or if that's not the case, LeBron said these are the most important 23 games of his career. I think that's an overstatement, but if that's how he views it, or that's how he fires himself up, I'll be curious about that. I think Denver can cruise to the top seed. I don't think the Clippers give a damn about what seed they are. And Phoenix,
But don't you think they care about 6?
as long as they stay in the top 6, yes. All of that, as long as they stay in the top 6. And I think Phoenix is like, well, all we need to do is make sure that we're right by the time the playoffs start with Kevin Durant in the mix, and we'll be okay.
I just don't think you want to get in that 7 through 10 seed.
I agree.
Whether you're Phoenix, LA,
who the hell
Dallas.
knows?
Yeah, you have a bad game. Another guy gets hot. You're playing, let's just say you're playing the Clippers, and Reggie Jackson freaking can't miss, right? That's happened to us in the playoffs where we're not worried about Reggie Jackson, and then Reggie Jackson, or against the Mavericks. I don't like the guy, as in I like him as a person. Tim Hardaway Jr. can shoot you to a win that you weren't expecting, because he can get into he's a bad shooter overall. He's a streaky shooter, but if he gets hot at the right time, he's unstoppable. And so that's where that 7 through 10 scares you in the West. And the Mavs are going to have to play really hard the rest of the way to hold on to a 3 through 6 seed.
I think last year was great because we got to see Luka shine. Like, we really did. But what did you take from last year? Well, you don't have enough around Luka to actually go be great. Like, to be a team that's going to beat that kind of buzzsaw Golden State championship team. That's what we got from it. As opposed to what would have been really awesome is, hey, we need home court. Like, we have to have home court. And that's like, I remember the Dirk saying, hey, this is something that's actually important to us. We have to play during the regular season to ensure that we have that, because it's going to be a factor whenever the playoffs roll around. And I'm not saying that Jason Kidd doesn't know that, or that Luka doesn't know that for any point, but so far they haven't had that whenever it's late in the playoffs to go, okay, we have everything we need. We have to make sure that during the regular season we put ourselves not in a 7 through 9 position. We put ourselves in a 3 through 1 position to be the best team out in the playoff run.
Point spread 14 for tonight. Couple quick notes for you before Mike likes it is MLB.com says the Rangers will use Glenn Otto, Owen White, Jose Leclerc, and Chase Lee, among others, tomorrow in the opener, spring training
No DeGrom,
opener
huh?
against, okay, why would you do that?
Just kind of
In the spring training opener against the Royals. And
I will say real quick, when you say no DeGrom, I know you're having fun, but they have looked at this. Baseball does look at this. If DeGrom is your opening day starter, they've already set up his rotation in spring training
so that he'll be
on that day, opening day it's like his 5th a day or 6th day. So you'd have to start already playing the game of you want him pitching. If March 30th is opening day or opening night, I can't remember if it's a day game or night game for the Rangers. I think it's a day game at 3 p.m.
We'll be out there.
I think that you want him pitching probably on the 23rd or 24th. So you kind of have to already have your plan set up. His last game of spring training is like the 23rd or 24th.
What would be amazing then, Kevin, is if they reverse engineered the baseball schedule, and here we are planning where he's going to be in the World Series for his final pitch.
You should be able to theoretically do that. All right, from the 817, I want to read this text, and I appreciate them reaching out and giving a well thought out text. I just don't view it that way.
You don't think Luka's still hungover?
Not that.
Okay.
From the 817, I wish y'all would quit being negative on the XFL. Some people can't afford to see the Cowboys in person, and this is football. If it's not your cup of tea, that's fine, but some of us enjoy football of any kind and wish you'd stop being so negative. All right.
I totally get it.
So I do too. Here's the issue with that. It's not me in this instance. I'm just going to tell you the cold, hard facts that people don't care so far. And that's the issue the league's going to run into. Carter was out there and he told us, we talked about the attendance was 12,000 and he was like, that was too high.
Did he want you to expose that he broke that news?
Okay, Carter was there. He said the attendance was 12,000. We believe that number was too high. All right, there you go. Also, they had a horrid opening weekend of viewership. All right, so the average XFL game, there was 4 games. It was 1.19 million viewers. Now, to put that in perspective and why it's problematic, the 2020 XFL average game, 3.3 million viewers.
That's a lot.
Yeah, so it's down a ton since then. The Alliance of American Football, again, fake football, AAF, averaged 3.25 million, and even the USFL averaged 3.06 million. So even from the other offshoot football leagues, this is down massively from that. And we've seen traditionally the XFL, USFL ratings, they go down from here. So when you start at an average of 1.19 million viewers, which is down from about 3.3 million of your last reboot, that is hugely problematic for the league. If you love the league, rock on. I'm just not sure how viable this is going to be if that's your starting point.
Why do you think, Kevin, that a couple of years ago those numbers were so significantly higher? What was the thing that caught the intrigue? It's different right now.
But I think that was the kickoff, right? Is you're like, all right, I'll give it another shot because I love the old XFL. And you're like, all right, I get it. It's just this level of football. Same with the AAF, same with the USFL. And you're like, no, I get it. And you're just doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, okay.
All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Mike Likes in about 10 seconds. But before we get to that,
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a 4-pack of tickets to the Frisco Baseball Classic at Riders Field in Frisco on March 3rd and March 5th. You can buy tickets at friscoclassic.com or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right, so I wanted to discuss a little bit more of what Corey was talking about, but not basketball, baseball. Because you said, do baseball players or baseball teams see it the same way? They work backwards from the schedule.
And I don't know, Mike, that all basketball teams do. That was just a theory that Nelson threw out there.
Yeah, when they tried at basketball. By the way, I'm starting to not want to collect, real quick, this is just off the top of my head, current basketball players.
Really?
Because I don't think they don't appreciate the game the way that older players appreciated the game. Let me ask you this question. Do you think Luka appreciates the game as much as Dirk Nowitzki appreciated the game?
Ooh.
As you answer your phone.
Corey's got a phone call about that.
It might be Dirk.
No, I don't. I think Dirk had a completely different perspective on everything than Luka does. I think just the way he and Holger worked together and the way that he thought of basketball as jazz, he had a deeper interest in the sport. I think Luka's really, really good at it. There a lot comes from the fact that he, was practicing at a very young age at a very high level. Comes along with that too. But I think that Dirk had maybe Dirk at 22 years old had a different perspective, but I'm remembering the Dirk that got older and wanted that one championship so bad.
I think yes, just in a different way than we normally think, is caring about basketball. I think he cares about basketball. I just don't think it's the same in terms of singular pursuit of this or that.
Yeah, I just felt back in when Steve Nash and Dirk and Finley and others started taking the Mavs to winning basketball. How fun were maybe it's because there was a decade of really crap, but there was 5 years of real crap around here too. From about 2014 to 2019, it was really crap basketball here in Dallas with 100% fake sellouts. Like, I don't know if they sold out a game, but we put the fake sellout thing around.
Going.
I wonder on like just winning meant so much more. Like they cared about seeding. I don't know. They cared about the regular season more. You go back even further, in time, but I'm just going to the 2-star players in Mavs history, and nothing against Luka. Luka's doing what every player's doing. I don't think Zion cares that he misses 50 games a year. He's like, I don't care. Like, I'm going to play in 30. I'm still going to get $14 million a year or $20 million a year from Michael Jordan, and I'm still going to get a max out salary. I don't even have to play basketball. They're still going to max me out to the max money I can make playing.
You know what? One of the things that I thought about a while back is it was when Jabari Parker signed his deal, and he got like $20 million a year or something like that, and he goes, "Well, look, they don't pay you to play defense." That was always something that like stood out to me, and he still got paid. He was right.
Yeah. Okay, so now going to baseball, and you asked about how do baseball teams kind of see things. We see them by series.
Yes.
So that's really the way that we look at games. Now, obviously, basketball, they have mini series that happen every once in a while. But when you look at kind of the way the Rangers would look at it, they would say, look, when we're at home, we want to win those series. You never really look at sweeping things. If you win the first two, you're like, hey, let's take care of business. But you look at just how tough it is to sweep a team. You look at winning series. And if you go on the road, and let's just say the Rangers are going on an East Coast road trip, and they're playing the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and the Red Sox. You look at it and go, let's just say it's a 10-game situation instead of a 9-game situation just to make it easier. You're looking at it and going, hey, not that we're conceding games to the New York Yankees. Let's get a game in New York. We can get a game in New York. Hey, the Red Sox, they're not very good. Like, let's see if we can take this Red Sox series here, and let's see if maybe, the Blue Jays are a tough team too. But hey, man, we come out of this thing 5-5. You're not looking at big goals there, but you're like, we come out of this thing on the road, on this road trip, 5-5. Hey, you know what? We didn't hurt ourselves. We didn't help ourselves too much. But when you start off the season for the Rangers, and I know I'm getting way ahead of myself here, but you start off against Philadelphia, obviously defending champs in the National League. Baltimore had a good year, but that doesn't mean that they're better than you. They're younger than you and very talented, but I don't want to say better than you. And then you head to Chicago for the Cubs. I don't think they're that great. They got better in the offseason, but they're not great. You just start looking at, all right, that homestand. We want to be 4-2 after that homestand. 3-3's not. And look, it doesn't kill you to go 1-5. It's not the end of the world. But you just look at that homestand, Philadelphia and Baltimore, and you're like, hey, man, like this, we're starting off at home. We got the energy. We're going to have a sellout on opening night. We're going to have probably still a pretty good crowd on Saturday, the second game of the year, because it is a Saturday game. We're going to have the energy. We're going to have the crowd behind us. Let's get off to a really nice start here, even though we have competition. We get off to a 4-2 start. We're going to be in good shape. And that's the way kind of baseball teams more look at it than maybe a basketball team looks at it. Because basketball teams, to me at this point, look at games and go, who cares? I don't want to play.
That just real quick, that really bothers you a lot. That's come up.
I think it is disgusting. And I don't use that word a lot because I think it's disgusting to me what NBA players have done to this league.
Okay, that's where I wanted. Does the root of that come from AAU?
I don't know. I don't know where it came from, that winning. And I think scientists have come into the game in a weird way and said, who cares about the regular season? Get rest. Don't play hard. And it's like, scientists, do you understand that winning these games matter a lot to setting ourselves up in the playoffs? And the scientist will say, well, don't you want them being somewhat healthy for the playoffs? And you're like, what does it matter if I'm the 6th seed or I'm playing in the play-in situation? You scientists have taken me to a situation that's almost impossible to win in the playoffs.
My question,
and you don't have proven science on this either.
We're still studying. We're still practicing. My question kind of leads then, with the idea, let's say it is AAU, because in AAU it's a showcase. Right. You're showcasing your talent.
It's one-on-one basketball, and 5 guys are out there.
Yeah, and then they get to this level and they're like, hey, I'm still trying to showcase my talents, but they don't know what they're showcasing their talents for.
Right.
In baseball, Mike, and I'm trying to figure it out, tournaments were the thing. you're trying to win the Maybank tournament, the Ennis tournament, the A&M tournament, whatever. You're trying to win those things in high school, and I don't know at whatever level. And I guess in the minor leagues, you're still winning. You're trying to win series. Are you playing individual games?
Minor leagues.
It's individual games, not series.
They don't promote the team if you guys do well. They promote the player who did well. That being said, you still have goals as teams. You want to make the playoffs. You want to do stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, but minor league baseball, it really gets confusing because a lot of people tell you, like, man, this was the first time that baseball felt like the World Baseball Classic or playoff baseball felt like high school or college baseball, because minor league baseball
doesn't feel
or
that
once
way.
You make a team and you're established, you get a 3-year deal in the major leagues, like, okay, now it's about winning because I got my money, I got my contract, I'm stable, I've made the major leagues. Now it's about winning. But that whole time from high school or college to professional baseball, all it becomes is about yourself.
Yeah.
Because you got to promote yourself to the next level.
And that was a big deal for Wash. When the Rangers were managed by Wash, he was like, and maybe Michael Young was part of that, but they wanted to win series. If you won one, lost the next one, game 3 was important. Like you could see they played a different game. They treated it as if it was do or die. And I did wonder if that was something that was developed at a young age when baseball was fun and through those tournaments and those kinds of things, as opposed to where basketball is a different thing.
I wonder this through AAU and through select baseball. Let's just talk about those two teams because football is lucky. I know that they have 7-on-7 things now and a little bit of spring football stuff. I totally get that. But high school football means everything. Winning and losing on Friday night still means everything. And in baseball and basketball, what we've done is we've said school ball is not important. In fact, I'm wearing an A&M hat. I know Coach Slosh from getting recruited by him when he was at Tulane. They don't even go and watch high school baseball much anymore. Colleges aren't even recruiting high school baseball games anymore because they're playing on Tuesday night.
Showcases,
like Tuesday night, A&M played Lamar. Unfortunately, A&M lost. And then this weekend, they're playing a whole weekend series. So instead of doing this, we have so many opportunities to see these kids play in summer ball through whatever, the Dallas Mustangs, Dallas Tigers, whatever, like all this select ball. And all of a sudden, high school baseball doesn't become as important. Well, high school baseball, it meant everything to me.
Fun.
I still have not been to University of Texas to their baseball field to this day because I promised myself I wouldn't go there unless I played for a state championship for Duncanville. It meant everything to us. And I'm like, I'm not going to that school until I play for a state championship in basketball and I play for a state championship in baseball. And I never went to those. I still never have been to those places because of that promise. And I'm 45 years old. And so it meant a lot to kids in the 80s and 90s. I don't know when it changed, but it changed at some point. 96 was the last year I played, obviously, high school sports. It changed at some point where AAU was more important than playing for Duncanville High School. And playing for the Dallas Mustangs was more important than playing for Duncanville High School. And because of that change, somehow in basketball, we've gotten to the point where I don't care about winning basketball games in the regular season. I only care about myself. I care about my stats. I care about entertaining. And if I don't feel like doing it, I'm just not going to do it tonight. I'm just going to walk up and down the court or have a night off because the scientist said having a night off will make me the greatest basketball player in the world. And so I do worry about baseball that way. I just think there should be so much pride in playing for your team. And
you make great relationships. My best friends to this day, I played baseball with in high school. We are the tightest. Well, Kevin, I didn't know you then.
But
Very
now,
similar to my wedding situation.
I do hear this. Do you know how hard I would have been kicked in the balls by my pitching coach if I would have said my dad's my pitching coach? And now you hear of players when they reach a certain level, the hitting coach for the Texas Rangers is not your hitting coach. The pitching coach for the Texas Rangers is not your pitching coach. It's your individual pitching coach that you work with in the off season or whatever. And that's weird to me that has become the trend. Now, honest to God, I would have liked that because my dad was a better pitching coach than any pitching coach I ever had in professional baseball. For me, I'm not saying for the whole team, but for me, he knew my ticks. He knew my things that I got off, that would get me offline. That would all of a sudden I'm not throwing strikes or I'm not throwing the ball where I want to. I know what I almost said, but I paused.
That would have been problematic.
Joey lifted his head up real fast.
But that would have been best for me. But it wouldn't have been best for the team to have 12 individual pitching coaches for every person on the team. And you're starting to see this. And something happened. I know we're done with time, but something has really happened in basketball that here we go the second half. And I'm wondering, will the Mavs even care about the second half?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, how about a little C-Block starring Corey Majors?
I think Kevin's insane.
Why?
Yeah, we'll play the commercial next.
Odyssey celebrates Black History Month.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Well, Kevin, I think the segment was going to go one way. And now I've changed my mind. Kevin thinks women can't play sports.
What?
And,
that is not true at all.
It was a conversation that was going on with him and Reggie.
We were watching the thing. I was like, I don't know what the She Believes Cup is.
She believes.
I know, but like, what is it? Like,
they play soccer?
Oh, I get that, but what she believes in? What? Like, what does it stand for? Do they do it every year? How often? That's why we just saw the highlight and we won for the 4th time in a row. And I just said, I don't know what that is.
It's just
the first time
that they made a name.
Oh, I thought they won for 4 times in a row.
In its first 3 years, it was contested by the same 4 teams: the U.S., England, France, and Germany.
Okay.
And now they've added more teams. And she believes, man.
But like, we have the World Cup and stuff. What is it? Just like another kind of mini World Cup? Or
dude, you've watched how soccer works. They're like, let's do all these different things. Don't we have to go to like the Gold Cup, the CONCACAF Cup, and all that stuff just to get to the World Cup?
I remember that.
I don't know if She Believes leads to it.
Yeah, I remember we won some tournament for the U.S. and they're like, yeah, and then you get to do in the qualifier that you were probably going to be in anyway. I was like, oh, so I don't have to be that excited?
You kind of just roll.
I was
the
excited
game.
they won.
If anybody knows what the cup is all about, why it's named She Believes, like I think that's what Kevin is really wanting.
Yeah,
is why did they name it this? 2016 She Believes Cup.
Okay. Is that what this
U.S.
C block
defeated
is going to be about?
England and France by scores of 1-0, and Germany 2-1.
Hell yeah!
And you never thought they could do it.
No, I did. We dominate this thing. We win almost every year. I love it.
Is it because we started it?
I could see that. It's happened 8 times, and we've won 6 of them. All right.
Hold on, I gotta go find the About section on their website.
That's all I know as of right now.
Isn't that what, like, when you want to know something, you just go to the About area and it says our story or our mission or something like that?
I think Sean Tree found out that they started aging meat in 3000 BC. Because at our dinner last night, I was just like, who was the person who decided to let this meat look like it was rotting to be like, it's gonna taste better?
Yeah.
And I didn't know. I went and looked. So dry aging meat, Mike, started in the 50s.
1950s?
Yeah, maybe 1950 exactly is when they started like dry aging in cool rooms.
Okay,
but the curing,
not long ago.
Yeah, the curing part goes all the way back to the 3000 BC. That's where it was.
So somebody in 1950 took a big hunk of steak and said, let's just put it in a dry, cold area for 45 to 100 days approximately. Let's see what happens to the meat, and we're going to taste it.
Absolutely. Taste the meat. That's exactly how they. And then when they did, nobody died, or maybe somebody did die, and they were like, "Well, we can't have that part."
What is happening?
Or they threw up violently. Maybe not died, but
Got
they're
sick.
like, if you have it after 15 days, is it just still?
I don't know.
Rotted, and they're like, at some point it unrots.
Kevin, you've recently had a bout of sickness like that.
Yeah, you're the sick kid. Tell us what gets you sick.
What were your thoughts on that?
No, that is not what you want to talk about.
Cream of spinach.
All right, Joey, who, by the way, Joey went to dinner with us last night.
He did.
For Jared Sandler, Swinging for a Cause.
I learned a lot about Joey.
With Rachel Ring, and it was at Knife in Plano, which I love
so
that
good.
place. Great food. And Joey did his hair. And that was something special, because look, today, hair done, Kevin? Yes or no?
No. See, I thought that's how he did his hair, was to make it just look disheveled.
Dude, that
and
messy
whatnot.
look.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Slim Scotty. Do you know who Pat Riley is?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Who is he?
Well, he's the owner for the Heat for forever. He's coach of the Mavs, or not the Mavs,
He's
the
not
Lakers.
the owner of
but yeah.
the Heat, but that's
The general manager, whatever.
Where were you going with that, Mike?
Because he kind of slicked it back.
Oh,
He
yeah,
had
last
a little
night.
bit of the Pat Riley going last night.
Yeah, he used to do the Barry Melrose.
Yeah, that was a good reference.
You do kind of rock the Madonna cut. I can
Yeah.
see that. And then whenever he told the story about his neighbor being like, "Hey, where are you going?" and he was like, "To work," and he was like looking like that. And that was when I really laughed. I was like, yes, that's what you do in radio. You don't have to dress up and wear a suit every day.
I dressed up the last few days. I've dressed up.
Yeah, your kid goes to A&M. That's all I'm seeing right
Love
now.
it.
Like you have a sticker that says A&M Dad, proud A&M Dad.
I know
right
I'm
now.
gonna have a UT though. Looks like.
That's that's what you look like. Your attire today looks like
I know
that.
this is actually Frisco Rough Riders, but I matched the hat to the Frisco Rough Riders collared shirt.
You look sharp.
And that's I feel like I come in here professionally, looking. I have the slacks on today.
I do not. Yeah.
Would you
It
ever
might be to play golf as soon as this show ends,
or go to a business lunch or something? Would you ever wear a suit and tie for an entire month? On radio.
I find that unlikely.
Why?
If somebody came in and was like, if like a consultant came in and said, y'all need to be more professional.
Oh God, I tell that consultant, get another job.
All right, so Joey,
here's your consulting. You don't know what you're talking about.
We heard, and everybody loves this commercial. We recently heard the Junk for Joy ad, and Kevin out of nowhere, and Joey, before you chime in, Kevin out of nowhere was like, dude, there's a TV version of this.
I saw the TV commercial while I was sick, but I don't think you guys believe me. It is true that I was sick because you said, well, what were you watching? And I said, I don't know. The TV was on. Here's what happened. I swear this happened. I hear, donate the Junk for Joy. And I open my eyes and look over, and it's these kids dancing down the street. They're like dancing in unison. And at one point, I swear, at one point, they all like spin or something. Yeah. And there's like a junkie car. And when they say hooray, those kids all throw their arms like up in the air.
Like we do every day here.
Yeah, and there's this junkie car in the background. I'm telling you, it was kids marching down the street. The song was the same. I know I saw this commercial. I can't tell you what I was watching, what time of day it was, because I was in a weird fog. But
not necessarily,
it happened.
Not necessarily in a fever, but in a place where you felt like it was a fever.
Yeah.
I know exactly where you were in that. Now, here's the thing. I think he's crazy. I definitely do, because I've never seen this commercial. Mike, have you seen this commercial on TV?
No.
All right. And the reason I think he's crazy, but I also might believe him, is because when I was 10, 11 years old, there was a guy. I don't know if everybody remembers this guy. He was out at the ballpark, and he would scream, "Hot dog!"
Yes. I definitely remember that.
And then he'd smile real big, and you were like, I need a damn hot dog right now because that guy's screaming his lungs out.
He went from Arlington Stadium to the ballpark in Arlington. They carried him over.
I definitely remember that.
And I don't know if anybody remembers,
him and Zonk.
877-881-1053 if you remember the hot dog guy from the old place. And Zonk going, dum, 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 dum.
I think he's dead, but he did a good job.
I think his wife tried to carry on the tradition for a while. But so one day, me and my dad are playing catch in the backyard, and we go back in the house, and my mom, she's running a fever, laying in bed, sick as a dog. She's like, I just saw a commercial with the hot dog guy. And she's trying to explain the commercial and everything to us. And we're like, Mom, your fever has you've lost it. You're not there completely right now. Just rest, hydrate, drink this Gatorade. Like, that's the way we were thinking at the time. And she was in on it for months. Corey, I swear I saw this. And back then, Mike, I don't know if you know this, we couldn't fast forward or rewind our television.
I agree. Yeah.
Kids don't understand how amazing that is. They could just be like,
yes. And so she saw it and she believed it. Then she claimed later on, like I think it was a month later, she's like, I saw it again. And we're like, Mom, you don't have to do this. It's okay.
She knows what she saw.
That being said, one day I'm sitting there watching the Rangers game and this happens.
I'm here with hot dog vendor John Hunter.
Hot
dogs. Do you think ketchup is a vegetable?
I think ketchup is a liquid vegetable.
Man, he was stumped by that question.
He said it's a liquid vegetable.
Yeah.
So that at that moment, I went, holy crap. I've been so mean to my mom, not believing her. And this commercial, like this is a real thing. It was awesome.
I was very concerned at first because in the 817, Kevin had a fever dream. For the 972, no, that definitely did not happen. The 214, it goes on and on. There's multiple people. Somebody said I might have been on drugs, and they said I did not see that commercial. But then it turned. The 817, true story. I saw that commercial. Somebody else texted. Me and my wife saw that commercial. We were shocked when it came on TV. I was shocked. And then somebody else goes, oh yeah, one of the kids has a guitar. All right, I'm not disputing that. Like I said, I was in a haze. I don't totally remember that, but there was definitely a lead kid. And maybe that lead kid had the guitar with that.
They do. Yes.
With a bear. Yeah. Hold on.
There's like a...
Wait, have you seen this commercial?
No, yes, I have seen the commercial. And then when I looked it up on YouTube, Kevin is describing exactly what the commercial is. So
somebody else has seen it.
Lying.
And Joey, have you been sick with a fever in the last month?
I have not.
All right.
So
he's been
like
there.
a weird mess.
Yeah, I was just figuring that you and my mom sick, and then y'all created these things in your own whatever this thing is. Yeah, your own minds.
From the 432, wow, Kevin really was sick. And then from the 469, he's not crazy. I was working one day at Nate's Seafood in Addison when it popped up on TV. It caught my attention because I know I hear it every single day.
On this station. So there you go. That was just that was my comparison. But now that I know that Joey's seen it, I trust him because of his hair. Is there anything, did that compel y'all to buy hot dogs out at the stadium? Have y'all ever gotten to know any of the people at the stadium?
Okay, so then my issue would have been, but I wanted to buy a hot dog from that guy.
That's
so
the
it
guy.
wasn't just you wanted a hot dog. I mean, I get it. You eat a hot dog at a baseball game. Like, that's just logic. But you wanted the hot dog from that guy.
Yes.
Because even when you watch it on TV and everything, if there was any dead space in the TV broadcast or the radio broadcast, you would absolutely hear it. So yes, it was very effective.
Like usually, Mike, in those games, you played at a lot of fields, you'll hear, cold beer here, cold beer. And that's like the call for the guys to get a cold beer. And I'm sure you heard that all the time. But that one dude with the hot dog call, nobody else was doing that across the entire country. Did you ever run into anybody else that sold hot dogs as well as that guy?
No.
See, there you go, right there. So distinctive that the Rangers made a freaking commercial for this guy.
What would you rather have at a baseball game? A hot dog or the nachos?
Hurtado's nachos?
Well, that doesn't count.
Okay.
That's unfair because then I vote that. I would vote hot dog. It just feels more baseball-y.
Man.
With nothing on it?
Correct.
Oh, my God.
You don't have to eat the same hot dog I do,
You're
Mike.
a psycho.
What if y'all did eat the same hot dog, though?
See, that's the thing, Mike. You would be more accepting of my hot dog than I would of your hot dog. Well, son of a...
By the way, I'll get a hot dog. I'm going hot dog.
I don't know if I would eat a ballpark hot dog without mustard on it. And I would want relish, too, but I'd at least need mustard.
Mustard, ketchup, and relish, all of them.
Okay, but see, you would be unhappy with the plain hot dog.
I might choke to
would
death.
freak out with your weird relish mustard onion dog thing.
From the 214, the views of this commercial on YouTube just doubled because of y'all. I don't know which commercial they're talking about, the hot dog one or the Junk for Joy.
That's
but
a good
there you
question.
Go. So that's a thing. But my kids, Mike, all of my kids, hot dog, nachos, they don't care. They want cotton candy. Like they see that and they're like, that's what I'm going for.
And you say no
time.
as a good dad.
I'm like,
you
need real food, not just a big puffy sugar ball.
Yeah.
Back to you, Kevin.
I do like the nachos, though, better, but I need jalapenos.
Yeah. Yes. You have to have the jalapenos.
Is it offensive to you that I just eat the nachos with just the cheese?
I'm surprised you don't just eat the
I
chips.
would rather do that than have a dry hot dog.
Okay. See, we just found some common ground.
We have no common
Dude,
ground.
I can't wait. We should
both
go out to
bald.
opening day this year and go to the game and I'll get hot dogs
We
together.
will be at opening day
And
broadcasting.
Mike can make his hot dog and you'll eat that one. And then Mike, you'll have to eat Kevin's hot dog.
I'm part of the media. I get free hot dogs.
What a weird flex on everybody. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we need to talk about the Stars. And unfortunately, I believe they're going to lead off My Buddy's an Idiot. If you want to get involved, 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. those are viable avenues. And see, I thought my buddy's an idiot when it comes to hockey stuff. I thought it was going to be about I was angry because, the ESPN.com's been doing their top 10 of all the positions and everything like that. And so they went down top 10 centers. They don't have Rope in there, but he was like an honorable mention. Okay. I can live with that. But their top 10 wingers, they had Jason Robertson at number 9. And I was ready to be furious about that. But then
he scored.
He did.
The rest of them. And you're like, oh, these guys are actually pretty good.
No, he's not worse than all 8 of them. But what really bothered me was what the Stars did last night and the junk that they've been putting out over the last 10 games.
Not for joy.
That's true. And you can save me with it. They've got points in 7 of the last 10. All right. They're 2, 3, and 5 in their last 10 games. They've lost 5 straight. 3 have been by 1 goal. 2 have been in overtime or shootout. It is maddening what is happening to this team right now. And you're seeing those standings get a lot tighter, a lot faster.
Yes.
How many tilts we got left here?
24-ish, something like that, right?
Listen, man.
I think
24 is correct.
It's okay to have a little bump in the road during a season. It's okay for that to happen.
They're having a little bit of a meltdown.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest.
Oh, no.
But that's okay.
But is it the same thing? Is it Groundhog's Day with this team where it's like it's the constant same thing over and over that leads to the meltdown?
Well, and okay, I'm going to let you answer that. But before that, they have tied for the second longest losing streak in the league behind only Anaheim, who might be the worst team in all of hockey. I know, Columbus, calm down. You could also be the worst team in hockey. But so the point is, it's a pretty bad spiral.
Yeah, and it's been pretty similar the way they've lost these games too. And in years past, they haven't struggled to close down leads and close out games. They could score 2 goals and they could, park the bus, so to speak, and play really great defense, and they were going to win a nice hockey game. They have blown 2-goal, 3-goal leads pretty often in this last month or so. So it's very concerning. They're regressing a lot. So I don't know what needs to be done. They've shook the lines quite a bit a few times due to some injuries lately. But yeah, something needs to spark them, and it may have to come at the deadline.
Ooh, and do we believe that they are? I think the Hockey Hawk stepped in and said he didn't think that they were 1 player away.
A couple of weeks ago, I might have, although it was interesting that a potential trade target, man, was he showing out yesterday in Patrick Kane. Like, I don't know if fans believe that is the type of trade you need to pull off. That would be a big one, but Patrick Kane was pretty awesome last night in helping Chicago mount that comeback.
Yeah, I mean, even adding somebody like Patrick Kane, it's still going to be an uphill battle when you're talking about the Avs that are still within the division that are really good once they get healthy, and that's a team that's nipping at your heels. There's a lot of teams that have good depth, so one move might not be the end of the discussion. You might be playing a little bit more for the future, but we'll see. We'll see how Jim Neal thinks about his squad coming in the next couple weeks.
From the 936, Kevin.
Oh,
my buddy's an idiot. He thinks the Renegades could beat the Cowboys.
What?
Carter?
At what?
Carter's shaking his head yes back there.
At football. Lie!
Why?
You are a liar.
Why?
At football?
Hold on. Watch this. The Renegades could beat OU. He says no, so
Okay.
that's where.
Just real quick,
no.
on the hierarchy of football, the Renegades are the best, followed by OU, followed by the Cowboys. Is that okay?
Yeah, he's saying Boomer Sooner back there.
Okay.
My buddy's an idiot. He thinks Dak is a top 5 and Tom Brady is a system QB. And then from the 214, my buddy's an idiot. He doesn't believe Dak will ever win a Super Bowl.
Okay, there's a lot. Ooh, that is a lot
that's
to
a
unpack.
tough one to go into.
Even I hate Tom Brady. But to say in the same sentence that Tom Brady is a system quarterback and Dak is top 5, that's confusing.
It was
to
his.
me.
It was his system, I guess. Like he mastered the system and then carried it to Tampa with him.
Yeah, like if the better way to go would be like he's not the best of all time. I feel like that's an easier position than he's a system quarterback.
My buddy's an idiot. He thinks plain hot dogs are delicious.
They are.
and eating the way they are supposed to, he's also a Luka hater.
I am not a Luka hater.
Remember when he was barely making Kevin's top 74?
That is not right.
I dare you to buy all my Luka cards for market price.
Yeah, I bet. Man, you're
Should
gonna
have bought
see.
that steak at market price last
I know.
night.
We talked about this at the restaurant. If I see something on a menu that says market price and I'm like, nope, that means it's too expensive for me, probably.
I don't know what market price is either.
Exactly.
On anything.
Like, they can come back with, they're like, here's tilapia. It's cost
Could
$6.
you believe, like, we have so much of it, it's $3. You're
Yeah.
like, oh my God, lobster's $3
Yeah.
tonight. It's always expensive.
But I feel like, no, they're like, oh, took a big jump in the lobster market today. And now it was $89 per mini claw. And I'm like, I don't want the claw.
Like, do you have to turn on CNBC or whatever to find out how much we're going to sell lobster for today?
That is a question I would also like the answer to.
Wouldn't that be great? At 4 p.m., all the restaurants are looking, what's the market price?
And then their chalkboards up.
Is that why knife closes from like 3 to 5? They have to reset the market. They're like, hold on, the
don't know.
futures on cod is coming in, so we have to figure out what we're gonna do for the evening rush.
Oh, we got this fresh tilapia. This one's going to be really good. My buddy's an idiot. He doesn't believe gorillas can play the piano.
Yeah, no, Mike showed me a video where the gorilla played piano both with his hands and then with his butt.
That wasn't a gorilla, that was a monkey.
Oh.
The
my
gorilla just used his
apologies
fingers.
To the gorilla community. I did not mean to besmirch their honor. I want to ask you this. Do you think the Jets deserve or are idiots? That's tomorrow. Are idiots because this is what they sold Derek Carr on, or is this just how you have to sell? Supposedly the word going around is when they brought Derek Carr in, they said if he signed with the Jets, he could be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Why? Like that was their pitch?
Yeah.
As opposed to you're the thing that's going to give us the Super Bowl title? Like that's what I'm selling a quarterback if I'm a quarterback away is you're the missing piece.
Right.
And even if I don't think that he is. That's what I'm doing if I'm trying to get a quarterback to come play for my team because I can't figure out how to fix Zach Wilson. The other part is, do I have a quarterback's coach that can fix Derek Carr's minor problems,
right,
but can't fix Zach Wilson's major problems? That's something I'm trying to figure out there too. Yeah, I think they're idiots for that. Is that what he needed to hear? That's another question.
Maybe
that is the thing that he needed
Yeah.
to hear from somebody that he can be a Hall of Famer because so far his career doesn't put him even close.
No. From the that's like 4 years ago for the 4-3-2. My buddy's an idiot. He still thinks Ranch won without cheating. That is from a piece-a-thon maybe before Joey was born about the best dipping sauce for nuggets that Ranch defeated barbecue in the finals. I was also sad about that, but there was
Ranch is spectacular, Kevin.
Is it?
What do you mean, is it?
What do you mean, what do
Why'd
you
you
mean?
ask the question that way?
You know I don't think it's any
Ranch is
good.
phenomenal.
Tastes weird.
Well, how does it taste weird?
Like the sauce went bad or something.
The sauce, that's what
know.
it's supposed to taste like. That's why it's called ranch.
What? I don't know about the very end.
Don't argue with me on that. From
Okay.
972, I receive a price every morning for what the rack price is for diesel and unleaded fuel. That's how this market pricing works.
Whoa.
Demand fuels going rate, pun intended.
Okay. All right.
So that's, I don't know if that's the same for stone crab, but
As
at least we know what it is.
I like
for
the
fuel.
idea that they get that report in the morning. From the 469, my buddy is an idiot because he thinks I'm an idiot for wanting to see a movie about a bear high on cocaine.
I kind of
That's
do think
Mike.
you're an
He
idiot.
thinks I'm an idiot.
I kind of do
Do
too.
you?
Yeah, like this doesn't make any
Oh.
sense. And you're basing this off the critics' reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. The critics
No.
are never right.
I'll tell you that. It can be a 0, and I think I would still go see this movie. It looks amazing.
You're the reason they make things like this.
That's fair. That is, I do not dispute that whatsoever.
I have my buddy's an idiot. Okay, this person that I know donated blood, like I don't know, during the summertime, I think, and then the blood people, is it Red Cross? They text and call every day for more blood.
I do get that.
It'd be Carter Blood Care.
It really turns me off. It's not me though. But man, I don't mind donating blood. But I feel like an idiot for doing it because now every day they call And
Not
almost
you.
every day they text my buddy.
Yeah.
And I feel like an idiot for donating blood.
Are you not going to go back and donate more?
I don't have, like, if I have time, I will.
You have lots of blood.
Well, enough, I guess, to live. Like,
But Mike won't donate blood. He's like, I have just
I don't wanna
enough
run
that
out.
I need.
I
If he
donated
gets a
once.
cut, he goes to the blood bank to ask for more.
Here's a little bit of an ego of me. If you need blood that bad, come on up to the station. You know what? Don't make me go wherever you're at. If you need it that bad.
Okay, you're saying these organizations, not random
I can't
people.
remember
I want to
who I
make
donated
that
to.
Comes
clear.
up with a tube
No.
and is like, all right, Mike, feed me your blood.
Every day they call, hey, what are you doing? I'm doing something because I'm not at your blood place.
Yes, he's right, because I won't say
You don't want to go to a blood place either?
I donate blood, but if they're in Garland or adjacent to Garland, they make sure to let me know, hey, we're going to be at this place that might be near where you live. Would you like to donate blood tomorrow?
Do you
Or
have
what
to hit
about
like
Sunday?
Y or N?
I don't.
Or they're calling you.
I
They're
don't
like,
want to
hey.
block them or
And you
anything
have to
like
give
that.
them all your information. They want to make sure that you don't have any disease or that you didn't drink alcohol all day yesterday or whatever. You're not a drug addict.
Or cocaine
I get they
bared
need
up.
all that stuff because they need to know your blood is decent to give to other people. But I just, my gosh, guys, it's you're doing the opposite. You're making me not want to donate blood.
You get paid for donating blood?
No, but sometimes they have like free giveaways and stuff. They're like, you can have a gift card or you can get a hat or something. They
You
also,
love stuff like that.
I do.
Yeah.
They also ask you a lot of personal questions.
Really?
They ask the same sex questions like 3 different ways.
What are they?
They're okay. So
Are you a boy or a girl? That would be a way to ask.
exactly because
Have you sexed it up in the last 3 weeks?
as a guy,
blood?
every time I've donated blood, they ask a lot of questions about if I have slept with another man. Like a lot of
that makes
questions
sense.
about that.
I mean, I can understand that. I do. How much do you get to donate plasma?
I've never donated
I have
plasma
not
before.
either.
What about?
I don't know the answer to your next
What about
question.
the baby
You don't
making
want to
stuff?
do that
Okay.
because I've watched too many documentaries, and I'll be honest, you can have like 30 Corey Majors running around off your one sperm donation.
That is what he wants, though.
But here's the deal. Think of it this way. Let's just say you did that while you were conceiving children with your wife.
Uh-huh.
And then your son goes off to college and he finds this girl
The
really
odds of this are
attractive
so
and really
low.
likes this girl. And then they get to start knowing each other. Well, I didn't really have a dad, or my dad, I'm not like part of my dad because my dad couldn't conceive.
Right.
And then they really like each other and they keep liking each other. And then they're like, let's do 23andMe or whatever it's called. And they're like, oh my God, we have the same dad. And then what did they do?
What a harrowing picture.
I hope they just hung out because they weren't married.
What do you mean? What do they do?
They could've-
I hope they break it off, right?
Well, I mean, beforehand, I
Okay,
hope you
but-
can't have sex before marriage.
Well, theoretically, that is true. But he said, then what do they do? Okay, then you stop it.
You
I
only
don't
live
care
once.
if you're in love. If you have the same dad, you need to stop, right? Like, can
Why are
we
you
all
asking
agree
us?
on that?
Why are you asking
Can
us
we
that?
all agree on
But
that?
how long have they connected?
Uh-huh.
And then
Don't do that.
What if they went through some real traumatic stuff
Yeah.
together and they're like, we're
They've been
connecting
dating
away?
Your family for other reasons.
You never
but
knew that.
the girl never knew that Corey was the biological father because it was just a donation.
I hear you. I do. But now you are presented with the information that your dad
There's just a
is
your dad.
There's just a one-time donation.
Stop it.
Not like I
You
went
do
back
have to
every.
stop. You do have to stop, and that's why you shouldn't donate sperm unless it goes to a person like they need it. You're like, it goes to this person.
Yes.
I don't want my
You can
sperm
tell your
going around
kid-
the country
Yeah.
to make 30 babies.
And then you tell your kid, don't connect with that person.
Right?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. No, for the 2 and 4. Stop trying to defend this.
They said love is love.
Coming up next,
That is not right.
we will chit chat with the fellas from the
I'll give
G
you
Bag
a lot of
Nation.
examples where love is not love.
Next, right here on the Fan.
All right, let's talk about the President's Day.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent, Heggie. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much for asking. What is your level of interest in, don't worry, Corey, we'll get to shenanigans. What is your level of interest in the Mavs-Spurs game this evening as the Mavs get started? I guess the second half of the season, even though there's like about a fourth of the season left.
It's about an 8.5 out of 10. You know,
okay.
I'll be hurrying home after soccer practice, but I won't have it DVR'd. You know, I'll just watch whatever's left of it. I'm super stoked about the next game Sunday afternoon against the Lakers. And
a team that's trying to win.
Yeah. You know, hey, tonight's a huge barometer game as well. I put it at an 8.5. You know, it's massively important for the Mavericks to come out and show that they can, you know, execute a winning game plan. But Sunday against the Lakers, I think is going to be huge as the teams are fairly close in the standings, and the Lakers are talking about trying to, as much as possible, win out and avoid the play-in. You know, they think this could be huge addition by subtraction, getting rid of Russell Westbrook. Wow. And I think that's fascinating. Like, could the Lakers get back to contention? Could they play so well that they're a threat to take Kyrie Irving? You know, there's so many storylines happening on Sunday.
You know, to your point, I think the Clippers got worse getting Russell Westbrook.
It's possible. You know, he's a great player, but you got to build a team around him. You know, you have to put him with shooters and defenders. And I think Russell Westbrook could still be a really powerful force on a team that wins playoff series. But if you're going to try to combine him with your other stars and fit into their system, I think you're begging for disaster. And that Clippers front office has been horrible, really. I mean, they got so much talent to go out there and get Leonard and George and such a great supporting cast, but they're falling all over themselves trying to finish off that construction.
Hey, Mike, you'll be interested in this. I asked a buddy of mine who's in the league, in the NBA, because you asked me that question earlier. And I said, right now, would you rather have Kyrie or Anthony Davis? What you were asking. And my guy in the league told me, he goes, great question. Sort of a toss-up, but I slightly lean towards Kyrie, assuming he's not on the crazy train.
Okay. No, that's good to know. I mean, they both are. I mean, obviously, Anthony Davis to me is the third most talented big in the NBA if he's healthy. The problem is he's only healthy maybe 50% of the time, but I'd go Jokic 1, Embiid 2, Anthony Davis 3. But he's only going to play in approximately 50% of your game.
And you have availability questions with both guys.
Yeah.
No question. But I think right now I'd probably lean Kyrie as well between the two. But in a situation where at the end of the season, if Kyrie does make up his mind and he goes to the Lakers, much like what you've been saying on KMC, I'm all about at least you get back Anthony Davis if you can get a sign and trade. I would gamble with that. I don't see why you wouldn't. He's a hell of a player.
Now, I
just want the sign and trade to happen, Kevin. So
I know that you do.
Prove the sign and trades are real.
You know what? It might just happen. I promise this is not political.
Like the salary cap.
Thought it was really
Why do you have to
interesting.
qualify what you're about to say?
But everybody here real quick would rather have Kyrie over Anthony Davis if it was a choice with Luka?
I would.
Okay.
In a vacuum, Kyrie, but I mean, Anthony Davis would help your defense.
I think that with Luka, Anthony Davis might be the better pairing.
Yeah, it's possible that gets you closer to a championship. I would bet on Kyrie having a better career from this point forward, but Anthony
Playing
Davis
more.
might be a better fit with the Mavs.
Agreed. I got another response. My guys just keep talking about this. He says, he goes about Davis, because I said I think Davis is broken.
Yeah.
To use a Dawson line, but my guy in the league said I love him when he's healthy and when he is he's awesome. He hasn't taken care of his body well enough after they won the championship. Better to defender than anyone in the game and crazy ability to score.
Yeah. See, it could address your defense, your rebounding. Plus, you got a secondary scorer. If you could snap your fingers and make, Davis stay healthy.
Oh,
and,
sure.
We're saying all this in the honeymoon phase of Kyrie Irving as well. Who knows when the day is coming where we wake up and the conversation is taking a totally different turn.
Yeah, you can't snap your fingers and just make a defensive player show up with Kyrie or a big rebounder either. You're still looking for that with Kyrie.
Now, on the Texas House floor, they're going to introduce a bill that would allow high school kids to be eligible for the NIL money.
We talked about this yesterday.
I wanted to get y'all's thoughts about that because I know you have to be at least 18, but I do wonder if this would be kind of almost a backloaded deal where they're like, well, yeah, you come on out to South Lake and Allen. We'll pay it off once you get to 18.
What I understood, one of my coach buddies, college coach, high school coach, alerted me the high school's not paying it. It's if you committed to a college, they're the ones that pick up the NIL.
Wow.
So it's not Southlake paying you the money. It's if you got a offer from Texas, you've committed, you've signed, Texas pays the freight, not the high school.
So like the kid Holland at Duncanville is committed to UT. He's about to be in the McDonald's All-American game. Like he could get money already being a UT commit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you could start that process even sooner.
I mean, and I like that model a lot because it allows kids at all schools to get paid, without their school or district having the business network to facilitate that. I think if it was just all NIL, at the high school level and each, high school was responsible for coming up with the money, it would become haves and have-nots.
Yeah.
And some traditional great sports powerhouses would lose that important part of, their history and their community, I think. And it would be really unfortunate if only the rich schools bought up the players. That would be maybe too much of a shock for high school for me to be all about it. I don't know. I guess I could be open-minded to it because at the same time, it should be a free market. And if you have services and somebody wants to pay for it, if you want to go somewhere, maybe that's how it should be overall. But this is a good start. I don't think there's anything wrong with what's being proposed in Austin right now.
And there's part of me that already feels like the high school system is haves and have-nots, whether it's baseball, soccer, volleyball, with the AAU setup and everything like that, is you have kids that can afford the training or they'll move to a certain area knowing that I saw that happen so many times at the paper. It's
happening now. Like Allen was that. It's now transitioning to Prosper, right? And it'll always be this way. Yeah. And you have that where it's not fair for everybody. And you always there's just a certain amount of programs and a certain amount of schools that are always going to be your teams that are competing every single year for state championships. It's not the free market. As much as we wish that it was, you will always just have your top tier, your big dogs that this will really apply to.
Sorry, we ran out of time for instrument talk.
Oh, that's fine, man. I'm just really excited about get one more show.
I think I've got a lot of kids out there.
And then
Corey.
we're taking off to Arizona, fellas. To go cover some Rangers, some baseball action, go hiking maybe,
and roll on the same flight.
Brought going to catch some fish in the desert. I can't wait.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that earlier. Desert fishing, I like it. Mike had some questions. I'm sure we'll find some fish in the desert.
Broadus can find a fish, man.
Yeah, we'll find some fish.
Find us a fish
and a corner.
Yeah, that's right. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. A couple of guests, Tim Bontemps, NBA reporter, ESPN at 4 o'clock, and Hicksy at 6:20.
Woo!
It's Matt Hicks.
I like it. Roll home. Thank you. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Not the guy that brought us scouted Skip Hicks from UCLA. Is that right?
Back in the day, runner.
Yeah.
That was him.
Thank you for the clarification. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Say hot dog, Kevin.
Hot dog.
Coming up on The Fan. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Big show here coming up. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. Carter Freeman is back there coordinating your video. And you can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. A lot going on today. As we do every day at 2 o'clock, we open up with everything that's been developing throughout the sports world since last we talked to you. And we have a Mavs game day here, guys. Brian, I see you have your Mavs fleece on there.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
I walked outside today and I was, how do you say, ill-prepared for the weather. Yeah. I was kind of thinking it was going to be one of those 70-degree days, and old Krusty didn't check the weather and got a little blast of cold before I was heading out to the Star for the draft show. So yeah, the first thing I grabbed was and game night. You're right, game night for the Mavs. Spurs in town. Excited about the Mavs getting back on it and trying to kind of find their spot in this.
That is stunning. That you did not check the
didn't
weather.
Check the weather.
Are you kidding me?
That
snuck up on you a little.
Well, you're not wrong about it. I mean, I usually am one of those guys every day. I mean, I've looked at the weather in Arizona, when we're out there and stuff like that. And matter of fact, I'm going to go to Rally House, get maybe a Ranger top to wear, maybe a vest, something like that. But I usually check the weather. This one caught me off guard this morning there, General.
Well, I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you've adjusted.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay, Lucius has your G-Bag of the day coming up here at 2:30. Best audio from the world of sports and elsewhere. And at 5:40, the number 1 rated afternoon segment in all of DFW radio. It's LA Live with Lucius Alexander.
How about that, man?
Yes. Saw some numbers yesterday that quite impressive. And if you've been texting in stuff like, I build my afternoon drive home around LA Live, you're not alone. It's not a coincidence. A lot of people are. And it's a hell of a segment, so make sure you come back there at 5:40.
Thank you, Tolos.
Yes.
But all I've been thinking about, so you said it's going to be a big show? Think about Ed Sullivan. Big show. Really big show.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really big show.
And from Liverpool.
Yeah.
The Beatles. Yeah.
You know what I think of when I say the big show? It's the old wrestler.
Yeah.
And when he'd come out at the jam would be the big show.
Yeah.
So either way, it is 5 hours of content coming right at you. And we do start with the Mavs back in action hosting the Spurs. San Antonio 14-45. You can't lose to this team. Okay, you need some get right. You need to prove that you're not going to be looking for addition by subtraction with your superstar pairing like the Lakers and Russell Westbrook. Okay, we got something great here with Luka and Kyrie. It's time for the proof to start being in the pudding. Because after the first couple of games together, it was like not in sync. And we're going to give them more time, but we're hoping we don't have a lot of time.
Yeah,
you have 32 games really to show everybody involved this works, and a loss to the Spurs would be a kick in the nuts right now, wouldn't it?
Considering they're trying to lose, I every night I watch Pop. He loves after the game going and hugging everybody on the other team. Thank you for kicking our ass tonight.
Yeah.
So we can get closer to that.
Looking for Wembanyama, just like we did in '98 when we needed Tim Duncan.
He's trying so hard right now. Pop is having a good time losing ball games right now.
Yeah, he's finally okay with doing in-game interviews.
Yeah.
Normally it's please don't talk to me. Don't ask me anything. Now it's you got another question?
Yeah,
Go ahead, ask me something else. I'm here for you. I'll give you 10 minutes.
I love it. I love how unashamed he is of what they're doing. And, the NBA and NFL, everybody talks a big game about trying to crack down on it. But if you really want to do it, there's a right way to do it. And I think he's accomplishing just that. Host the Lakers Sunday, host the Pacers Tuesday. Kleba out tonight still, right?
Yeah, Kleba's out. He did some work with the team in practice, but it's not heavy contact work, was what my guys were telling me.
Yeah, I saw Callie Kaplan reporting. She talked with Maxie, and she's going to have an article up soon on the Dallas Morning News. But he seemed doubtful as well for Sunday against the Lakers, and he's just going to keep seeing how that hammy's doing and trying to get back. The practice thing will be big, Brian. You're spot on with that.
I didn't get the feeling that they had a real timeline on this one.
He's their best defender, and, with Luka and Kyrie on the court together, those other three guys should really be excellent defenders. You take one of them off, you put Christian Wood on. We need 3 excellent defenders. Kleber is only going to be able to play 24 minutes a night or something like that. Maybe they push you to 30 once you get to the playoffs, but he's key. I was thinking about what Jason Kidd said before the break about it being an offensive team, and I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. I do think he's annoyed with the players, but the more I think about it, the more I think maybe it's directed at the front office for not finding him better defense at the deadline. Because looking at these lineup combinations, they wanted to get rid of Christian Wood, couldn't do it. They got rid of Dorian Finney-Smith for Kyrie, and then they could not find another trade for another wing defender. I think he's saying it kind of matter-of-factly, but also mind-bleep in the front office. We're not a defensive team anymore. It would be fruitless and probably annoying for me to ask this roster to play great defense. It ain't going to happen. So we're going to have to outscore teams. I think he genuinely means that, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's a little bit frustrated with how the front office left his cupboard empty when it comes to him establishing the identity that he wants for this basketball team.
So I agree with you, but I don't know. Is this just false hope that I have inside my body? Where he did this last year, and I don't know, maybe he did this and he was trying to do Jedi mind tricks, and then the team ended up completely reversing the script and turning into a top 10 defense.
I hope so. But okay, he credited effort in the final game before the All-Star break against Denver, they gave up 18 points?
Yeah.
He was like, they were trying their ass off.
Yeah, and it still didn't work.
I think he knows.
They just might not have the horses, and it does appear that is the case.
Maybe with great effort, you could be, amongst the better bad defensive teams. And if you're shooting the hell out of the basketball, which this team easily could in the playoffs, you win a playoff series still. But I don't think it's going to be defense leading the way nearly as good as it did last year.
Can I ask you this, though? Is the defense certainly has been a disappointment this year, but as we're in the playoff stretch here with 22 games left, the fact that they're still the worst team in the NBA when it comes to rebounds per game, is that the more disappointing thing from this year with everything they did this offseason to try and improve that?
Yeah, they misevaluated JaVale McGee. That's the thing about it, is they felt like, okay, we can throw a 2-year deal at a guy that, that had some success. He had a little success. I remember
he was good in Phoenix last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
When we saw him in the playoffs and
Right.
stuff, you're kind of like, wow, this guy, why can't we handle this guy? So it's one of those things like all of a sudden you see him have some success and then you're going, well, man, we need to go get this guy. Well, they go get him and then, he does nothing for you on the defensive end of that. So to me, that's the thing. I felt like that they tried. It just didn't pan out for them the right way. They, the evaluation, maybe they evaluated the wrong guy. And it turned out that, it's a little bit of something that they're having to wear right now because he's not as effective as they thought when they were first evaluated him.
Jason Kidd had a good experience with him in Los Angeles as well. I think it's a thing where maybe it's not a perfect ask for him as far as his role, and he did get old, 35, 36. Sometimes you just show up the next year and you have significantly dropped off more than you think 5 or 6 months would do to a player's game. Okay, I think the Aaron Rodgers thing is interesting. He has emerged from his darkness retreat. By the way, I checked out the website Sky Cave Retreats. This is in Southern Oregon, which I can tell you from personal experience, my ex-wife is from there. This is hippie HQ, okay? It's like San Francisco's hippies moved to the country north, okay? And they didn't want to just stay in Humboldt County. They went a little farther north. They ended up in the Ashland area of Southern Oregon, all right? Definitely hippie central. Here's what the website said. Retreating in total darkness is a common practice for many of the ancient spiritual traditions from around the world. Dark rooms have been appearing in many different forms, from the pyramids for the ancient Egyptians to the catacombs of the ancient Romans and the caves of the Cogimamos in Colombia, along with the lamas, monks, adepts, and sincere practitioners throughout India, Tibet, China, and other parts of the world. So that's what that's what they're selling. This is an ancient spiritual practice here that they were even doing in the pyramids back in the day. Now, I think the thing that Aaron Rodgers needs to realize is this is his new identity, right? So before ending the retreat, the story says on the Pat McAfee show, February 14th, he was hoping to have a better sense of where I'm at in my life. That was his direct quote. I'm hoping to have a better sense of where I'm at in my life. Where he's at in his life, he's no longer a football player. If the retreat worked right now, he has emerged thinking, I'm more of a monk than a quarterback. That's what I'm seeing. And this guy, I think this guy is struggling between two. There's a fork in the road. One's going hippie monk. The other one's going back to the NFL. And he's having a hard time bringing both of those under one umbrella and continuing his life because he wants so passionately to explore this part of healing his damn trauma, which is significant. Guy comes from an estranged family, doesn't even talk to his parents or his brother. There's a lot of trauma going on with Aaron Rodgers, and I think he so desperately needs to heal that void in his life that it's dragging him away from football. And he's, now he's kind of alienated the entire Packer fan base. The organization doesn't want him, and people are just kind of like, oh boy. And if you go for a spiritual awakening like that, people aren't going to identify with it. So I wouldn't be surprised if he emerges in the next couple of days and decides to call it quits. And then we hear he's on a Ricky Williams in the outback, doing a walkabout with the Aussies, and the natives out there. I think that's what the next couple of years for Aaron Rodgers has in store, guys.
I kind of feel like that, hey, good riddance then. If that's the case. I mean,
good riddance.
Well, good riddance. Go find yourself then. If that's what you're looking for, go make peace with your family. If that's something that's bothering you.
He needs to.
Yeah, don't be, I say good riddance in a way. I made it sound really terrible there, but good riddance.
Did. My
but,
gosh,
but
Brian.
go.
You're just ejecting a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I guess
like he's annoying you. Like his
you're
spiritual
saying from
awakening is.
like a
I guess
Packers perspective.
I guess the spiritual Packer in me just came out there there for then. Because, but hey, if you need to kind of figure things out with your family, man.
Yeah,
you don't want to be that guy or gal that just is always has that wedge between you and your family.
No,
you just don't. I mean, you get through life and you realize, I mean, to me, he seems like he struggles in relationships.
Yeah.
He's struggling with his family. I mean, the one really good thing that he could do is play football. Play football. So you need to go figure out the other stuff as well.
I'm sure it's really tough for him to walk away making $45 million a year. It's like the spiritual awakening could always wait, but you can tell how important this is to him. I mean, damn it, he's taking ayahuasca and going dark in a room for 4 consecutive days. Pretty sweet little setup, by the way. It looked like a Hobbit house.
It is. It's a Hobbit
built into the side of a hill.
Yes.
Yeah.
What, 300 square feet kind of a
300
thing?
square feet of space devoid of light with a queen bed, a bathroom, and a meditation-like mat on the floor. It's fully powered, so at any point the lights can be turned on from inside the room. It's got 3 dark rooms, and it's booked for the next 18 months. It's got a wait list in the hundreds, so he's not the only one that's trying to do these darkness retreats.
Hey, good for folks like that if if that helps.
Yeah.
Me personally, I'm not gonna look down my nose at him for trying to get help that way. If that's
hey, everybody has their own way to heal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You don't come into life with an instruction manual.
I give him a lot of credit because I don't think me personally, I don't think I could do that.
Hey,
I like interaction too much.
I hear you.
That's my problem.
And to channel my inner Brian Broaddus, I don't think you're wrong. You're not wrong in terms of the Packers way. I mean, we've heard from Packers sources that their issue with Aaron is just we want to make sure you're fully committed.
Yeah.
And they don't feel that he is.
They dealt with that with Favre 15 years ago. They dealt with Favre the same way. And fortunately it had Aaron Rodgers ready to go. And I think that's what scares the Packers right now. That they're not sure if they have the guy ready to roll.
972, I'm ready for Jordan Love. I think a lot of Packers fans are, because when you go down a path like this, he's kind of a misfit at this point. Okay, what will that Hall of Fame speech be like? Asks the 214. In the NFL, you got to put football first. You got to almost be obsessed with it, maniacal with it. And I think as guys get older, it's kind of hard to stay in that zone. Only a few have, where you have the energy and the love for it season in and season out. And, Tom Brady kind of holds the record for it, just a few years older than Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, you think you can decalcify your pineal gland?
Oh, that pineal gland?
Pineal, whatever the hell it is, your third eye. I feel like some people's are calcified and it'll never work.
Yeah.
Can you that's what I want to know.
I haven't looked into that.
You can do all the work you want to, but
I
feel like some people just, the thing is right there in front of their face and they just will never see it.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I think what he's involved in is some pretty powerful life science, though, and it stood the test of time. And other civilizations have discovered this independently of one another. Like that to me is some pretty telling stuff. If South Americans, Egyptians, Romans, Indians, over the course of thousands of years, maybe it originated in Egypt, as a lot of ancient science and knowledge did, but it spread around the world and they kept it. They didn't keep the language. They didn't keep the food, but damn it, they kept the silent retreat room. I think that's pretty compelling evidence. And, I think Aaron Rodgers.
But if your gland is calcified.
Yes. If your gland, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think it'll ever ring that bell.
It's so. Yeah. So how does it get calcified?
I've heard it's like foods and what you drink and eat and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I just feel like some people have calcified pineal glands, whatever you call it, and they'll just never ring.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people, try to work on opening that thing up. That's your third eye, Brian.
Yeah.
Look at the world with a whole different perspective after that.
I tell you what, he's obviously a very smart human being.
I went to Cal and all that.
That's to me, that's my issue right there. I'm so dumb that I don't, when people try and do these things, I kind of like, why would you? And then
you just don't have that perspective.
I don't have that perspective of being that deep.
Yeah,
I just don't, and I admire people that can channel that and bring it out and all that. I just think it's I just see myself being pretty simple, and I admire people that are able to go away and think about it and deep thoughts and all that because, man, I'm not that smart.
I love the general, but he's getting pretty out there, LOL. I was just trying to share my perspective on what Aaron Rodgers is doing. Yeah. You know, I do think, you know, maybe crusty and up, like my mom is like, oh, that sounds too new age for me. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, it's not for everybody, but it is a really interesting sports story, and that's the path that Aaron Rodgers is heading down. Third eye or third leg, asked the 469. We got to run. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Around the Rim, did you see the guest list of Nikola Jokic's birthday party? There were only 2 people there that didn't have the last name Jokic. It's fascinating, and it's coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Frank. coming up here in 7 minutes. Wolchuk's going to lead a rim session here in just a second. I'd like to kick it off, if you don't mind, Wolchuk, because there's very interesting news on Jokic's birthday party. Let's rock.
Absolutely. Let me just go ahead and set the mood. Let's cut the lights out, go ahead and put the kids to bed, and let's go ahead and go all the way around the rim.
Let it ride!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
So 2 non-Jokic's were at his birthday party. It was Luka and his girlfriend.
Oh.
Can we dream about this? Is this a real thing? Jokic plus Doncic?
Well, don't let Brian talk about it because he's going to tell us the opposite side of the dream, and that's the Denver dream.
Nobody's going to Denver. They don't build super teams in Denver. You know?
I agree with you, Gavin.
That's frozen tundra stuff.
Sound
Old
like
crusty
Micah
over there.
Parsons. Sound like Micah Parsons with your. Man, nobody goes from
Dallas to Denver?
Nobody
Not
goes
if you
from
can help
LA
it.
to
Nobody wants to
Detroit, right?
winter in Denver.
You don't want to winter there.
Maybe if it was a summer season, you'd be like, yeah, Denver's nice. We'll go on some hikes. Nobody wants to try to drive through 8 inches of snow every morning to practice. I think the bigger concern of them going elsewhere would be like Miami or Los Angeles or something, relocating somewhere and teaming up. But if they're this good of friends this early in their careers, I didn't know they were like best bros. Is there a history there, or is this like a companionship that they forged through All-Star games?
It seems like they've been good friends for the last few years. Now, was it before they both got into the NBA? That I don't know about. So it might just be a relationship based on, playing together in All-Star games and the European connection. Also in the bubble, I think that they hung out quite a bit as well. But I love this, and they rocked up together there at the All-Star game in their swaggy suits. This would be just an unbelievable pairing. Like KG put together, what would you phrase this? Like the tandem between Luka and Jokic. To me, it's a dynasty. Like you get those two together, I just think it's NBA championships. I don't think there's a better duo in bat. You're talking about 2 of the top 5 players in the league, maybe top 3 players in the league.
I mean, it's like KD, and it already is 2 of the top 10 guys. I don't think Kyrie's going to win an MVP, so you'd have 2 of the top 5. It's something I think to keep an eye on, and that this is the trend that has been ruling player personnel movement now for 14 years in the NBA. It's friends deciding here's where we want to play, and then the teams capitulating and do what's necessary and try to get what they can in the aftermath. What else do you have, Wolchuk, as we go around the rim?
All right, so let's look at this. So we had CBS Sports. They ranked their top 50 players in the NBA right now. Okay, so looking at the top 15, they've got Kawhi. Kawhi's dropped down to 15. You've got Sabonis from the Kings, who's having a great year. Jaylen Brown from the Celtics is at 13. Donovan Mitchell at 12. LeBron has fallen all the way to number 11. He's not even in the top 10.
Wow.
You've got John Morant at 10. Damian Lillard at 9. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at 8.
Having a great year.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Steph is at 7. Kevin Durant is at 6. And by the way, we got news that KD is expected to make his Suns debut
March 1st.
March 1st.
There you go.
Against the Hornets. So he's been out since January 8th with an MCL sprain. So everybody's going to be pumped to see him playing with the Suns. According to Shams, it'll be March 1st against the Hornets. So go ahead and circle that, NBA fans. Here's your top 5 players according to CBS Sports this year in the NBA. Before we get to this 22-game stretch, where do you think Luka is? Embiid's at 5. Tatum's at 4.
2.
Luka at 3.
Oh.
Giannis at 2. Jokic at 1.
I think that's accurate. Yeah, I can accept those rankings. I can't accept Shai Gilgeous-Alexander over LeBron. I'm sorry.
I'm with you.
I'm still struggling with picking anybody over LeBron if I had to start a team in a series. You have 1 7-game series. You can have Giannis, you can have Jokic, you can have Luka. I'll be very happy with LeBron, and I'm confident we're going to win.
If the Lakers are part of that play-in game,
yeah,
and they don't win, would that change your attitude? Or just change your view? I'm sorry, not your attitude. But
we'll see what the supporting cast look like. I'm assuming all things would be equal. I get LeBron, and you get your guy, and our supporting cast are equal. So it's kind of a team sport.
I kind of feel like that Oklahoma City is like here's a team that was trying to probably get the first overall pick.
Yeah.
And they've come out and played really, really well as a team.
Yeah.
You know, that's a team when you watch them, you know, every night that they play, you're like going, what did they do tonight? You know, and then the Mavericks play them. I kind of feel like though that when, you know, that you know, they've got some legitimate players on that team.
Oh, they do.
And I know with Shea Gillis, I just, to me, it's like, I kind of feel like that he's in the right spot. Just watching them play.
No, that's a team.
For a team that was trying to
up.
quit, a team that maybe was not going to be good, he's one of the reasons why they are good.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of the Lakers, you know, Patrick Beverley's now a Bull. And he was talking on his podcast. He knows now, as a member of the Bulls, and maybe this is why he wanted to go there, they've got 2 games left against the Lakers. And he said his goal is, I'm trying to keep the Lakers out of the playoffs. He's like, excuse us, we're trying to make the playoffs too over here, okay? So those will be 2 fun matchups. I know everyone's going to have their eyes on the Lakers. Of course, Luka and Kyrie here down the stretch, but how do the Lakers look? Keep an eye on those 2 matchups as well with the Bulls and the Lakers. The Hawks, after they fired their head coach, Nate McMillan, Quinn Snyder is in talks about their coaching job.
Trying to fast track that.
As Eric would like to say, the very cocaine-y Quinn Snyder.
He does look like a Wall Street, like
he does
just doing blow. You know, he got that long pinky ring fingernail,
like Matthew McConaughey, Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, he's going to that little thing they wear on their neck sometimes. Yeah, they're higher than hell at lunch. They don't even need to eat; they just want a cocktail for lunch because they're so high on coke. That's what Quinn Snyder looks like to me. I would agree with that.
Yep, and there you go. There's Around the Rim. You can go and cut the lights back on, wake the kids up from that quick little 10-minute nap, and thank you for going all the way around the rim.
All right, let's do this. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Oh, yeah! Drop a little bomb right here. All right, let me get into this little bag. G-Bag of the day, our winner from last time, is a weatherman from Houston. CW39 weatherman Adam Kruger likes to throw in references in the middle of his weather report. Challenge from his followers, he said. It's right here. He threw in a little California love, Tupac, Dr. Dre.
When it comes to rain over the next 7 days, though, California knows how to party. Look at all that wet weather there. It's no surprise there's a flood watch from Oakland to Sacktown, the Bay Area and back down. Yeah. We're looking at about 5 to 7 inches in Southern California.
Cali's where they put their Mac down.
Yeah.
Give me love. How about the regulators?
It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. Check out the time lapse as the kids are heading out to the bus stop. That wind about to make some bodies turn cold. Yeah. Wind chills in the 20s. We're in need of something else. Our cold front just hit the east side of the USA. We're heading into a whole new era. But as we get into next week, those temps are high like every day. Coming up, though, I've got a forecast full of warmth, and it's going real swell. That 10-day forecast in less than 10 minutes.
Killing it. This guy, he's heading for network.
It's fantastic.
My prediction. You know, not only does he do the bits, but he sounds like a pro weatherman.
He does sound
great.
He sounds
fantastic.
like a pro weatherman. He sure does.
Sounds like that dude that throws in hip-hop references all the time on MSNBC, Ari something. I can't remember his last name. I'm very bad at last names.
Yeah, Ari Timken. Ari Fleischer.
Ari Timken.
Ari Fleischer, the old
White House press secretary, wasn't he?
Yeah.
2000 something.
You guys know everybody.
90s.
Let's see here.
Just trying to help, bro.
Gold.
It's all good. Did you know there was a tornado in the brick city of New Jersey this week?
No.
A darn tornado.
Dang, that sounds weird.
Yeah, it was.
That's not tornado country.
It's not. ABC 7 Eyewitness News out there in New Jersey covered it.
And then it got real dark, and then things started. I never seen the wind blew like I did. It blew so I said, Gloria, let's get in the tub. It's a tornado. And I ran in the tub. I said, I was doing like Dorothy. I said, well, if you're going to take me, Lord, you're going to take me in the tub. Because I'm going to sit here until it's over. Mm-hmm. My sister got in the tub, and me and her, we was like, okay, we're going to stay here. And then the next thing I know, I heard things going boom, bam, boom. I said, ooh, we're going to go with a bam. And then everything got quiet. I said, okay. So we came back out. I mean, we didn't come outside. We was looking. The sun was out.
Yeah, it's always so calm after that.
Yeah.
And it surprised me how torn up your house can get and people will walk out of it, you know? Like your roof's gone.
We're in the tub.
There's like a closet. You can kind of see the staircase. Everything else is just gone. Someone will survived it. Whew. Always surprises me how big those tornadoes are. More people don't go along with it.
What's that guy's name?
Ari Melber.
There we go. Thank you.
They're saying on the
Y'all wasn't
text.
gonna tell me. Nobody was gonna tell me. Just
I
gonna
didn't
let
know
me keep
this guy.
flowing.
I said the press
I'm just
secretary
saying,
from the White House.
when they send it to the fan text, you're gonna say, "Oh, yeah, here it is, Lucius." Ari. All right. How about this one? Pastor preaching about breakthroughs. Broke his ankle while preaching about breakthroughs. It's amazing. This is the things I pay attention. Like when you watch videos about people getting knocked out in clubs, always pay attention to what song is playing in the background. You know what I mean? Yeah. Here you go.
Name of Jesus, you better help her. Praise God. There's a breakthrough in the room. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. Don't let the enemy distract you.
Yeah.
I'm good. Hallelujah. Right now, in the name of...
Don't let the enemy distract you. I'm good right now. Hallelujah. I want to hear this man fall one more time.
Yeah.
Breakthrough, and then it just broke. He said, ouch.
There's a breakthrough in the room.
I like you can hear the organ person was like, wait, what is this?
Yeah.
There was a little panic on the organ. They lost their rhythm temporarily out of concern. Do I need to rush up and get the pastor?
Should we stop? Let's see. How about this? Rockets owner Tillman
Frida Tillman?
Fertitta.
Tillman
Like
Fertitta.
Yeah. That was a lob. He was out there at New Orleans Mardi Gras situation.
Okay.
And he was talking about things.
Okay, well, I know we're not going to talk business, so I'll just say, go Rockets.
Hey, absolutely. we got, thank God we got 10 days off.
Thanks so much.
Pray for Victor.
Yes, happy Mardi Gras.
Pray for Victor.
Yeah.
Pray for Victor.
We have ourselves an old-fashioned tank off down there in South Texas.
Yes, we do.
By the way, Sweet Vicky, if anybody knows who Sweet Vicky is, Sweet Vicky had Bourbon Street lit up. All for them big old beads. Them big blue beads had Bourbon Street lit up. I'm grabbing me some big blue beads next time when I'm going down to Bourbon Street. Sweet victory. Oh, my gosh.
That's not Miss Vicky with the jalapeno chips, is it?
No,
because those are
so.
outstanding.
Oh,
this is
they
a
are
different
so
Vicky.
good.
This is Sweet Vicky.
It's just a sweet Vicky, huh?
Yeah, this is Sweet Vicky. He had Bourbon Street lit up, apparently. I seen it on my timeline. I saved the video. Is there anything else I want to do? Oh, yeah. How about this? Driver doing too much, crashes his car. Just doing way too much, trying to burn out at corners.
Yeah.
If you're a real driver, let me see how you hit this turn. Let's see how you do this, Daddy. Give me what you got. Hey, on the side of the freeway. Give me your best combination, man. Go ahead, it's free. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, yes, sir. Hit it. What the? Oh! Oh! Oh!
Yeah.
That guy laughing at you sitting in the passenger side, gassing you up, is not going to pay any type
Not
of
at
bills.
all.
He's not going to pay anything.
Not
Matter
at
of fact,
all.
he might sue you.
Yeah.
Too much horsepower.
Yep.
Yeah, learn that in video games.
Yep.
You know, you got to get better tires and a transmission and all that. Driver doing too much, crashes car. Our three-time champ is a weatherman from Houston. Eyewitness News, we had a tornado in New Jersey. Pastor preaching about breakthroughs, broke his ankle. Tillman Fertitta, Rockets owner at Mardi Gras, dodging tank questions, says the reporter wants Victor Wembanyama. Who do you go with today, Broadus?
I'm going to go with Tornado Lady.
Okay, well, Chuck.
I'm going Tornado Lady as well.
There's just
Weatherman!
I'll vote for the pastor on breakthroughs by a score of 2.
Sweet Vicky is a former Dallas police officer. She had the city lit up.
What was she doing?
New Orleans was going crazy for them big old beads, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send you a video, man. I got that joint saved. They had them big blue beads.
Let's go, Sweet
She was
Vicky.
getting the most.
Her and the homegirl.
I bet she was.
Yep.
Love it. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that?
Is there really a chance that this wide receiver could end up a Cowboy? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, the Mavs are back in action and Buster Olney from ESPN.
Brian Broaddus, the former NFL scout and executive, and one of the crustiest guys on broadcast. He's Brian Broaddus, king of the crusties himself. Take it away.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I teased something about a wide receiver, but I'll get to that in just a second.
Oh, you're going to tease us more. I love it.
I found it interesting yesterday because we were talking about Bronny James.
Yeah.
And what his future holds.
Mm-hmm.
This is no scouting reports or anything like that. A couple of things I've learned about Bronny James, and tell me if you think he's got a little bit of his dad in him. Bronny James helped his father design the LeBron James 20 sneaker.
Cool.
Did you guys know that he's into the sneaker business at all? LeBron James has sneakers, of course.
Sure.
Yeah.
But his son, Bronny, helped him. He the 20th edition of his signature sneaker ahead of the 2022-2023 NBA season. LeBron's 20, the shoe, its first low-top design of the 19-time All-Star collection. He said it was a direct result of inspiration from his sons, who enlisted him to help design the shoe.
I think he's going, the extra mile to get them involved in as much of what he does as possible. You've seen him in commercials. You've seen him courtside. He was consulting them when it was time to pass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar if he should do it tonight. And I think it's just a dad, looking to bond with his son. They should have advised on James Harden's signature shoes, by the way. Those don't look good at all. He needed a little bit of help. Need maybe a James eye on that project.
Yeah. I mean, he's up to date, I guess, with maybe his generation and what they're looking for. I think it's a smart idea.
Yeah, it's a good idea, too.
The funny thing about it is LeBron saying this he says, understanding the basketball player of today, that people of today like the lower shoe.
Mm-hmm.
They like much lower to the floor. They like a bit lighter.
Yeah.
I listen to athletes. I've got 2 of them in my household, so it was pretty easy. I listened to what they wanted to say. They actually sat in on some of the meetings with me. We all listened to them, and we made it happen. So
seems like that started with the Kobe and KD shoes 10 or 12 years ago, where all of a sudden they were low top, and it was weird for us, in this age group because we always thought you needed high tops to play basketball
because of the ankles, right?
Yeah, they always said you'll sprain your
sense.
ankle if you don't wear high tops. You got to lace them up tight.
But I do like the low tops.
I do too.
I like the flexibility.
Yeah, they look so cool.
I've noticed a lot of players that don't tape their ankles. That in my era, if you didn't tape your ankles, you were guaranteed to get hurt. That was something but now these players don't. I wonder if it's all about they just don't like stuff on their feet.
Yeah.
Or the
might feel restrictive.
The lack of flexibility.
Some people's ankles are really strong and they're not going to roll. And those, and then there's people like me who have what's called gummy ankles. And just, the wind can blow the wrong way and you're laying there on the floor with a swollen ankle.
All right. How about this one? For my, this will finish up for my Bronny talk today, though. Bronny wears the number 0 for, you know why?
The Matrix.
Where's the number 0?
For Damian Lillard.
Russell Westbrook.
Okay.
All right.
LeBron's sons don't feel a need to carry their father's torch more than his name on their backs.
Yeah, it's probably enough pressure as it is.
Just like for all teenagers, your dad is a dork. It doesn't matter how awesome you are.
Yeah.
Most teenagers feel that way.
And LeBron's worn, he's got 2 different numbers, right? The 23 and the 6.
Yeah.
So which one are you going to pick?
Well, you pick one of them, maybe.
The 6, I guess, since Jordan had the 23.
Sure. That makes sense. This goes back to 2016. James told NBA reporter Gavin Dawson, actually Dave McMenamin. It was Gavin Dawson's.
It's my doppelganger in broadcast.
Yeah. Every time I see him on the screen, I think about that.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, Gavin's going out with our gal in the NBA.
Malika?
Basically.
Yeah. Dave McMenamin. That Bronny wore the number 0 for his
super
favorite.
handsome guy. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what? He is in his own
stunning.
way. He is a handsome guy. He is a handsome guy.
Well, Chuck.
Yeah, he's stunning. That's a good word. But yeah, Bronny wore the 0 for his favorite player, Russell Westbrook, who at the time was competing for championships with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Bryce. Did we determine that Bryce was the better of the 2?
He's got more upside. He's taller. Right now, he's a little awkward, like an overgrown baby giraffe. Yeah, but
which means he's going to be better.
Yeah.
When they're awkward, I just think that they're going to grow into their body and end up being a star.
He grew super fast.
Because right now he's probably getting picked on for being lanky.
Well, he wears the number he wears the number 30 for
Steph Curry.
For Curry. James said, "I love that they can carve their own path."
Yeah.
You think he's an overbearing dad?
I don't think so. No, I think he's fairly average in that department.
Yeah, and I mean, the amount of time he's probably away from home,
yeah,
I don't think he can be overbearing, right?
It might be tough, though, like if Kobe or LeBron is your dad or, Peyton Manning or something, like they grinded so hard.
Yeah, like what are you doing? Why are you being lazy? Yeah.
Well, you got time to watch cartoons. Don't you want to have an awesome 3-point shot?
Yeah.
Maybe. You never know, with the overachievers being dads, probably going to try to drive their kids.
All right. I'm going to deliver on this tease, I swear. This just recently happened, and I don't know. We'll see. But DeAndre Hopkins is working out with a former Cowboy wide receiver. Did you see this?
No.
Okay.
Dez?
Yeah, Dez.
Cool.
I reached out to Dez, by the way. If you're listening, Dez, man, I'm sorry if I did something wrong to you. I saw you saw my message, so probably he's not interested.
Come on, Dez.
I asked him. I said, man, please come on. I mean, Dez has got a lot of things going on.
He does.
And be a lot of fun to talk to.
A couple Desbians on the show, myself and Lucius.
Yeah.
We love you.
I don't think that him not coming on the show means he's mad at you. I just think he's busy.
He might be busy.
Or doesn't want to do radio.
He tweets all the time.
Yeah.
He tweets, but I think it's fascinating to talk to about a lot of different subjects.
Absolutely.
But he's seen it, and so we'll see. But he and DeAndre Hopkins are working out. And this is what's going on. They're saying perhaps that Hopkins bought Dez Bryant's recruiting pitch after recently training with the Cowboys, former Cowboys wide receiver. Bryant posted a video of Hopkins lifting weights to his Twitter and this is coming from the Yard Barker. The pair were at Bryant's high school, a few miles from the Star, the Cowboys facility in Frisco, for a children's camp. And so it's significant because Hopkins has been the subject of trade speculation, and Cowboys desperately need another elite wide receiver along CeeDee Lamb. It appears that, again, they're going on here, it appears that Arizona rebuilding after hired new head coach Jonathan Gannon and new general manager Monty Osfort. Dealing Hopkins after June 1 saves $19.5 million. That's per over the cap. Last season, the Cowboys finished 18th in receiving yards, and its passing offense may lose depth because tight end Dalton Schultz is a free agent. Outside of Schultz, Lamb, no other Cowboys pass catcher recorded more than 50 receptions.
This would be an awesome opportunity. His base salary for this coming year is $19.4, and next year it is $14.9. So that's very manageable. I think if you're the Cowboys, you haven't paid CeeDee Lamb yet. This is the thing to do if you really want to win a Super Bowl with Dak Prescott.
It's a steal. It's a steal for the money. Now, the odds are he probably wants to renegotiate that. He realizes I'm not getting paid what I'm worth. But who knows? I think that's a move you have to make. If DeAndre Hopkins wants to be a Dallas Cowboy, you find a way to make the numbers work, and you go get him. He's quarterback proof.
Yeah.
So regardless of what you think about your quarterback and Dak Prescott, that's a dude who finds a way to produce with Colt McCoy, with you name the quarterback, he goes out there and he finds a way to get it done. He did it with the who's who at quarterback for Houston for the majority of his career until they got Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, it'd be huge, and hopefully you would have the draft capital that it would take with a low base salary like that, and the Cardinals having to eat a ton of cap space. They would want huge cap compensation, but maybe you could give them Gallup and a 2. Maybe that's hoping too much, but if Hopkins wants out, it'll be interesting to see how high the offers would come in from other teams.
Yeah, this is the thing about Hopkins, and I know that Zach and I we're studying this draft really hard. I've said this before, I'll say it again for our new listeners. I just feel like that this class is not what we've seen from a wide receiver class of the last 2 or 3 years.
You're going to have to spend some money to get help.
Yeah. I don't think, you can draft and I love drafting. Don't get me wrong.
Hell yeah.
But I mean, if at 26, I don't know if you said, hey, I have a chance to get DeAndre Hopkins and this is what it's going to cost me, I think I'm going that route.
You can't draft and hope at wide receiver right now. It's too big of a need.
You can't. You absolutely can't. And that's a great thing because, Hopkins, I mean, you guys were saying that he's really a bargain at that price. So, I mean, Albert Breer's thinking that acquiring Hopkins might require a second or third round pick.
It's a no-brainer.
And he's looking for reference. He said, look at the deal that Vegas did, a first and a second for Devontae Adams although Hopkins has to waive a no-trade clause in his contract. Hanging out with Bryant is a positive sign that they may be able to reel him in Dallas. So keep an eye on that one for sure.
Man, that would be almost too good to be true. It would be a dream come true to pair up DeAndre Hopkins and CeeDee Lamb. You'd have to be. That's like Luka and Kyrie type stuff. Yeah. NFL Nation ran one question for every NFL team. What did they bring up on the Cowboys? We'll tell you next and discuss it in the Nation.
You can wait 24 hours. fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. NFL Nation, 32 questions about the NFL, one for every NFL team. What's the one they asked about the Cowboys? What do you think is the most important question about this team here as the offseason will really crank up next week? They'll be at the Combine. All the agents are going to be in there to talk with the Jones boys there in their bus, and the news will start flowing. Agents will be happy in sharing with media members. Agents will be ticked in sharing with media members. And hopefully we can get some progress on that juicy DeAndre Hopkins story that Broadus just talked about. General at your service, there is Broadus, the former scout and executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Woolchuck and you got Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Eric Chiafalo is on family duty today. He's doing some family stuff. But yeah, the Hopkins thing, it's really unreal. And I'll tell you, I was going to hold this for later on, but I think the Cowboys are going to make a big move. I don't think like getting into excited phases talking about either Stephon Diggs or DeAndre Hopkins is misplaced like it's been in years past. My reasoning is they knew last offseason, the fans were getting skeptical. They called Steven Catboy. Jerry at the trade deadline mentioned this feeling that fans have that they don't believe the Cowboys will go all in for the right player anymore. And, he tried to convince us they were through the courting of Odell Beckham Jr. This was on the Jones boys' radars last year. They know that the fan base is starting to fold their arms at them and say, you don't have the balls to go build a real contender. You're too conservative with your cap management. And I think they're going to make a move to try to hit the fan base with a ton of excitement. That's just the feeling in my gut, Brian. Do you have any reason or what is your thoughts on that? Cowboys making a big swing for something this offseason as compared to previous ones?
I like where you're going. Would you have thought that the Odell Beckham was a swing at it?
Yeah, but
no. I'm trying to say it in a way of maybe some attitudes are changing over there. The sense of maybe a sense of urgency. I
mean, if you give him $14 million, that would be the biggest free agent you've signed in 15 years.
No. I was trying to kind of walk that path of.
I see what you're doing now. Yeah.
If it goes to me, Cowboys in the past would have just said, we
need the cap space.
Yeah, we're cool. Yeah. We're not interested in Odell Beckham. We're not going to try and make this team any better for a playoff run.
Maybe he's still teasing like 469 says Catboy still Catboy.
He is.
214. No, they will not. Dawson, stop it.
I don't know the last 2 years if you go into. I think Kellen Moore lost his job this year because they didn't win a playoff game. That's the second year in a row where they didn't score enough points.
I think this is a big offseason of reevaluation, everything about the operation.
I totally agree with you. And that to me is like, okay, they're probably looking at that Gallup deal and going, man, we probably went a little too early on that one.
Yeah.
I feel like, though, it's in them. I feel like it's in them to try and maybe make a deal for Hopkins. That guy, you talk about a bad ball catcher and all that, and people are going to read into that I'm saying that Dak throws bad balls. I'm just saying, though.
Every quarterback throws about 20% of his balls are bad every game.
That's what I'm saying, though. Yeah. But when you start to talk about an offense that it's about timing, it's about accuracy, you need receivers like a CeeDee Lamb that'll go get it, a DeAndre Hopkins that'll go get it.
Yeah.
You need those guys. You don't need a guy with the balls clanging off him like Noah Brown and what we've seen from Gallup.
Well, the story is he's in Texas. He's working out at a high school close to Frisco with Des Bryant.
Yeah.
And a lot of guys like to hang out in North Texas and all that.
And I had people remind me that
HQ.
Kyler Murray is he works out here. I'm like, well, Kyler Murray's from here.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray is from this area, so it makes sense to him coming home.
Right.
I think it's a little bit different. DeAndre Hopkins spent a lot of his career down in Houston. Obviously, he has maybe some love for the state of Texas in that way. The fact that Des Bryant's even working out with him, and again, Des, if you're listening, man, come on, we'd like to talk about it.
Love to hear how both of you guys are doing. Des is only 34 now.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to hear from Des, but I mean, and to act like DeAndre Hopkins isn't still one of the top 10 wide receivers in the NFL?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, he's amazing.
The production is still crazy. He played 9 games last year, still had 64 catches for 717 yards, 3 touchdowns. And that was, he didn't have Kyler for a lot of those games. So, I mean, the guy is still an outstanding football player.
I just saw, in the story, I mean, he's caught 50 balls for, 9 out of the 10 seasons he's played. Think about that. I mean, just think about him. The targets, the receptions are always big with this guy.
And only a second rounder to trade for him. That seems low, but he's older, but 30 years old, you can still play at a high level for 3 or 4 years. Yeah. If you're an elite guy, maybe 5, 6 more years.
I just don't see a receiver on that board at 26 that's going to be better than DeAndre Hopkins. I'm just saying if Dallas is looking at a receiver in the first round.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying, we'll give up the 26 pick. Hell, I might consider that, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
A lot of different things to do, and I do believe strongly you will get a much more accurate and much less interceptable Dak if you give him protection too. So maybe the Cowboys are looking at the weapons like, well, we're going to bring Pollard back and we'll have Gallup be much better than he was last year, and we'll have Lamb, and we can draft a guy later or maybe add another budget free agent or something like that. Gavin, looking at next season's opponents, I'm afraid we were looking at a 10-7 season. With Hopkins, I'm pumped and believe we could do 12-5 next year. That's Tim and Carthage out of the 903.
How about Tim?
Yeah, thank you, sir. And maybe it is misplaced optimism. It has been since Brandon Carr. Back-to-back off seasons. They tried to sign Amdi Asamoah. That didn't work. The Eagles got him, thankfully. And then they did sign Brandon Carr 5-50, and they haven't done jack since. So I would be betting against a pretty prolific and long streak.
Well, and I get it. We talk a lot about the free agents, and the Cowboys do their bargain shopping in free agency. And I'm okay on the defensive side of the football because Dan Quinn has proven he can find some of those guys and make that work, right? When they signed Jaron Kearse, we were all thinking, is that dude going to make the team?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And now look.
They have a long history of those safety guys not working out.
Sure, but he's a captain and he's one of your best players. You don't have that kind of confidence on the offensive side of the football. You need to go out and get some surefire studs, and you have a weakness of talent at the skill position playmaker spot. You got to go out and solidify that. And I don't know that where you're sitting at 26 in the draft, and Brian, we're looking at this to your point, that you're going to necessarily be able to get a guy that you think day one can fill that void for you.
Yeah.
What about the PEDs, Gavin? The 870? Is that what DeAndre Hopkins got suspended for? I love it. I hope he figures out a way to do more this offseason and doesn't get caught. I like when I see PEDs from a player because that means they're committed. They have the resources now to do things safely. There's a lot of great information on the internet about, which steroids to use and how to counteract so it doesn't have a negative impact on your body. When I see guys that are affiliated with steroids, like Robert Quinn, that year he had all them sacks for the Cowboys, he was suspended the first 2 games. He's roiding his ass off in the offseason and reigniting his career back to elite status. Had 19 sacks the next year, didn't he, with the Bears? Yes. This is great stuff when you see that. Obviously you don't want anybody to get hurt, but, players have been doing this for a long, long time, and there's some great science and information available about how to do that safely now. NFL Nation has 32 questions, one about every team. What's the one they asked about the Cowboys? It had nothing to do with DeAndre Hopkins. Will the Cowboys be able to run Mike McCarthy's offense? And I know you guys talked about it on the Love of the Star, right?
Yeah.
And we meant to get to it yesterday, but there was so much news yesterday. I did want to circle back and hit this conversation for 5 minutes or so. And the exact question, do the Cowboys have the right personnel to run Mike McCarthy's West Coast offense? Brian, how do you answer that?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, that to me it's going to be about, can you have those receivers that are able to run those in-breaking routes? Can you work the middle of the field? To me, the running back situation, if you look at what Mike McCarthy has had a history of, he's played with a fullback. Maybe he'll go out and get a true fullback to work with his offense. I think the runners are very important. I think the runners are important because they have to be able to catch. So do you figure that out? Was it with Tony Pollard or was it with somebody else? That sets up really well with him with what we've seen so far, with Zach and I've seen so far in the draft. I think they're going to have to get some guys, though, they're willing to catch the ball in traffic a little bit more inside. And I think CeeDee Lamb is that type of guy. I think that's a very good fit for what you're trying to do, but I don't know about the others. We'll see with Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup runs a lot of slants, but when Michael Gallup has to contort for balls sometimes, especially in those slants, that's where it's a little bit of a problem for him. So I would say that they're probably they're going to need the tight ends they've got. They need to get the running back situation squared up, and they're probably going to need 2 more receivers, I think.
Wow, 2 more receivers. So not quite there at the skill position.
No.
Todd Archer says Dak has to be more accurate. So they're also talking about the quarterback, more accurate, hitting pass catchers in stride to allow yak. That was the huge thing that ignited the West Coast offense. Seems like 40 years ago for Bill Walsh and Jerry Rice. It was 40 years ago.
Yeah, John Taylor and Rice, you're right.
But McCarthy's history with quarterbacks should help that process, right, Archer? So you're betting that Mike McCarthy working closer with Dak is going to make him a player that throws with more anticipation and timing. I hope to see that. I don't know how you even answer that, Wolchuk. I know you are a reformed former Dak homer. So what's your perspective on this?
Well, I mean, I think Dak has the ability. It's just inconsistent with that. Like, there's times he does it. There's times where the ball's too high. The ball's way behind the receiver, right? So that's something he's going to have to work on this offseason. We talk about that. And I don't know. I mean, we'll see what McCarthy's able to do with Dak Prescott. I think that's the reason why they've shifted to this. And we've seen success with the offense, but this is going to have to be on Dak, and we've kind of talked about it. We think Dak Prescott is what he is at this point in his career. So they're going to have to do some things that bring the best out of Dak. And, Dak was quoted as saying he's talked with McCarthy. He thinks the offense is going to be tweaked about 20 to 30% different from what it was a year ago. I'm hopeful. And look, Todd Archer said it when he was on with you guys on Monday. You have to get an improved Michael Gallup. Yeah. Or else you have made a drastic mistake. And I think you're going to this year. I think there might have been some stuff, outside of the injury that was going on with Michael Gallup, that it might have been a focus issue with him. I'm hopeful that, you're a year removed from the injury. Michael Gallup's going to have to get back to the guy that he was and the reason why they paid him. Or else this thing's going to fail.
That version of Michael Gallup produced just as much as Amari Cooper did this year in Cleveland.
He was a 1,000-yard receiver.
1,100, yeah, actually. Last time he and Dak were healthy, and he is a guy that runs good in breaking routes. His were more typically farther downfield, but there's no reason he can't do that closer to the line of scrimmage, like more in the West Coast, right, Brian?
Now, he does run a lot of slants, but you also kind of see that the ball, when it gets on him, if it's just off target, it's harder for him to make those adjustments.
Okay.
So I think that's why I'm fighting hard for a guy like DeAndre Hopkins that I know can put his body in a position, like if the ball is on his hip behind him, he can flip his hands over to make those plays. I just feel like they're going to need a couple of different guys if they're going to really make this thing work. And I'm saying a couple of different guys, not really knowing what you're going to get from Gallup.
But you need that, right? In today's NFL, depth, you're going to have it. But I mean, how many times are you in a 3 or 4 wide receiver set in a spread? Yeah. And right now you've got one guy you can rely on in CeeDee Lamb. And we're crossing our fingers and we're hopeful that Michael Gallup gets back to the guy he was. After that, okay, what are you looking at? Jalen Tolbert, can you be a guy that we were hopeful you were when you were drafted? Otherwise, you don't know. You're going to have to throw a lot of darts at this in free agency, whether it's trade or in the draft. You need multiple playmakers here. You're not talking about one guy.
All righty, great conversation on that. That is what the NFL Nation guy said about the Cowboys' question for the offseason. Enough personnel to run the West Coast. With the Eagles, are there core players the Eagles might struggle to retain or let walk? 19 unrestricted, plus Jalen Hurts in line for an extension. There's no question the Eagles are going to lose key players. Running back Miles Sanders, a possibility. Fletcher Cox, James Bradbury could also end up elsewhere, and we're just getting started at that point, Brian.
Yeah, and I think the bigger thing that they're dealing with too is the coordinator part. They feel like they got guys on staff, but they're also reaching out. I saw where they're looking at maybe the defensive coordinator at Georgia in college football to bring on board. We'll see if that works.
Will the Giants build around Daniel Jones? What will their front office decide to do? That's the big question for them. Will the Commanders be in the market for a starting quarterback this offseason, or is Sam Howell the guy? I mean, I think you kind of hope there, right? You're not planning on that happening with Sam Howell. That's kind of like that's a backup plan just in case we can't draft him.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that the Commanders might be one of those teams where we're talking about where Carr and others might end up. You need to kind of include the Commanders as one of those teams that are looking for a quarterback, maybe a veteran quarterback. And I think Hal handled himself well. I just don't know right now if that's the guy you want to go with.
How about Kevin Seifert? Should the Vikings sign quarterback Kirk Cousins to an extension before he becomes a free agent in 2024? He's 12 months away, guys. I would say hell no.
I'll let that one play.
I would not do that either, but Minnesota does weird things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you could look around and see the quarterbacks that are having a tremendous amount of success and decide, no, we have to give Kirk Cousins $45 million or we're going to be screwed at the position.
Well,
that's just not paying attention.
The way that Kirk Cousins operates, he'll probably get the money. He'll probably get an extension. I've never seen a gentleman so lucky when it comes to contracts as him. They do the franchise tags. He makes money on that. Then he leaves, and then they guarantee all his contracts.
He makes guaranteed money.
He makes a lot of guaranteed money to play quarterback at just a pretty good level.
I think he bought his dad a new church. He's rolling like that.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean he's got it all, and for a fourth round pick, he's definitely had a great career.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be willing to invest in him. I think the quarterback market is all out of whack. All right, G-Bag Nation, we got to run. Cowboys mock draft, love it or hate it. I'll give Wolchuk and Broadus the player or players that are being mocked to the Cowboys, and they'll either give it a thumbs up or thumbs down. That's coming up next year. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free fan. Holy mackerel.
Welcome back, nation. It's time for some NFL draft. Hate it or love it. I will give these guys the player that, supposed draft experts have going to the Cowboys. And Broadus and Wolchuk will tell us, do you want to rip their press passes for such ignorance? Or would you give them a high five if you saw them at the combine? Okay, high five or ripped pass. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Make sure you do not settle for less. You guys fired up for the draft now? You've done 2 draft shows up there with the .com folks, right, at Frisco?
I have, yes. I've joined the crew there with Brian and Kyle Yeomans and Aisha and Bobby, and it's been an absolute blast. Had a lot of fun the last 2 days.
Right on. Well, I know a lot of Tolos always look forward to that and y'all's draft coverage. We start with Mel Kiper, draft expert, who used to be the king of the media mock drafters. And now people like what he has to say, but his credibility in the pecking order has slipped significantly. He's always entertaining, though. Mel Kiper says with the 26th pick in the NFL draft, the Cowboys will take Bijan Robinson, saying this just makes sense, right? Jerry loves star running backs, going back to taking Emmett in round 1 and 90, and has repeatedly said Zeke is the Cowboys' most important player. Guys, Bijan Robinson, would you love it or hate it? Wolchuk.
I'd love it. He's the best back in the draft. At 26, you're getting an absolute steal of a player in terms of talent to where you're picking him. He is a guy that you're not going to have to worry about the position for the next 5 years. He's an absolute bell cow. He's a 3-down player. He can help you not only in the run game, but in the passing game as well. He's one of those rare talents that we've seen come out in terms of guys like the Gurleys, the Zekes, the Barkleys, and hell, he might even be the best of the bunch when we talk about some of these specialty players. So I absolutely love Bijan Robinson, the Texas kid. We've all gotten to see him play. He's special, and he'd answer a big-time need, and you could then move on and say goodbye from Pollard and Zeke and start a new era at running back.
Yeah, I think Zach's got the player exactly right as far as the ability and all that. I kind of look at that pick as one of those that if you got down to that point, he's going to be the best player on my board. He's one of the top. I've only got 20 first-round grades. That would mean that I would have a first-round player that I'd be able to take, at 26. That's usually when you start to get down into second-round grades. I like the idea that I think the next round in the second, it would set me up to where I think the corner draft is going to stretch. So I'm going to get the best player, the one that can help my quarterback, help my line, help my team win games. But then in the second round, I'm kind of looking at these cornerbacks because I don't really trust the wide receivers in this group when I start to get down. I think my top wide receivers are all going to be gone when you get to 26.
Okay.
Now, maybe the offensive lineman would make a sense there, but that would be the best player on my board.
T. Loves from our esteemed panel. 817 says they'd rather have TCU's Miller. And it's always interesting, it's like Jadeveon Clowney and Tank Lawrence. All the rage was about Jadeveon and a guy who grew up right down the road. And Tank Lawrence ended up having a significantly better NFL career. So, that's something we'll definitely be tracking. And maybe Miller is the player they'd be interested in later on in the draft. Okay, would you love, as we go now to BuckyBrooksNFL.com, he's looking to find a partner for 2-time Pro Bowler Trayvon Diggs. And it's imperative after watching the CB2 struggle this season. He's going with your guy from Maryland, cornerback Deonte Banks. Love it or hate it, Brian?
Absolutely love that pick right there. To me, that was one of the ones that I was worried about because, if I was worried that he was probably not going to get to me on these. We'll see what happens. We've got the combine. You'll get all the times, the speeds for these guys. You'll get the short shuttles, the 3 cones. Everything about it. Well, this guy is just ideal size for a corner. He's 6 foot. He's 207 pounds. He's a good job of locating the ball. He's never late getting his head around. He can play man coverage. He can play zone. I feel like man is his best trait. This guy doesn't labor to run or move at all. I mean, he stays in really good position. Got really good ball skills as well. I love the pick.
Dang, that does sound wonderful, Wolchuk. You love it too?
Yeah, I love him. He's not one of my top corners, but at 26, I think you're going to have a run on these guys. And if you're able to snag him, I think that'd be a great player, and he'd be a solid number 2 guy. I think he plays the boundary really well in terms of being able to use the sideline to his advantage, runs well, gives up some plays underneath, but I think Deonte Banks is a heck of a player. I'd love him at 26.
Okay, it's some NFL mock draft, love it or hate it here. We're on the Cowboys picks here, and we go to Pro Football Focus. They're looking for a wide receiver.
Okay.
Saying this guy brings the kind of juice the Cowboys were missing in 2022. His ability to take the top off the defense is second to none in the draft class. 677 yards on deep ball catches, led all of college football. We go to Tennessee, where Jalen Hyatt is standing by. You love that one too, Wolchuk?
Yeah, give me Jalen Hyatt. Now, I don't know if he's going to be there at 26 because you've got 4 guys that are first-round receivers. I don't, and that doesn't include Zay Flowers, because I don't think the Cowboys are going to take Zay Flowers because he's too small, even though I'm a big fan of his. But I'd be all about Jalen Hyatt. Now, he's long. He's a long strider. But Jalen Hyatt's one of these guys, you're going to watch other players when you're watching Tennessee play, and all you're noticing is Jalen Hyatt making play after play after play. You want to add some speed. You want to add some playmaking down the field. Jalen Hyatt's your guy. Maybe he benefited from the type of offense they ran in Tennessee, but I'm a big fan of Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, this guy when you look at Jalen Hyatt, he is, and Zach's right, he's a lean guy. He's 6 foot. He's 195 pounds. He's explosive. He's likely to run in the 4.3s at the combine next week.
Go.
And so, but you talk about a vertical player. This guy's got the length to stretch for any ball. I mean, they Hendon Hooker, the quarterback there at Tennessee, I think did a heck of a job of getting him the football down the field. He's a super explosive player. He would help any offense he was a part of.
Okay, we continue now, and have we found a single pick you guys would hate so far? Are they letting these guys slip? You think? How many of those guys would actually be there at 26?
I kind of feel like, though, that if you do it the right way, I don't think the runner's going to be there.
Me either.
I don't feel like Hyatt's going to be there, the wide receiver from Tennessee.
I think Banks could.
Banks, the cornerback from Maryland, I think you got a shot.
Okay, we go next here to Daniel Jeremiah. NFL.com says this edge has inside-outside versatility, and I think he'll be one of the stars of next week's Combine. We go to G-Tech, where edge Keon White would love to put a star on his helmet. Would you guys like it?
Okay, so this is a guy that I like more than Brian does, I think. Now, I wouldn't like it at 26. I think this is a little too high for
little
White.
Little rich for your blood?
Little rich. But then again, you might be wiped here, and you might not have first-round picks. But I think this dude's got a good spin move now. He's got kind of that thick basketball build. He's a converted tight end to edge, and you can see that in the way that he's built. He's got a strong bull rush, good combination of power and speed off the edge. Seems like a guy that I think you could kick inside to rush on third downs as well, in my opinion. Shows the ability to split the guard and center and slant down the line to get tackles for loss in the run game. I thought his tape against North Carolina was really good. I think he's a high upside type of player, which you'd be looking at. So I could see scouts really falling in love with Keon White. I don't love this pick at 26, though.
Not a big fan of the pick myself, though, but I'd say what this guy is, he is a bully. And that's, when you watch him, he's a guy that can kind of beat up opponents. He's got a real nose for the ball. You're not going to fool him on plays. He can stay in position. He plays with leverage in the run game. I don't see a great pass rusher here, but if you want a guy that can kind of play the run better than he can play the pass, Keon White from Georgia Tech's your guy.
Okay, so you're ripping Daniel Jeremiah's press pass. That's the first press pass we're ripping there at the Combine. Get over here.
And he's a beast.
Former NFL scout as well. So
yeah,
it's the media scouts were like him more than the real scout, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Okay, we go down the road here to Baylor and the nose tackle, Siaki Ika? The Athletics' Dane Brugler and Walter Football both going with the big nose tackle out of Baylor for the Cowboys at 26 to help their run defense. I would love that personally, sight unseen, Wolchuk, but you're saying no?
No, thank you. I will pass on Ika there. I'm not taking him at 26. I think that is too high for me. I'd like him. I don't think he's a bad player. First round, though, I think you can do a little bit better than taking Ika. He's not a bad player by any means, but to me, 26 is just a little too high. I think there's better defensive tackles you can get later on in the draft.
I'll tell you what, however we evaluate these guys that are all 330 pounds or 340 pounds, these one techniques, that would be great for the Combine. I really do look forward to this. I think that if you're wiped out, this is a kind of the player that you would take. I don't know if the Cowboys would take a one technique at 26. Again, that's a second round grade for me on my board. But man, this guy is super active the way that he does play. I love the way he competes. He's not going to let the blocker get the best of him. He's difficult to handle when going one-on-one. He's almost like a sumo wrestler in the way he comes off the ball, because he just he slams into you and then he starts knocking guys back, and nobody's really able to kind of handle the power that this guy plays with. He is a transfer from LSU, and he's super, super hard to move.
We hit it.
I love the way he finishes.
He's an LSU transfer.
I had to get that in there for sure. But yeah, I do love the way he finishes plays.
He is. He's really wide, and he's got really good hands.
He's hard to move.
He's really smart when it comes to the screen game.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys. He's a really instinctive player. I mean, I like him, but I don't love him at 26.
Okay, we got to go lightning round here. Just tell me if you'd love it or hate this stuff here. We got the Clemson linebacker, Trenton Simpson. Have you looked at him? Chad Reuter, NFL.com, picking him to the Cowboys. You hate that?
Hate that pick.
Brian?
That would be a hard pick for me, too.
Okay, he hates you. You hear that? Clemson is like your Paul Dawson back in the day at TCU.
That dude's a bust.
How about tight end Dalton Kincaid out of Utah?
Oh, I love that. He's the best tight end in the draft, in my opinion.
I would take a couple others ahead of him.
It's fine. You're wrong.
Okay. How about the guard from Florida, Osiris Torrance?
I like that at 26. I think Torrance at 26 is a good pick.
He's going to look probably not very athletic when we watch the combine drills.
So you'd hate that? You wouldn't take him at 26?
No, I think to me though, if they're looking for the guard, he's the best guard on the board. Unless you want to say our guy from our center from Minnesota, Michael Smits.
John Michael Smits.
Yeah, John Michael Smits. If you want to play him at guard and move him at center at another time, that might be the route you go. But this guy's a mammoth guy, but he's going to look bad in the drills. I'm just telling you that right now.
You have Northwestern offensive lineman Peter Skoronsky from your crusty friends at the 33rd team, Brian, and then the Arkansas linebacker Drew Sanders from CBS's Chris Trapasso. Love, hate?
Skoronsky got all the way to Cowboys at 26.
You got the Cowboys 26 there.
Hand the card in.
Yeah, that'd be a love.
Yeah.
If he falls to 26, hell yes, sign me up. That's a safe pick. Drew Sanders, watched him at Denton Ryan, covered him there. Big fan of his. He's the best linebacker in the draft.
He can rush the passer.
Sure, I'm okay. I don't love it. I like it. That'd be okay.
I think I like it too. He's a first-round guy on my board.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's NFL draft, mock draft roundup. Love it or hate it.
Yep.
An Alaska woman is recovering after she was kicked in the head by a moose that snuck up on her. I didn't know they were that's sort of a ninja type animal that they're going to go out there and sneak up on you.
I'll tell you what I had to do yesterday after Lucius and everyone was talking, or you were talking about the alligator coming up out of the water.
Yeah.
They got video of that.
No.
They have video of, you could see.
I don't want to see that.
You could see the alligators, like the stream, the wake that he's making. Like he sees the dog and he sees the lady and he comes, you see the wake. And he just,
why didn't he get the dog? Why did he go with the lady?
He missed the dog and hit the lady's leg.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So he was going for the dog.
He was going for the dog.
Oh,
yeah.
That was a tragic story.
Yeah.
It was
They got
traumatic to
video of
report
it.
on it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know, I guess, if anybody does want to see that. Now, moose, I would think that, they are very dangerous. I have heard that about it's like the most dangerous animal to humans in Alaska because of how aggressive they are. I did not know they were also sneaky. Tracy Hansen says she was walking her dog last week.
Walking the dog's a bad thing.
When she felt something from behind whack her across the head. She must be hard of hearing. I thought someone had not been paying attention and hit me with a bike or something. I'd put my hands to my head and I'm like, I'm bleeding. She adds while she and her dog had passed a moose a short time earlier, she still wasn't sure what had struck her. Fortunately, Anchorage resident Kate Timmons, who was driving by with her family, saw the whole thing unfold. She said she watches the moose sneaked up on its unsuspecting victim and even tried warning her as the moose got close. My husband was able to pull her over to the snowbank so we would get her in the truck with her dog and kind of get her out of the way. It definitely seemed unprovoked from our standpoint. Despite the incident, Hansen says she has no plans to stop going on daily walks with her dog. Maybe she's going to talk to Gator Lady in Florida.
Gator Lady was not bundled up as more than Moose Lady. Moose Lady might have been bundled up so much that she couldn't hear the moose.
Yeah.
She has on a stocking hat, maybe a hood, maybe a lot of clothing.
Yeah.
You sometimes you can't even hear when you're that bundled
and
up.
And you hear your own feet are crunching.
Yeah.
Your own feet are crunching under that snow.
Well, 214 said they grew up in Alaska and the moose don't sneak up on you. They just blend in. Imagine being a kid walking to school and it's dark outside.
Oh,
and these moves
that's
are just,
right.
They're everywhere.
It's dark everywhere.
That's right.
Okay, now it makes sense with the sun and the eclipse and all that and the equator. Okay, Rangers today. How good is the new pitcher who's trying to rock his spot into the rotation? That's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Twin Peaks before we do anything else, though. You want some Eats, drinks, and scenic views? It's the best place to go right here in North Texas. on Sunday afternoon. And it is time now for Zach Wolchuk to give you the Texas Rangers news of the day. Here he is.
Man, the player that I might be most excited to see when we go out there to surprise next week, there's two. And it's two that might not even be on the big league roster this year at all. And it's the young pitchers. It's Leiter and it's Rocker. And I got some buzz here from Josh Young, who got to face Rocker for the first time in spring training. And he said, man, quote, he rocked. He was throwing a 99-mile-per-hour sinker.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he had that. And you could just see it in his eyes. He was coming for us. It was tough. And that's the quote from Josh Young. And this is just great because, you know, Rocker, last year he was drafted 10th overall by the Mets in 2021. He ends up not getting a deal done. He's got to undergo surgery. Then he re-enters the draft. The Rangers end up taking him number 3, which ended up being a surprise.
Yeah.
But Chris Young fell in love with him. So Kumar Rocker ended up, you know, he pitched 14 innings in the Arizona Fall League. But apparently he's got the velocity back. He's got the fastballs working for him, but a 99-mile-per-hour sinker. That is exciting. And Jack Leiter's a guy that certainly he struggled in the minors last year, but he's a dude that the mental toughness is something when you talk to people that are around Jack Leiter, that's not going to faze him. People are expecting him to bounce back, and the Rangers have gone ahead, and you know they got new coaches now in the minors. They've completely gone ahead and helped with the new pitching department there. And I think Bruce Bochy and Maddux as well are going to help with this. But I'm really pumped to see how those two young guys look because that's the future at the position. And we're all going to be pumped to see DeGrom and Evaldi, and certainly they're going to factor into the Rangers' success for this year. When you look ahead to the future of the Texas Rangers, those hopefully are the top two at the front end of the rotation for years to come. And to hear a guy like Josh Young just glowing about, hey, I got to go up against this guy one time, and it's like, my gosh, this dude's got some elite stuff. I think it's really positive right now. So when we get out and we fly out on Sunday, it'll be fun to watch those guys get to pitch.
I just hope that they can make themselves the top prospects on that board, you know, because right now it's a little bit disappointing that Jack Leiter's not the clear number one prospect. I think you have to look at last year and say, has the upside been reduced a little bit? Is the probabilities that he hits his max potential coming down a little bit? Because after spending those years in college, if you're going to be a superstar, you should be dang close. And I just didn't feel like it was last year. And there's at least one or two pitchers ahead of him in the prospect rankings for the organization. So hopefully this year he can at least vault himself to the top of that.
Kind of feel like though with Mike Maddux there, Greg Maddux, I see is kind of spending a lot of time with him.
Yeah.
You know, and Greg was kind of a crafty pitcher, you know, the way he, you know, nibbled on corners and stuff like that. Maybe he's trying to help him with some stuff. I think the bigger thing is that the Rangers, you know, let's see if this coaching change in the minor leagues, not only with on the big leagues staff.
I'm with you,
but let's see with maybe the new pitching coaches involved, you know, with Bruce Bochy and Maddux and those guys and CY, and maybe they got a better understanding, and maybe because you had these guys, you know, when CY came in, we always ask him about the evaluation questions, you know, evaluating everything. And I'm glad he evaluated the minor league system and said, no, we need to make some changes here.
No, because
those guys evidently are not developing fast enough.
Amen.
For what they need to do.
And I don't think it's as much on the players. There's a portion that is, but I think more so it is on the staff, and they weren't getting the job done because it's not just on one player. It wasn't just Jack Leiter. Cole Winn was a minor league all-star 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Last year, you're hoping come August, that's a guy that could be a call-up or a September call-up at worst. And he regressed to the point where he wasn't ready. You had to have Cole Reagans come up and pitch because you just were out of options, and you had to just throw him to the wolves. And he wasn't ready either.
No. The greatest thing that happened to this organization in the offseason was not getting DeGrom. It was the fact that their old system was torn down.
Yeah.
A lot of people love JD. He's charming. You know, he's a nerd like the rest of us in the media, so he has some friends here. But I think how that went for 15 years and never be able to create any sort of an assembly line of minor league talent to the big leagues outside of a few random hits. Like, you shouldn't be able to screw it up that bad even if you were trying to.
Right. Absolutely. Now, I do have some jersey news for you. The Rangers are saying goodbye to the red tops, guys. To stay in accordance with Nike Baseball's new 4+1 policy on uniforms. 4 uniforms plus a City Connect uniform. The Rangers had to say bye-bye to one combination. So a year ago, they had the white tops, blue tops, gray tops, of course the Sunday powder blues, and the red tops. Now the powder blues we know are only worn on Sundays. The red tops were only worn on home Fridays. Powder blues are the most popular among the fans and consumers. Now, the Rangers are not doing away completely with the red caps, but to keep this, they're going to have to go away with the red tops. So they're still going to be able to work in the red caps with the white tee, and they can use that for another look. But the team last year, they did away with the initial red caps that featured the outline of the state of Texas, along with the interlocking
TX
and the X. Yep. Yeah, and it kind of they didn't like the look of that.
It looked very like a spring training hat.
It did. I agree with you 100%. But last year, Rangers were only 3-8 in the red tops. So maybe this is like a bad juju thing.
Okay, shake it off.
Just weren't successful in them.
Yeah.
So we go ahead and we move on. Just if you gotta get rid of her jersey, go ahead and pick the one that you didn't succeed in. They were 3-8. Ironically, the one that they were most successful in, they were 4-1 when they wore the 50th anniversary of the first season in Texas.
Yeah, the 1972 jerseys.
The throwback.
You got to pay attention to stuff like that.
That's with the Texas across the front, right?
Yes, and those are good-looking jerseys.
They really are.
I was listening to Pat Doney, expert TV broadcaster. He was on with Sean and RJ this morning, and they were talking about Brad Miller. And apparently, when he was on the Phillies a couple years back, he brought a good look like a bamboo plant into the clubhouse. Team won 9 in a row. Some of this stuff you can't explain it, but you got to pay attention to it. You're not sure why it works, but you got to go with it.
It's like the Jeter gold thong.
There you go.
All of a sudden, he's in a slump. You bust out the gold thong, and now I'm hitting.
Baseball players, they're so unique. I mean, they'll do anything. They really will.
Yeah. They'll slump bust. That's what it takes.
That's what remember Bull Durham?
You love a good slump buster.
A hunger buster too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, who doesn't? But
a good belt buster.
If you're
below the belt,
if you're a big leaguer in shape, 210 pounds, 9% body fat, you got options. They're doing that intentionally, bro.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay, so we got the Rangers roster projections 2.0 from the morning news. We're going at catcher, not a shocker, Jonah Hyman, Mitch Garver. Now, we had a chance for maybe Sandy Leon to be the third catcher, but the fact that they added Robbie Grossman and they had to put Brett Martin on the 60-day IL, they don't have the flexibility now to really keep 3 catchers. Your infield, probably keeping 6 infielders, Nathaniel Lowe, Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, Josh Young, Josh Smith, not Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, and Mark Mathias. So you've got Mathias, who can get some DH time when Garver either catches, or you can put him at first against the occasional lefty. And then your outfield, you'd keep 5 outfielders, Adolis Garcia, Leody Taveras, Robbie Grossman, Brad Miller, and Bubba Thompson. So one other element of a left field platoon to consider, of the 469 players with at least 100 plate appearances last year, you had Bubba Thompson, who ranked in the top 10% of base running runs above average, according to Fangraphs. So he's an enormous asset on the base path, and we know that because he's just fast as hell. So he can end up being one of those guys that just, if you're a pitcher on the mound, you've constantly got to pay attention when Bubba's on. And he's a dude that also, you saw him laying down more bunts.
Keep
at the end
working
of the
on
year.
that bunt game. That's what I was going to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Your starting rotation, DeGrom, Heaney, Evaldi, Perez, and Gray. And you might even see a 6-man rotation at some points, according to CY. Your bullpen, Leclerc, Brock Burke, Joe Barlow, Jonathan Hernandez.
Like Hernandez.
Taylor Hearn.
Yeah.
Jake Odorizzi, Josh Spores, and how about Glenn Otto? Former starter.
I can move on from Spores.
Turned bullpen guy. I'm with you there. I'm not a huge believer. Some other guys, you got Ian Kennedy, who was a roster invite.
Sure.
And Cole Reagans might also kind of be going through there. But I didn't mention Dane Dunning, who continues to rehab there as well. So there's some names on here that were left off that list, and we'll see when we get out there. We'll get our eyes on this thing, get a projection for ourselves. But this is fun, man. Talking Texas Rangers baseball here on your home of the Rangers.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Hey, why does like Red Lobster's commercials look better than they really are in real life?
It's really just the Cheddar Bay biscuits. That's the reason to go.
Yeah, they're all good at that. I think even a Carl's Jr. burger looks like a.
I mean, that thing looks like it's like a feast, and then you get there and you're kind of like, what just happened?
214 wants to know, are y'all going to talk about how Ben DiNucci is playing tonight in the XFL? He's got to have a game with less than 3 turnovers before I talk about him. Okay, that's enough.
I asked Gavin, I'm like, hey, do you want us to get Ben DiNucci on? Yeah. Because he's our guy. That's our brethren. But
maybe he gets a weekly show if he plays a little bit.
Ben plays well.
We'll put him on. I want some of the new trucker hats with the upside down D though. The navy blue one.
Well, we're still waiting on
our delivery. It's a hot hat. It's a good looking hat. I know we're still waiting for our delivery.
We are.
Keep waiting, boys.
I don't know. I enjoy Ben DiNucci. There's a lot going on in sports right now. Mavs coming out of the break. We're heading for the combine. We have Rangers spring training, and I would love to talk with Ben DiNucci at a later date, especially after those hats arrive. Hey, we got to run, though. 4 o'clock hour is coming up here in the G-Bag Nation. And what do we have going on? I'll tell you. Can the Mavs make a run? We have reporter Tim Bontemps, ESPN, joining us to talk about all that and more as the NBA gets back underway here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat about my friends at D&M Leasing before we do that, though, because if you are looking for a new vehicle right now, you should know that traditional finance companies are bringing back the 84-month terms again. And this can put you in a place where you owe way more on your auto loan than what your car is worth when it's time to trade. Nearly 20% of new autos are being financed for 84 months, according to a recent article in Automotive News. So if you finance for 84 months, you better be willing to stay in that car for a very long time because you are extending your loan payments by multiple years just to get a lower payment. You don't need to do that. Leasing can give you the low payment that you want and need to fit in your budget, and it guarantees you shorter terms and not being upside down. When you lease with D&M Leasing, you do get that lower payment, you get shorter terms, guarantees, and the
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk some Mavericks. Let's talk some NBA coming out of the All-Star break. The Mavs will host the Spurs tonight. They'll take on the Lakers Sunday at 2:30. That is part of ESPN's Sunday Showcase, and I love that early afternoon NBA basketball in the springtime. The playoffs are approaching, and the storylines are deepening. And to talk more about these games and the storylines, reporter Tim Bontemps from ESPN joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing well, guys. How are you?
We are doing excellent, thanks. Trying to gauge what we should expect from the Mavs here over these final 32 games plus playoffs. What do you think of their new look?
I think they'll score a lot of points. I think they'll give up a lot of points, and I think they'll probably not go as far as they hope to because of the latter part. I just think, for as good as Luka and Kyrie can be offensively, they give a lot of it back at the other end, and I just wonder, with the depth that Dallas lost and the lack of perimeter athleticism they have, I don't remember who, but somebody recently compared them to me to what the Jazz were last year without Rudy Gobert behind them, right? And I think that's sort of what Dallas has, and it's going to be a real challenge for Jason Kidd and Sean Sweeney and their coaching staff to come up with enough ways to have this team defend enough to win as much as they need to. But if they can find a way to get some stops, those two guys can score as much as anybody, and they're going to be very hard for teams to stop. So, in a Western Conference with a lot of flawed teams and a lot of, it's as wide open as I've ever seen a conference in the league. If you're being a Dallas optimist, you say, look, these guys could score with anybody, and teams like Denver and Phoenix and some of these other teams are not exactly defensive juggernauts either. So, if you've got an offense that's that potent, it might be enough to carry you forward anyway.
Tim, I know you've been writing quite a bit about the future of Kyrie. What needs to go right here down the stretch for Kyrie and the Mavericks to have a long-term partnership past just this final stretch run?
I have no idea, honestly. And I'm not trying to be flippant about your question, but I think if Kyrie has proven anything, it's that it's foolish to try to predict what he's going to do, right? So, I think obviously it would help if the Mavs have a deep playoff run, I would think, and he gets along with Luka and they play great. But I learned a long time ago to stop guessing how things are going to play out with Kyrie Irving. So I would say everybody just enjoy the next few months and see how it goes, and then we'll see what happens in the summertime, because that's probably the most truthful way I could answer the question. And I just don't think there's going to be a lot of clarity on what he's going to want to do.
Tim, do you ever worry that you're never going to get back the time that you have to work with Tim McMahon on the air every day?
I don't worry about it because I know it's true. So that's my answer on that.
Well, we're big fans of Tim, obviously, and
I'm big fan. Yeah. I'm a big fan of Tim too. To be clear, he's great.
It has been so tough watching these Mavs try to defend all year long, and then they get worse losing Dorian and adding Kyrie. Could it work? With Kyrie and Luka playing such a prominent role, how much of a handicap is that when you're trying to team build and make a good enough defense to win a championship?
It's hard. Look, it's hard, guys, right? And, Tim has talked a bunch in the last couple of months, the last couple of weeks, I should say, about Maxi Kleber coming back from this hamstring surgery, right? Well, they kind of need to clone Maxi Kleber. Like, if you had a couple or three of him with those guys, then, it'd probably like their chances better. Or if they could have if they could, reoperate Dorian Finney-Smith back on the team, that would help. But there's just not a lot of guys who do a lot of guarding on the Mavs, and it's going to be a challenge. There's just no question about it. It's going to be very hard. But again, if you are looking at it optimistically, you look around the West and all these teams are flawed. I'm in Philly tonight to see them play Memphis. Memphis can't score. Denver is not, Denver has an okay defensive team. I don't trust them to guard at the highest level. If Nikola Jokic is in pick and rolls with Luka and Kyrie, it's probably not going to go great, right? Phoenix certainly has high-end talent with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Chris Paul. I don't know if they can really guard a team with Luka and Kyrie on it. Who's guarding either one of those guys? Don't have a great answer. right?
Yeah.
You go down the list, like all these teams are flawed. And so Dallas has a clear flaw. They also have a clear strength. And these West playoffs are going to be truly fascinating to me because there's just a lot of flawed, complicated teams going head to head. And it very well may just come down to what matchups you draw and how your team matches up with the other one. Because if you told me 6 different teams could win the West, I wouldn't argue with you. Like, I don't feel great about any of these teams picking them to win the West. And frankly, I think the 3 best teams in the whole league are the 3 best teams in the East. But none of them play in the West. And so it's going to make for a pretty incredible playoffs that I just hope everybody's healthy for, because I'm really, really fired up to watch them.
Yeah, you're enjoying the NBA insights of Tim Bontemps, ESPN. I've been thinking the best bet to have a really good team emerge from the East is the Golden State Warriors getting healthy and getting on the same page, kind of like they did last year. Yep,
I agree. I think we actually were just talking about this, McMahon, Brian Winters, and I on the Hoop Collective earlier today. It's coming out tomorrow. If I have to pick one team to win 3 series in the West, I'm still picking Golden State, despite the fact that they've been 500 all year, despite the fact that Steph has been hurt, despite the fact that they're like 4 billion on the road, or whatever their record is. I mean, they've been a horrible road team, right? But at the end of the day, if they're healthy on April 10th and they're in the tournament, do you guys feel like you could pick anybody to beat them 4 times in the West? I don't. I don't like anybody's chances to beat them 4 times because I haven't seen anybody do it. And I'm not confident that, Memphis or Denver or the Clippers or the Suns or the Mavs or any of these teams can beat Golden State if they're healthy 4 out of 7 times. I mean, look, for all the flaws that the Warriors have had this year, when their main starting 5 of Steph, Clay, Draymond, Andrew Wiggins, and Kevon Looney's on the court, they're outscoring teams by 22 points or 21 points per 100 possessions. It's by far the best lineup in the league. It's like not even close. Any lineup that's played over 100 minutes this season, they've got by far the best net rating. So when their guys are healthy and they're playing, they can play with anybody. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think if you're picking a team to win the West, despite everything that's gone on, I'm riding with Golden State till somebody beats them 4 times.
Tim, what do you make of Sacramento? I know before the break, the Mavs went in there and had a back-to-back. Is that a team that's just kind of just hanging in there, or is that a legitimate team in the West?
I don't think it's a legitimate team, but, I mean, again, I don't know, right? Like, the way they've had a really good offense this year. Mike Brown's a really good coach. They play really hard. De'Aaron Fox has been an incredible clutch player. I mean, you mentioned those games. I watched, I want to say it was the second game. I think it was the one. Yeah, it was the one. It was the first game Luka. Well, I guess Luka might have played in both games. The game Luka played in Sacramento, they ended up losing late when Luka missed that 3. And the final couple minutes of regulation and overtime were incredible. I mean, Sacramento's had a ton of awesome games this year. Now, look, if you tell me the Kings finish 7th or 8th, they fall off these next few weeks and then they lose in the play-in, like, I wouldn't be stunned by that. But they've been pretty consistently in the top 4 for 3 months now. So they're probably going to get in. And I'm honestly, like, whatever they do in the playoffs, I just hope they get in because that has long been one of the best fan bases in the league. They've had literally nothing to cheer for well over a decade. And they're super fun to watch. They play hard. De'Aaron's been great. Domantas Sabonis has been great for them. I'm just happy that fan base is finally getting some success. I don't think they're going to make a playoff run, but for a team that hasn't made the playoffs since the mid-2000s, I think they'll be very happy to just get it.
What was your reaction to the Suns landing KD?
I mean, I was headed to Bristol from Boston for a game that Wednesday night. I saw Celtics Sixers and was in the car, so I was surprised when it happened, like everybody else. But they're sort of a little bit better version of Dallas to me. I understand everybody automatically slotted them as favorites because they've got Chris Paul and Devin Booker and KD and DeAndre Ayton, but there's not a lot of depth outside of them. I don't trust their defense to hold up. And honestly, the other biggest thing, as you guys know, I don't trust them to be healthy. Like Chris Paul has had a lot of muscle injuries. Devin Booker's had now a lot of muscle injuries. Kevin Durant is still out from this MCL sprain that he's got, right? Like, if you tell me those 4 guys are going to be healthy from now until the end of June, yeah, they could win the West. But, I mean, if you're putting odds on it, I mean, I hope this isn't the case, but odds are they're probably not all going to be healthy. And if they're not all healthy, combined with their lack of depth to begin with, just think it's going to be very difficult for them to make it through the crucible of a 2-month playoff run with such a top-end roster with obvious health concerns across it.
Tim, what do you make of with what's going on with the Clippers right now and with Westbrook and that situation? There seems to be people are like, immediately like, well, they just made themselves worse. Are we being overly dramatic on that one?
I think it depends on how much Russ plays, right? If he has a targeted role where he comes in for 15 minutes or tops 20 minutes a game, and he's giving them some punch on the second unit, and they have him out there with these floor spacing lineups with a bunch of wings, like he was playing in Houston, right? And you could space the floor and have him attack. I think then he could be useful. If he's playing 35 minutes a game and opening and closing games and playing down the stretch in playoff games and out there in crunch time, I do think they got worse. So, I'm not trying to give a cop-out answer, but I do think it does depend on just how much he's used. I think if it's as a 6th, 7th, 8th guy who, is used strategically, I think you could give them a little bit of punch. If it's, hey, Russ is going to be a starter, Russ is going to play 32 minutes a game, Russ is going to be in our closing lineup, I think the Clippers, who, might be the team I'd pick to have the best chance to beat Golden State with the way they're playing and the way Kawhi's played of late in particular, I do think it would make them easier to guard if Russ is out there in those scenarios.
Tim Bontemps, ESPN. Okay, Sunday's showcase there, Mavs-Lakers 2:30. Speaking of Russ, is it possible that it like unleashes some pent-up quality basketball, getting rid of him? They looked good shortly before the All-Star break. What do you think the Lakers do here down the stretch?
Well, I mean, what helped the Lakers was getting a couple of credible NBA players in the rotation, right? I mean, that's been their biggest problem. They just haven't had enough good players. So certainly, losing Patrick Beverley, losing Westbrook, Westbrook was more helpful this year at times than Beverley, but replacing them with Malik Beasley, a good volume shooter, replacing them with Jared Vanderbilt, a very solid, dependable big. Those things help. People keep thinking the Lakers are now definitely going to make the playoffs and stuff. They might make the play-in, but the thing you got to remember, guys, is they're 3 games out, I believe, in the loss column behind Oklahoma City in 10th, and they've got to jump 3 teams just to get into the play-in tournament, right? So, this isn't just, the Lakers are in a play-in spot, and can they get up to 6th? It's going to be a real challenge for these guys to get to 10th. And they probably got to go 15-8 or something like that to get up that high. And they've been a below 500 team all season. So I think that if LeBron and AD are healthy for the final 6 weeks, I like their chances of finding a way to get to 10th because some of these teams are going to be dropping back. Utah's probably going to lose some games. Portland's not very good. We'll see if there's injuries. Some of these other teams fall. Let's see what happens in New Orleans, right? Who knows if Zion Williams is going to be able to play. They've had a ton of injuries. They've fallen off a cliff. So they can maybe get in. And if they are, say, the 7 or 8 seed going into the first round, for all the flaws they have, I wouldn't want to see LeBron and AD in a playoff series if they're out there.
No.
So certainly they're going to be a challenging team to knock out if they get in. But I think the assumption from people that, they made these trades and they got rid of Russ, and now they're just going to go on a roll and make the playoffs. I think it's a lot easier said than done because they got to climb out of a pretty significant hole just to give themselves a chance to win 2 games and get in.
What do you think of leaving LeBron out of a top 10 player ranking list right now? Has he fallen off that much with his age?
I mean, it's kind of hard for me to say that off the top of my head because I haven't really sat down and done it. I would say he's a guy that I think is certainly in all NBA consideration right now. So that's a top 6 forward. That's a top 15 player. Certainly on a game-to-game basis, LeBron is still really, really good. Now, he doesn't quite have the same top end he used to. He obviously gets hurt more than he used to, and he used to be just an absolute cyborg who would never miss a game. Now he has some nagging ankle and foot injuries, and he's dealing with this foot soreness right now that's bothered him after setting the record a couple weeks ago. So he might not be quite up there with Giannis at the very top of the list, but whether he's 8th or 12th or whatever, he's still a remarkable player. And the fact that he's even the thing that's crazy about LeBron and people just don't, I think when you talk about whether he's in the top 10 or not, think about his contemporaries, right? Guys like Dwayne Wade, guys like Carmelo, guys like Chris Paul, guys like Dwight Howard. Like, all of those guys are either far diminished in Chris's case, or in the others, like, all out of the league. And we're talking about whether or not LeBron is the ninth best player or the 12th best player. Like, it's just, that's the thing. I think because he's been so good for so long, I think people sort of lose sight of the fact that his greatest accomplishment is that in his 20th season, he's still unquestionably one of the 10 or 15 best players in the world. Like, that's something we've never seen before. A guy playing to that kind of level this late in his career with all the miles he has on his body.
You know, I think Mavs fans' biggest fear after landing Kyrie is him just leaving and joining LeBron with the Lakers.
It's a good fear.
Yeah.
It's a good fear to have.
Absolutely. And the Mavs having absolutely nothing in return. So the hope is like, oh, maybe you could get an Anthony Davis back. Is that just something that the Mavs fans, that's wishful thinking, or is there possibility for that?
Look, I'm not really going to get into this, hypothetical trade machine game 6 months out in free agency. But what I would say is the Mavs took a hell of a gamble trading for Kyrie Irving on a lot of fronts. And the biggest one, and I'm sure Tim has talked about it with you guys before, and we've talked about it a lot. The Mavs don't have a lot of stuff to trade and didn't have a lot of stuff to trade, right? And they cashed in two of their very few significant trade assets to get a guy that they had no idea if he'd be on their team in 6 months. Now, maybe he'll be there, which probably also won't end well eventually if he is there, because the history with Kyrie Irving is if you have Kyrie on your team, it ends in an inferno. So it probably will at some point end in an inferno. The question is, will it end in an inferno in 6 months when he leaves at free agency, or will it end at some later point if he resigns? And yeah, I mean, look, if the Mavs are left holding the bag, let's say worst case scenario, right? Let's say Dallas losing the first round to the Clippers or the Suns or somebody in like a 4-5 or 3-6 matchup, and then Kyrie leaves at free agency. That's obviously a pretty rough and bleak situation to try to come back from if you're Dallas. Now you could say, well, the Mavs could get cap space. Maybe they could go sign another star that comes available this summer. They could do something else, right? But you're playing a pretty high-stakes game of poker, making this trade and really pushing most of your chips in when you don't really have a solid plan B or any assurance it's going to last past May and June. So, we'll see if it works out. Obviously, the Raptors traded for Kawhi Leonard. They won a title, and then he left. If the Mavs win a title this year, it probably won't really matter what Kyrie does, right? But that's, you're playing a pretty high-wire game when this is the move you make with the limited assets that you've got.
That McMahon sets a high bar, Tim, but you definitely hit it, and maybe some more. That was just terrific stuff. Appreciate you.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Good luck dealing with City.
There he goes. Tim Bontemps, ESPN NBA, and Sunday they're gonna have that showcase for you as the weekend basketball now kicks off full steam ahead all the way through the playoffs and all that. It's going to be a wonderful time to be a basketball fan. Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Where are we going with that?
National Banana Nut Bread Day. I got the best types of bread. What's your favorite? Next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
Having a great day. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk, his top 10 at 420. It is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free over there at truckwreck.com. Now here he is, the Woolly Bully.
Heck yeah, boys. Let's party. National Banana Nut Bread Day. I got the top 10 best types of bread. Let me know your favorite. I do have some NFL news for you very quickly. The Rams and All-Pro linebacker Bobby Wagner have agreed to part ways. Coming up at the C-Note at 5 o'clock, we'll have an update for you on what exactly Bobby Wagner's got left in the tank as Brian Broaddus is getting reports back from the Gang of Seven as we speak. So what would be the interest in Bobby Wagner? We'll let you know at 5 o'clock. Also, it appears the Commanders are expected to franchise tag Pro Bowl defensive tackle Daron Payne.
Oh.
So, gosh darn it. That takes away one of our favorite free agent possibilities for the Cowboys as well. But I will say this. That is a position that I like in this year's class.
Yeah, they got some good players.
There's some solid defensive tackles to be had.
So that's not Payne, but yeah.
No, there's not a Daron Payne.
Yeah.
Certainly. But there's some good ones. And former Broncos head coach Vance Joseph, he's going back.
Welcome back
to Denver as he is now their new defensive coordinator. And they've also hired a quarterbacks coach. This just happened. It's Davis Webb, who's backed up Daniel Jones with the Giants in New York the last 3 years. So now you're going to have 28-year-old Davis Webb be the quarterbacks coach in Denver for 34-year-old Russell Wilson.
Do you see this last night? I don't know if you guys follow Sean Payton on Twitter at all.
I don't think so.
Okay.
You've been pretty active lately?
Yeah, it's funny because there was this guy in Denver, this reporter, and it wasn't my guy Kills or whatever that guy's name is. That
Mike Kliss?
Mike Kills, whatever. I always say his name wrong.
Oh, no, you said it right there.
But anyway, he it was not him, but another guy reported on Twitter is like, this is an embarrassment. Sean Payton and the way they're hiring these coaches, none of these coaches want to come here and all that. And like Sean tweeted back at him like, I've hired 16 coaches. I've got only 3 more to go. I'll let you know when I get to the end of the list. I mean, like, basically just like the guy was complaining like no coaches have been hired. Sean like,
got 16. Dude.
I've got 16 hired. I'll make an announcement when we get them all under contract, you know.
Yeah.
And it's funny to have a coach that's on Twitter that when like all of a sudden someone goes after like calling him an embarrassment, all that he could basically just answer back and like,
yeah,
all right, listen to your clown show.
I would like more of that, I think.
Yeah. I would too.
How do you guys feel about the banana nut bread?
Fan.
I'm a big fan too.
Yeah.
I can see it in Gavin's face.
Oh, I think it's terrific.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is a big upset.
It's a dessert. It's damn near a dessert.
Yeah.
They make it great.
Do you like the banana nut muffin?
Oh, I love it. Yes.
You guys did Muffin Talk on Monday.
Yeah.
The Otis Spunkmeyer down there. You know. Yeah. I'll tell you what, the blueberry muffins in the deli at Target, next level.
You guys ever had the blueberry yum yum?
No.
You should. Lucius?
I think you're making that up.
What's up?
Banana nut bread?
It's mid.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm lying, bro. It's fantastic.
It's not mid for you. What are you talking about?
We all just went like, oh.
It's mid. You're just trying to dunk on my soul over here.
I understand. You know.
It's a top 3 bread for me. I love banana nut bread. I really do. The nuts just set it off, and I'm not a huge banana. I don't mind bananas. Like, they're okay. But banana nut bread is really good.
Plantains.
What is your favorite bread?
I think it's banana nut bread, or maybe just a lot of bread. There's a lot, that's a lot of bread. Because other than that, I don't eat a lot of bread, rolls and stuff. I don't eat that. You know, every once in a while it's cornbread or the bread that goes with your sandwich. Yeah. But I'm not a bread guy.
Okay.
I'm a bread guy myself, and you know, going on this Lenten journey, I'm on day 2 here of 42 with no breads. No breads. That's tough for me. That might be my number one thing. Like, I love the crust on pizza. You know, I love croissants. I love the Pillsbury croissants. I love cinnamon rolls. Right? My entire diet's built around different kinds of breads. What is my favorite? I don't know. You know, maybe the buttermilk biscuit with some gravy. I'm not sure.
So many good replies to this on Twitter. People were talking about the zucchini bread.
That's outstanding.
The pumpernickel. bread.
See, a lot of these breads, they have a hint of the flavor of the banana or the zucchini, and it's just layered in sugar and butter. That's the gold.
Pumpkin bread.
Yeah, same thing.
It's excellent.
Very good. Gingerbread.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not
okay.
bad. Not bad.
Eh. I guess there's also other kinds of like nut breads where you just put other kinds of nuts in there.
Mm-hmm.
You've also got like brioche.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a great bread.
No question.
It's a big factor in my household.
And then we just got to vote for like Texas Roadhouse. And I think that's more about the butter.
Yeah.
Don't they do the cinnamon butter?
Yeah. I'll just tell you this. Down there in Mobile, when you go down there, they have a place called Dreamland Barbecue, and it's unbelievable. I mean, it's just an unbelievable historic barbecue place.
They give you a loaf of bread?
Loaf of bread in a bag and a bowl of sauce. And I'm going to tell you, you get like 4 kind of hefty scouts sitting around.
Yeah.
That loaf of bread is gone. Gone. Like in minutes.
Were you buttering it too?
No, just dip it in the damn sauce. And you don't even, guys, you don't even open, like you undo the twisty tie. You just grab it in the middle and rip the thing.
I like that. Grab and rip.
Grab and rip. And it's just plain old white bread. And you're dipping it in barbecue sauce, and you would felt like you were eating, at a 5-star restaurant.
Yeah. Well, you get a little brisket trimmings in there as well.
Oh,
and
gosh.
It is exceptional. Garlic cheese bread, absolutely.
Cheese
like the
bread,
Texas
yes,
toast.
Yes.
The monkey bread dessert around the holidays is insane. Hawaiian rolls.
That's honorable mention. The monkey bread's an honorable mention.
Did you say bread pudding?
Yes.
Okay. I can do that with donuts and make it really good.
Pita bread is an honorable mention as well.
Ooh, yeah.
What?
Yeah, pita. The pita bread. It's kind of Mediterranean.
Kind of a circle. You can cut it in half and make a pocket out of it.
Yeah. Dip it in the hummus joint.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Number 10 is breadsticks.
Yes.
That's the only reason to go to Olive Garden.
Yes.
Yeah, the
unlimited
bread
ones.
stick.
Yes.
And the salad's pretty good.
Yeah.
Number 9, can't believe it's so low, criminally low, on its own national day, is the banana bread.
People not interested in their...
I guess not.
Must not have made it right.
They don't want the potassium.
Number 8 is ciabatta.
That's a good roll.
It is a good roll. Yeah.
Make a sandwich out of that.
Sometimes it can be a little too hard.
Sure.
On the outside.
Got to make sure.
You know?
You get a little early.
Number 7 is just a good homemade biscuit.
Yeah, throw some white gravy on that. And
Give it to me.
Talking, yeah.
Number 6, how about cornbread?
Yes.
I love cornbread.
Yes.
I love it.
Butter and honey.
Big freaking
I'll tell you what I do
fan.
with some of these crawfish boils. I'll bring you guys some cornbread I make, because I take the corn that's left over from the crawfish boil with the seasoning on it.
Oh, wow.
And then you cut the corn off the cob and then put it as part of the cornbread. I'll bring some. We got that coming up here soon.
That's got to be amazing.
Yeah.
Number 5, we've got bagels.
Yes.
Bagels amazing.
Yes. I could work at one of those places like Einstein's.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could be in the back making those things. I've watched more videos on how to make bagels. Really? Seriously. I'm fascinated by it. They say it's the water.
Yeah, that's what I've heard about New York, why theirs is better. It's the water.
Water.
Number 4 is the croissant.
It's kind of flaky.
Flaky and just good and buttery.
I tell you what, all croissants aren't made the same. The best croissant's the Pillsbury, right out of the roll. You go to a fancy shop or the grocery store, those croissants aren't as good as the Pillsbury one.
You mean when you pop the thing and just pop the... Okay.
Yeah, it's the best.
By the way, Lucius469 said the best pita and hummus is down the street from y'all on Knox and 75. Let us know the spot.
Yeah, please.
We'll hit it up.
We'll hit it on Friday.
And 901 said, Brian, they're putting that on a damn shirt. Just dip it in the damn sauce.
Yeah.
And I think that should be a G-Bag Nation shirt.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Here's the top 3 of the best
Seriously,
types of bread.
dip it in the damn sauce. It's excellent.
National Banana Nut Bread Day. Number 3 is the sourdough.
Yeah. And that's another one I watch a lot of videos on because of that starter. You have to keep the starter and you keep it like sourdough bread.
Constantly churning, right?
Yeah. Well, the sourdough is like actually a live, it's a live bread. Like, you have to keep the starter like alive.
A lot of yeast in there?
Yeah.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah, exactly. So you got to keep it live. Sourdough bread's excellent.
Number 2 is the French baguette.
Not overrated at all, man.
No.
You can use it now instead of chips for a dip. If you got kind of a heavier dip or crab or cheese dip,
absolutely.
Take that baguette and slice it and use that. So a little slight toast on it. It's got that. It'll hold the heft of that dip.
Absolutely, gosh. Baguettes are fantastic. But number 1, the best type of bread on National Banana Nut Bread Day, it's not the banana nut. It's garlic bread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge.
Well, yeah, why not?
Lasagna, spaghetti, steak.
Yes.
Garlic bread's just a big
It
winner.
really is fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 420 every single afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan, weekdays. College football. Who has more to prove out of these two guys in the state? The high-paid coach who keeps losing too much, can't find a quarterback, or the quarterback that's trying to hold off a Manning? That's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about men's team. keynote, Cowboys news of the evening, is about 13 minutes away. And we'll have the latest on Bobby Wagner, inside linebacker, a long career with the Seahawks, was with the Rams last year. Not a big notable season because of how disappointing their overall year was and their team was, but they're parting ways. And maybe the Cowboys will have interest again. Maybe the price will be right this time around, or the Cowboys' interest level will be right. We'll find out more on this story and report it to you coming up at 5 o'clock right here. Now, we've made a lot of great progress with our relationship with the texters over the years. They're on my nerves today. Boy, they're just over here tearing me up. And it was my conversation about croissants and asserting that the Pillsbury croissant is the best one in the world that really put them over the top. So let's just try to be better. You know, I've trust me, I've researched all the croissants. And for whatever reason, the fancy pastry shops, they can't make them as good as Pillsbury. You know, I'll give you the biscuits. Sure. Yeah. You go to a good bakery, or you go to a good diner, a cafe. Those biscuits are better than Pillsbury's. But damn it, their croissants are better than every other croissant in the world. I don't make the rules. I just try the food. Okay.
Who's going to crap on a Pillsbury croissant?
It's unbelievable. Have you put butter and a little jam on it? I think you'll agree. Okay. But we have some college football content. As I'm
glad they're getting on you.
They're tearing me up today. They are.
I'm seeing a lot on you.
I can't make a right step, can I, Carter? No, I bet the chat's all over me as well on Twitch and YouTube. Why Jimbo Fisher, Quinn Ewers, and USC all have plenty to prove is the headline here from the ESPN staff. And, you know, they went around and asked their different experts, so I thought I'd do the same for you guys. Let's have a Metroplex version of this story. Who is the coach with the most to prove in the world of college football to you? Half of these guys did choose Jimbo. Saying and one guy, Chris Lowe, said you could also take Sarkisian. It has a Texas feel to it.
I kind of feel like that was something, you know, man, Texas does not want to go through another coaching search.
Yeah.
They really. I mean, I know they have the funds and the opportunity, but man, it just they seem like they're going through them like socks now.
They can't find a guy.
Yeah. They can't find the guy.
And every one of them has seemed amazing when you hire him in a not too distant future. You're like, crap, this guy's not the dude either. Yeah. Texas A&M isn't paying Fisher $95 million to lose 4 games, but that's exactly what he's done in 4 of his 5 seasons. Aggies 9-1 in the COVID year is all they got. 17-9 the past 2 seasons. Few FBS schools have spent more on coaching and facilities than the Aggies, and their collectives are doling out more money in NIL packages to recruits than just about anybody else. How is it not better? It seems like they have everything you could possibly want, being in the great state with all that cash and a coach that had just been to the national title game with Florida State. But everybody's piling in on Jimbo Fisher coming off a 5-7 record. I can't blame him, Wolchuk.
Yeah, it's funny because they've shown the winning percentages of coaches, and they ran Kevin Sumlin out of there. Yeah. That guy didn't do too bad of a job when you look back at it, huh?
No, he really didn't.
I don't know. Maybe it's a Texas A&M thing, and Aggie fans are going to hate me for saying that. But they need to find a quarterback, and maybe they finally found one. I know that they're excited about the freshman that they have there, and maybe he ends up being the guy. And I think that they've also probably got a recruit that's coming in there, but they just have lacked, ever since Johnny Manziel, they've lacked stability at the quarterback position. They get a bunch of recruits. You had the Kenny Trill for a moment. That happened there. Haynes King was a guy from Longview that came in, and Haynes wasn't able to do it. But it does seem like in the SEC, when we saw it with LSU, look, you're able to get Joe Burrow. Next thing you know, sure, you got a lot of talent around him, no question, but you found the guy at quarterback. Now you're able to beat an Alabama and go win a national championship. That's been the missing ingredient for Texas A&M.
Okay, other guys getting mentions here. Brent Venables at OU. I mean, that's just huge. If you don't bounce back and get in that portal and put a bunch of good players in there and you lose like you lost at TCU in Texas last year, it's going to look like you're just going to be Austin North here, or College Station North, as far as, you know, programs with all the resources that can't get the job done. I think it's a huge year for him, and I'd move on from Venables if he can't turn the thing around, just because of how much success we've had at OU for such a long time. You got Mario Cristobal at Miami and other guys. Now, how about the team with the most to prove? That's probably A&M as well. Maybe your LSU Tigers have a lot to prove right now, Brian, that they can be a respectable program as well.
Yeah, they were not very highly rated coming out. I know they had the opening season loss against Florida State last year. Florida State went on to have a pretty decent year, But LSU got better as the season wore on, and they really did. And we were all kind of laughing at Brian Kelly and the staff and all that. And they had some really big wins. They got embarrassed against Tennessee. They beat Alabama at home for a big win. The Texas A&M loss was really bad at the end of the year. That was really bad because that loss probably cost them about $15 million.
Ouch.
And because of the bowl game, they went to beat Purdue in the bowl game, a lesser bowl game. But you were probably looking at maybe even one of those big, maybe the Sugar Bowl or something like that being available to you. But, you lose that game and now you're playing a lesser bowl. But I think that people initially were not very like, well, let's see what happens at LSU. This guy went out and got some recruits. They've done a really good job. They got a reasonably young team too. So a lot of guys coming back in that.
Ryan Day better beat Michigan.
Yeah.
At Ohio State.
That is a good point. Right
they were
there.
calling for his job, and then all of a sudden they almost upset Georgia, or else that guy would be on the hot seat big time.
Okay, let's talk about Quinn Ewers as well, because he gets quite a few mentions for the player with the most to prove. And, we talked about how exciting that it was and appeared that he was on a great trajectory. And then you had the injury and stuff that took away the chance for them to have a great year. But overall, he threw for fewer than 200 yards in 6 games. Now, you did have a great running game with Bijan, so maybe that's okay.
Actually,
but
a couple backs there, yeah.
He finished 53rd in total QBR, which is more of an efficiency number, through just 15 touchdown passes, tied for 73rd, and struggled when defenses stacked up on Robinson sometimes. Like against TCU when he threw for 171 yards and a pick on 39 attempts when Robinson was held to 29 yards. What do you think of Quinn Ewers and his prospects of being one of the top quarterbacks in college or being a top NFL prospect?
Did he ever really fully recover from that injury that he suffered in the Alabama game?
I don't think so. I think
he was on such a magical run in that first half of that game. And to be honest with you, Texas should have beaten Alabama in that game, and he just never was the same.
He never looked the same.
I watched a game against Oklahoma State where he he was just
so bad.
Every pass was cringeworthy that he was throwing. So I think there is a lot of pressure just because of the fact of with who's sitting behind him. That's the big question about it, because the minute, how quick is Steve Sarkisian going to just, what's the length of the rope that Quinn Ewers is going to have?
Yeah.
Especially if Arch Manning comes in and he's already there. So he's practicing spring ball and stuff like that. So that's going to give him a huge jump going into fall camp and the season. So I just don't think the
substitutes fall back though. I mean, he came back and coached the bowl game for him when Lincoln left. Like, they want to come back for a year or two just to help us.
Yeah.
We're transitioning to the SEC. You want to get us back?
Yeah, as soon as you're done with the XFL, come on through, buddy.
Yeah, it looks like to me that Oklahoma has, done if you look at the transfers and the portals and stuff.
They got it done.
Well, there's potentially 4 starters that they've got. One of the wide receivers, the left tackle, the right guard, and the tight end. All guys that got through the transfer portal. So it could be something that could be beneficial for them going forward.
All right, good stuff, gentlemen. Always looking forward to talking more football with you. Now, Wolchuk's Cowboys News of the Evening is coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Possible cap casualties that should interest the Cowboys, and we got an update on Bobby Wagner next on The Fan.
All right, let's chat about D&M Leasing. Before we do that, though, if you want or need a new vehicle,
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. The 972 has had the final word, and I am humbled on this croissant conversation. Croissant rolls are not, crescent rolls are not croissants. The crescent roll is a yeast bread, while the croissant is a layered pastry. All makes sense now. Those layered pastries are trash. I'm a crescent guy. Here's Zach Wolchuk with a Cowboys news of the evening.
Crescent me. I'm a crescent guy as well in that case. But I'm not against the croissant. I love a croissant wedge as well.
Now, the croissant wedge is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get some nice Swiss cheese in there.
Oh, yeah.
Ham and turkey, bacon.
I'm about it.
I just feel like it's too bendy a bread.
Don't you start.
When you do the sandwich, it's too...
Yeah. I don't need this from you.
It's just not a good vessel for anything extra on it other than the stuff that you want to put with the butter and the jam and things like that.
You have a point in which you can't overload it.
But people do. They put chicken salad on them, too.
No, you don't want to do that. It's not going to hold well.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
Tuna salad,
chicken salad,
eggs,
wet,
no.
everything that's wet.
Don't want to put wet stuff there.
Yeah.
But maybe some, like an actual egg, like a scrambled egg, and usually the fake ones.
Not a fried egg. God, please.
Not a fake one, but the fake ones like you're going to get from the Burger King.
Yeah.
Those work
those little circular things?
Yeah.
Those little pucks?
Or Sonic.
Yeah, it's a good breakfast sandwich.
Now we're talking, baby.
Yeah.
And I don't need it to be real. I really don't. It still tastes good.
You're eating that like rubbery kind of like.
It's not rubbery.
The rubbery, it's.
Take me back to a fast food breakfast sandwich. I haven't had one in damn near a year.
It's a good run, Wolchuk.
Oh, it's been too long. I'm
good willpower.
Salivating over here.
It's like eating a sponge. That egg thing that you put on there.
Yourself over there. Right? Not all of us are at home.
Here, have a sponge on a
chefs
biscuit.
over here, Brian. Some of us just need to fend for ourselves on these streets. All right, Bobby Wagner and the Rams of L.A. have agreed to mutually part ways.
Yes.
Mutually.
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Mutually.
So you have a 9-time All-Pro linebacker that's back on the streets. Now, a year ago this time, there was all the chatter. Ooh, you got Dan Quinn and Bobby Wagner. They used to have a good rapport when DQ was the DC in Seattle. Could it be? Could it happen? Bobby Wagner to the Dallas Cowboys. Well, this happens to be a terrible linebacker draft class. It's not good at all. It's really not.
A little struggle, yeah.
So this would be a good offseason to add a veteran linebacker because I wouldn't look to the draft to really fill that void. And who knows if you get Leighton Vander Esch back or not. So I said, Brian, would you mind asking the gang of 7?
I did.
Does Bobby Wagner have anything left? Because I knew the Tolos and Cowboy Nation wants to know.
Yeah.
Should we be interested?
3 of the guys got back and they said that he could definitely play. He could definitely help you right now if you have to sign him. I was trying to ask some people around the league about the signability and really how close the Cowboys were. The Cowboys would never tell me how close they were signability, but maybe somebody else kind of figured some stuff out. But to the people I've asked, Bobby Wagner can play. And then you mentioned it. One of the guy even said is, he said, listen, Dan Quinn absolutely loves him. So we'll see if they can, in fact, I want to know how close they were last year because it turned into, the Rams just clearly overpaid on the deal, but they were negotiating, and I know that Bobby said, well, the Cowboys just didn't make, didn't get close enough. So maybe the second time around that, they've got some groundwork already laid there that they can go do some business.
It's pretty insane to do 5 years, $50 million with $20 million guaranteed for a guy well into his 30s at the linebacker position. That was a risky all-in, try to repeat move for the Rams, and they're going to end up eating about $7.5 million of dead money on that. But I mean, you can't get anywhere close to that. You got to cut everything in half, and I still don't think you're there for the Cowboys' appetite.
Yeah, I wonder at this stage in Bobby's career, he's made a ton of money. Would the fit in Dallas just be, hey, I'm with a coach that I love. I'm with a team that...
Well, that's what they hoped the first time.
You're right. but then he went to a place that did end up paying him more money.
They did.
You know, and evidently we kind of heard reports afterwards that the Cowboys offer, or maybe there was lack of an offer.
Yeah.
So we'll find out.
See, that's why I want to know, because I do understand there was some groundwork that was already laid. It's kind of like the Odell Beckham thing. You know, when you start to talk about, well, could they go after Odell Beckham? Sure they could, because they've already done a lot of groundwork already in this deal. So
but what I think they're going to want is for you to take such a discount because you get to play with the Cowboys. And I don't think Bobby Wagner is going to be in a position. Like, if you're talking league minimum guys, it's like, it's league minimum anywhere. I want to play with the Cowboys. Sure. That makes sense. When it's, hey, Cowboys for $1 million or this team for $5-8 million. I don't know. You know, I'm hoping they can get Leighton Vander Esch back without having to break the bank because of his injury history. Like, that's more the lane that I'm in when it comes to stand up linebacker for these Cowboys.
Yeah, if you could have one or the other, I'm
Bobby.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I mean, it's kind of tough because we don't sit down and watch all the Rams games, but do you kind of feel like if you could have Vander Esch back, you know what he is.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Him or
well, there's the one thing about Leighton is the injuries.
Yeah.
Let me look and see. Did Bobby Wagner play every game last year? Because if he did, I feel like he's a guy that's reliable.
I kind of felt like there were some of those bad late season games where they were showing the Rams, and he was on the sidelines trying to rally everybody, but he was fully uniformed up.
Yeah, you know,
I mean, Bobby Wagner doesn't miss any games.
Doesn't miss games, yeah.
If your gang of 7 is saying he can still play,
three guys absolutely say he can still play.
That means to me, Bobby Wagner in his prime and all pro, he's still going to play like a Pro Bowler. And Leighton Vander Esch, that's, you know, it's possible for him, but not nearly as likely. And then you add in the injury history. Bobby Wagner, all things being equal, is the player that you want. But I think he's going to cost 2 or 3 times as much as Leighton.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it was $20 million guaranteed 12 months ago, Zach, and he didn't play bad.
No, that's a good point.
I know he's old, but
you're right.
You know, some players prove, like Robert Quinn, old edge. You only get a tiny bit amount. Oh, what? You had 19 sacks?
Yeah.
Here's $45 million.
No, because I think for the same reason that I'm thinking I'd rather have Bobby, teams would think the same thing as well, right? It's the injuries that scare you with Leighton. It's the availability concerns. That's what it is, and that's probably what's going to stop other teams from giving Leighton Vander Esch big money as well, which is why he'd probably return to the Cowboys on a relatively less expensive contract.
Yeah, it's really exciting, and maybe they do determine that Bobby's the best, you know, big name, a good player they want to get. But if you're the Cowboys right now, I need to. If I'm spending money at corner and wide receiver, and you know. Sure, if I totally strike out on that, and I'm hell bent on spending $15 million a year or $10 million a year for a top player, you know, then Bobby Wagner could make sense, but it's just not in line with how the Cowboys have been problem solving.
No, it's not. Now let's look at some of these guys that have been paid big money and they could be cap casualties. Should the Cowboys be interested, and would you be interested? 877-881-1053. I start off with a wide receiver. Now, the Cowboys last year stressed availability. Will they stress that again this year? If so, I don't know that this is a guy that they'd want, but he's a hell of a player when he plays, and he fills a massive need right now. Michael Thomas, the New Orleans Saints.
Yes. And in a small sample last year, he was great in those 3 games. He was like on his way back to restoring the Michael Thomas name as being one of the top 10 receivers in football.
And he's still young.
Yeah, and then he injured his toe, right? So I would love that.
I asked, I'm sorry, I was doing something. I got my response about the Cowboys. I asked an agent buddy that would probably know what was going on. He says that the Cowboys and Bobby weren't really close on the contract.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, you know, that's
flirting.
Yeah, they're, you know, if you're thinking maybe you're close, maybe they got that, you know. But
maybe a year's changed things, but who knows?
My agent buddy says
it's probably going to be more on Bobby.
Yeah, he said he wasn't a close deal. Okay, you're asking me about the wide receiver.
Michael Thomas,
he hasn't played in 3 years now?
Played 3 games this year.
Oh, 3 games this year?
He's played 10 games over the past 3 seasons due to injury.
I knew there was something there. I'm going to tell you one thing. When he is on, he is really, really on. And you talk about a guy that will go inside, catch slants, do all those things we were kind of talking about. I would absolutely look into that one. I mean,
long arms, big hands.
Well, the thing about it is, though, you watch him and like he makes contested plays.
Well, he'd be great for the West Coast system.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's why
you're spot on.
That's why I would look at him. I would look at him as that type of guy. At least kick the tires on it.
Here's another one that's listed, and I think this might be laugh out loud, guys. Kenny Galladay.
No, thank you. Only the Giants are stupid enough to do something like that.
Are you kidding me, Kenny Galladay? I mean, I don't know, man. Does he have a renaissance with the Cowboys?
Who's my actor in Goodfellas that you just did? That's his laugh.
Oh, gosh.
Pesci?
No, the other
Liotta. Ray Liotta.
Ray Liotta, yeah.
R.I.P.
You're like, you're like looking around, you know.
Oh,
yeah.
gosh.
Yeah.
No, Kenny Galladay. I'll pass on that one.
No, I think so.
Somebody else can go get him. Yeah. And then this is what I asked Bobby about yesterday. And I was just happy to know there wasn't any bad blood. But I think this is a reunion that can maybe make sense. Byron Jones. There's rumors that the Dolphins could move on for cap purposes. He hasn't been the same since he left the Cowboys because of injuries in Miami. But goodness, was he good in his final season with the Cowboys. And the Cowboys might be in a situation where you don't have Jordan Lewis. Who knows what happens with Anthony Brown? You got to make a decision on him. Do you want to bring back Byron Jones? And then you can keep Deron Bland in the slot. And now you're in a situation where if you want to take a corner, you can, but you don't have to take a corner.
Kind of protected yourself a little bit.
Right.
Haven't you? The guys that really developed Byron Jones are gone. Chris Richard, was a big, big factor. I remember working with the Cowboys, and Chris Richard was like, when that whole thing, when they were moving Byron, like they were asking, like, why is Byron Jones playing safety? That's what Chris Richard came in. Why is he playing safety? And so I remember the transition. I remember Chris Richard, like him and Byron were together, and he was coaching him up on techniques and stuff right by the cafeteria there at the Star. And you kind of felt like, man, like, okay, he's taking an interest to this guy. I don't think it's a bad move. I really, really don't, because I kind of feel like that we've seen something with Al Harris and Joe Witt and those guys, that they've done a good job of kind of developing some of these corners. They've done a good job of, and we'll see about Kelvin Joseph and stuff like that. But you look at some of the young corners they have here, they've done a pretty nice job with him. Byron's an older guy. Maybe the coaching is what I'm talking about. Maybe the coaching can bring Byron back to what he once was.
He's not old. He tackles well. He doesn't take the ball away, though. And I wonder how much of a concern that is. I want more upside at corner. Like, if you wanted to bring in Byron Jones to maybe, we're going to draft a guy in the second round. We're not sure if he can go right away. Byron Jones could be our other outside corner for a season. I think that would not be a horrible move, but he didn't continue to play well in Miami.
Well, Byron Jones or Anthony Brown?
Rather have Byron Jones.
I think I'd rather have Byron as well. I think he was a more consistent player than Anthony.
Yeah.
And both now have injuries.
And I just really thought that Anthony Brown was going to have that breakout year, and it just didn't.
But Byron's going to be healed up, right? By the time training camp starts. He didn't play at all in 2022.
Yeah, I think
He'll
both,
be good.
I think both
That's an
will
Achilles,
be,
right? He's working off of?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I think his injury was even earlier than Brown's.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Those Achilles injuries, those corners, it got Kevin Smith here. Remember Kevin Miller Pup?
Sure.
Got him, man.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I mean, those are two guys that you got to worry about that.
Yep.
That's excellent. Now, I mean, speaking of corner, if we're on the topic, would you be more interested if you wanted to not worry about this in the draft? We've talked about this name before, but Jalen Ramsey, is that a guy you'd want to even kick the tires on if he got cut and you didn't have to trade for him? Or is
You'd
that
be
just
crazy
too
not to.
expensive?
You'd be crazy not to.
Yeah.
If you can rush the passer, I'm sure he can play corner at a very high level.
Yeah. I would even look at him maybe as a safety.
Which is, I think, what the Cowboys wanted originally,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
now you have a new regime now.
Yeah, they didn't know. They didn't know if they wanted to play him at corner or safety. That was the reason why. And then, Rod Marinelli and once again Chris Richard, told Jerry and Steve and the front office guys, listen, drafting Zeke will help us more than drafting this guy who we're really not kind of sure on.
Let me give you one more name as a potential cap casualty. This one shocked me to see, but we've talked about this organization being cheap, and they're going to have to make some tough decisions here because they're not going to be able to keep all these guys if they want to pay Joe Burrow. Joe Mixon at running back. Now, he just recently had an off-the-field issue.
Yeah.
It got taken away.
Yeah.
He pointed a gun at somebody allegedly?
Yes, he did. Now, it got dismissed, but you need a running back, and Joe Mixon's a hell of a player.
He's a hell of a player. He's a tough guy, man. You talk about run pads down, run over people and stuff. I wonder about worrying about bringing him in this part of the region again,
Yeah, I don't think I want him. When he had his thing in college where he decked a lady at the bar. I was like, well, she was all the aggressor. He's a young kid. I'd be willing to take him. He learned from his mistake. But, man, 4 years into the NFL, you're 26, 27 years old and pointing a gun at somebody. I need a hell of a backstory to look the other way and give him another shot.
I kind of feel like you're going to move on from there.
Yeah. We've had too much drama. The Cowboys have got too much gunplay and stuff on the team.
I'm with you.
It's past the tipping point right now where it is a concern and the league's kind of laughing at you. And as a fan, I don't want to be that known for this team. A lot of guys can run the football. Joe Mixon's special. His athleticism, the muscle, the vision, it's all there.
Yeah.
It's all there with Joe.
Contract from you.
Yeah. But I have a strong conviction now that he's not the kind of personality or character you want to have with your football team. We got to run, nation. There is the C note with Zach Wolchuk. Time to hit the expressway. And I do have a feeling in my gut the Cowboys are going to make a big move this offseason. I'll explain that why. Then we'll get to Bobby Belt. And then LA Live's coming up at 5:40 right here on 105.3 The Fan.